Chapter 1. Within the confines of a 30 square meter abode, the atmosphere appeared somewhat chaotic. The rudimentary door and window seemed to reflect the designer's peculiar ingenuity despite their starkly contrasting shapes. They oddly evoked the image of soaring in one's mind. The man tugged at his hair in desperation, a louse gnawing at his scalp. In the cramped space, the flickering light cast shadows reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. A woman stood beneath the dim glow, gazing coldly at the man. Her profile, illuminated by the light, bore an expression so ghastly it resembled that of a corpse. Moments later, the woman cracked a sinister smile, revealing her chilling teeth, and raised a hand to slam it forcefully onto the table. The man's eyelids twitched, then settled into a half-closed state, as if awaiting the judgment of fate. A fly met its demise beneath the woman's hand, squashed against the table. "We are finished," the woman shrieked, slapping a red divorce agreement onto the table. The man glanced up at her, seemingly unsurprised, as he picked at the grime beneath his nails, flicking it away with a dismissive gesture. "Qianlin, after all these years of marriage, it was high time we parted ways." The woman, known as Gao Qingling, flung the divorce papers onto the table, striding out in her high heels as if the room contained an infectious plague, leaving no desire to linger a moment longer. From a moment she brandished the divorce agreement, this woman had not ceased her tirade. The depth of her once fervent love seemed to have transformed into a torrent of resentment, all clamoring to be voiced. At a class reunion several years prior, it was this beautiful girl who had pulled him aside to profess her love. They had come together with the speed of lightning, and just as swiftly, they married. Perhaps she had been blinded by infatuation back then, but after all these years, even a blind person should have seen through him by now. The rebellious youth, once sporting golden hair, had now morphed into an uncle with a beer belly sagging to his thighs. With this thought, Qianlin clenched his fists, biting down hard on a shoddy cigarette, but before hurling it to the ground with vehemence. "I must find a job. I will quit drinking. Damn it." The long-suppressed frustration finally erupted, and the man leapt up in a frenzy, shattering everything within reach. "I am truly a worthless piece of trash," Qianlin shouted at his reflection in the mirror. He merely spoke to himself. Never expecting a response, this 30 square meter dwelling contained only him and the cockroaches that thrived in the environment he had created. As he tidied the table, he suddenly discovered a candle in the drawer. Qianlin had no recollection of purchasing such a candle. Perhaps it was something Gao Qingling had bought in the past. The candle was ignited with a lighter, marking his birthday the day his marriage formally ended. Perhaps it warranted a celebration. Qianlin dreamed about the possibility of a candle god emerging from within, capable of granting him all his ambitions and desires, though he knew such notions belonged to fairy tales. Perhaps Qianlin's fervent wish truly moved the heavens, for amidst the flickering flame of the candle, a voice emerged. "Child, do you wish to change your fate? I can help you fulfill any desire. Anything at all." The voice was startlingly abrupt, causing Qianlin to question his hearing, for there was no one else in the room. "The voice seems to emanate from the candle." Qianlin swallowed hard, fixating on the flickering flame. As if sensing his disbelief, the candle spoke again, its tone raspy, akin to an ancient mummy awakening from slumber. "Child, do you wish to change your fate?" Qianlin did not respond to the candle's inquiry, but instead screamed and bolted from the room. This was a scientific era, unlike the fairy tales where a firebox could summon a large-eyed dog to aid him, or where a mere rub of a lamp would conjure a genie to grant wishes. Qianlin had long outgrown the belief in fairy tales. He preferred to think that the blows he had endured had left him hallucinating. As Qianlin passed by several food stalls, he noticed an advertisement plastered on a peeling wall. Certain company hiring employees, no educational requirements, apply quickly. In any case, Qianlin dared not return home with a mindset of giving a try. He ventured to the interview location. The evening had grown late, and he was uncertain if the office had closed. With no further hesitation, Qianlin approached the interview door, observing the lights still ablaze within. Just as he prepared to knock, a melodious laugh floated from inside. "Don't. We're in the office. What if someone else comes in for an interview? It's so late, who else would be foolish enough to come for an interview?" A young man's voice chimed in from within. Qianlin paced anxiously at the entrance, this being his first interview, and he was loath to witness any untoward happenings between the individuals within. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, we grow beneath the red banner of our homeland, and we should bear the responsibility of rejuvenating China. As fruits of our motherland, how can we act this way? After a brief hesitation, Qianlin resolved to intervene for the sake of his country and his own employment, to prevent anything inappropriate from unfolding inside. Ahem, may I come in? Qianlin knocked on the door. Who's there? It's me. For the interview. Qianlin replied, neither overly humble nor arrogant. Xiaoling, please open the door, the young man's voice called from within. Xiaoling? Qianlin's body jolted. He suddenly recalled that the woman's voice had struck a familiar chord, echoing in his ears from days past. A mature and beautiful woman appeared at the door, exuding an air of sophistication devoid of vulgarity, and she bore a melodious name, Gao Qingling. Hello, du. The moment the woman opened the door, her smile abruptly froze. Her expression morphed from confusion to surprise, then to distaste. Qian, haven't we already divorced? What are you doing here? Qingling asked in a hushed tone. I'm not here for you. I came for the interview. Qianlin began, but Gao Qingling interrupted him. Who would believe that? Coming for an interview at this hour? And coincidentally running into me? Qingling exclaimed, visibly irate. She was utterly disillusioned by this man, who, despite their divorce, still clung tenaciously to her. Qianlin opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately let out a resigned sigh and departed. From within, another man's voice inquired, Xiaoling, who was that just now? He seemed like your ex-husband. Don't be too heartless, after all. As night fell, Qianlin walked slowly alone, the food stalls lining the street emanating a warm glow, bringing a touch of warmth to the chilly night sky. Yet, within Qianlin, a wound continued to bleed. He opened his door with a heavy heart, finding that the candle inside had nearly burned out. Why isn't the light on? Qianlin lamented his misfortune throughout the day, as this perpetually flickering lamp had now abandoned him as well. Do you believe in fate? Do you believe in fate? I can fulfill any wish you desire. Anything perhaps due to the candle's impending extinguishment. The voice now sounded less spirited, repetitively and weakly echoing. Are you annoying? Is it entertaining to repeat the same phrase? Like a broken record. Qianlin raised his bloodshot eyes. As if in response, the voice shifted. What if I could change your fate? Grant you everything you desire? Would you be willing? There are over 6 billion people on Earth. Do you think I would believe that a pie could fall from the sky and land on me? The candle fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. I believe that's enough. What must I do? Qianlin felt little left to cherish, his heart devoid of longing. After all, he had no money, no car, no home, and had even lost his wife. If someone truly wished to deceive him, wouldn't that be tiresome? I can fulfill all your wishes, but in return, you must do something for me. Consider a trade. The tone of the voice turned serious. The voice carried an irresistible allure, causing Qianlin to feel somewhat dazed. All right, Qianlin replied casually. Indeed, since this world shows you no love, then selling your soul should pose no issue, right? The candle's voice erupted in a sinister laugh. In the final flicker of the candlelight, Qianlin beheld the shadow of a skull cast upon the wall, resonating with the laughter of a schemer reveling in success. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. For Qianlin, everything he obtained came with such ease, whether it be wealth or fame. To others, he appeared a kind-hearted philanthropist, for to him, money was the most trivial of possessions. To those around him, he seemed wise and sagacious, with his casually spoken words becoming lifelong mottos for many. To the onlookers, his keen insight allowed him to seize business opportunities, yet they would never fathom that this was all the fruit of a pact with the devil, that he has constructed an immense commercial empire, while time has gradually eroded his visage. His career has ascended like a towering edifice, layer upon layer. I do not concern myself with whether my friends possess wealth or not. After all, none of them are wealthier than I. At the press conference, Qianlin spoke animatedly, his words flowing like a torrent. Mr. Qian, what inspired you to establish the Dibao e-commerce platform? I have heard that the internet was not widespread at that time. A bold journalist pressed forward eagerly. When, in a certain year, Debao's transaction volume surpassed 120.7 billion shabi. If anyone were still unaware of Debao, others would remark, "You poor thing, you're so out of touch." Today, Debao has seamlessly woven itself into the lives of the ordinary citizens of Shagwa. Qianlin felt a sense of familiarity in the bald journalist's voice, though he could not place it at the moment. Nevertheless, he continued his ramblings. This story is rather lengthy. When I was 28, I suddenly recalled the tale of Little Red Riding Hood that my grandmother had shared with me. Thus, Qianlin recounted the story of Little Red Riding Hood. So, are you implying that purchasing a red hood inspired you to create Debao? The bald journalist continued to probe, completely oblivious to Qianlin's nonsensical ramblings. I admit, I was indeed inspired by Little Red Riding Hood, but Qianlin paused at the juncture. The room fell into a hushed stillness. This was a common tactic among politicians, a sensation of power that was both exquisite and intoxicating. But what truly propelled me was my innovative vision and relentless effort, Qianlin declared, his demeanor unflinching. Though 2 decades had elapsed, he vividly recalled that day when, after agreeing to the candle, his life seemed to have entered an extraordinary phase. This extraordinary life filled Qianlin with immense pride. He had nearly forgotten the promise made to the candle. Now, 20 years later, perhaps this wonderful existence would continue indefinitely, he thought with a touch of optimism. You have quite the talent for storytelling. These past 20 years have treated you well, haven't they? I have come to collect a debt. Just as Qianlin was lost in contemplation, the bald journalist suddenly grinned eerily. The room fell into a profound silence. What is he saying? Which publication does this journalist represent? Another story waiting to be uncovered. The crowd of journalists erupted into a frenzy. The bald journalist smiled. Revealing sharp teeth, his gaunt face resembled that of a skeleton beneath this grin. Qianlin finally understood why the bald voice sounded somewhat familiar. The inevitable had arrived. 2 decades had passed, and the candle had manifested within the bald journalist to demand repayment. Instinctively, Qianlin recoiled, but he suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. No matter how he inhaled, the air felt as if it had solidified into steel, unable to fill his lungs. The onlookers witnessed Qianlin's complexion shift from crimson to a deep purple due to oxygen deprivation. Look at that bald fellow's reckless words. He's agitating Mr. Qian. Something's amiss. Why has Mr. Qian's face turned purple-black? Something is wrong. Call for an ambulance, someone exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, these are the last sounds Qianlin would hear in this world. His soul gradually drifted from his corporeal form, observing the crowd below, frantically calling out, while doctors in white coats desperately pressed on his chest. From the bald journalist's body, a semi-transparent skeleton emerged, grasping Qianlin's soul. "Where are you going? Come with me." Qianlin, in a daze, followed the white skeleton. Time lost meaning as they drifted. They arrived in a world drenched in dark crimson, where the landscape was littered with bones. There were no flowers, trees, animals, or humans, only an endless expanse of white bones and the chilling cries echoing through the sky. In this realm, 2 translucent figures gazed at one another. One was Qianlin, the other the white skeleton. "Do you remember our pact?" The skeleton spoke slowly. "What pact? I do not understand what you are saying." Qianlin replied. "Ha ha, Qianlin. 20 years ago you lit the candle and made a promise. Now, isn't it time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain?" The skeleton cackled menacingly. "My wealth has been earned through my own intellect. All that I desire has come from my tireless efforts. It has nothing to do with that ridiculous promise. Are you reneging on the agreement? Do not delude yourself." The skeleton's expression darkened as it seized Qianlin by the throat, green flames flickering in its eye sockets. "Where's this place? Who are you?" "I am the Emperor of Eternal Night, the King of the Deceased." "What nonsense is this Emperor of Eternal Night?" "Let me return, break my seal, and I shall allow your soul to be reincarnated. Otherwise, you shall vanish from this world." The skeleton tightened its grip. "This defies logic. Who exactly are you?" Qianlin struggled to comprehend. Now a mere specter, as the grand life he once led came to an abrupt end. "Science, Why did you not utter the word science when you made your promise to me? You must assist me with a certain task, regardless of whether it takes a decade, a century, or even a millennium. Until the task is accomplished, the skeleton once again tightened its grip with its skeletal hand. Very well. I promise you. I promise you. Qianlin felt an overwhelming loss of strength, as everything he once cherished faded into a distant dream. Now a mere reminiscence, leaving him with no choice that I want you to walk endlessly, in search of a pitch-black wand, and then pull it from my very being. The skeleton's voice became piercing. Yet those bony hands loosened their hold. Is it truly that simple? Where is the wand? I don't see it embedded in your body. Perhaps it is lodged in a place it ought not to be. Qianlin inquired, casting a lingering glance toward the skeleton's rear. I do not see the wand lodged in your form. Qianlin remarked that I am referring to my true essence. Once you encounter the wand, extract it from my essence. The skeleton nearly roared this declaration, then crumbled to the ground, indistinguishable from the pile of bones below. Evernight Emperor, why do you lie upon the ground? It is so cold down here. What if your dragon body catches a chill? Qianlin spoke with a lack of decorum. I, in the dark red world, a soul radiating a faint white light, walked alone, devoid of any concept of time, unaware of how many years had passed. Only knowing the act of walking, for this was the debt he owed to the devil. One fateful day, he finally discovered the wand embedded in a skeletal frame. That I found it. Ha ha! I found it! Qianlin exclaimed, pulling the wand free. But in his exuberance, he also yanked off a black gem from its tip, which fell to the ground. As the wand was extracted, countless tendrils of dark energy surged forth from the pile of bones, accompanied by chilling screams of agony. The dark red sky split open, and the dark energy surged forth as if animated by its own volition. Qianlin watched as the pedestrians below were tainted by the dark energy, writhing in torment before sprouting sharp teeth and claws. Those who bore the savage fangs and talons descended into madness, viciously tearing at passers-by, their eyes blood-red, exuding a frenzied thirst for blood. Qianlin heard the terrified masses refer to them as T, and the entire realm transformed into a hellish nightmare. A hell on earth. The seal has been broken. You made a part, but this world seems destined to become irrevocably altered. Ha! The skeleton, now dislodged from the wand, suddenly stirred, emitting a triumphant laugh. A vortex appeared, drawing at Qianlin's soul. Just as his soul was on the verge of departure, he glimpsed the black gem that had fallen to the ground. Amidst the skeleton's astonishment and furious shouts, Qianlin instinctively reached for it. Then, the vortex abruptly consumed Qianlin's soul, vanishing into the dark red world. Night fell, an oppressive stillness enveloped the air, the cold biting sharply against the skin, and a somber, suffocating atmosphere loomed over every warrior. Each one bowed in silence. Their homeland, the Summer Nation, had been breached by the T, the defensive lines collapsing entirely, as a horde of high-level T surged into this ancient civilization, ordinary people reduced to mere cattle awaiting slaughter. Their lives as insignificant as ants. The Blood Eagle Squad was a team of human evolvers, beings who had transcended into a new form of humanity. Qianlin brushed off the dust from his clothing, a weary expression gracing his gaunt features. Uncle Run, how many T did we slay today? Qianlin asked a blood-soaked man. The man exuded an aura of ferocity, his face adorned with layers of flesh. Yet at that moment he spoke with a gentle smile. Who knows? I have no idea where these damned creatures come from, alas. The man continued, settling beside Qianlin. Only in my presence does Uncle Ren dare to relax his muscles. A smile flickered across Qianlin's face. I am relaxing my muscles, but all of my dear Qianlin's nerves remain taut. It seems you carry the weight of the world upon your shoulders, in a world such as this. No one can change fate. The man held a cheap cigarette in one hand, while the other gripped a blood-red dagger, the smoke curling from the cigarette weaving through his unkempt beard. What does it matter if we cannot change things? We should not succumb to despair. After all, did we not vanquish over 700 T today? Alas, if only Fatty and Shadow had alloy weapons as well. Qianlin responded. He disliked confronting despair, having witnessed far too much of it since his birth. As if reaching out into the darkness, grasping nothing. Perhaps in retaliation, Qianlin's existence in this life was that of an evolver. Each evolver not only surpassed ordinary individuals in physical prowess, but also possessed a unique talent. Yet, Qianlin's talent for foresight was ill-suited for combat. Every member of the Blood Eagle squad could single-handedly eliminate a legion. Even a frail Qian Shaoan could overpower a robust ordinary soldier, while Qianlin's abilities were akin to those of an average person. The Snow Eagle squad comprised 6 individuals: Captain Run, Fatty, the One-Eyed, Little Shadow, Qianlin, and his sister Qian Shaoan, each one an exceptional evolver. The campfire crackled as it consumed the wood, producing the sound of splintering timber. One rotund figure animatedly conversed with the one-eyed man, gesticulating excitedly while chewing on a dark, unidentifiable food item, which appeared both hard and unpalatable, yet the fatty relished it. The instrument in the one-eyed man's grasp was palm-sized and oval-shaped. "Fatty, you're spitting all over my face." A girl chided him. "Is that so? We were merely discussing the nature of evolution. Ask the one-eyed if you doubt me." The fatty suddenly feigned seriousness, though his chubby face only added to the humor. "The highest level of T currently stands at level 10, the T King," the one-eyed stated, then aimed the instrument at Fatty, a soft click resonating as a 7 appeared on the display. "Level 7 Evolver Warrior." The one-eyed murmured, subsequently directing the device towards Qianlin. This time, the display revealed a 10. Silence enveloped the group. "Our Qianlin is also a level 10 Evolver. What is there to fear? If I were to encounter that level 10 T-King, I would show him the might of my talent." "Heavy fist," Fatty boasted, shaking his portly arm, "that if you truly sought to challenge the T-King, your bulk would surely provide him with sustenance for several days." The girl scoffed. Observing his sister, Qianlin felt a twinge of exasperation. The little girl who once ran about without a care had blossomed into a young woman. Qian Shaohan was unearthed by Uncle Ren from the ruins years ago. As for why she bore the surname Qian rather than Run, it was because Uncle Ren claimed to have no surname of his own. For the current generation of humanity, names have become mere labels, stripped of significance. Only the useful have been preserved, and even the way of addressing one another has become less formal. The once mighty ruminant of history has vanished into the annals of time, having failed to adapt to the environmental shifts of the end of the Ice Age. Much like humanity today, striving to adjust to their surroundings, discarding all burdens that hinder survival, thus giving rise to the evolvers. The favored offspring of the evolutionary chain, Qianlin, do you not often dream peculiar dreams? What are they about? Fatty inquired, embodying the archetypal lively figure found in every squad, and the Blood Eagle squad was no exception. "It's nothing. You wouldn't believe me if I told you." Qianlin tossed another piece of fuel into the fire. "How can we believe you if you don't share?" Fatty persisted. "No, it's just a dream of a black and red world, filled with white bones and the sounds of wailing spirits." "What is so strange about that? Aren't bones all around us? Aren't their cries echoing everywhere?" Fatty quickly lost interest, resuming his conversation with the one-eyed. Each time Qianlin drifted into slumber, he found himself ensnared in a dream, where he sought something within an ocean of skeletal remains, ultimately extracting a wand from a skeleton, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that transformed ordinary people into ravenous monsters. Was it truly merely a strange dream? Qianlin's fingers grazed the black gem upon his chest, his head bowed in contemplation. From the moment of his birth, this black stone had nestled in his palm. If it were indeed a dream, then what of this gem? He dreamt that he had unsealed the Emperor of Eternal Night, pulling out a black wand from an ocean of desiccated bones. Countless shadows, shrouded in dark energy, surged forth from the crimson-hued void, infiltrating human bodies. Qianlin sat there, lost in contemplation, fully aware that this was no mere dream. He possessed all the memories of his past life. He simply refused to believe that the true architect of this calamity was none other than himself, the one who had unleashed the despair of this world. Qianlin shook his head, unwilling to dwell on such thoughts any longer. The portly man continued to regale the one-eyed figure, while Shaohan quietly tended to the fire. Beneath the blood-red full moon, everything appeared tranquil and serene. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged from Qianlin's chest. He knew it was his innate skill, premonition, manifesting. There's a T nearby, a high-level T. All units stand ready. Just as he shouted the alert, a chilling scream echoed from the depths of the darkness that IT was xiaoying. Uncle Ren drew his dagger and sprinted towards the source of the cry, the direction where their scout was stationed. Xiaoying lay motionless on the ground, a horrific wound gushing blood like a fountain from his chest. A wound of such severity would have claimed the life of an ordinary person, yet the tenacity of an evolved being allowed him to cling to life. IT lurked nearby, gorging itself on something it had clawed from its own flesh. Upon Qianlin and Uncle Ren reflected on the experiences garnered from this battle, while the rotund figure boasted of his grand achievements along the way. The one-eyed man remained silent, listening intently. Little did they know, the severed head of T suddenly twitched, and the headless body abruptly stood up, moving towards the head. Moments later, the head was placed back atop the neck, and in the blink of an eye, T vanished into thin air, leaving only a shadow on the ground, as if it had become invisible. "Are you feeling better, Shadow? If we hadn't defeated that level 9 T and reclaimed your heart, I fear that Qian Shaoan would not have been able to save you," the rotund man remarked. "Supporting Shadow, wasn't my heart already devoured by T?" Shadow inquired, recalling vividly witnessing his heart being extracted and swallowed whole by T. IT wasn't fully consumed. "There's still half left," the rotund man replied. "That's not right." "I saw it being swallowed whole," Shadow exclaimed, puzzled. "You must be mistaken. You misremembered. Without that half of your heart, you would have surely perished," he chuckled, his face shadowed, yet revealing a gleaming smile, just as Shadow was about to counter. A sudden warmth surged within his chest, an intense heat flooding his body. Accompanied by an overwhelming thirst for blood, he gazed at the rotund man's thick neck and swallowed hard, the cravings for blood and slaughter becoming ever more pronounced in his mind. Meanwhile, Qian Shaohan, whom Qianlin was carrying, began to stir awake. "Shaohan, are you feeling better?" Qianlin asked with concern. After treating Shadow, Qian Shaohan had barely taken a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Qianlin handed his weapon to Uncle Run and lifted Qian Shaohan onto his back. "Brother, I'm fine, just exhausted from the energy drain. More tiring than saving 10 people to IT might be, because Shadow's injuries are severe. After all, his heart was shattered." "Indeed, I feel utterly drained," Qianlin admitted, since defeating that level 9 T. He had been plagued by a sense of unease, particularly when near Shadow, the sensation intensifying. Qianlin furrowed his brow, unable to discern the reason. Perhaps it was merely his overactive nerves. How could Shadow possibly pose a threat? After all, he was his closest comrade. As he pondered, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged through his mind, so potent that it felt as though he would lose his life in the next instant. His precognitive abilities offered little more than a vague sense of danger. Scanning his surroundings revealed no signs of imminent threat. Could it be that even this wretched skill had failed him? Instinctively, he reached for his fire eagle, but instead found himself grasping Qian Shaoan. In that fleeting moment of misjudgment, a pair of sharp claws pierced through Qianlin's chest, simultaneously wounding Qian Shaohan behind him. "Qianlin, damn it, that level 9 T is still alive. It can turn invisible." Qianlin's vision blurred with blood. Unsure if it was his own or Qian Shaoan's, he yearned to retaliate against the now-revealed T. But it had already drawn back its arm, a wave of debilitating weakness crashing over him in an instant that "How dare you harm my brother?" the rotund man roared, charging forward, his robust arms appearing powerful and formidable. His skill, heavy fist, bestowed him with immense strength. Qianlin lay helplessly on the ground, the excessive blood loss rendering him incapable of standing. In that moment, his heart was extracted, and without Qian Shaoan's abilities, he might have succumbed to death right then and there. "Shaoan, are you all right? Where are you hurt?" Qianlin weakly inquired. "Brother, I'm fine, but I feel so hot." A faint voice emerged from Qian Shaoan's lips, a gentle green light emanating from his body, healing Qianlin's wounds as the green energy coalesced into a heart, pulsing slowly to sustain Qianlin's circulation. "Why would you feel hot?" Excessive blood loss should induce coldness. Qian Shaohan, situated behind him, should have been less injured, and excessive blood loss should have made him feel cold. A disturbing thought crossed Qianlin's mind. Though his body gradually mended under the green light's restoration, a wave of despair crashed over his thoughts. "Shaohan, have you been infected?" For evolutionaries, they were nearly immune to becoming T. Yet there were exceptions that I don't know. Brother, I'm so scared that I don't want to become tea. More green light surged into Qianlin's body, seemingly to mask Qian Xiaohan's inner turmoil. The new heart, composed of green energy, throbbed vigorously, and as it pumped blood, Qianlin felt his strength gradually returning. Yet his heart grew colder. Xiaohan, you need to rest. I'll go assist Uncle Run, Qianlin said, his voice trembling as the heart of green light temporarily replaced his original heart. Suddenly, the tea devoured Qianlin's heart in one bite, smacking its lips in satisfaction. Qianlin slowly crawled towards the fire eagle that Uncle Run had discarded, bullets roaring in fury as they struck the tea's body. The powerful impact causing it to lose balance. In that split second, Uncle Rin expertly sliced through the tea's abdomen with a short knife, followed by a bullet whistling into the wound, the bullet's heat eliciting a pained howl from a tea, while a gray ray simultaneously struck the injury. However, for a tea endowed with formidable vitality, such wounds were insufficient to slay it. Within moments, the wounds began to rapidly heal, save for the area struck by the gray ray. Captain, use your special skill. We need to end this swiftly. Xiaohan is injured. Qianlin shouted to Uncle Run, the strain of his voice pulling at his wounds, blood oozing from the still healing cuts. Blood frenzy, Uncle Rin bellowed, his reflexes sharpening as the short knife sliced through the air with a ferocious intensity. The velocity was so great that it created a thunderous sound, far exceeding human capability. A crushing force. Uncle Ren's talent allowed him to burn his own blood, transforming him into a relentless killing machine for a brief period. His eyes could track the trajectory of bullets, and his short knife was razor-sharp. Once a warrior who navigated through hordes of tea with ease, Uncle Ren wielded his short knife with newfound speed and strength, leaving the tea struggling to cope. The tea's arm desperately attempted to defend, the resilient bone and alloy knife clashing with a metallic clang. Whenever Uncle Ren's knife broke through the tea's tough skin, a bullet would follow, exacerbating the wound. Qianlin's fire eagle, everyone's nerves were taut, the enemy formidable. Yet fortuitously, they were also the most skilled warriors if all went well. The ultimate victory would belong to the Blood Eagle squad. While everyone was engrossed in the battle, Shadow, unnoticed, crept up behind Qianlin, and O1 paid attention as Shadow's eyes turned blood red, a sinister smile revealing sharp teeth, and pale hands adorned with deadly claws. Die. Qianlin, as Shadow's words fell, those pale hands plunged into Qianlin's chest. Shadow, what are you doing? Shadow, amidst the cries of alarm, blood gushed from Qianlin's chest once more. Why? Have you been infected? Wasn't it said that evolutionaries are difficult to infect? Qianlin realized that this time it was truly the end. Qian Xiaohan had exhausted all his strength and could no longer conjure a heart for him. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of unfulfilled ambition. Deep within his youthful heart lay a yearning to extinguish the despair plaguing this world. Though suppressed, this ambition burned fiercely. He recalled the countless dark energies unleashed in his past life. The ancient wand amidst a sea of bones, and the moment he had pulled that wand from its resting place, it seemed that this time death was imminent, leaving him filled with regret, just as he succumbed to the blood loss. Spiraling into unconsciousness, a surge of potent green energy coursed through his body, flesh and blood sprouting anew from his wounds. Xiaohan, stop! You will die. Uncle, run. I'd rather be consumed by tea than become one of them. A vibrant green light erupted from Qian Xiaohan's body, flowing into Qianlin, as a heart formed from the green light began to beat once more, while Qian Xiaohan faded from existence. Dawn broke. The crimson sun ignited the clouds. The rotund man and the one-eyed warrior lay on the ground, their bodies drenched in blood, having succumbed to unconsciousness, yet fortunate enough to still be alive, before the blood was fully extinguished. Ren ultimately failed to vanquish the shadow, transformed into Teed. The Blood Eagle squad suffered the loss of Run and Xiaohan, yet one adversary still stood resolute. Qianlin slowly crawled toward his fire eagle. His kneecaps shattered, and the world before his eyes had become a haze. He even perceived the fire eagle as two entities. He realized that he could no longer even pull the heavy trigger of the fire eagle. Was failure imminent? Qianlin exerted all his strength to crawl, resembling a frail worm resisting fate. inching forward with great effort. Although he did not gaze upon his surroundings, his keen intuition informed him that a venomous snake lurked nearby. Fixated on him, pitiful humans, hopeless yet still struggling. The wails of life on the brink of death are truly exquisite, the shadow sneered from the sidelines, uttering words akin to an aria. Why, shadow, have you truly lost all awareness? Do you possess no remnants of your former memories? Qian Lin lamented. Do you comprehend the exquisite sensation of power? Humans are woefully feeble. Even evolvers are pitiably weak that my master has bestowed upon me a new life, enabling me to become a dead one. I shall ascend as the new leader of T, the shadow declared, engrossed in its own musings. Master, is your master that T who infected you? Qian Lin sought to stall for time while inching closer to his fire eagle. He yearned to retrieve his weapon and eliminate this T. My master is the emperor of eternal night, the king of the dead. You understand nothing. Only the deceased can attain immortality. Qian Lin's heart skipped a beat. Recalling that the emperor of eternal night had indeed proclaimed himself the king of the dead. In other words, you are all deceased? Qian Lin inquired nonchalantly, subtly advancing, fortunate that the shadow remained oblivious. You label us as T. But we are merely the master's servants. We are both the deceased and the immortal. The shadow raved, devoid of the usual T's stupor, yet its crimson eyes still gleamed with a madness for flesh and blood. Qian Lin cautiously maneuvered his body, moving with utmost slowness to avoid detection, hoping to pierce the madman's skull with a bullet the moment he grasped the fire eagle. Almost there, he crawled slowly, calculating angles and distances in his mind. Soon, this immortal life would meet its end in light of our past camaraderie. I ought not to kill you, but my master has commanded me to retrieve a black stone from you. The shadow mused, though its raised claws betrayed no sense of nostalgia. In consideration of our former bond, I truly should not slay you, yet you are no longer human. T that moment. Qian Lin lunged forward, swiftly turning as a bullet, ignited with flames, surged toward the shadow. The entire movement was as swift as lightning, an instinct honed through battle, akin to a knee-jerk reflex. The fire eagle was renowned for its formidable might. With bullets the length of an adult's hand, capable of easily penetrating an armored vehicle. However, the shadow merely flickered and vanished from sight, and before departing, Qian Lin even glimpsed a hint of mockery at the corner of its mouth. Qian Lin, you seem to have forgotten my abilities. The shadow reappeared slowly behind him, lightly stepping on the back of his hand. The pain in Qian Lin's hand nearly caused him to faint. Yet he lacked the strength to groan. The earlier explosion of energy had drained his last reserves. He had ultimately succumbed. I guess it's time for me to perish. Qian Lin chuckled, blood spilling from his lips. Even a level 10 evolver was so pathetically fragile. Was he truly resigning himself to defeat? The shadow grinned coldly. Perhaps. Qian Lin ripped the black stone necklace from around his neck. He had never revealed to anyone that he possessed memories of his past life. Nor had he ever disclosed that his previous existence had unleashed the seal of the Crimson World, leading to humanity's downfall. This black stone was the very gem from the wand in the Sea of Bones. Do you desire it? Qian Lin shook the necklace with the black stone. Hand it over to me. The shadow's eyes gleamed with greed, following the necklace's movements, oblivious to the gray beam of light slowly approaching from behind. Just as the gray light was about to strike the shadow, its form vanished like a specter, reappearing before the Cyclops, attempting to ambush me. Why not simply lie there and play dead? Human! The shadow pressed one claw onto the Cyclops' shoulder while the other lunged toward his chest. Had it been a different time, the Cyclops would have easily reacted, but his injuries had rendered him sluggish. The shadow's sharp fingers pierced through the Cyclops' chest. Dispose of that fat one as well. Otherwise, he may awaken soon. The shadow withdrew its claw, striding toward the still unconscious fat man. Its bloodied hand reached out again, sharp claws aimed at the fat man's chest. The fat man suddenly opened his eyes and threw a punch at the shadow, his abilities granting him strength far surpassing others. Shadow, cease your delusions. We are all your brothers. The fat man roared in agony, his once jovial face now twisted in pain. Fat man, he is no longer human. Do not show mercy. Qian Lin shouted. You shall all perish. The shadow swayed left and right, vanishing once more, only to reappear behind the fat man, its claws plunging into his body. The fat man clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground. Now, it's your turn. The shadow approached Qian Lin with indifference, blood dripping from its arm, leaving a trail of crimson upon the ground. Qian Lin's wounds flowed profusely, half of his body numb from blood loss. As if it had vanished, he could only struggle to curl up, his hands clutching the necklace tightly against his chest. Must you persist in this futile struggle? The shadow remarked coldly, I hate you. I hate that you killed the fat man and the Cyclops. I hate that I could not save Xiao Han. I hate that I forced Uncle Ren to use blood rage. I hate that I lack the power to eliminate you. Qian Lin gritted his teeth, seething with rage. And what can you do about it? Curl up and protect that black stone. I shall step over your corpse to take it. Qian Lin understood the futility of his struggle. Even as a level 10 evolver, he could not withstand the shadow's lethal claws. If only I possessed a talent like Uncle Ren's, perhaps I would have triumphed this time. Qian Lin mused, his smile laced with bitterness. All of his comrades, bound by life and death, had perished. He watched as Uncle Ren, who had raised him, used the skill blood rage, indirectly leading to his demise. Had he not urged Uncle Ren to unleash blood rage, perhaps Uncle Ren might still be alive, as well as his sister. Xiao Han. A wave of guilt washed over Qian Lin. He was the root of all this calamity. Had his past life not opened the wicked Pandora's box, the world might not have descended into chaos. The shadow's claws pierced through Qian Lin's body, blood gushing forth, saturating the black stone. Farewell, world that I once believed that a level 10 evolver could alter this realm. Yet I have failed. The cost of this failure is the comrades I have shared my days with. Qian Lin felt the dwindling blood within him surge toward the black stone, which transformed into a deep crimson hue. Just as Qian Lin lost consciousness, a massive arc of lightning descended from the heavens, striking his body and leaving only a charred patch of earth in its wake. Where is this? Qian Lin's eyes beheld only darkness. He reached out, attempting to touch his body, yet felt no sensation. Your body has been destroyed. I have saved your soul. Who are you? I recall battling the shadow. Have I truly perished? Qian Lin inquired. Astonished, he was aware of the existence of a soul after death, for he retained the memories of Qian. You may call me the goddess of elements. The voice echoed from the void. Although Qian Lin knew not who this goddess of elements was, he was certain it bore some connection to the Emperor of Eternal Night. The seal of the Emperor of Eternal Night has been shattered. His magic transforms the living into tea and siphons power from these tea to perpetually restore himself. That it is my fault. Had I not drawn the wand, the seal would not have been broken, and Uncle Ren, Xiao Han, and the others would not have perished. Indeed, where might that black stone be? Can it be utilized to restore the wand? Qian Lin found himself engulfed in guilt and frustration, for the current predicament stemmed from the actions of his previous life. Time was running short. The wand had already returned to the elemental continent. That black gem served as the focal point of the Eternal Night's sealing formation. Initially, I affixed it to the ancient vines, crafting it in my wand to seal him, the elemental goddess remarked. The surrounding space shifted dramatically, gradually transforming into a normal sky, with Qian Lin's pearly white form floating amidst it. He beheld a colossal rift in the sky, emanating hues of black and red, wisps of dark mist swirling forth. Countless souls, ensnared by the black mist, bore expressions of ferocity, their eyes brimming with bloodlust and madness. Do you see those souls? They are entangled in the black mist, tormented by it. Only blood and flesh can bring them solace. They're the souls of those tea, echoed the voice of the elemental goddess within the protective barrier. And what are the souls of the evolved? They have not been tainted by the black mist, have they? Qian Lin pondered, recalling Qian Xiaohan, Uncle Ren, and Fat Brother, uncertain of their fates. Just as Qian Lin voiced his concerns, a number of normal souls gradually materialized before him, fleeing in terror. The souls corrupted by the black mist surged forward like famished wolves, tearing them to shreds in an instant. Even those fortunate enough to escape became twisted upon contact with the pervasive black mist. No soul, it seemed, was spared from this fate. In the void, The voice of the elemental goddess resounded once more. Qianlin's heart sank. He was uncertain of the fate awaiting Uncle Run, Xiaohan, the one-eyed man, and Fat Brother. He hoped that the souls of the evolved would prove different, capable of confronting those of T. Yet, gazing at the surrounding souls tainted by the black mist, a wave of sorrow washed over him. This world had descended into such chaos. Where could they possibly find refuge? What can I do? Qianlin lamented. I hope you can reincarnate in the elemental continent, seek out the wand, and ultimately return here to seal the eternal Night Emperor. The elemental goddess replied calmly. Why me? Elemental goddess, is there truly no one else capable of vanquishing the black mist plaguing this world? Qianlin inquired. That I have now become the essence of the laws that govern the cosmos, devoid of physical form. Thus, I require you to ask for why you were chosen. It is solely because your soul can withstand the pressures of reincarnation. What must I do? Venture into the underworld, she instructed. The protective barrier whisked Qianlin away at great speed. As the souls tainted by the black mist lunged at them, vanishing in agonized screams upon contact with the barrier's edge, Qianlin landed at the entrance of the underworld, where a ghostly soldier approached and scrutinized him. In Qianlin's era, tales of the underworld had dwindled, yet with the memories of Qianzong, he retained some knowledge of it. The ghostly soldier approached, seizing Qianlin's arm, and said, In this day and age, it is fortunate to find the underworld on your own. The outside world is teeming with entities that devour souls. Ghost brother, are few souls seeking reincarnation? Qianlin asked, hoping to inquire about the whereabouts of Uncle Run and Xiaohan, but the ghostly soldier waved him off impatiently. Why ask so much? Crossing this threshold signifies your severance from your past life. Drink the Mengpa soup, and you shall be granted a joyful and beautiful existence in your next life. The ghostly soldier pulled Qianlin along into the depths that Qianlin's heart raced. Did this mean his memories from this life would be eradicated? He called out to the elemental goddess in his mind, but received no response. In the grand hall, a stern-faced judge perused the tome, his brow furrowed in concentration. Lord Bao, there is a new soul arriving, the ghostly soldier announced, stepping aside. Qianlin, level 10 evolved, lifespan of 130 years. Perished at 16 years of age at the hands of a lich shadow, correct? The judge read from the ledger. Yes, that is I. Qianlin affirmed. In your life, you vanquished 1,200 undead, with no malevolent deeds. You are deemed an 18th tier virtuous soul. You may choose your place of reincarnation and the type of being you wish to embody, free from the torments of purgatory, the judge proclaimed, detailing Qianlin's life. May I inquire about the fate of my companions? Also, what does it mean to be an 18th tier virtuous soul? And what are the undead? I cannot ascertain the whereabouts of your companions. As for the 18th tier virtuous soul, it is the highest classification of virtue. Souls arriving in the underworld are evaluated by the Book of Life and Death. Those with grave sins are classified as 18th tier malevolent souls and are condemned to purgatory until their sins are purged before they can reincarnate. Undead refer to those from your earth. Why was I classified as an 18th tier virtuous soul? Is that not the highest tier? Qianlin asked, puzzled. This determination is made by the Book of Life and Death based on one's life deeds. Recently, a soul classified as an 18th tier virtuous soul was a man named Fleming, who invented a substance called antibiotics that saved many lives during World War II. The judge reflected, seemingly lost in thought, though Qianlin wished not to dwell on it. World War II had occurred over a century ago, suggesting that achieving the title of 18th tier virtuous soul was no trivial matter. The judge snapped back to the present, continuing, It is possible that the undead have disrupted the order of our world. As fewer souls seek reincarnation, ghostly soldiers must venture to the surface to retrieve souls. Sometimes, those tainted by the black mist will even attack the ghostly soldiers. Any soul that comes into contact with the black mist is classified as malevolent and must cleanse themselves of it in purgatory. Despite the ghostly soldiers' relentless efforts each night to capture those aberrant souls, they are never-ending. Indeed, the T have infected ordinary people, who in turn augment the ranks of the T like a snowball effect, growing ever larger. Very well. If there are no further inquiries, proceed to reincarnation as an 18th tier virtuous soul. You are entitled to numerous benefits, the judge said with an unusual smile. What benefits? The judge's expression shifted slightly. Then he responded, "You may choose to reincarnate on Earth or in another realm. You need not drink the Mengpa soup. You are not required to traverse the Naiha Bridge. You can select your environment. You may choose your place of reincarnation. You can determine your race. You." As Qianlin listened to the judge enumerate the plethora of benefits, he couldn't help but break into a sweat. Such an abundance of advantages. In accordance with the elemental goddess's directive, Qianlin resolved to reincarnate in the elemental continent. First, take a look at the book of life and death. Reincarnation into such a grand world may entail immense pressure, yet your soul is robust. There is no need for concern. The judge made a few strokes with a black brush on the book of life and death, and a beam of light surged into Qianlin's mind, revealing the names of various races, their natural lifespans, characteristics, and habitats, overwhelming Qianlin with information. Yet he found it oddly comforting that in the book of life and death, Qianlin discovered information about the ancient dragon turtle, a race of the third-generation divine clan, with a maximum natural lifespan of 300,000 years. An image flashed in his mind. A colossal brown bear appeared before him, just as Qianlin thought he had made an error. The ground trembled violently beneath the bear's paws, and a giant tortoise rose from the earth, like a towering mountain, 300,000 years of lifespan. Just as Qianlin was about to express his intention to select this option, the voice of the elemental goddess intruded. Though the dragon turtle possesses a prolonged lifespan, its intellectual growth is equally slow, with weak postnatal learning capabilities, making it incapable of inheriting my will. Qianlin glanced up at the judge, who was intently focused on the book, seemingly oblivious to the elemental goddess's voice. In a hushed tone, Qianlin asked, "Then what should I choose?" "Opt for a humanoid divine clan, as they exhibit the strongest learning capabilities." Qianlin perused the options. Ancient elves, third-generation divine clan, maximum natural lifespan of 1,500 years. Ordinary elves, maximum natural lifespan of 500 years. Ancient divine demons, second-generation divine clan, maximum natural lifespan of 500,000 years. Divine beast, the celestial phoenix, third-generation divine clan, maximum natural lifespan of 10,000 years. Divine beast, the ancient dragon, third-generation divine clan, maximum natural lifespan of 10,000 years. Qianlin slowly focused on the races that piqued his interest, ultimately settling on the ancient elves. "Lord, I have made my choice. I select the ancient elven race." Qianlin addressed the dark-faced judge, stating, "The ancient elven race currently lacks a suitable vessel for gestation. Let us consider another option, or we may wait until a suitable vessel is available for rebirth." The dark-faced judge remained focused on the ledger of life and death. What does lacking a vessel for gestation mean? It refers to the absence of a pregnant ancient female elf. In that case, I choose the divine beast Tianfeng. Presently, there are no pregnant Tianphoenixes. Then I shall select the ancient dragon. Currently, there are no pregnant ancient dragons either. Then I opt for the ancient deity of demons. There is indeed one in gestation, but you must wait 3,000 years for its birth. Are you certain you wish to choose this? Generally, the more powerful the race, the longer the gestation period and the fewer their numbers. Then I will select an ordinary elf, as they possess a trace of divine blood. Qianlin understood that even if he chose another powerful divine race, he would likely have to wait a millennium or more. Thus, opting for a slightly more ordinary choice seemed prudent. This is acceptable. The dark-faced judge swiftly inscribed a few strokes in the ledger, and a beam of white light soared into Qianlin's mind, revealing a series of images before his eyes. Fortuitously, among the female elves, there was a wood elf in gestation, and she happened to be the matriarch of the wood elf clan. The wood elf clan is renowned for its exceptional learning aptitude, closely resembling humans in form and possessing a trace of divine blood. Indeed, it is a commendable choice. Are you certain? The dark-faced judge inquired. Yes. Let us proceed with the reincarnation, Qianlin replied. Following the judge, Qianlin traversed the Naiha Bridge, where the air in the underworld was thick with mist, the source of which remained a mystery. Perhaps it was the legendary Yin energy. As he walked behind the dark-faced judge, time seemed to stretch until they arrived at a small tea stall. "Young man, after such a long journey, would you care for a cup of tea to quench your thirst?" An elderly lady with a kindly visage offered a diminutive teacup, which, though small in size, emanated an alluring fragrance. Ming Pa, perhaps you should reserve your tea for those who come after. This soul's level of goodness no longer requires it. You should have mentioned this earlier. Such exquisite tea is truly a pity to waste. Meng Pa murmured like an ordinary grandmother. Let us be on our way. The dark-faced judge turned to Qianlin and said. Qianlin inhaled the enticing aroma wafting from the tea, feeling a sudden sense of tranquility. Had he not known that consuming it would lead to amnesia, he would have eagerly sampled you know the origins of this tea? The judge inquired, still walking without turning back. That I do not. It smells delightful. In my era, tea has become obsolete. Yet before the tea explosion, people still relish such beverages. In truth, Qianlin had never tasted tea in his life, yet due to the memories retained from Qian, he possessed some understanding of it. For those brutish evolution warriors, they might simply find the water delightful. The teapot contained merely ordinary water from the river of the underworld. Those who drank from it would have their memories erased. However, some memories are firmly entrenched in the soul, and erasing them can inflict damage upon it. The precious drop of spiritual essence within the teapot serves to nourish the soul. The judge continued without looking back. Absorb his own thoughts. Is it truly precious? Qianlin asked. Meng Po's teapot holds half a river's worth of water, yet only a single drop of spiritual essence. Would you not agree that it is invaluable? Moreover, that drop has been diluted several times. Qianlin was momentarily speechless. Once in the realm of elemental essence, a man and a woman caught a glimpse of the mysteries of spiritual essence and unraveled the secrets of life and death. To delve deeper into these mysteries, one woman even transformed into a part of the world's laws, condensing spiritual elements into a black gemstone. The dark-faced judge spoke in a detached manner, as though lost in contemplation. Qianlin couldn't shake the feeling that the woman the judge referred to bore a resemblance to the goddess of elements, while the other might be the eternal night emperor, a thought that amused him unexpectedly. Before he realized it, Qianlin followed the dark-faced judge to a myriad of grand doors, each radiating a unique light, some dim and obscure, others exuding an eerie crimson, while some were azure and others glowed with a warm yellow luminescence. Go forth and through that green door. There may be some pressure during your rebirth. However, it should not concern you. The judge continued to scribble in the ledger, and the green door gradually creaked open as Qianlin approached the verdant portal. A sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. His soul transformed into a beam of green light, drawn into the green door, racing swiftly down the emerald passage. A faint pressure pressed upon his soul. Yet it only served to heighten Qianlin's sense of pleasure. Pass through the impending barriers, and you will traverse from the underworld to the realm of elemental essence. Be cautious. The dark-faced judge's voice echoed in his ears. As his soul entered the barrier, the pressure intensified. Qianlin felt the green light of his essence being compressed into a singular mass, yet remained bearable. Just then, the green passage abruptly shifted to a dark crimson hue, with violent flashes of dark red arcs illuminating the pathway, rendering it exceedingly unstable. Who dares to brazenly disrupt the order of the underworld? The dark-faced judge's fury resonated, accompanied by a bone-chilling laughter. Ha ha! How could I allow the goddess of elements inheritor to escape? Dream on. Qianlin recognized the voice as belonging to the eternal night emperor. His soul writhed in agony, feeling as though it were on the brink of being torn asunder. The green light that constituted his being began to dissipate, and the pressure grew ever more formidable, compounded by the terrifying dark crimson arcs surrounding him. Qianlin understood that should his green light even brush against a single arc, it would truly perish. Goddess of elements, where are you? Qianlin cried out in anguish, unwilling to succumb to oblivion before avenging himself against the eternal night emperor. I cannot halt him. Take this black stone. It is composed of spiritual elements and may aid you in establishing your footing in the realm of elemental essence. The voice of the goddess of elements sighed, as a black stone materialized within the distorted passage. As Qianlin's soul began to unravel, his consciousness gradually faded, yet a single thread of determination clung tightly to the black stone, refusing to dissipate. The dark crimson arcs, upon striking the black stone, were absorbed and transformed into a protective black shield. safeguarding the last vestiges of Qianlin's soul. Upon awakening, Qianlin found himself in a cavern, where youth was counting the ribs of what appeared to be a skeleton. What a remarkable skeleton, he mused. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had awakened as a skeleton himself. Wasn't it promised that I would be reborn as a wood elf? Could it be that all wood elves are so emaciated? Qianlin felt an unsettling sense of discord. His memories seemed to have been lost. Within the reincarnation portal, his soul had been sustained only by sheer will. Although a part of his essence had fragmented, he was fortunate to have successfully reincarnated in the realm of elemental essence. Albeit with a slight deviation, and a drop of blood fell upon Qianlin's forehead, simultaneously establishing a peculiar connection. You have awakened. My first little undead, that a frail boy stood before him, gazing at Qianlin with a sense of triumph. Qianlin opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but his hollow jaws only moved without producing any sound. I have inherited the magic of the undead. I shall become the second eternal Night Emperor in the entire realm of elemental essence. Ha! I shall stand atop the world, the boy declared with manic fervor, a glimmer of excitement flickering across his pallid visage. He was a destitute youth who had displayed remarkable magical talent from a young age, yet his family lacked the means to procure magic books or afford his education at a magic academy. Moreover, the only elderly wizard residing atop the mountain was reclusive and unwilling to take on apprentices. Fortunately, fate intervened. While tending sheep in the mountains one day, he discovered a cave, and thus his destiny was irrevocably altered. Although he studied the forbidden necromancy of the entire elemental continent, he was captivated by the mysteries of this dark art, immersing himself in the world of magic each day. Upon completing the final spell within the tome, he resolved to create his own primary undead. It is said that once a necromancer possesses their first primary undead, they can use it to hunt animals, gather corpses, and produce more undead, ultimately amassing an entire legion of the undead. This marks the beginning of a snowball effect, and it is the most arduous step. Legends tell that crafting one's first primary undead requires no less than hundreds of corpses, unless one were to glean the secrets of the Eternal Night Emperor, who can effortlessly create new undead, even fashioning new species. Only when a necromancer has their own undead can they truly be considered a master of the dark arts. Across the vast elemental continent, there are fewer than 100 sons of the law who study necromancy, each intricately linked to the Eternal Night Emperor, for the practice poses a grave threat to all living beings, leading to its prohibition throughout the continent. Initially, I believed I would fail, yet to my astonishment, I succeeded. Ahaha! I am truly a genius. The elemental continent is a realm for cultivators, which has evolved through countless transformations into two primary branches. One, the magical path known as the Sons of the Law, and the other, the martial path known as the Sons of Strength. Some exceptionally gifted cultivators possess extraordinary abilities. Some can move mountains and calm seas, while others can revive the dead or traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. The frail youth before us is a rare son of the law, endowed with an innate magical prowess of level 6. It is known that a child born of ordinary lineage, should they possess even a hint of magic or martial energy within, can be guided to cultivate, and if they form a magical reservoir or martial cyclone, their future becomes boundless. Regrettably, this impoverished little mountain village has produced only one son of the law, a solitary figure who rarely mingles with the villagers, only offering assistance during times of crisis. The boy is named Zheng Yu, an orphan who, lacking the robust physique of the Sons of Strength, and not fitting in with the other children, has faced isolation from a young age. His environment has warped his psyche. Since acquiring the tome of necromancy, he has immersed himself in its study, despite his overwhelming fear that I shall make those who bullied me pay dearly. Zheng Yu vowed silently. Over the past month, he diligently studied the introductory necromancy tome, which detailed 5 elemental spells and 2 forms of necromancy. And one could discern the changes he underwent. They only noted the increasing shadow in his gaze, a consequence that led to further ridicule and beatings. Little undead, you are my first creation. Let me witness your prowess, the boy exclaimed, pointing at a distant fox outside the cave. Though the fox moved cautiously through the underbrush, it was clearly visible at the cave's entrance. "Oomph, do you think Qianlin, will heed your command? What a joke!" Yet despite this internal monologue, his body surged forward uncontrollably towards the cave's mouth. The intense sunlight stung his skin, yet Qianlin showed no fear as he forged through the undergrowth towards the fox. The fiery fox, sensing danger from afar, desperately fled. But no matter how swiftly it ran, Qianlin outpaced it by far. Realizing escape was futile, the fox darted left and right, weaving through the thickets before suddenly plunging into a dense cluster of bushes. Vanishing from sight. Go forth, my little undead. You are born with the instinct to pursue living beings. The boy laughed maniacally, watching Qianlin race ahead. This was his path to power. Qianlin, with a skeletal frame, skillfully navigated through the terrain. Although pursuing the fox was not his original intention, the fresh blood beneath the fox's fur drove him into a frenzy. The fox trembled in its hiding spot. An ordinary hunter might have overlooked that unassuming thicket, where pale yellow flowers emitted a pungent odor. Even the most seasoned hunting dogs could easily miss it. Yet Qianlin could sense the fresh flesh. He craved the blood of the living. A chill ran through his soul. Although he had lost some memories, he instinctively resisted this desire. Just as he struggled against it, a piercing screech erupted from the fox beneath his claws. At some point, his bony grasp had ensnared the fox's neck. While the creature gnawed at his bones with its sharp, white teeth, his bones were too sturdy for the fox's teeth to leave more than superficial marks. This was insignificant for one of the undead. The fresh blood invigorated Qianlin. He felt his bones joyfully absorbing the crimson essence. What was once a desiccated skeleton began to glisten with newfound vitality. "Ha, splendid. This first undead I've crafted is quite remarkable," he mused, wondering what the first creations of other necromancers might have looked like. Even a fighter's corpse might not yield such an agile undead. The fox's body gradually withered, its fur shriveling as Qianlin absorbed its life essence. "Who am I? What is my name? I cannot recall." Qianlin sensed his consciousness dimming, instinctively aware that he had important matters to attend to. "I seem to possess a black stone. Where is it?" Awakened from this ecstasy, a voice deep within urged him not to lose himself any further. "Ha! I have gained another undead." Once a living being is slain by an undead, the process of creating another becomes significantly easier. The voice of the shadowy youth echoed in his ears as a dark green flame consumed the fox's body. Gradually, the fox's bones rose from the flames, with ghostly green fire flickering faintly in its eye sockets. Though its once agile form had become clumsy, the boy walked slowly, with Qianlin silently trailing behind him. Beside Qianlin, the fox stumbled along, creating a strangely harmonious scene beneath the midday sun. Yet to any observer, it would appear eerie, for following the boy were two skeletons. "Fox, return to your original cave. My first little undead shall accompany me back to the village," the boy declared, halting to gaze at the stiffly moving fox. The boy's name is Zhengyu, and his village predominantly consists of families with the surname Zheng. Hence it was named Zheng Village. Qianlin inwardly cursed the boy's foolishness. In his current state, returning to the village would undoubtedly result in a grim fate. Met with axes and shovels. What sense is there in a skeleton wandering about during the day? Fortunately, the boy rummaged through his belongings and produced a ring, tenderly caressing it, from which emerged a large black cloak. Wear this. He tossed the cloak to Qianlin and then cautiously concealed the ring, which he had discovered in that cave, containing 3 tomes of necromancy, a golden staff, and Qianlin's nearly decayed skeleton, along with a collection of miscellaneous items that the boy did not recognize. As the boy traversed the path back to the village, a figure clad in a large cloak followed him slowly. The path was littered with the tracks of wild beasts, prompting the boy to recall a month prior when crimson lightning swirled above the village, and the sky glowed with an eerie green light as frenzied beasts charged towards the settlement in the village. There had previously been occasional incursions by wild beasts attacking livestock, yet this onslaught of beasts was unprecedented. However, for the villagers, it was, paradoxically, a cause for celebration. Under the leadership of the village chief and a formidable warrior, these creatures posed no real threat to the village. Instead, The pelts of the slain beasts provided the villagers with a substantial source of income. Yet it was not long before some magical beasts joined the fray, and as their numbers grew, casualties began to emerge within the village. Every man possessing fighting spirit had engaged in battles against the magical beasts. And if their numbers continued to swell, Zheng village would face a massacre of monstrous proportions. Just as hope began to wane, an inconspicuous, limping old man rose to his feet, and a dazzling shield of light erupted from his staff, enveloping the village in a protective azure barrier. "Master, I wish to learn magic from you. I aspire to become a powerful being. I was born with the innate ability for sixth-tier magic." Zheng Yu approached with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, hoping the old man would recognize his talent. For a child born as a son of the magic with sixth-tier capability was indeed a rarity. The mysteries of magic are boundless, and the elemental continent is vast and expansive. Yet, what can sixth-tier magic truly achieve? How far can a mere child hope to go? Perhaps it is wiser to remain an ordinary person. The old man's voice echoed in his mind. He did not learn conventional magic, but instead chose the despised necromancy. This thought clenched Zheng Yu's fists. Having chosen this path, he would either perish in his quest for strength or become the second eternal Night Emperor. Zheng Yu declared fiercely, "It is said that as the undead grow, their intelligence increases. Perhaps one day, you may even gain your own consciousness." He mused as he rested his hands behind his head, addressing Qianlin. "I already possess my own consciousness. Thank you very much." Qianlin silently protested, "And I shall need to give you a name, for you are the foundation of my ascent to power. Cloaked in black, I shall call you Little Black." A smile, unprecedented in its brightness, flickered across Zheng Yu's pale face. "Can we perhaps choose another name?" Qianlin continued to shout inwardly. "Zheng Yu, so it is you, young rascal." A group of youths approached from a distance. "Big brother Dahu, come and witness just how formidable our village's great mage is." "Ha ha!" The youths mocked as they encircled him. "This is our village's second son of magic, truly a rarity. Let us see you conjure a fireball." They jeered, having grown up in a poor village yearning for the splendor of the outside world. Yet, fate had confined these children to this place, where they would grow old in the elemental continent. Every son of magic commanded respect, not merely for their rarity, but for their essential contributions. They were among the few on the continent who possessed the majority of wealth. Their expertise was indispensable for array formations, inscriptions, and various spells. They were the most illustrious figures upon this land, far surpassing the sons of strength. It was this inequality that bred jealousy. If their struggles stemmed from their lack of effort, it would be one thing. Yet, why were others born as the center of attention, while they remained unable to alter their fate despite their endeavors? Jealousy fueled their hostility toward Zheng Yu. Our big brother, who is only 5 tiers of fighting spirit. You, born a genius with 6-tier magic, are you about to ascend to become a mage? A scrawny youth sneered. Zheng Yu, I'm addressing you. Are you itching for a fight again? Dahu growled, clenching his fists. I have yet to ascend to be a mage. I merely possess 9-tier magic. If you wish to complain about life's injustices, please do not come to me. His expression darkened further. He was unwilling to engage with these pitiable peers. You brat, you're asking for it. Dahu pressed a heavy hand upon Zheng Yu's shoulder, his palm infused with unrefined fighting spirit, nearly forcing Zheng Yu to the ground. Little Black, teach him a lesson. Zheng Yu shouted over his shoulder. A broad shadow cloaked in black appeared before Dahu, and a small fist emerged from the black garb, striking Dahu squarely. Dahu merely scoffed and did not evade. After all, Qianlin's fist was merely a skeletal hand devoid of flesh and blood, appearing somewhat frail even when swathed in thick black robes. Dahu stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen. Brother Hu, your act is quite convincing, haha. The scrawny youth laughed, but his amusement waned as Dahu's expression of pain lingered. Who is this person? Hey, it's you. Don't think that donning a black robe in the heat makes you formidable. Let us have a spar, the scrawny youth declared, shedding his shirt to reveal his lean frame. Little Black, don't kill him. Just teach him a lesson, Zheng Yu said coolly, his face tinged with mockery. He had not smiled with such confidence in years. Though Qianlin had lost his memories due to a fragmented soul, he detested the feeling of being controlled. instinctively resisting. Yet, the scrawny youth offered no reprieve. He launched a kick aimed at Qianlin, clumsily employing his fighting spirit. Believing his kick to be particularly cunning, he was proud of his skill. However, Qianlin merely raised a hand and effortlessly blocked the seemingly fierce attack. "Da-da! My leg. It hurts." The scrawny youth wailed, squatting on the ground like Dahu. "This brat is using tricks. What weapon did he use to block my kick?" The scrawny youth could not fathom that Qianlin had merely used his arm. After all, the wide black cloak could easily conceal something that if he had truly used his arm, it would require at least 8 or 9 tiers of fighting spirit, and only a handful of grown men in the village possessed such prowess. Surely this black-robed figure could not be some robust elder. "Everyone, charge! I refuse to believe he could defeat us all," Dahu groaned, pushing himself up while retreating a step. "Everyone, let us go. Can we allow our brother to be bullied?" The youths, emboldened by their camaraderie, felt a shift. They had long bullied this fragile son of magic, but today felt different. "Little Black, don't kill him. Just teach him a lesson." Zheng Yu turned his head indifferently, closing his eyes. It hurts. Why are this brat's bones so tough? My fist. We can't win. Run." The cries of the youths echoed in Zheng Yu's ears, ever since the village children had suffered at Qianlin's hands. Tales of the black-robed figure's prowess had circulated among them, embellished over time until Zheng Yu was said to have a formidable spirit as his bodyguard. The adults dismissed these tales as mere children's fantasies, while those curious to uncover the truth faced only the closed door of Zheng Yu's home. As the moon rose, the door of the thatched cottage creaked open. Zheng Yu cautiously peeked outside, ensuring no one was around, then gestured behind him. 2 skeletons, each carrying a hoe, emerged in tow. Zheng Yu recalled the names of those who had perished in the beast tide, while some villagers had indeed lost their lives. They were merely ordinary folk without fighting spirit. Those who did possess it had been devoured by the magical beasts, their delectable fighting spirit a coveted prize at there was one body of a fighter. But Zheng Yu strained to recall. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally remembered. The unfortunate fighter was named Zheng Yuanda. By familial ties, Zheng Yu should address him as uncle. This unfortunate Zheng Yuanda, despite his formidable strength, had fought like a god among beasts, sending them scattering in terror, even causing some magical beasts to flee in fear. Yet, tragically, he met his end while using the restroom, having inadvertently stepped on the tail of a venomous snake. With his 9-star fighting spirit, to die in such a manner was indeed a bitter irony. After confirming there were no other suitable corpses, Zheng Yu set off towards the eastern edge of the village. "Little Black, keep watch for me." Zheng Yu vigorously wielded his hoe, digging earnestly at a small mound of earth. Initially, he had commanded Xiao He to assist him in this endeavor, yet his loyal undead companion seemed to exhibit a certain reluctance, which Zheng Yu interpreted as a sign of foolishness. After all, lesser undead could only follow simple commands. Unbeknownst to him, it was merely Qianlin's disinterest in the task at hand. This small mound marked the resting place of the unfortunate Zheng Yuanda. Under the resplendent moonlight, Qianlin found himself lost in thought, beset by vague memories that seemed to call out to him. "Qianlin, go seek." He shook his bald head, the moonlight casting a soft glow upon his white skull. The name Qian Shaohan emerged in his mind, familiar yet foreign, as fragments of memory assaulted his already fragmented soul. "Who am I? Who is Uncle Run? Where is Earth?" Qianlin inquired of the night sky. Yet his jaw merely emitted a sound of grinding. As he gazed into the moonlight, he failed to notice a girl hidden among the trees, trembling at the sight of the skeletal figure. "Is it necromancy?" she pondered. "Are there truly undead in this world?" In childhood tales, she had heard of the terrifying and dark art of necromancy, where the lord of the undead transformed 1/3 of life into the undead. She had always believed it to be a mere legend. The girl realized she had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret and felt compelled to inform the village chief, a renowned battle master. In her world, the chief was the strongest individual she had ever encountered. With him around, she would face even the hidden beasts of the mountains without fear. She forced herself to remain calm, understanding that composure was paramount in such moments. Stealthily, she retraced her steps like a cat. The scent of the living interrupted Qianlin's reverie. He glanced at the thicket, but resumed his posture of moon-gazing. Feigning ignorance, He did not understand why he hesitated to inform Zheng Yu, perhaps fearing that Zheng Yu would unleash his wrath upon him upon discovery. Nevertheless, Zheng Yu's indifferent command pierced through the air. Xiao He, retrieve that person. At this moment, Zheng Yu discarded his hoe, wielding instead a golden staff, from which waves of golden energy radiated outward. Qianlin's soul resisted the command, yet the unyielding blood contract compelled his body to rush forth. For Zheng Yu was his master, and he was but an undead being now. Da-da! Do not kill me. I have seen nothing. The girl pleaded incessantly, yet the skeleton remained loyal to its master's orders. Dragging the girl, who was kicking and screaming, back to Zheng Yu's side. Zheng Yu, how could it be you? Upon drawing closer, the girl realized that the gaunt figure was one of the village's 2 sons of magic. What could he possibly be doing awake at this hour? Zheng Yu spoke gently, a smile gracing his lips. However, from the tip of his golden staff, a flicker of fire energy began to emanate, slowly forming into a spherical fireball. You go, I swear I saw nothing. As the heat scorched her face, the girl was paralyzed with fear, her complexion paling. The boy whom once no one respected had mysteriously acquired the ability to wield magic. Even if it were merely the most rudimentary fireball spell, it was still magic. Had she possessed even a hint of fighting spirit, she might have been agile enough to evade the fireball. But alas, she was just an ordinary girl. Qianlin yearned to intervene, but his hollow mouth could emit no sound, and instead, it opened wide in a terrifying grimace that nearly drove the girl to tears. Do not consume me. I truly know nothing. I am utterly ignorant, she repeated, and in her eyes, Qianlin perceived a profound despair. Somehow, he found himself loathing that look, as if he had encountered it before. Yet he could not recall where. Was it during the apocalypse, witnessing the devastation of ordinary families? Or was it during Qian Xiaohan's infection, witnessing her inner torment? Even if you know nothing, it cannot spare your life. Should you speak of this, I may very well perish. Zheng Yu's smile gradually faded, the fire energy on his golden staff condensing. The fireball swelling ominously. T.O. grow stronger. I have no other choice. As these words fell, the searing fireball began its descent. Though it moved slowly, almost inviting evasion, the girl stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, awaiting the spell's impact. Even the clumsily cast fireball bore the undeniable heat that could scorch her tender skin. Just as the fireball was about to make contact, a skeletal figure lunged toward it. Xiao He, what are you doing? Zheng Yu's voice erupted in fury. Qianlin struggled to convey his thoughts, yet the skeletal mouth merely opened in a frightful manner. He could not comprehend why he had charged into the fireball. His fractured soul left him bereft of memory and emotion. Yet upon seeing the despair in the girl's eyes, he charged forward without hesitation. The bones that collided with the fireball blackened, emitting the acrid scent of charred flesh. Go kill her. Absorb her vital essence. Zheng Yu bellowed in rage. Qianlin resisted. An invisible force compelled his body to step closer to the girl. This is the blood contract, Qianlin realized as he recalled the drop of blood Zheng Yu had spilled upon him. Stop it, Qianlin roared, but to the girl, it appeared as the skeletal figure grinned wickedly. Xiao He, that's human flesh. Ha. Zheng Yu laughed heartily, relieved that his secret was now secure. Carrying 2 lifeless bodies, Qianlin lowered his head and walked silently. One of the bodies was little more than a shriveled husk, the outline faintly resembling that of a girl, while the other was the unfortunate fighter, Zheng Yu. Had she truly seen nothing, he might have spared her life, but since she had witnessed events unfold, she could not be allowed to live. Zheng Yu's smile remained, for this day held special significance. He had acquired 2 corpses, marking the beginning of his ascent to power, but he was eager to transform these 2 corpses into undead. He paid no mind to Xiao He's charge toward the fireball. While he sensed that Xiao He might possess a semblance of consciousness, he dismissed the notion, even if Xiao He had developed its own awareness. The blood contract ensured that the undead would never defy their master's will. This was clearly stated in the tome of necromancy Zheng Yu had obtained. Xiao He, your burns have healed. It seems the essence of living flesh is indeed a marvelous boon. Zheng Yu strode beneath the moonlight, light-heartedly making his way home, as if all that had transpired had been the work of another. The Tiannan Academy would soon be recruiting new students. He needed to prepare. In his mind, he mapped out his plans. The Tiannan Academy was one of the most influential institutions on the elemental continent, intricately connected to many powerful heirs of strength or magic, either through mentorship or scholarly exchanges. Even prestigious families with their own magical legacies would send numerous disciples to apply each year. The corresponding threshold that one must cross is indeed quite formidable, a matter I shall refrain from discussing further. Qianlin walked mechanically along the path, unable to shake from his mind the desolate gaze of the girl in her dying moments. That haunting look lingered in the fragments of his memory. As if he had witnessed countless pairs of such eyes, he watched with his own eyes as the girl's corpse gradually withered, while his charred bones began to regain some semblance of vitality. The moon hung high in the sky, and the wind rustled through the leaves, producing a soft whisper. Yet a gnawing sense of guilt clung to Qianlin, refusing to dissipate. Upon returning to the thatched hut, Zheng Yu extracted a golden staff from his storage ring. While Qianlin silently laid down the two corpses, a black-red magic circle slowly materialized beneath the girl's remains, and dark green flames began to rise from the circle. As obscure and arcane incantations, imbued with boundless magical power, spilled from Zheng Yu's lips. "Awaken, my little undead." Zheng Yu laughed maniacally, his profile illuminated by the flickering flames, revealing a glimpse of madness. This was the foundational necromantic spell, soul-devouring fire, that every necromancer must master. The dark green flames emitted a somber and dim glow, as the girl's body slowly underwent incineration beneath this fire, a process that continued for an extensive duration. "What is happening?" Zheng Yu stared in confusion at the girl's corpse. The anticipated success had not materialized. The body lay still on the ground, while the flames of the magic circle began to dwindle, indicating that the power to cast this spell was nearly exhausted. "Little Black, expel some of your soul-devouring fire," Zheng Yu commanded, unwilling to attempt a second casting of the spell, as his magical energy was limited, and the corpse of the fighter was the main event. A surge of dark green flames erupted from Qianlin's eye sockets. This was the innate flame of every undead being. As the undead matured, these flames would grow ever stronger, ultimately transforming the soul-devouring fire into a formidable offensive magic. Legend spoke of a powerful undead whose soul-devouring fire incinerated countless living beings, the blaze raging for 300 days, only extinguished by a colossal forbidden spell cast by the elemental goddess. To this day, that location remains a forbidden zone, named the Ice River Forbidden Land after the monumental spell. After the soul-devouring fire shot from Qianlin's eye sockets, he visibly weakened, yet the girl's corpse remained unchanged until the last flicker of dark green flame extinguished. In truth, a part of Qianlin secretly hoped for failure in the ritual. He did not wish for the girl to be subjected to servitude after death, and he felt deep remorse for her current state. For it was he who had taken her life, absorbing her beautiful essence. The few emotions he possessed reminded him of self-contempt and loathing. "Rise, my little undead." A failure. Zheng Yu gaped at the motionless body. And just as he thought the ritual would fail, the girl's bones slowly began to rise, rigidly stepping forth from the magic circle. "Excellent, excellent. It counts as a success. Haha, I shall name you Little White," Zheng Yu said, nodding with satisfaction. Although the once vibrant life had turned into an awkward skeleton, this clumsy figure was nonetheless his servant, a means to his own empowerment. Now, it is Qianlin emitted a sound reminiscent of bones clashing. As a bison skeleton ambled forth from the distance, he flung the corpse of a wolf onto the skeletal frame, which was already burdened by several other beastly remains. Once, this bison had roamed the wilderness in joyous abandon. But now it had become a mere vessel, trudging along with a weight of corpses. Qianlin and Zheng Yuanda returned to the cave, where Zheng Yu was seated cross-legged, a shimmering tome floating above his forehead. Moments later, it soared back into his mind. This was the method by which magic was passed down in the elemental continent. The ancient spells were inscribed in the language of the ancient elves and had to be engraved by the son of magic on special materials, rendering each spellbook extraordinarily precious. Xiaobai stood guard at the entrance, safeguarding this fragile son of magic. "Well done, Xiaohai," Zheng Yu remarked, chuckling at the sight of the corpses atop the bison. His own soul-bound specter had evidently begun to exhibit a semblance of intelligence. While other specters returned with their prey hoisted upon their backs, Xiaohai had learned to utilize tools, albeit a bison specter as such. The elemental goddess had once declared the difference between man and beast lies in the ability to wield tools. Zheng Yu mused that this statement may have been uttered casually, yet it brought a smile to his face. Next, ordinary beasts have lost their allure. Let us pursue something more intriguing. Zheng Yu's gaze sharpened. For he had long contemplated this decision. He had even dispatched a smaller specter to scout ahead, but due to the limited intellect of the undead, communication proved futile, yielding no useful information. Our target this time is a magical beast, one that embodies the combat cyclone. The giant eagle beast. Only creatures that have formed a reservoir of combat energy can be deemed magical beasts. This signifies that each magical beast is at least a combatant. Furthermore, the combat prowess of magical beasts far surpasses that of their human counterparts of the same rank. Each year, numerous demon hunters of the elemental continent perish within the bellies of these beasts. Every seasoned hunter imparts a solemn warning to the novices. Do not presume that being a combatant qualifies you to hunt a magical beast of equal rank, for you are not yet worthy. The minimum requirement to become a demon hunter is to be a combatant. All specters, obey my command. Gather here before nightfall. Zheng Yu issued his mental directive. His legions of specters were dispatched to seek prey, and his army of undead was expanding exponentially. Yet as their numbers grew sufficiently, Zheng Yu's gaze shifted toward more formidable corpses. He aimed to hunt magical beasts. As night descended, within the cave, the wolf skeleton had excavated a fire pit. Surrounded by various animal skeletons, Zheng Yu stood beside the pit, tallying his servitors. After days of exponential growth, his skeletal minions had surpassed 300, predominantly comprising the remains of smaller creatures such as foxes, wolves, and goats, with a smattering of rabbits, wild chickens, and a few wild boars and bison. The eye sockets of these specters flickered with emerald flames, some flickering weakly, while others blazed fiercely, the intensity of the flames reflecting their respective strengths. Currently, Zheng Yu's retinue consisted solely of Zheng Yuanda, Qianlin, and Xiaobai, 3 combatants. Qianlin had recently achieved combatant status, having already reached the 9th tier of combat energy, and under Zheng Yu's focus cultivation, his ascension was entirely expected. Zheng Yuanda had absorbed the most essence, attaining the rank of 7-star combatant, while Qianlin and Xiaobai were both 1-star combatants. For ordinary combatants, ascending a star could require 1 to 2 years of accumulation. Even with relentless training day and night, it necessitated at least half a month of arduous practice. However, for specters, such feats were effortlessly achievable, given sufficient essence. They could ascend multiple stars in a single day. Yet, breakthroughs to higher realms were not solely contingent upon the quantity of combat energy that a 9-star combatant must liquefy their combat energy to ascend to combatant status, even if a specter absorbed the essence of millions. Without the ability to liquefy their combat energy, they would remain merely a combatant. Let us march forth to battle, to conquer, to vanquish that magical beast, my undead servants. Zheng Yu surveyed the multitude of skeletons in the cave, his heart swelling with confidence. After all, Zheng Yu was still a youth. Fervor and impulsiveness were the hallmarks of youth, and he envisioned himself commanding legions at the pinnacle of the elemental continent. Brimming with ambition, the skeletons set forth under the moonlight, their destination the giant eagle beast atop the mountain, a fact Zheng Yu knew to be the only known lair of a magical beast. Should fortune favor him, he might acquire a specter of prowess rivaling that of a combatant. Perched upon the back of the bison specter, Zheng Yu felt the sturdy, soft pelt of a brown bear draped across the bison's rigid skeletal frame. This was not the bison's own fur, but rather the spoils of Zheng Yu's hunt, for the bison skeleton, being merely bones, would have been uncomfortable as a mount, surrounded by over 300 specters. The more agile ones ventured ahead to scout for danger, while powerful specters flanked Zheng Yu, shielding this fragile son of magic. Xiaohai and Zheng Yuanda stood by his side. After a night of travel, they had delved deep into the forest, encountering increasingly rare, ferocious beasts. Yet, these formidable creatures, despite their fierce appearances, fell victim to the relentless assault of the specters, swiftly becoming part of Zheng Yu's growing army. The fox Zheng Yu had initially tamed had gone missing. Upon returning to the cave, he discovered the fox specter had vanished, their mental connection severed. Although uncertain of the circumstances, Zheng Yu paid little mind, surmising it had likely been consumed by some wild beast. As they approached the cliff's edge, the vegetation grew sparse, revealing a parched, rugged terrain with patches of white rock jutting from the ground. This was the territory of the giant eagle beast, its lair nestled within the cliff above. Deep within the mountains and dense forests lurked powerful magical beasts, elusive and known only to the most seasoned demon hunters. Their lairs were often laden with coveted treasures, rare spiritual herbs, or discarded materials from the beasts, which were highly sought after by alchemists. Yet, fortune always danced hand in hand with peril. Countless demon hunters had ventured into the depths of the forest, never to return, despite their notable prowess. Atop the cliff, a winged beast surveyed the forest below. This creature possessed black wings and a beak reminiscent of an eagle, yet its body bore the limbs of 4 wild beasts and a long tail. The giant eagle beast focused its gaze on a white rock below, its feathers bristling in alertness, before emitting a piercing cry and diving downwards. "We've been discovered. Specters, advance!" A voice resonated from behind the rock. And in an instant, a myriad of skeletal forms erupted forth, varying in size, while others emerged from behind rocks and trees, their eyes ablaze with emerald flames, greedily fixated on the giant eagle beast. Fireball! A small fireball shot from Zheng Yu's golden staff, hurtling towards the charging giant eagle beast. Zheng Yu's innate talent was exceptional. He had begun to grasp a new understanding of the fireball spell, significantly increasing its speed. Yet the fireball veered past the giant eagle beast, missing its mark. This fireball was merely a probing spell, thus its deviation was anticipated. Hiss! The distance from the cliff's peak to the ground was considerable. Yet the giant eagle beast spread its wings and glided swiftly downward. Typically, this magical beast resided on sheer cliffs. Despite possessing wings, it relied primarily on its sharp limbs for hunting and movement. Its wings served merely as a safeguard against fatal falls, a secondary aid in its existence. "Come protect me." "Ahu! Charge!" Zheng Yu felt a sudden surge of fear as he witnessed the giant eagle beast's piercing gaze lock onto him. A tiger specter lunged fiercely at the giant eagle beast, this once proud predator of the jungle, now serving as Zheng Yu's minion. "All of you, forward! Stop it!" Zheng Yu, commanding the spirits beside him, once again wielded his golden staff, from which a faint essence of wood energy gradually emerged. Slow. It was indeed the basic spell of the 5 elemental magics. The slow spell, the golden staff emitted a dazzling green light, which shot forth towards the rampaging giant eagle beast. The once taut movements of the creature momentarily faltered, akin to a person burdened with weights slowing their pace. Upon casting this spell, Zheng Yu's complexion instantly paled. The exertion of the slow spell had nearly depleted all of his magical energy. The tiger's spirit lunged ferociously, its skeletal form maintaining a streamlined silhouette, bursting forth with explosive power as it leaped. Its sharp claws stretched forward, employing the predatory tactics it had utilized in life, gripping the neck of its prey with its claws while its jaws clamped down on the throat until the victim ceased to struggle. However, the giant eagle beast was no defenseless goat. It fiercely struck out with its 4 claws, which were nearly of equal size. Had the tiger's claws retained flesh, they would have been marginally larger, yet in an instant of contact, the seemingly indomitable bony claws shattered completely. With the momentum, the giant eagle beast collided into the tiger's form, tearing the tiger's spirit asunder. Within the tiger's eye sockets, dark green flames flickered erratically before extinguishing entirely. Other spirits rushed forth, each varying in size, howling as a ferocious ram lowered its head, its sharp horns aimed at the giant eagle beast, while a massive brown bear waved its skeletal paw, and a mountain chicken spirit extended its neck in a pecking motion. Qianlin, Zheng Yuanda, and Xiao Bai flanked from both sides. The giant eagle beast let out a piercing cry, fearlessly charging into the throng of skeletons, resulting in a cacophony of shattered bones. Green sparks erupted from the fractured skulls, sizzling against the white rocks, leaving behind dark green traces after the sparks extinguished, remnants of the spirit-eating flames dissipated by overwhelming force. One skeleton after another was crushed beneath the assault of the giant eagle beast, be it the hulking brown bear or the agile leopard. None could evade the creature's lethal claws and sharp beak. This is untenable. They are utterly no match for the giant eagle beast. Zheng Yu retreated behind a rock, witnessing the bloody melee between the magical beast and his skeletal minions, feeling a pang of regret. After traveling all night, only to witness a one-sided slaughter, his once formidable fighters were no match for the beast. Thoughts of escape began to creep into his mind. What to do? Should he withdraw while they still held their ground? As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Zheng Yu trembled behind the rock, watching as the giant eagle beast wreaked havoc among his minions. Were it not for Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Zheng Yu and his distractions, the situation might have been far worse. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He could not let his efforts go to waste. Having come this far, he must achieve a resounding victory. Fleeing would mean squandering all he had worked for. Conquering would only enhance his strength. What should I do? Zheng Yu clutched his head in contemplation. A resplendent golden tome materialized in his mind. One of the 3 spellbooks he had acquired. The first spellbook contained basic spells, all of which he had mastered. I must give it my all. Although his magical energy was dwindling, he fervently channeled every ounce of power within him. Firmly believing that the second tome held the necromantic magic he sought, he resolved that if he could not unlock the second book before exhausting his energy, he would have no choice but to retreat. As he poured his magic into it, the second spellbook radiated with brilliant golden light before gradually dimming. With a resounding crack, an ordinary, worn tome emerged, its pages exuding an ancient aura, yet the inscriptions glimmered with silvery luminescence. Success! Zheng Yu quickly settled into a cross-legged position, immersing himself completely in its contents. Borrowing spirit technique. This spell allows one to harness the strength of their minions to cast necromantic magic, consuming not the caster's energy, but rather the life force of the undead. The greater the number of minions, the more potent the magic unleashed. Zheng Yu's heart soared as he beheld a particular spell inscribed within the pages, precisely what he needed to address his energy deficiency. Thus, if one commanded an army of the undead, any spell cast would incur no cost, resurrection of the undead. This could be used in conjunction with soul-eating flame to revive fallen spirits. Necromantic transfer. This spell permits the caster to swap positions with their undead. Each of these spirits was exceedingly fragile. Should a combatant approach, they would be rendered powerless. However, the necromantic transfer spell would enable each minion to act as a decoy, instantly relocating to the side of the caster. Unable to take the time to contemplate each spell in detail, Zheng Yu instead focused his mental energy on the borrowing spirit techniques pages, assimilating a wealth of information into his memory. Borrowing spirit technique activated. Slow spell cast. Undead fireball. Spell unleashed. 3 spells erupted from Zheng Yu's lips in rapid succession. The golden staff first gathered a dense essence of wood energy, casting a green light upon the giant eagle beast, which once again slowed its movements. Following this, a flicker of fire energy began to coalesce atop the staff, forming a searing fireball. Qian Lin felt an inexhaustible force surging from within him, merging with the staff. This was the borrowing spirit technique, siphoning away a portion of his life force. Other spirits experienced similar effects, their soul-eating flames visibly diminished. Hiss! Hiss! The giant eagle beast, experiencing the effects of restraint once more, emitted a disgruntled screech. Upon seeing the dazzling white fireball at the tip of the golden staff, its displeasure morphed into sheer terror. Hiss! Hiss! The giant eagle beast flapped its wings desperately, fleeing into the distance without a backward glance. A thin layer of earthy yellow mist enveloping its body, an aura of battle chi emanating from it. The appearance of this earthy mist rendered the giant eagle beast's movements fluid once more. As if the 2 applications of the slow spell had no effect. Trying to escape? Not on my watch. Resurrection of the undead activated. Soul-eating flame unleashed. Arise, my minions. Block its path. As incantations in the ancient elvish tongue flowed forth. The shattered bones upon the ground began to coalesce, that a cluster of dark green flames surged into the eye sockets of the tiger's skull, and soon, countless fragments of bone lifted from the ground. Reconstructing its form, more undead began to materialize around the giant eagle beast. Though these spirits were frail, their increasing numbers still managed to buy some time. The giant eagle beast relentlessly crushed bones. Yet under the influence of the resurrection of the undead, they continued to reform. The fireball atop the staff finally crystallized. This one differed from an ordinary fireball, manifesting a chilling white hue. This was the undead variant of the fireball spell. A powerful necromantic magic, the undead fireball arced forth, piercing through the battle chi veil and striking the giant eagle beast. With a horrific screech, the giant eagle beast collapsed to the ground, the white flames igniting its black feathers. The air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. In truth, Qianlin harbored no desire for this endeavor to succeed. He even secretly wished for his demise amidst the battle. He was uncertain of the commands he would be forced to obey in the future. And the boy named Zheng Yu was clearly greedy and selfish, with a ruthless disposition. Qianlin knew all too well of Zheng Yu's cruelty towards the girl. He was complicit in her suffering. Each time he glimpsed Xiao Bai, a sense of guilt tormented him that I must find a way to reclaim myself. This thought incessantly circled within Qianlin's mind, growing ever more potent in his dazed eye sockets. Dark green flames danced violently. The undead surged towards the fallen magical beast, the carcass inciting a frenzy among them for blood and flesh. The robust spirits shoved aside their weaker counterparts, while the smaller ones, utilizing their nimbleness, desperately pressed forward. The spirits formed a circle, preparing to feast upon the flesh of this formidable beast. This was the flesh of a magical creature. Yet the corpse of the giant eagle beast suddenly erupted from the center. A powerful wave of battle chi scattering the undead. A fierce gust swept through, lifting dust from the ground, as earthy yellow battle chi coalesced upon the giant eagle beast's wings. Hiss! It is the talent duel of the Warcraft. Retreat at once. Zheng Yu issued his commands with urgency, though it seemed as if it was already too late. As the great eagle beast flapped its massive wings, the earthy yellow aura intensified, forming a powerful whirlwind centered around the beast. The fierce winds lifted the grayish-white ground at the center, pulling in some feeble skeletons caught in the vortex. The wind swept over the rocks, causing stones to be dislodged, producing a piercing sound against the earth. Meanwhile, amidst the fervent battle, a robust man ambled through the distant forest, carrying an elderly man on his back. Old Guang, you claim to have spotted a skeletal fox. What is there to make such a fuss about? It could simply be a wolf's meal. Was it necessary to come all the way here? The burly man remarked. What do you know? Have you ever seen a fox that is nothing but bones yet still lively? I sense the presence of necromantic magic up there. Has the dark arts of the undead resurfaced? How can that be? Does it not exist solely in myth and legend? The brawny man exclaimed in astonishment. Do you truly believe that necromantic magic does not exist in this world? After all these years, you still behave like a child. Have you wasted your position as the village chief of Zhengsuan? The old man seemed to be in a foul mood as he scolded the brawny man. Yet, surprisingly, the sturdy man listened submissively, showing no sign of rebuttal. There appears to be a faint magical fluctuation ahead. Let us investigate, the elder said, gesturing toward the man known as Dashin. Magical fluctuations. In our remote Zhengsuan, could there truly be another child of magic? Could it be a magician from another village come here to hunt? The rarity and preciousness of a child of magic are beyond dispute, and given the distance from other villages along with the isolated transportation, interactions between villages are infrequent. Who knows? Perhaps it is some young master from a prominent family out on a training expedition. After all, this forest is vast, with parts connecting to the perilous Warcraft mountains that many noble families utilize for the training of their disciples. Alas, Zhengsuan has produced 3 children of magic in 2 generations, which is already fortunate. Some villages have not even a single one. However, for those magical families, a child of magic is not particularly precious, Dashin sighed, reflecting on the depth of those families on the elemental continent. A reality far beyond his imagination as a mere village chief. The elder was well aware of the rarity of a child of magic and could not help but recall a frail young boy. Master, my name is Zheng Yu, and I wish to learn magic from you. I aspire to become powerful. I am inherently a sixth-tier magician. The boy's face appeared pale, and his legs seemed to tremble slightly. Alas, this child possesses considerable talent. Regrettably, I no longer accept disciples. Guang Yin awakened from his reverie and stated, I in the entire Zhenghan, only 3 children of magic have emerged over the generations. One is this elder. Another is Zheng Yu, and the last is the rebellious disciple whom the elder personally buried. Old Guang, would you not reconsider? This child is orphaned, and his constitution is weak. Dashin, the village chief, remained hopeful, unwilling to squander Zheng Yu's potential. Very well, let us approach the cliff ahead. I sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from beneath it. Old Guang appeared somewhat impatient as he slowly descended from Dashin's back, limping towards the distant cliff. In the tales that have been passed down, necromantic magic is invariably dark and formidable. Each child of magic who studies necromancy is immensely powerful. They are a group of strong individuals who dare to defy the heavens. Their magic is incomparable to any ordinary sorcery. Even a simple necromantic fireball bears tremendous might. Zheng Yu was now extremely frustrated. The great eagle beast had just taken a hit from a necromantic fireball, and victory seemed within reach. Yet the current situation was undeniably awkward. Zheng Yu's minions awkwardly clung together, relying on one another for support, while some lingering undead, unable to grasp tightly, soon collided with the mountainside or rocks. Turning to dust at that moment, Zheng Yu tightly embraced a white rock, pressing his body against it. Beside him, Zheng Yunda clung to his arm, stabilizing him. Without Zheng Yunda's protection, Zheng Yu would have already been swept away by the tempest. Dancing in the skies, the great eagle beast's wings remained enveloped in a dense, earthy yellow aura, and although it continued to flap powerfully, the frequency of its movements gradually slowed. After enduring a necromantic spell, all its efforts now seemed futile. The immense fire energy contained within the necromantic fireball surged into its body, destroying its organs, while the lingering necromantic essence exacerbated its wounds. Now, this once mighty beast had reached the limits of its strength. Zheng Yu understood that the great eagle beast would not last much longer. Once its aura was depleted, the dual technique would cease, marking the end of its life. Hiss! Hiss! The great eagle beast grew increasingly agitated, feeling the drain on its stamina. This was the most exhausting moment it had encountered since becoming a magical beast. Once, its aura had granted it strength, but now, it was being consumed endlessly. Casting techniques required the expenditure of aura. Just as both sides were at a stalemate, an elderly man gazed in astonishment from the cliff summit. A burly man followed behind, but before he could speak, the elder gestured for silence. Hush, look, skeletons. Why are there so many moving skeletons down there? Could it truly be powerful necromantic magic? The man stared blankly at the confrontation below the cliff, exclaiming in astonishment, "It seems so." The elder murmured softly, brushing his hand across his ring, summoning a black magic wand into his grasp. Hidden magical fluctuations emanating from the wand. What are you planning, old Guang? This is no jest. Our lives are at stake. Dashin whispered urgently. Silence. Did you not see what is battling those undead? It is merely a first-tier magical beast. This indicates that the undead are not yet formidable. This is an excellent opportunity to eliminate them. The elder began to chant in a low voice in the ancient elven tongue, and a massive magic array appeared among the white rubble at the cliff's base. The array was subtle, its glow blending with the color of the earth, thus remaining unnoticed. You are mad. Casting such a large-scale spell. Do you wish for us all to perish here? Dashin fretted over the elder's recklessness. The elder's eyes remained fixed on the battle below, his lips rhythmically chanting the incantation. As he spoke, the magical particles in the air began to align methodically, forming strange silver symbols that swirled around the wand. With the wand's magical energy coalescing in greater abundance, the great eagle beast wearily flapped its wings, a glimmer of despair appearing in its eyes. Once the sovereign of the forest, it had relied on its innate aura. Even the fiercest of beasts had become its prey, but was this truly the end? The tempest had abated, now merely stirring up small grains of sand. Its technique was finally on the verge of failure. Reluctantly, the great eagle beast ceased flapping its wings, and the earthy yellow aura on its black wings began to thin. "Rise up, my undead minions. Vanquish it." Zheng Yu bellowed in fury, and the remaining undead surged toward the great eagle beast. Though weakened by the borrowing spirit technique, the great eagle beast was now drained and had little strength left to retaliate. Hiss! The great eagle beast let out a lament, striving to appear more imposing and powerful. Yet its sluggish movements betrayed the facade. All the undead greedily fixated on the body of this magical beast, their senses drawn to the fresh blood beneath its form, their collective attention ensnared by the great eagle beast. None noticed that beneath their feet, a magic array, akin in color to the ground, was slowly taking shape. What is this? Though Zheng Yu was still relatively inexperienced as a child of magic, he retained a necessary sensitivity to magical energy. Is this a magical fluctuation? What is happening? Zheng Yu pondered, sensing a potent wind-type spell surging from below. Even though the elder had deliberately concealed the spell, its sheer power was too formidable to be hidden. "This is magic!" Zheng Yu shrieked, desperately racing in a direction, his knowledge of magic warning him that if this spell were to complete, everything here would be annihilated. Who is responsible for this? I will kill him. Zheng Yu issued the command to retreat, and numerous restless spirits gazed longingly at the weakened giant eagle beast, akin to a pair of lovers reluctant to part. Zheng Yu, too, felt a sense of unwillingness. Victory was within reach, and the prey was already struggling in its death throes. Yet, would a hunter sacrifice his life for that of his quarry? "Let us go," Zheng Yu bellowed. The multitude of spirits, albeit reluctantly, followed Zheng Yu in preparation for their retreat, but only Qianlin sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. "Zheng Yuenda, run with me on your back at your swiftest speed," Zheng Yu commanded. For among all the spirits present, Zheng Yuenda was the highest ranked, a 7-star fighter. Zheng Yuenda hoisted Zheng Yu on his back, his feet enveloped in a swirling aura of fighting spirit, forming a delicate veil of energy around him. He dashed forward with fervor, his instincts urging him to leap at the giant eagle beast, yet the command from his master was unbreakable. As Zheng Yuenda sprinted, azure gusts erupted from the ground, and a massive magical array materialized on the earth. Blades of wind, sharp as razors, sliced through the air, capable of carving deep white marks even upon stone. Zheng Yu stood transfixed, and just as he was about to escape, a blue barrier suddenly enveloped the surrounding mountainside, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Fireball spell. A fireball hurtled towards the blue barrier, but before it could make contact, it was shattered midair by a flying wind blade. At Zheng Yu's command, the brown bear and wild bull surged forward. They were the largest of the spirits here, yet their efforts bore no significant results. The wind blade cleaved through the brown bear's body, while the wild bull managed to breach the wind blade, its sturdy horns crashing against the barrier, which remained unyielding. The bull's horns snapped, and the force was so immense that cracks appeared in its shoulder blades. With a mournful bellow, the wild bull prepared to retreat, only to be met with a blue streak from the barrier that similarly obliterated its form. "Xiao Bai, Xiao He, it's your turn," Zheng Yu commanded once more, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Qianlin and Xiao Bai charged forward. The closer they drew to the barrier, the more wind blades erupted from the ground. Qianlin, adept at evading these blades, would shift his angle upon sensing the ground tremble. However, Xiaobai lacked such high intelligence and instinct, recklessly charging ahead, leaving marks upon her bones from the slicing wind blades. Qianlin summoned his fighting spirit, a thin stream of energy coalescing in his palm. Though he could not yet manifest a veil of fighting spirit, he was familiar with the technique of gathering energy, just as he was about to strike. Hesitation gripped him, the dark green flames of his soul fixated upon the barrier, where azure streaks whirled. An intense intuition warned him. Should he throw that punch, his arm would shatter under the force of that light, and his body would be obliterated. In that moment of doubt, Xiao Bai, battered and bruised, reached the front of the barrier, a 1-star fighter nonetheless, and though she lacked the foresight to evade the wind blades, she had only sustained some injuries. Gathering her fighting spirit in her fists, she struck fiercely at the barrier. A blue streak erupted from within the barrier, striking Xiao Bai and reducing her to a cloud of bone fragments. A wave of desolation washed over Qianlin. Had it not been for his keen intuition, he too would have been reduced to mere shards of bone. His premonition, a skill he possessed back on Earth, had saved his life countless times as a level 10 brain evolver, and now, in this moment of peril, it resurfaced. Qianlin was intimately familiar with this sensation, even if he closed his eyes. He could accurately pinpoint the location of the wind blades. Yet, as a skeleton, he had no eyelids, rendering it impossible to verify his thoughts. It seemed he could visualize the trajectory of the wind blades. And though they had not yet reached any specific point, several gray arcs appeared before him. Potential paths of the wind blades. As his gaze fell upon the barrier, he discerned a rhythmic pattern in the movement of the streaks within. An underlying order suggesting the presence of gaps. Perhaps these gaps were the barrier's weakest points. Just as he prepared to test this theory, Zheng Yu's voice rang out once more. Xiaohe, come back. Seeing the blue streak obliterate Xiao by S form, Zheng Yu's heart ached. He had only 3 spirits at the fighter level. Qianlin slowly retreated, yet paused when he glanced at the scattered bones of Xiao Bai. The memory of her despairing gaze flashing through his mind. Zheng Yu, puzzled, regarded Qianlin. He could not fathom why this skeleton, the first he had ever forged, would come to a halt in such a perilous situation. Could it be that this skeleton had developed a will of its own? Xiaohe returned. Ignoring Zheng Yu's shouts, Qianlin silently gathered the scattered bones using his skeletal claws, his eye sockets filled with dark green flames as he gazed at Zheng Yu. His unmoving head seemingly imbued with anticipation. Sigh. Zheng Yu exhaled deeply before commencing an incantation. Necromancy spell activated. Soul-devouring flame unleashed. A spell emanated from Zheng Yu's golden staff, and Xiao Bai's form began to coalesce once more. Although the reconstructed body lacked completeness, Xiao Bai was revived, albeit her strength had diminished below that of a fighter. Come back, everyone. Alas, am I truly to meet my end here? Zheng Yu had heard of this spell. His fascination with magic from a young age had imbued him with knowledge, despite the scarcity of magicians in his village. The drunken men would often boast of their experiences, and while their childhood dreams of becoming powerful mages faded with age, Zheng Yu keenly absorbed their tales, gathering fragments of magical knowledge from their inebriated ramblings. Wind Slaughter Technique, a regional spell only usable by spirit mages. This large-scale spell was one that wind mages would master upon reaching the spirit mage level. Zheng Yu recalled the scant information he had about it. Knowledge that, while common in the outside world, was rare in his isolated mountain village. The wind blades multiplied and sharpened, and these razor-like gusts were merely the prelude to the spell. Once completed, a massive storm would arise, a tempest infused with these sharp blades, turning the area into a wasteland. Another white fireball, conjured through the borrow spirit technique, shot forth from the golden staff, slamming into the blue barrier. The heat from the fireball caused the barrier to sizzle as it melted away. Yet even as the spell's energy waned, the barrier remained undamaged. Zheng Yu dared not use the borrow spirit technique again, for it consumed the life force of the spirits. All present had already suffered considerable drain, and further use could lead to irreversible damage. Zheng Yu could not comprehend why a spirit mage would target him. A mere apprentice mage. Was it truly because of the spirits? After all, there existed an unspoken rule in the elemental continent. All who practiced necromancy must be eradicated. Ancestors regarded necromancy as a taboo. For the calamity of the undead that once swept the continent resulted in a population decline of over half, with countless lives turned into spirits, and numerous races facing extinction during that disaster. An event etched into the memory of all surviving races. Yet those who adhered to such ancient prohibitions were often dismissed as relics of lore. Most would avoid meddling in such affairs. Yet there were always those who could not resist intervening. And, unfortunately for Zheng Yu, he had encountered one such individual, who had also unleashed upon him the wind slaughter technique. Shan, keep watch here. I shall investigate below, the elder said, rolling up his sleeves. We need only wait for the magic to take effect. Once the storm forms, they shall surely have no escape. Deshaun urged, I must ascertain the situation. Why are these spirits here? Perhaps the beast tide attacking the village is connected to them. But how will you get back once you enter? Once magic is conjured, it becomes indiscriminate, striking both friend and foe alike. Moreover, even in the absence of a fully formed spell, the blades of wind within are far beyond what your frail body can endure. It is far too perilous, and I cannot consent to this. Deshawn said, his brow furrowed in concern. Since I can enter, I can certainly exit. You should remain here. If I find myself in peril, you must come to my aid. The elder intoned an incantation, and a cerulean orb of light materialized in his palm. Hold this orb. Should anything amiss arise, you can activate it, and the barrier shall open to is it not permissible for me to accompany you? As a combat master, they would hardly pose a threat to me, Deshawn inquired, clutching the azure orb. How do we exit once we are inside? While I could also activate the barrier from within, it would prove considerably more challenging. Your presence here serves as a safeguard. Upon finishing his words, the elder commenced his spell casting. Lightness spell, levitation spell, acceleration spell, object manipulation spell, gale spell, wind shield spell. Streams of magical luminescence erupted from the dark blue wand. Enveloping the elder, the lightness spell grants agility and nimbleness. It belongs to the foundational magic beyond the basic 5 elements. The levitation spell allows objects to hover, yet unlike flying magic, it permits no movement and does not elevate too high. The acceleration spell enhances speed. The object manipulation spell governs the movement of items. The gale spell conjures a tempest. The wind shield is a protective barrier of wind, though only a mage king can master flying magic. Certain wind mages can combine spells to achieve effects akin to flight. The elder directed the object manipulation spell at the dark blue wand, controlling its trajectory, while the gale provided him with propulsion, thus simulating the ability to fly. Now, the elder exclaimed, and a cerulean orb appeared atop the dark blue wand. He aimed the wand at the barrier and charged forward, but the anticipated impact never materialized. Just before the azure orb could touch the barrier, a circular void appeared as if the barrier possessed a consciousness of its own, allowing the elder to be swept inside. It seemed something had penetrated the barrier. Zheng Yu rubbed his eyes, having just caught sight of a black entering the barrier, slowly approaching. What is that? Though Zheng Yu was unsure of what it was, an ominous premonition brewed within him. The elder glided closer, spotting a group of white skeletons fixated upon him, their eye sockets flickering with emerald flames of souls. Among these skeletal figures, a young boy gazed up at him in equal astonishment. Zheng Yu, what are you doing here? The elder exclaimed in surprise as he drew nearer, recognizing the boy's visage. Teacher Guang, I am Zheng Yu. Feeling somewhat awkward, he had not anticipated that the wielder of the wind-killing technique would be this hobbled old man. It was this very elder who had rejected him during his request for apprenticeship, and it was also this elder who had cast a protective barrier to safeguard Jing Village from the onslaught of beasts. Ew, have you delved into necromancy? The elder uttered in disbelief. No, I haven tea. Zheng Yu protested. Nonsense. I could distinctly sense magical fluctuations emanating from within you. You are destroying yourself. The elder gritted his teeth, his expression reflecting a father's anguish towards a son ensnared by vice. Teacher Guang, what wrong have I committed? I merely wish to learn magic to grow stronger, to avoid being bullied. What have I done wrong? Faced with exposure, Zheng Yu cast aside any pretense to, do you not understand? Engaging in such magic will gradually corrupt your mind, rendering you bloodthirsty and brutal. Do you comprehend? The elder's face flushed with anger, his impulse to cast a fireball palpable. And what of necromancy? Such a formidable magic. Scorned by society. This is the fault of the world, not mine. It is not too late for you to abandon this path. I can teach you true magic. We can start with the foundational 5 elements. The elder's tone softened slightly. Enough. If you seek to dissuade me from necromancy, I must firmly refuse. Zheng Yu realized that if he heeded the elder's counsel, he might become a powerful mage, yet he would never ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. The pursuit of power through necromancy was unparalleled in its speed. The strength he wielded through necromancy surpassed that of any mage or warrior of equal rank. Even some combatants or mages would falter before him. For a warrior, ascending a single rank could require years of arduous training. Even with relentless effort, it could take a fortnight of grueling practice. In contrast, a mage versed in necromancy could summon countless formidable undead in a single day. Necromancy, in essence, is the act of stripping life from other beings that it stands in defiance of the world's fundamental laws, originating from ancient elven magic. However, necromancy was uniquely conceived by the Emperor of Eternal Night. The prodigious Emperor's necromancy, even the simplest fireball, when infused with the essence of death, exponentially amplifies its potency. Evil and powerful are the descriptors that encapsulate necromancy. If I were to relinquish necromancy, could you keep it a secret? Do not divulge it to the villagers or the village chief. Zheng Yu inquired, tempering his tone that I cannot. While I cannot guarantee your secrecy, should you genuinely repent, I might. The elder's words trailed off as he noticed Zheng Yu slowly raising a golden staff. Its tip aimed directly at him. If you wish for me to abandon necromancy, then let us duel. Zheng Yu's demeanor had shifted from timidity to cold ferocity. Zheng Yu, you are condemning yourself. The elder raised his dark blue staff in response. Enough with the idle chatter, spirit-borrowing technique. Necromantic fireball. The necromantic fireball collided with the elder's initial wind shield, the white orb gradually eroding the cerulean barrier until the magical energy within the fireball was fully expended, leaving the azure shield exceedingly thin that a fledgling mage without a formed spell repository could unleash such a powerful fireball. The elder swept away the remnants of fire magic with his dark blue staff, stating, "You have much yet to surprise me with. What you cast earlier was not the basic fireball from the foundational 5 elements, was it? Rather, it is fire magic from necromancy, correct?" The elder descended to the ground, brushing his singed beard, appearing somewhat unfazed. "Are you not afraid of my undead? They possess the strength of combatants, and the body of a mage is exceedingly fragile," Zheng Yu retorted, a cruel glint in his eyes. "I have yet to witness necromancy. Allow me to see it for myself," the elder replied, adjusting his beard, his frail form dwarfed by the towering skeleton surrounding him. Necromantic fireball. Zheng Yu unleashed another spell, conjuring an even larger white fireball that, impressive. A fledgling mage without a formed spell repository can indeed summon such a formidable fireball. That is no small feat. The elder remained unperturbed, entirely disregarding the incoming fireball, raising his ancient dark blue staff only at the last moment. Wind shield. Another azure barrier manifested around the elder, clashing with a white fireball, both forces annihilating one another. Cursed be it, spirit-borrowing technique. Necromantic fireball. Another fireball was unleashed. Once more, a cerulean shield appeared. Necromantic fireball. Wind shield. Necromantic fireball. Wind shield. Zheng Yu relentlessly unleashed fireballs, entirely disregarding the feeble flickers of soul flames in the eyes of his servants. Some of the weaker undead trembled momentarily before collapsing to the ground, their dark green flames extinguished. Qianlin felt the vitality within him rapidly draining away, his bones gradually becoming desiccated as his life force ebbed, leaving his fighting spirit nearly depleted. Even the vortex of energy within him emitted faint cracking sounds. Yet, it was uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but Qianlin sensed an enhancement in his control over his body, as though he could now defy Zheng Yu's will and pursue his own desires. It seemed that the depletion of his life force concurrently weakened the blood pack's hold over him. "Damn it, your undead fireball technique cannot penetrate my shield," Zheng Yu roared, the veins in his pale neck bulging. So that's how it is that I wondered why your magic was so inexhaustible. And oh wonder some sorcerers would take the risk to study necromancy. Merely harnessing the life force of the undead can grant them an invincible position. The old man observed the skeletal forms lying on the ground, gasping for breath, and glanced at the few still standing. These two must have reached the level of combatants among the undead. I wonder how many lives' blood have nurtured such a combatant-level undead. What a sin. The elder looked at the standing Zheng Yu and Qianlin, raising his wand once more. "You were never meant to exist in this realm. Allow me to escort you on your journey." Fireball spell unleashed. A dense power of fire rapidly coalesced atop the elder's wand, forming an enormous fireball that radiated blinding light. The fireball loomed large, resembling a sun that had fallen to the ground. It moved slowly, crushing the half-dead skeletons beneath it into dust. The remaining undead, not foolish enough to await their demise, struggled to move, attempting to evade the fireball's onslaught. But the elder cast his next spell. Slowing spell activate. A rich green light illuminated each skeleton, instantaneously freezing those attempting to move, rendering them motionless in anticipation of the fireball's arrival. They were not incapable of movement. They merely moved too slowly to be perceived by the naked eye. The most fundamental elemental magic is often the most practical, and the elder's mastery of such spells had reached an unparalleled level, far beyond Zheng Yu's capabilities. The fireball continued its slow advance, with all the undead awaiting annihilation, while only Zheng Yuan's fighting spirit flickered erratically, resisting the green light's influence. Teacher Guang, I concede. Zheng Yu wearily lowered his wand. The few spells he had mastered were woefully insufficient, and even the undead fireball technique failed to impact the elder. Victory was virtually impossible. It is good that you have come to your senses. However, your servants must be eradicated. Let them abandon their struggle. The elder stroked his beard, glancing at Zheng Yuanda. Among all the undead, only this formidable being could withstand his slowing spell with fighting spirit. Teacher Guang, can you spare them? These servants were once deceased individuals, not obtained through the murder of others. Zheng Yu cast a furtive glance at Xiao Bai, feeling a pang of guilt. Not obtained through murder? Rest in peace. The dead must be honored. I recognize the fighting spirit of one of these undead. It belongs to Zheng Yuanda, who passed away at the east end of the village. Right? Alas, you are committing sins. The elder suddenly realized something, trembling with rage, and cast another green light upon Zheng Yuanda. Instantly, Zheng Yuanda's fighting spirit was utterly suppressed, rendering his movement sluggish. How did you come to possess 3 humanoid skeletons? Tell me, where did the other 2 come from? The elder glared at Qianlin and Xiao Bai, his voice booming with anger. Zheng Yu opened his mouth in shock. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall put an end to your existence. The elder's menacing voice echoed in Zheng Yu's ears. The fierce winds continued to rage around them, the skeletons struck by the slowing spell occasionally being battered by wind blades, their bodies shattering. The massive fireball radiated heat, resembling a black hole, mercilessly devouring everything that came into contact with it. Wind barrier activate. The elder raised his hand, a blue glow emanating from his dark wand, shielding against the howling winds outside. The wind slaughter technique was nearing completion. Once it was finalized, everything within this vicinity would be annihilated. You had best provide me with an answer soon that I end truth. The barrier formed by the wind slaughter technique was not intended to prevent those inside from escaping, but rather to contain the destructive aftermath of the storm, ensuring the damage did not extend too far. This was considered one of the most devastating spells wielded by the Sorcerer King. Qianlin felt several wind blades strike his body. Had he still been a 1-star combatant, his resilient bones would have been impervious to such attacks. But after having his life force siphoned away by the borrowing spirit technique, he was now exceedingly weak. Each wind blade's assault chipped away at his very bones. The greatest danger lay in the gradually advancing fireball. 2/3 of the undead present had already been crushed to ash beneath it, and Qianlin could see the fireball slowly moving toward him. Roar, roar! Awoo! Awoo! Countless beast wails echoed through the forest, accompanied by the heavy breathing of formidable magical beasts. Swarms of birds fled from the dense woods, frantically retreating deeper into the thicket. The ground suddenly trembled violently, a black light shooting up from the distance into the sky, casting a shadow over the entire heavens. What is happening? Guang Yin, within the wind slaughter technique, raised his head to gaze at the distant black light, his brow furrowed. Teacher Guang, that direction seems to be. Zheng Yu, equally shocked by the scene, gaped in disbelief. Not call me Teacher Guang. Since you have chosen necromancy, we are adversaries. I will ask you again. Do you renounce your study of necromancy and clarify everything at the mountains? I refuse. Zheng Yu gritted his teeth. As I said earlier, I do not believe I have done anything wrong. The most powerful magic across the elemental continent has been cast aside by the people. That is the fault of the world. If Zheng Yu were to divulge everything, his fate would be sealed. Merely studying the forbidden magic of the elemental continent was enough to warrant 1,000 deaths. In Zheng village, the traditional belief held that the dead must be honored. If one were to disturb another's ancestral grave, it could lead to a feud lasting generations, a cycle of vengeance without end. The efforts Zheng Yuan expended during the beast tide were evident to all in the village. Though the village hero perished by misfortune, his remains were absolutely inviolable, especially as Zheng Yuan's two sons were both 9-star warriors in the Qi refinement stage. The most vicious curse in Zheng village proclaimed, "Congratulations, your ancestors' graves have all been excavated." Not to mention his transgression of transforming a hero's corpse into an undead, setting aside the matter of the deceased. These two alone would suffice to condemn him to 1,000 deaths, but he was all too aware of Xiao Bai's origins. She was a living person, brutally slain and turned into an undead. Should word reach the village, there would undoubtedly be those who connected her death to him. Even if the village chief were merciful, he could hardly resist the villagers' wrath. The principle of retribution for murder was universal. "You stubborn fool!" Guang Yin furiously waved his wand, limping toward the barrier. The closer he drew to the barrier, the denser the wind blades became. Countless wind blades slashed at Guang Yan's wind barrier, creating a myriad of cracks upon its surface. Yet this limping old man remained unfazed, continuing until he reached the edge of the barrier. Once the wind slaughter technique is fully formed, all life within will be torn to shreds by the storm and wind blades. "I shall ask you once more, do you realize your error?" Guang Yin abruptly turned, his gaze filled with sorrow, reminiscent of a time when he had posed the same question to his sole disciple. "My decision is final, Teacher Guang," Zheng Yu declared. "Since you have made your choice, then remain here with your servants. I must see what has transpired outside." Guang Yin no longer lingered. The wind slaughter technique was on the verge of completion. If he did not depart now, even someone as powerful as he would be unable to survive within the limping old man chanted a spell. A green orb of light slowly materialized atop his dark wand. "Activate!" Guang Yin directed the azure orb of light towards the barrier. However, the barrier merely quivered slightly before rippling like boiling water. The aged lips of Guang Yin incessantly twitched, and the brilliance of the azure orb intensified. Yet the sweat on his brow also multiplied. Alas, creating a breach for within is indeed no simple task. As the azure orb gradually dissipated, just when Guang Yin prepared to attempt again, a voice echoed. "Old Guang, I come to assist you." The voice of Dashin resonated from beyond the barrier, and soon a large hole slowly materialized, through which a robust man entered, brandishing an azure orb identical to Guang Yan's. "What transpired outside? What is that dark light?" "It seems to emanate from the direction of Zheng village," Guang Yan inquired of Dashin. "I am uncertain, but numerous wild beasts have become restless, and some magical beasts are stirring. They all seem to be migrating towards the dark light. It appears something is drawing them in. Zheng Yu, what brings you here?" "No time for questions. Let us depart. From now on, I am the sole heir of magic in Zheng village." Guang Yan, limping, grasped Dashin and made their way outside. As they exited, the large hole in the barrier gradually restored itself to its original state. The magic binding the undead dissipated like mist, and the colossal fireball transformed into elemental fire, vanishing into the air. Although Qinlin's bones were scorched by the searing heat of the gigantic fireball, he was at least not obliterated, and Zheng Yuan and Xiao Bai were fortunate to survive. "Alas, is it truly the end for me?" Zheng Yu despondently sank to the ground, as the vicious wind blades multiplied, some already striking at his feet. He merely sat there in despair. After all, death was inevitable, so why bother to evade? Hiss! A pained howl echoed from a distance, followed by a powerful wave of fighting spirit. "What is that?" "A giant eagle beast." Zheng Yu roused himself and trudged toward the rocky precipice below. Zheng Yu and Qinlin, Xiao Bai, and a few surviving undead encircled Zheng Yu, shielding him from the rampaging wind blades. The giant eagle beast huddled tightly beneath a large stone, shrouded in a veil of fighting spirit. Though grievously injured, its fighting spirit steadily surged, and its wounds gradually healed under its nourishing energy, a formidable aura slowly coalescing, as it ascended from a first-tier magical beast to a second-tier. Zheng Yu gazed in astonishment at the curled-up giant eagle beast. Its eyes tightly shut, a wind blade shot from the opposite side of the stone, slicing through the fighting spirit veil and striking the giant eagle beast, although it did not inflict significant harm. It interrupted the beast's ascension. Hiss! The giant eagle beast opened its eyes, emitting a pained roar, and the fighting spirit it had just gained receded once more. An idea sparked in Zheng Yu's mind. A flicker of hope for survival blossoming within him. Giant eagle beast, I can protect you and ensure your successful ascension, but you must promise me we will unite our strength to shatter the barrier and escape. Hiss! The giant eagle beast raised its head slightly, its gaze filled with a human-like resentment. If not for this formidable human, how could it have fallen to such a plight, unable to ascend smoothly? I understand that the intelligence of magical beasts like you is not insubstantial. I know you can comprehend my words, Zheng Yu stated, his eyes locked onto those of the giant eagle beast. Hiss! The giant eagle beast, impatient, buried its head in its wings. Listen to me. If we do not cooperate, even if you succeed in your ascension, you too will perish here, Zheng Yu shouted, simultaneously raising his golden staff. A flicker of fire energy manifesting. The giant eagle beast lifted its head, surveying the oncoming wind blades, then glanced at Zheng Yu's staff, its eyes betraying a hint of sorrow, before reluctantly nodding in agreement. All veteran hunters impart a singular piece of wisdom to novices. Do not presume that as a fighter you can hunt a magical beast of fighter rank, for you are not yet worthy. For magical beasts, the key to transforming from mere beasts into magical entities lies in condensing fighting spirit into a cyclone. Only upon successful condensation can one be deemed a first-tier magical beast. While first-tier magical beasts equate to human fighters, their strength far surpasses that of human fighters, as the powerful physique and innate talents of magical beasts render them formidable, far beyond the capabilities of feeble humans. This disparity elucidates why Zheng Yu's undead suffered a crushing defeat initially, despite having 3 fighters in their ranks. Now, the giant eagle beast had ascended to a second-tier magical beast, a being with strength surpassing that of a fighter. Hiss! Hiss! The giant eagle beast emitted a shriek, the powerful waves of fighting spirit radiating outward. Brother Eagle, you have successfully ascended. Shall we not together breach this barrier and escape? Zheng Yu inquired, trembling with apprehension. With the shift in strength, they were now weak, while the giant eagle beast was strong. Had Zheng Yu's undead been at their peak, they might have had some means of self-preservation, but now, due to the spirit-borrowing technique, each undead was severely weakened, and fewer than 100 remained, utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the giant eagle beast. Hiss! The giant eagle beast let out a roar, gazing up at the pitch-black sky, then at the increasingly dense wind blades above, ultimately abandoning the thought of swatting Zheng Yu to death. Its gaze shifted towards the direction of the black light pillar, revealing a glimmer of human-like greed. It sensed the allure emanating from the black pillar. Now that it had successfully ascended, its power had increased. Even the village chief of Zheng Village might not stand a chance against it. It yearned to reach Zheng Village, to approach the black light pillar. The giant eagle beast unleashed a azure windblade, striking the azure barrier, yet the barrier remained utterly unmoved. The son of strength, now at fighter level, had mastered the art of compressing fighting spirit, enabling him to release it from within, and some powerful sons of strength wielded no weapons at all, instead conjuring weapons from fighting spirit to engage in combat. Channeling spirit techniques, the fireball spell was cast. A small fireball similarly shot towards the barrier, yet it remained impervious. Hiss! The giant eagle beast emitted an impatient roar. It had sensed a grave threat, once the wind kill technique was fully unleashed. Even its formidable body would succumb within the unrelenting storm. Waves of wind blades erupted from the giant eagle beast's maw, desperately assaulting the barrier. In the forest, countless beasts were driven towards Zheng Village, their backs shadowed by blood-red eyes of magical beasts, all exhibiting a glint of avarice. Meanwhile, the men, women, and children of Zheng Village stood at the village entrance, bracing for the impending onslaught. They remained oblivious to the events unfolding. As a sudden black beam of light shot up from the village's center, piercing the heavens, followed by the echoing roars of beasts, a tumultuous tide of beasts surging from afar, were it not for the protective azure shield surrounding the village. Zheng Village would likely have been trampled into oblivion by the beast tide in another location. A giant eagle beast emitted a defiant roar, utterly exhausted. The wind kill technique was overwhelmingly powerful, and even as a second-tier magical beast, it found itself incapable of breaking free. Alas, it seems we are truly doomed here. Zheng Yu cast aside his golden staff, drained of all strength to cast spells. The wind kill technique was indeed a magic only a spirit mage could wield, far beyond what he, a mere son of magic, could contend with. Even such a formidable giant eagle beast could only stir up a few ripples on a tranquil sea. Zheng Yu's expression grew increasingly malevolent, culminating in a furious outburst. This world. Why? I am a genius of magic. I loathe everyone. The offspring of magic are indeed rare, and it is no exaggeration to call Zheng Yu, who was born with innate mastery of 6 magical disciplines, a prodigy. He was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent, gazing upon the vast heavens. Yet now, this magical genius faces an untimely demise. The most lamentable fate in the world is that beautiful things vanish before they have the chance to flourish. At this moment, Zheng Yu is engulfed in despair, his heart laden with malice and resentment. From a young age, he has endured relentless bullying, growing up under the scornful gazes of others. Each look tinged with varying degrees of jealousy and mockery. As a rare child of magic, he should have been cherished, nurtured by esteemed families. Yet in this impoverished and backward mountain village, even the weakest child of strength is deemed far superior to a frail child of magic. The harsh environment has fostered a shadowy disposition within him that he once believed that mastering the continent's most formidable necromancy could alter his destiny, but it seems fate is intent on opposing him. Perhaps because necromancy is anathema to the heavens, placing him in perilous situations. Alas, my life is forfeit. Zheng Yu gazes at the giant eagle beast, his eyes brimming with hatred. He attributes all his current misfortunes to the giant eagle beast, despite the fact that it was his own greed and malice that led him here. The giant eagle beast appears to sense Zheng Yu's animosity, its feathers standing on end once more. In this tense moment, a white skeleton emerges from the throng of the undead, positioning itself between Zheng Yu and the giant eagle beast. Xiao He, are you defying my will? Zheng Yu's anger surges, his eyes wide with fury, completely shedding his usual meek demeanor. Ka. Qianlin opens his mouth as if to speak, yet no sound escapes him. He can only wave his arms frantically at the barrier. Zheng Yu looks bewilderedly at his necromancer, never expecting Xiao He to develop its own consciousness. However, he has no time to ponder this anomaly, as his life hangs in the balance. Return, Xiao He, Zheng Yu commands. Yet Xiao He continues to gesture animatedly, seemingly unfettered by the blood contract. Heaven above, even my necromancy has betrayed me. Why must my life be so wretched? Zheng Yu cries out in despair. However, the giant eagle beast pays no heed to his lamentations. It seems to comprehend Xiao He's words, growing increasingly agitated and issuing a jubilant cry. What is happening? Could there be a way out? Zheng Yu speculates, observing the giant eagle beast's strange behavior. Qianlin now channels the skills from his past life to their fullest extent. His precognition, honed during the apocalypse when he was a high-level evolver, warns him of impending danger. Although this ability lacks the destructive power of combat evolvers, it has saved him from numerous perils. Due to the fragmentation of his soul, Qianlin can no longer wield this power at will. Yet the surrounding threats have awakened this latent ability. Precognition not only senses danger, but also detects various elements, such as identifying weaknesses and barriers. A great disaster averted must surely bring blessings. Zheng Yu stands outside the barrier, observing the chaos within, and cannot help but chuckle. In their final moments, they managed to create a breach at the edge of the barrier, thanks in no small part to Qianlin's instincts. Without his foresight to detect the barrier's weakness, they would undoubtedly have perished alongside everything contained within. The wind slaughter technique has been unleashed, a raging vortex and sharp blades of wind wreaking havoc within. Watching the yellowing tornado through the azure barrier, Zheng Yu is overwhelmed with joy at surviving, to the extent that he momentarily neglects the formidable beast beside him. Hiss! The giant eagle beast's cry jolts Zheng Yu back to reality. The remaining undead converge around him, shielding this fragile child of magic. Their combined strength has dramatically shifted. The giant eagle beast is now a second-tier magical creature, equivalent to a human warrior, and its power far surpasses that of any child of strength of the same rank. Conversely, each undead in Zheng Yu's vicinity is gravely weakened. Qianlin is merely a one-star fighter. Xiao Bai's strength has plummeted below that of a fighter due to resurrection, and Zheng Yu Yuanda is only a 7-star fighter, hardly a match for the giant eagle beast's might. The giant eagle beast glares at Zheng Yu with palpable resentment. Had it not been for this youth, it would not have suffered so much pain, facing death on multiple occasions and barely escaping annihilation. Eagle brother, we've made it out. You aren't planning to eliminate me, are you? Zheng Yu forces a smile, pouring the little magic he has left into his golden staff. The giant eagle beast arches its back like a cat. Leaping away from Zheng Yu and dashing towards the black pillar of light without a backward glance, is it really leaving? Zheng Yu breathes a sigh of relief as he watches the giant eagle beast sprint away. Moments ago, he feared it would attack him, only to have his heart drop again as he momentarily relaxed. This shouldn't be happening. Logically, it should eliminate me. I've heard that magical beasts are notoriously savage. Zheng Yu gazes at the retreating giant eagle beast, a troubling thought creeping into his mind. Why is it so eager to reach the black pillar? Could there be some treasure there? Greed tugs at Zheng Yu's heart. Never mind. Survival takes precedence. While danger often accompanies opportunity, after this near brush with death, he finds himself less fervent. After all, opportunities mean little without life to seize them. Just as Zheng Yu resolves to cast aside his greed, he witnesses Qianlin roar and dash towards the direction of the giant eagle beast. Xiaohei, come back. Zheng Yu's eyes widen in horror. His necromancer constantly brings him unexpected surprises. What is happening? How could such a lowly necromancer develop its own consciousness? This is entirely contrary to what the texts describe. Zheng Yu exclaims in frustration as he watches Qianlin rush away. With a heavy sigh, Zheng Yu commands Zheng Yuanda to carry him towards Zheng village. Along the way, they encounter scattered beasts hastily making their way towards Zheng village, with the weaker creatures treading cautiously. There are also some powerful magical beasts, though they are few and far between. Thanks to the detection spells from the foundational elemental magic Zheng Yu has learned, their journey remains relatively safe, even when they encounter some magical beasts. No conflicts arise, as these creatures are singularly focused on reaching Zheng village, ignoring Zheng Yu entirely. What on earth is happening? Zheng Yu is terrified, especially as the sky has turned pitch black. He harbors no deep affection for Zheng village, but he cannot afford for his necromancer to come to harm. If Xiaohei were to perish, he would suffer immensely. Hiding behind a large tree at the village's entrance, he watches the throng of beasts with rising trepidation. These creatures are held back by a green barrier, yet among them are some distinctly unusual beasts, such as those with the body of a wolf and the head of a tiger, or enormous creatures whose names escape him. Magical beasts that once lurked in the forest now swarm here en masse. Old Guang. What shall we do? These beasts are manageable, but the magical beasts among them are the real threat. Deshan calls out to the elder wielding the dark green staff. Village chief, Old Guang, what on earth is happening? Why are we facing yet another wave of beasts? Indeed, why has the sky turned dark? What is that black pillar of light in the village? The villagers of Zheng are filled with trepidation, women clutching their infants, hiding behind the men, while the elders pull along the young boys. The men wield hoes and axes, the children of strength standing at the forefront alongside village chief Deshan. The entire Zheng village is in an uproar. Village chief, what should we do, Deshan? Old Guang, please offer us guidance. The two most powerful figures in Zheng village are village chief Deshan and Guang Yin. Some say Guang Yin has become a great mage, while others claim he has attained the status of a magical spirit, with rumors suggesting he may even be a mage king. Though this hobbled old man has a somewhat reclusive demeanor, his strength is indisputable. Zheng village has only 2 children of magic, Guang Yin and Zheng Yu. We cannot retreat. Deshan, have you forgotten the last village chief's dying admonition? Beneath the village of Zheng, Guang Yin's words hung in the air, unspoken, yet understood by Dashan. A furrow creased Dashan's brow, and he let out a resigned sigh. All the men of Zheng village, we must protect our home. Do not act like cowards bent solely on fleeing. What can beasts do? What can magical beasts do? Let us confront them. Dashin's voice, enveloped in powerful fighting spirit, resonated far and wide, even silencing the beast horde momentarily. As a son of strength who had reached the rank of fighting master, he had mastered the art of compressing fighting spirit, allowing him to wield it with remarkable finesse, just as he had combined his voice with fighting spirit to amplify his call. The village chief speaks wisely. Let us confront them. The men of the village erupted in a chorus of rough shouts. Dashin, a man of humble disposition, had served diligently since the passing of the previous village chief, his authority as steadfast and reliable as his strength. Suddenly, a dark beam shot forth from the village center, casting the sky into a deeper shade of black, while a ripple of darkness spread from the column. The magical beasts that encountered this dark wave paused momentarily, their eyes turning blood red, their breathing becoming heavy and labored. "Hurry, send someone to investigate what that dark pillar is," Dashin commanded a tall man. "Village chief, there's no need to go. It's the altar in the village." An elderly woman trembled as she stepped forward. The altar, the altar. Dashin's brow furrowed further. In the center of the village stood an altar, around which Zheng village had developed. Due to its ancient history, no one remembered the purpose of this dilapidated structure. Instead, it had become a playground for children and a gathering place for the elderly. Could the legends be true? Guangyan's gaunt face expressed astonishment. If that is the case, it would be terrifying. "I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse for Zheng village," Dashin mused, his gaze fixed on the center of the village. His brow knitted tighter. The beasts and magical creatures grew increasingly agitated, yet they refrained from any drastic action, seemingly awaiting something. That a thunderous roar shattered the stillness as a three-legged giant bull charged from a distance. Even before its arrival, its formidable presence subdued all the wild beasts, and fear flickered in the eyes of some magical creatures. Zhengyu's village boasted a history of thousands of years, its surrounding forest not particularly different from ordinary woods. However, due to its connection to the magical beast mountain range that spanned across the continent, it was home to a few low-tier magical beasts. Though scarce, these creatures were not to be trifled with, and the absence of monster hunting teams allowed them to live relatively undisturbed. Among these magical beasts was an anomaly: the giant bull, which bore a hint of divine bloodline, its origins unknown, perhaps linked to the legendary creature. The one-legged Ku, and no one knew how it came to be, who its father was, or which branch of the Kuei lineage it belonged to, but its strength was undeniable, commanding respect from all beasts in the forest. The towering figure of the three-legged bull loomed over the horde, forcing all wild creatures to bow low in submission, while even the once mighty giant eagle lowered its body, its eyes filled with trepidation. "Is it the divine beast, the one-legged Kuei?" Dashin gazed at the three-legged bull, his expression grave. No monster hunter would be foolish enough to engage a magical beast of equal rank, let alone one with divine lineage. There had once been a monster hunting team composed of a fighting king and a magic king. They encountered a third-tier divine beast, and the magic king perished while the fighting king barely escaped. Left with grave injuries and a lifetime of regret. No, it cannot be the one-legged Kuei, nor a direct descendant. A team must merely possess a trace of its bloodline, Guangyan observed, fixated on the bull's 3 legs. If the true one-legged Kuei were here, even someone of my caliber would be compelled to prostrate in its presence. The giant bull emitted a deep grunt, releasing a plume of white vapor from its nostrils, which transformed into sparkling white particles in the air, further emphasizing its uniqueness. "Retreat. Everyone. Hide in the secret passage with the village chief." Guangyan shouted to those behind him, simultaneously casting a spell that sent countless wisps of wind carrying his voice into the villagers' ears. "Everyone, follow me," Dashin echoed, his voice booming. They could no longer rely on their defiance. A third-tier magical beast with even a trace of divine bloodline was beyond the capabilities of ordinary villagers. Moreover, Dashin himself was merely a fighting master. A third-tier magical beast was equivalent to a grand fighting master among humans, not to mention its true combat prowess. "Old Guang, let us go. That is a third-tier magical beast. We have no reason to remain here." Dashin lamented. Though he had never discerned Guangyan's true strength, He doubted the old man was a formidable magic master. After all, such individuals were exceedingly rare, and he could hardly believe that a poor mountain village could produce one. "Go ahead. I will cover our retreat," Guanyan declared, his aged yet piercing gaze fixed firmly on the giant bull. Dashin understood he could not sway the old man's resolve, and merely gestured for the villagers to follow him. This secret passage was known only to the village chiefs and a few esteemed elders, established to provide a means of escape for Zheng village in times of crisis. The passage itself was nearly as ancient as the village, having endured for millennia and remaining remarkably sturdy. Carved with ancient elven script, Dashin had once exerted all his strength and found he could not even dislodge a single fragment of soil from above the passage, suggesting that these inscriptions were etched by a powerful son of magic. The villagers gradually evacuated, and under Dashin's leadership, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Having grown up in this secluded mountain village, they bore few material burdens. The giant bull continued to exhale white particles, which ascended into the air, exuding an aura of regal authority. This moment, Zheng Yu lay prone, his heart racing as he surveyed the beast horde, his gaze inevitably drawn to the three-legged giant bull, fully aware of its formidable might. "Little Black, where are you?" Zheng Yu silently called out, unable to comprehend how Little Black had broken free from the constraints of the blood contract and gained its own consciousness. Was it mere coincidence? Could it be a result of borrowing spirit techniques? The thought struck him suddenly. The potency of borrowing spirit techniques was something he had felt firsthand. This magic was incredibly powerful, allowing even those without a formed magic repository to possess an endless supply of magical energy, an existence that defied the established rules of magic. Typically, a son of magic without a formed repository had very limited magical power. Only upon forming a repository or a fighting vortex could one be deemed a practitioner of magic or fighting, but a mere novice son of magic managed to defeat a first-tier magical beast and even fought against Guanyan, who was likely a magic spirit master. If this were known outside, it would surely be met with ridicule. It must be the flaw of borrowing spirit techniques. How could such an aberrant magic exist that grants a son of magic boundless power? Borrowing spirit techniques must have inherent shortcomings. As this realization dawned on him, Zheng Yu felt a chill in his heart. His greatest fear was the destruction of his destined spirit, for he could still sense the lingering presence of the blood contract. And while the destruction of his destined spirit would only cause him slight harm, he was far too weak now, and Little Black was one of his few sources of strength. Some wild beasts lifted their snouts, sniffing the air as if detecting something. Zheng Yu's heart raced, and he quickly lowered his body. This moment, being discovered would mean certain death. He had not brought a single spirit with him. However, those beasts merely sniffed before lowering their heads once more. After all, in such a chaotic situation, the scents were rather muddled, and it was merely Zheng Yu's overthinking. The three-legged colossal bull similarly gazed towards the altar, a glimmer of greed evident in its eyes. Yet it managed to maintain its composure, patiently observing the villagers of Zhengzuan as they retreated. The beasts naturally refrained from charging forward, for the azure barrier was beyond their capability to breach. The magical beasts did not act recklessly either. Although they appeared more urgent and covetous, none wished to provoke the most formidable entity within the forest. Eventually, only an elderly man, leaning on a dark green cane, remained at the entrance of Zhengzuan. "Humans, I harbor no intention of being adversarial. I merely seek entry to find something within. You should hastily retreat." The colossal bull spoke with human words, addressing Guanyan within the azure light. "Ha! The secrets concealed for a millennium have ultimately been exposed today." A bittersweet smile appeared on Guanyan's gaunt face. "Human, if you are aware, then kindly clear the path," the colossal bull uttered in a deep, resonant voice, heavy with authority. "Since our ancestors established Zhengzuan here, it is our duty to protect it for generations. How dare you magical beasts wreak havoc?" Guanyan, having observed the already evacuated villagers, felt a sense of relief and showed no fear of the bull's imposing presence. "Human, you should know that the inheritance has already commenced. Do you think you can impede me? One must always test the waters to know," Guanyan retorted coldly. "If you are so stubborn, then I shall unleash the unparalleled power within me to obliterate you." The colossal bull roared, expelling white light particles from its nostrils as it charged towards Guangyan. Wind prison, Guangyan shouted in anger, as the azure magical aura shimmered upon his staff. A five-pointed star materialized beneath the colossal bull, encasing it within a protective barrier, azure magic swirling within. I possess the great power of my ancestors. Who dares to obstruct me? The bull's horns became crystalline, radiating a dazzling light, and with a tremendous boom, the barrier shattered. Levitation, acceleration, floating, object manipulation. Guangyan hastily cast 4 spells in succession. Though these were basic incantations, they showcased his profound mastery of magic. Floating in the air, Guangyan looked down upon the colossal bull. Can you fly? Are you a mage king? The bull paused, astonished, gazing at the old man above, even changing its form of address. Above practitioners are mages, above mages are grand mages, above grand mages are sorcerers, and only sorcerers can be mage kings. Only a mage king is qualified to learn flying magic. While some lower-tier spells, such as levitation, allow one to float, it is not true flight. It was no wonder the colossal bull felt astonished. After all, the might of a mage king commanded respect wherever they appeared. A mage king. Haha. This is merely a combination spell I devised myself, capable of substituting for the flight magic of a mage king. A hint of sorrow flickered in the elder's eyes. Not a mage king. If you were a powerful mage king, I might have felt some trepidation. The bull's voice was grave and heavy. Fireball, one fireball after another erupted from Guangyan's staff, each noticeably larger and faster than those cast by Zhengyu. The bull deflected the incoming fireballs with its horns, some colliding into the beast horde, eliciting a cacophony of anguished cries. Great ancestor, today I borrow your might. The bull bellowed, a radiant beam of light emanating from its horns, striking towards Guangyan. The beam composed not only of fighting spirit, but seemingly infused with ancient essence. Wind shield, Guangyan quickly chanted incantations, simultaneously using object manipulation to maneuver his staff away. However, the bull's assault was far too swift. The beam struck one side of the azure shield, causing it to explode, and the residual light surged into Guangyan's frail body. Guangyan's emaciated form erupted in a spray of blood mid-air. Though merely brushed by the shockwave and shielded by the wind shield, he still sustained grave injuries. Is that old man dead? Zhengyu gasped at the sight of the blood in the sky. Incredulous, he could hardly believe that such a powerful son of magic might fall so easily. Though the body of son of magic could not compare to that of a son of strength, he was still the strongest among Zhengzun. Before Guangyan, Zhengyu felt as diminutive as a 3-year-old child. Yet before the colossal bull, Guangyan likely felt similarly small. Was he eliminated in a single encounter? Zhengyu's lips quivered. Greater healing. A faint voice resonated in the air. Esoteric incantations stirred magical ripples as green magic flowed into the figure amidst the blood mist, causing it to contract and return much of the essence to Guangyan's body. You possess some skill, surviving beneath my might, the bull remarked, surprised as it beheld the bloodied elder. This moment, Guangyan was bleeding from all 7 orifices, with countless tiny holes erupting with blood, yet the green magic illuminated him, mending his wounds. Just moments ago, Guangyan had been on the brink of demise. Countless light particles had penetrated his body, and as Qianlin wandered through the vast expanse, he merely followed his instincts to arrive at this place, as if something unseen was beckoning him, drawing him closer. Gradually, the 3-legged giant bull came to a halt, the horde of magical beasts following suit, each creature gazing intently at the giant bull. This moment, the giant bull stood motionless, fixated on the black pillar of light above the altar, even the particles of light exhaled from its nostrils thickening considerably. The black pillar connected to the dilapidated altar, which stood only as high as a person's calf, just ample enough for an adult to sit cross-legged. Surrounding it were several makeshift seats woven from vines, evidently a gathering place for the elderly to sip tea and chat. Yet at this moment, the square altar emitted a black beam of light that reached towards the heavens, though not particularly thick. The pillar darkened the hues of the entire sky. All the magical beasts fixated on the altar that emitted the black beam, their eyes turning blood red, and had it not been for the oppressive aura of the giant bull, It was likely that the beast would have stirred restlessly. The giant bull scrutinized the fragmented ancient elven script on the altar, the incomprehensible characters to humans becoming distinct within the memories ingrained in its bloodline. Unbeknownst to it, upon deciphering something, it let out a long, resounding bellow, moo. The sound conveyed boundless excitement. Even the deep timbre quaking slightly, it could hardly contain itself as it stepped forward, galloping towards the black pillar of light. Countless magical beasts following suit in a frenzied rush. The moment the giant bull's massive form made contact with the black pillar, it vanished without a trace, and the other beasts followed suit. As if the black pillar were a black hole, devouring everything that came into contact with it. Before long, the square was utterly devoid of anything. The unusual activity in Zheng village drew the attention of some extraordinary beings. 3 figures soaring in from the distance. "What is that black pillar of light?" inquired a square-faced man. "Feng Shitzi, are you asking me? I have no idea. It must be the awakening of some inheritance." A figure cloaked in black replied with a hint of sarcasm. "I naturally know, but whose inheritance could it be? I've never heard of any powerful beings emerging from this remote locale," the square-faced man retorted, visibly displeased. "Enough talk. Whatever the inheritance may be, we shall find out once we enter," an elderly woman with green wings on her back suggested. "Indeed, let us proceed. Whatever it is, it will surely benefit us." Feng Shitzi, clearly an impatient individual, flapped his energy wings and soared towards the black light. "Very well, let's take a look," the cloaked figure agreed, his wings trembling as he flew over, drawn by the anomaly in the sky. In this secluded mountain village, their kind was nearly divine. Would the gods be interested in the affairs of mortals? The distance appeared considerable, yet with just a few gentle flaps of their wings. They arrived, for the speed of a Do Wong was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. "What is this?" "Magic." Feng Shitzi, the first to reach Zheng village, observed the undulating magical waves on the ground. Astonished, Tisakiske, to cast regional magic. This son of magic must be at least at the level of a magical spirit, the cloaked figure remarked in admiration, for wherever one may be, the son of magic was always a rare treasure. "This is intriguing. If I recall correctly, this should be the wind slaughter technique from wind magic, intended to annihilate the entire village." Feng Shitzi descended along the barrier formed by the wind slaughter technique. S.A. Do Wong. His discerning eye recognized familiar magical patterns. "This is an exceptionally powerful regional magic. Even if we were inside, escaping would undoubtedly require considerable effort," the cloaked figure noted, gazing at Zheng village enveloped in the wind slaughter technique. Aware that soon nothing would remain, as the storm would reduce every fragment to dust. "What shall we do? Shall we still venture in?" The elderly woman clearly lacked a plan, although there might be some danger. It would not hurt to take a look, right? At their level, they had transcended other beings, possessing longer lifespans, greater power, the ability to fly, to dive into the sea, their fighting spirit dense enough to endure in molten lava for extended periods. It was precisely because of their might that they cherished their lives even more. Perhaps we should wait until the wind slaughter technique is fully unleashed. After all, there's no rush. The cloaked figure pondered for a moment. "Wait for what? We can simply break through. The 3 of us Do Wongs should have no trouble overcoming a magical spirit spell, right? There might even be some villagers still alive inside," Feng Shitzi argued. Evidently more aggressive. "If the wind slaughter technique truly takes shape, it could very well obliterate the inheritance within. We must hasten," the elderly woman cautioned, "at our level. What inheritance could possibly aid us? Do you think in such a remote village there would be anything of value?" The cloaked figure scoffed, appearing disinterested. "That may not be the case. Many inheritances were left behind during the calamity of the undead. After that disaster, countless powerful beings fell, leaving behind numerous hidden treasures and ruins. Perhaps this is one of them," the elderly woman countered. "Alas, let us just break through this magic. It is such a hassle," the cloaked figure sighed, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Each of those powerful beings had a traceable legacy. Some diviners had long since sought their whereabouts through divination, though only able to predict general locations, yet there had never been any rumors of powerful beings perishing in such a place. Could this desolate locale truly yield a powerful inheritance? It was likely merely the remnants of a Do Ling level character. The cloaked figure mused. The magical beasts vanished into the black pillar, undeterred by any potential dangers ahead. For they were led by a three-legged giant bull bearing a trace of divine bloodline. If their leader was unafraid, they would undoubtedly follow suit, and even without the giant bull leading, they would still have come here. Upon entering the black pillar, Qianlin found himself in another realm, seemingly an abandoned palace, surrounded by shattered steps and two stone pillars. One pillar depicted a woman raising a wand, clad in magnificent battle attire. Behind her were beings with wings, soaring in mid-air, holding their wands aloft while chanting incantations. Yet their fighting spirit garments and armor clung to their forms, making it impossible to discern whether they were sons of magic or sons of strength. The other pillar illustrated various races prostrating before a giant wielding an axe. The giant's physique was immensely towering, the pillar only depicting its feet and one outstretched hand, which grasped a colossal axe, while the prostrating races appeared as insignificant as ants. Qianlin stared at the woman, somewhat entranced, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the wand she held, particularly the black gem atop it. This is the relic of the goddess of elements. Legend has it that within her temple lies a divine pool capable of granting transformation to the beast folk. Ha. The colossal ox expressed its exhilaration through the language of humanity. The beasts of magic possessed an innate sensitivity, sensing from the very beginning that something was luring them here. In the entirety of the elemental continent, none were unaware of the elemental goddess, a formidable being who wielded the chaotic element. The magical beasts dispersed, some sniffing curiously, while those of the same kin formed groups. Only the giant ox stood quietly, gazing at the inscriptions upon the two stone pillars. Qianlin also ventured into the palace, feeling a familiar voice calling out to him ever since he entered this grand edifice. He witnessed door after door being roughly crashed open by the magical beasts, though the wooden furnishings within appeared somewhat antiquated. They showed no signs of decay. Perhaps some inscriptions were safeguarding them, or the materials used were of special nature. The few herbivorous magical beasts tentatively nibbled at the wooden structures. Among them, a sheep-like creature, after gnawing at the incense placed upon a table, unexpectedly underwent a transformation. Golden arcs of electricity crackling around it, indicating that the incense was no ordinary object. Most of the chambers, however, contained nothing of particular significance, as many items were of no use to these magical beasts. Several herbivorous creatures, after consuming the potted plants displayed within the rooms, let out satisfied belches. Astonishingly, these plants retained their vibrant greenery even after all these years. Truly a sight to behold. As Qianlin traversed the corridor, an inexplicable voice beckoned him. Upon reaching an inconspicuous room, Qianlin halted, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. There, displayed before him, was a weathered great sword adorned with ancient patterns, threads of spiritual energy clinging to its surface. Qianlin did not focus on the sword. Instead, his gaze fell upon a sturdy table within the room. Though it bore no remarkable features, its solidity and weight were apparent, the wood grain having blurred with age. Extending his skeletal hand, he picked up a black stone resting upon the table. This stone felt strangely familiar to him. Suddenly, it emitted a faint glow, a surge of electricity coursing through his mind, causing all his memories to resurface in an instant. This is the gem from the elemental goddess's staff, Qianlin exclaimed in astonishment. All his memories flooded back, and he recalled his purpose for being here. He sought the elemental goddess's staff. He was not a mere undead, but a living being, an evolved individual. I am Qianlin. I am Qianlin. Should an outsider have stood at the door, they would have witnessed a skeleton howling at the heavens, gesticulating in sheer exuberance. Ha. I am Qianlin. The skeleton knelt upon the ground, a torrent of memories surging through his mind, sorrowful emotions brewing within his heart. Had skeletons possessed tear ducts, he would have surely wept profusely. On Earth, he had released the seal of the Eternal Night Emperor, leading to the loss of all his kin and comrades. The profound emotions that belonged solely to humanity converged upon this skeleton. From this moment forth, he could finally consider himself a true human. After a considerable time, Qianlin silently rose to his feet. Now a skeleton, how was he to find his footing in this world? Countless worries flooded his mind, the dark green flames of his soul flickering within his eye sockets. Humans will not accept me, Qianlin pondered, unable to suppress his yearning for flesh, though he had not spent much time on the elemental continent. He was aware of the deep-seated hatred its inhabitants held for the undead. The undead calamity that once swept across the continent was etched into the memories of all living beings. A dull ache throbbed in his skull. Although the blood contract constraints had weakened due to the borrowed spiritual technique, it still lingered. Qianlin gripped the black stone tightly with his skeletal hand. The cold sensation coursing between his fingers. This stone had fortuitously come into his possession once more. When he first crossed through the green passageway to the elemental continent, his soul had clung to this black stone to evade disaster. Later, as he transformed into the undead, he had not sought the black stone, and it seemed that the awakening of this inheritance was influenced by IT for why the black stone was here. Qianlin could only speculate that IT was said to be the crystallization of the mental element. Although Qianlin did not fully comprehend its purpose, he had heard of its value from the black-faced judge. He was certain that this black stone was extraordinarily precious. Perhaps it was the very capital he needed to establish his existence in this world. In the apocalyptic era, Qianlin had witnessed the despairing gazes of many before their demise. He wished to avoid such despair for himself. Hence the pursuit of power became paramount. Survival was a fundamental lesson for every evolved individual, and fortunately, Qianlin had excelled in it. The resonant voice of the three-legged giant ox echoed in the ears of every magical beast. "Come back, for there is nothing of value for us elsewhere in this palace. Return with this thread of light." But a beam of white light surged into the room where Qianlin stood, accompanied by the reluctant roars of some magical beasts. Evidently, they had not found much here. Though Qianlin yearned to remain quietly for a day to contemplate his future, the oppressive presence of the three-legged giant ox compelled him to depart. As he left, he cast one last glance at the ancient great sword, its inscriptions in the language of ancient elves clearly visible. 8 Treasures Toad Dragon Blade, forged by 8 Treasures Toad, a blade for personal use. A small inscription was etched upon the blade, and Qianlin found it peculiar that he could comprehend the serpentine script. "Isn't this the language of the ancient elves? How can I understand it?" Qianlin remarked, astonished that a millennium ago, the language prevalent across the continent was indeed that of the ancient elves, but following the undead calamity, it had largely faded from recognition. Legend has it that after Pangu cleaved the heavens and the earth, his body transformed into mountains and rivers, his blood into the mental element that permeated the world, nurturing all things. These mental elements later coalesced to form the second generation of divine beings, who possessed towering physiques and immense strength, yet remained ignorant and unlearned. Among them, the wisest, the giant Nuwa, deciphered the mysteries of the mental element, crafting exquisite figurines from clay to create the ancient elven race, and carelessly flinging mud to create humanity. Among these, the ancient elven race is what people refer to as the third generation of divine beings, coursing with the bloodline of Pangu, though these ancient elves lack the imposing stature and strength of the second generation. They established a brilliant magical system on the elemental continent, with many ancient spells inscribed in the language of the ancient elves still circulating today. However, with the decline of elven culture, much of the ancient elven script has vanished into the annals of history. Qianlin contemplated taking the sword with him. From the moment he regained his memories, he was once again human, and all humans are born with desires. Although Qianlin knew not who 8 Treasures Toad was, he surmised that they must have once been a formidable figure, and thus their weapon could not be ordinary. Yet, the weight of this sword exceeded Qianlin's expectations. Even with all his might, he could not budge an inch. Alas, one cannot force what is unattainable. Qianlin sighed, releasing his grip on the hilt, and gradually made his way out, following the white thread of light. Since he could not take the sword with him, there was no need for lingering attachment. After all, he had acquired the black stone, the most crucial item now firmly in his possession. Outside the grand hall, the giant ox loomed over the magical beasts, its gaze sweeping back and forth across the throng. Countless white threads connected its body to the other beasts, with several threads still tethered within the hall. indicating that some magical beast had yet to emerge. Have they all come out? Those who have not need not bother, the giant ox declared. The white light connecting to the palace flared brightly, and a series of anguished cries erupted from within. Qianlin felt a sense of relief. Those remaining inside the hall were either disobedient to the giant ox or had been compelled to stay due to their ascension, and now their presence had entirely dissipated. The other magical beasts, having gained some semblance of intelligence since the formation of the fighting energy vortex, understood the need for caution and survival. Our primary purpose in coming here today is to liberate ourselves from the divine pool of beast form. Everything else is of no concern. We must not be like humans, unable to distinguish priorities and greedily seeking more, lest we invite calamity. The colossal bull emitted a resonant sound, its eyes radiating a white luminescence, revealing the hidden treasures of each magical beast in plain sight. Under the giant bull's gaze, a blue bull beast, puffing its cheeks, whimpered and approached, expelling a dark, murky substance from its mouth that incense made from the fragrant thunderwood. The giant bull exclaimed, sniffing the object on the ground. Wealthy sons of strength often ignite such incense during their cultivation, as it aids in calming the mind and has a beneficial effect on the circulation of their battle energy. This incense does not deteriorate with time. Indeed, the more aged the thunderwood, the more sought after it becomes. The essence of this substance, having matured over millennia, has grown increasingly pure. Although it has existed for 1,000 years, it is not an unattainable treasure, and since we are both of the bovine kind, I shall not contend with you for it, the three-legged giant bull remarked, gazing at the blue bull beast. The blue bull emitted a low moo and once again held the incense in its mouth. However, this time, several other magical beasts approached with ill intentions, saliva dripping from their mouths. Sensing the threat, the blue bull chewed hastily before swallowing the incense whole. Shortly thereafter, golden arcs of electricity began to emanate from its body, and its battle energy surged in intensity that it appears to have leveled up. Who would have thought this incense, steeped in history, would possess such remarkable effects? The giant bull narrowed its eyes slightly, observing the prostrate blue bull with a gaze of elder wisdom. Qianlin watched the blue bull's escalating battle energy with a tinge of regret. He was merely a one-star warrior, the weakest among the magical beasts, while several carnivorous creatures eyed his skeletal form with covetousness, their cravings for the delectable battle energy within his bones evident. Yet, under the watchful eye of the three-legged giant bull, they dared not disrupt the order. Very well, you may continue your advancement here. We shall proceed to the Beast Spirit Hall, the giant bull stated. Aware that the blue bull's ascension would not be completed in haste, the Beast Spirit Hall, originally constructed during the alliance with magical beasts, was designed to reward those beasts who had distinguished themselves in the battle against the Eternal Night Emperor. After all, what benefits humanity may not necessarily be advantageous to the beasts. The shape-shifting divine pool we seek is likely located within this hall. For the giant bull, who had been diligently studying the inscriptions on the stone pillars, the layout of the Beast Spirit Hall had become quite clear. The magical beast followed the giant bull into the palace, which seemed to accommodate larger species, allowing for ample space. The magical creatures, undistracted, traversed the hall, though they occasionally passed rooms radiating brilliant light or exuding the aroma of medicinal pills. None of these stimuli affected the giant bull in the slightest. The bull exemplified an unwavering resolve. Impervious to external distractions, unbeknownst to these beasts, outside the realm of inheritance, three battle kings were strenuously attempting to unravel the wind-killing technique's magic. It was their inadvertent efforts that spared these magical beasts from annihilation. Old Black, have you not eaten? You cannot even break a single magic from a mage. Fong Lion scolded. Fong Lion, you haven't contributed much either, the figure in the black robe retorted, intensifying the output of his battle energy. The mage who cast this spell is no simple foe. Let us cease the bickering and unite our efforts. The old woman intervened, halting the quarrel between Fong Lion and the black-robed figure. The trio, Fong Lion, the black-robed man, and the old woman, conjured three distinct colors of battle energy from their palms, continuously channeling it into the magic array of the wind-killing technique, dismantling its structure. Inside the array, a tempest raged, lifting dust from the ground, causing chaos within the wind-killing technique. The barrier of this technique not only prevented enemies from fleeing, but was also a necessity due to its immense destructive power. While breaking through the barrier would be effortless, their goal was to completely dispel this magic, to prevent it from obliterating the realm of inheritance within the center of Zheng village. The altar continued to emit a column of black light, though whenever a gust of wind passed, the column would distort, and the altar's weathered edges were stripped away by the tempest. Meanwhile, within the realm of inheritance, the magical beast remained blissfully unaware, having arrived at the entrance of the main hall of the Beast Spirit Hall, following the three-legged giant bull. At the entrance stood the skeletal remains of a magical beast. The species ambiguous, resembling a horse, yet not entirely so. Its limbs were robust, with forepaws akin to eagle claws, while its hind feet were broad, reminiscent of a ferocious carnivore, its size even surpassing that of the giant bull. A fracture marred the spine of the skeleton, likely the result of a fatal injury. Qianlin sensed a flicker of despair emanating from the skeleton. Perhaps in its final moments, it had aspired to reach the divine pool to heal its wounds, only to fall short. The giant bull nudged the skeleton aside with its horns. Due to the passage of time, the remains had become somewhat brittle, thus not particularly heavy, as the heavy door swung open. The magnificent main hall of the Beast Spirit Hall unfolded before the magical beasts. Even the imposing physique of the giant bull appeared diminutive within the grand space. In the center of the hall lay a medium-sized square pool, from which wisps of white vapor rose, revealing that the water contained the purest energy. This energy was absorbable by both mages and warriors alike. The giant bull gazed at the pool of water, its eyes gleaming with delight. Before us lies the divine pool. My little ones, charge forth. The magical beasts erupted in jubilant cries, leaping into the pool one by one, exuberantly reveling in its depths, some voraciously consuming the incredibly pure energy. Their formidable bodies were untroubled by the prospect of exploding from excess, as this refined energy was the most delectable sustenance for magical beasts. Alas, the blue bull, who remained outside and ascended, would likely miss witnessing this spectacle. Initially intending to safeguard the fragrant thunderwood incense from the covetous eyes of other beasts, it inadvertently found itself advancing after consuming it. Indeed, misfortune often conceals fortune, and fortune may harbor misfortune. They are intertwined and can transform into one another. The magical creatures plunged into the divine pool, eagerly drinking its waters, while some of the same species began frolicking together. Observing this, the giant bull's eyes glimmered with joy. Just as it prepared to step into the divine pool, it hesitated. The giant bull squinted its eyes, fixating on the white skeleton before it. Compared to the other beasts, this diminutive figure appeared oddly out of place. Why do you not join? You seem peculiar. Neither human nor beast. You resemble the legendary undead. Are you a magical beast as well? Brother Bull, I assure you, I am indeed a magical beast, albeit one of unfortunate appearance, Qianlin hastily replied. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he realized he was unable to produce any sound. I almost forgot. I'm merely a skeletal form without flesh. Qianlin chuckled wryly to himself. Allay the giant bull's suspicions. He could only cautiously approach the divine pool. He was not a magical beast, and this transformative essence held little benefit for him. Yet there was no harm in trying he tentatively extended his leg bone, just as he was about to step in. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, striking deep into his soul, as if even his very essence felt threatened. That was his evolution skill. Premonition. Qianlin could not discern the source of this ominous feeling. Under its influence, it felt as though even his soul trembled instinctively. He knew this was a reflex that manifested only when confronted with insurmountable peril. In that instant, he leapt back as if thrown into a boiling pot. What are you doing? The giant bull inquired, clearly displeased. Brother Bull, there is danger here. Qianlin remarked that, due to the absence of vocal cords, the colossal bull could only hear the sound of bones grinding against one another. His entire body tensed. Having just regained consciousness, his attachment to life was particularly intense. He yearned to warn the giant bull of the impending danger nearby, yet no sound escaped his lips, although the giant bull did not perceive Qianlin's silent plea. It could discern the grave expression on Qianlin's face, which prompted a shift to a more serious demeanor. In the pond, the magical beasts frolicked joyfully, white mist wafting across the surface of the divine pool. Resembling a paradise on earth, some magical creatures, with their bellies swollen, contentedly belched, creating a scene of harmony and tranquility. Nonetheless, the inherently composed nature of the bovine made the giant bull cautious. The horns of the three-legged giant bull emitted a radiant light akin to the sun, illuminating the main hall of the spirit beast palace. As the giant bull closed its eyes, attuning itself to its surroundings, Qianlin also surveyed his environment, acutely sensing a formidable danger moments ago, as though death loomed perilously close. The giant bull quietly absorbed its surroundings. Moments later, it opened its eyes, chuckling at its own overcaution. Indeed, there was danger, Qianlin thought, recalling the premonition he had felt upon entering the divine pool. Could it be linked to the pool itself? Regardless, since there appeared to be no abnormalities, he decided to soak in the divine pool alongside the giant bull. The giant bull, exuding a protective elder brother aura, gently grasped Qianlin with its mouth and proceeded towards the water. The magical beasts instinctively edged towards the periphery, leaving the prime spot in the center for their leader. As the giant bull approached the water, Qianlin's sense of danger intensified. Suddenly, he caught sight of several white shadows lurking within the pool. Concealed amidst the mist, their jagged teeth bared in sinister grins directed towards him. Qianlin struggled, kicking his legs frantically, yet no matter how he fought, the giant bull, like a heedless older brother, simply ignored him. The white shadows gradually advanced towards the magical beasts bathing in the water, each beast encircled by one or two of these ominous figures. The more powerful the magical beast, the greater the number of white shadows surrounding it. As the giant bull's front legs finally stepped into the water, it seemed to sense something, halting its advance. Its eyes scanned the pond. The white mist obscured its vision, merging the white shadows with the fog, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Suddenly, the horns of the three-legged giant bull radiated a golden light, illuminating the pond, and simultaneously, countless white shadows shrieked as they lunged towards the giant bull, in a moment of peril. The giant bull opened its mouth, golden patterns emerging upon its horns, and dazzling golden light erupted forth, repelling the approaching white shadows. The magical beast scattered like a pot boiling over, desperately fleeing towards the pond's edge. However, the white shadows, lurking with predatory intent, would not allow them to escape. Each time a white shadow infiltrated a magical beast's body, the creature's eyes glazed over, ceasing its struggles, collapsing in the pond, convulsing uncontrollably. Naturally, some magical beasts refused to succumb without a fight, manifesting auras of combat energy, powerful waves of fighting spirit radiating from them. Yet, moments later, these waves abruptly ceased. Among all the magical beasts, only the giant eagle, reacting swiftly, took flight and narrowly evaded disaster. Qianlin lay at the bottom of the pond, witnessing a translucent, pale monster with a slightly bluish tint lunging towards him. This beast appeared more solid and significantly larger than the others. Gathering his fighting spirit, Qianlin threw a punch at the approaching creature, but his arm passed straight through its semi-transparent form, and soon, like the other magical beasts, he lost consciousness. This body was certainly far more potent than those of the magical beasts in the pond. Being the physique of an ancient elfin race, he thought that a voice echoed within Qianlin's body, emanating from the white monster. However, moments later, a stream of furious curses erupted from within him. Damn! A blood contract? Within Qianlin's consciousness, dark green flames enveloped his soul, accompanied by a pale, horse-like creature. Return my body! Qianlin bellowed in anger, having tasted the bitterness of being controlled and unwilling to relinquish his autonomy once more. Are you angry? Little undead, you are so feeble. What can your anger accomplish against me? The pale creature taunted. What are you? Get out of my body! Qianlin roared infuriated, a soul-consuming flame separated from his body, propelled by Qianlin's will towards the pale specter. All of Qianlin's actions were purely instinctual. He was unaware of why he possessed the soul-consuming fire, perhaps due to his undead nature. The pale monster opened its jagged mouth and devoured the incoming dark green flame hole. A long-lost delicacy, truly delightful. The pale specter smacked its lips, seemingly savoring the taste, its fierce gaze fixed on Qianlin's soul, now composed of dark green flames. Rest assured, I won't usurp your body. If I did, under the manipulation of the blood contract, I would become a slave for eternity. I shall merely consume your soul and depart. The pale monster revealed its jagged teeth. Who exactly are you? Faced with the ravenous gaze of the pale creature, Qianlin felt a chill run down his spine, having distinctly sensed a portion of his soul-consuming fire being devoured. When you arrived at the Beast Spirit Palace, you must have seen a skeleton. Yes, the pale shadow inquired. Skeleton? Of course I did. I am referring to the one at the entrance of the Beast Spirit Palace, right? Although Qianlin thought this, he still asked, is it the skeleton of Hound, the divine beast? That is indeed the skeleton of the divine beast Hound, and I am but a fragment of its soul, a divine beast. It must be incredibly powerful, Qianlin remarked. Perhaps my body was struck by the Eternal Night Emperor's forbidden spell. My essence burned to ashes, lingering in the divine pool. The pale creature's emotions seemed to fluctuate. Though I know not what you were in life, I shall not yield in my struggle, Qianlin declared defiantly, conjuring a surge of dark green flame once more to strike at the pale monster. The creature opened its mouth again, and under a powerful suction, the dark green flame was drawn back into the pale monster's maw. What I relished most in life was dragon meat and souls. This suits my palate perfectly. The pale creature continued to smacking its lips, speaking with satisfaction. Dragon meat. Qianlin's mouth fell agape, for he recalled the information about the divine beast ancient dragon recorded in the book of life and death shown to him by the black-faced judge. The divine beast ancient dragon has a natural lifespan of 10,000 years. Initially, Qianlin had contemplated being reincarnated as an ancient dragon, but the black-faced judge informed him there were no pregnant female dragons, and thus he had to abandon the thought. Qianlin's heart sank. He finally understood why his premonition had been so potent upon nearing the divine pool, because he was in the same realm as his adversary. While others feasted on dragons, he himself was to be consumed by one, a stark disparity in the food chain. Well then, I have spoken enough. It has been millennia since I last conversed with a living being. The pale creature expressed its impatience, its aura growing increasingly perilous. Qianlin's instinctive skill, premonition, blared like an unyielding alarm, urgently warning him of the impending danger. He shook his head. His evolution skill had once helped him evade numerous T-level ambushes. Yet now it only clouded his thoughts. A chain forged from the essence of souls bound Qianlin's body, rendering him immobile, and soon after, a tongue shot forth from the creature's mouth, its tip lined with fine, sharp teeth, piercing Qianlin's forehead like a straw. Qianlin felt his soul's energy draining ceaselessly, yet he was helpless, his limbs bound, desperately shaking his head in a futile attempt to dislodge the invasive tongue. Unbeknown, the monster laughed triumphantly. Qianlin continuously unleashed the soul-devouring fire upon the creature, yet such a feeble flame could hardly inflict any harm. Once, under the command of the Eternal Night Emperor, a wraith had emitted soul-devouring fire that spread for 300 days. Clearly, Qianlin's flames are nowhere near that level of potency. Are you beginning to feel weak now? Your soul is on the verge of disintegration. Isn't it? Ha ha! The monster's voice dripped with arrogance. That it was no surprise, as wraiths were inherently crafted from corpses, their soul power significantly inferior to that of a living being. Time passed inexorably, yet Qianlin felt no sense of weakness. The dark energy within his soul had been completely consumed. Qianlin felt invigorated, as the last trace of darkness vanished from his essence. His original visage emerged. A handsome youth opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Qianlin's body lay motionless at the bottom of the transformation pool, resembling a skeleton that had been submerged for years, unnoticed by anyone. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a sliver of flesh was slowly regenerating on Qianlin's fingertip. Struggle, wraith. When I dined on dragons, my greatest delight was to savor their marrow while they languished in a half-dead state, relishing their futile writhing in my mouth. The more they struggled, the more it whetted my appetite, proclaimed the pale creature, intrigued by the lack of pain etched upon Qianlin's face. That I feel so splendid. Qianlin exclaimed with excitement, sensing that all the dark energy had been absorbed by the monster. Even the blood pact had considerably weakened. He no longer craved flesh, for he was truly human now. The monster was taken aback by the powerful soul fluctuations emanating from Qianlin. His soul power had been absorbed in such quantity that he should be utterly weakened. Why does this wraith seem so exceptional? I forgot to mention, I am a 10th level evolver. An evolver? The pale creature responded with suspicion, realizing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Qianlin felt a surge of strength coursing through him. With a mighty tug, he shattered the chains binding his limbs and swiftly grasped the monster's tongue, reminiscent of a suction cup. How is this possible? How could such a feeble wraith possess such formidable soul power? The monster sensed Qianlin's might and desperately sought to retract its tongue, but Qianlin held on with fierce determination that a blade of condensed soul energy materialized in Qianlin's hand. He pulled the specter's tongue and advanced step by step. What do you intend to do? The specter's body leaned back, yet was held firmly by Qianlin, unable to retreat. What am I going to do? Scream all you like, even if you shout until your throat is raw. No one will come to your aid, Qianlin said with a wicked gleam, raising the sharp blade in his hand. The dagger, forged from pure soul energy, appeared as delicate as a gossamer wing, translucent and crystalline. Qianlin swung the dagger towards the specter, tethered by its tongue. The specter could only evade wildly. Suddenly, its expression turned vicious, and with a snap of its teeth, its tongue severed a viscous, translucent fluid, likely the blood of its soul, oozed from the severed appendage. How infuriating to be bested by such a weak wraith. The specter seemed enraged, unleashing a surge of soul energy aimed at Qianlin. Qianlin deftly deflected it with his dagger. Moving with such agility that the specter's speed appeared sluggish, he continuously inflicted wounds upon the specter, whose solid form gradually became ethereal. Every time it sought to retaliate, Qianlin artfully evaded an evolver. Qianlin possessed commendable combat skills. The specialized combat techniques for T-class evolver warriors were a requisite for every fighter at this moment. The pale specter was on the verge of madness. It had yet to inflict even a scratch on Qianlin. While its own body was riddled with injuries, translucent liquid continuously seeping from its form, years of accumulation within the divine pool nearly obliterated. Cursed wretch! Another wave of soul energy from the specter was dispelled by Qianlin's dagger, and it finally lost its composure. How about it? Do you still wish to continue? Qianlin was unperturbed by the prospect of vanquishing the specter here, yet this was his mind's sea. Should any unwanted remnants be left behind, it would be troublesome. You are indeed formidable. Since I cannot defeat you, you shall remain forever within your own mind's sea. Once I deal with the rabble outside, I will destroy your body. With that, the specter vanished from Qianlin's mind's sea. Just like that, it leaves? What am I to do now? Qianlin's soul lingered in the mind's sea, trapped and unable to perceive the events unfolding outside, nor could he feel the existence of his body. Within the beast spirit hall, the giant bull and giant eagle beasts anxiously observed the creatures lying in the pool. Their concern was not for the safety of the beasts, as their fates held no significance to them. Only their own well-being mattered. Were those white shadows? The giant eagle beast inquired of the giant bull. That I am unsure. They emit fluctuations of soul energy. Perhaps they are remnants of a powerful entity's soul that have undergone a transformation after death. Replied the giant bull, his expression turning grave. What shall we do? With these entities present, how can we immerse ourselves in the divine pool? The giant eagle beast lamented. IT had only just submerged for a brief moment and could already articulate human speech. Yet it was still insufficient to assume human form. While the giant bull and giant eagle beast deliberated, a pale specter emerged from the depths of the pool, appearing battered and bruised, transparent liquid continuously leaking from its body. Hiss! The giant eagle beast spread its feathers and issued a threatening hiss towards the specter. However, the specter paid no heed and instead emitted a series of sound waves, causing countless white shadows to emerge. Their forms evidently larger. The beast lying in the pool remained motionless, devoid of any anger. As these specters soared forth, thousands emerged from the small pool, ultimately coalescing into a beast with the head of a horse, the neck of a serpent, the foreclaws of an eagle, and the hind claws of tiger. It is the divine beast Huang. The giant bull exclaimed in shock, retreating several steps, instinctively adopting a posture to flee. Yet before the giant bull could make any move, the newly formed beast lunged into its body. The giant bull's steps faltered, and its massive form collapsed onto the ground. Hiss, 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 the giant eagle beast flew above, screeching at the giant bull. Should the giant bull perish, it too would be unable to survive, let alone transform into human form. The giant bull's face contorted in agony, its horns radiating a sun-like glow, which dimmed after a brief moment, and its eyes opened. Hiss, boss. Are you all right? The giant eagle beast, relieved to see the giant bull awake, inquired. However, the response to the giant eagle beast was a beam of light emanating from the bull's horns. Hiss! The giant eagle beast vanished within the light after a mournful cry, never comprehending why the giant bull would turn against it, as it had done nothing to provoke its wrath that moment. The giant bull's eyes were devoid of warmth and clarity, only regaining their luster after some time. Though this body possesses but a trace of divine blood, it is better than nothing, the giant bull muttered to itself. Casting a cold gaze towards the corpses of the beasts in the pool, a powerful force of attraction surged forth, lifting the corpses of the beasts and drawing them into the giant bull's maw. This herbivorous creature was consuming flesh, and it relished it thoroughly. It has been thousands of years since I last tasted meat. The giant bull feasted heartily, as the fluctuations of energy within its body surged, reaching the peak of a third-tier beast. Once satiated, the giant bull stepped into the divine pool, moving towards Qianlin's direction, but a wave of energy emanated from its body, signaling an impending breakthrough. Perhaps I should advance first. That wraith is sealed within its own mind's sea. Surely it cannot escape. The giant bull cautiously stepped into the divine pool, commencing its evolution. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Feng Shitzi, the man in the black robe, and the old woman entered the altar, gazing in awe at the grand palace and the fallen blue bull beast. How could there be beasts here? The figure cloaked in black gasped in astonishment, declaring that from the moment he laid eyes upon the grand palace, he sensed an extraordinary opportunity was at hand. Hush, keep your voice down. I can hardly believe there exists such a magnificent palace here. It must house the legacy of powerful beings. This magical beast could very well be the guardian left behind by one of them. Let us not disturb it, the elderly woman whispered. Unbeknownst to her, the azure bull remained here solely to advance after consuming the fragrant incense of the fragrant thunderwood, and was by no means a guardian beast. Look, there are 2 stone pillars, Feng Shitzi pointed out, indicating the towering structures before the palace. This one must represent the goddess of elements, while the one beside it could perhaps be the legendary figure, Pangu, the primordial deity, the old woman remarked. What do the inscriptions on these pillars say? The black-cloaked man inquired, gesturing toward the carvings, that if you cannot decipher them, how could we? Let us first venture inside the palace, the old woman suggested. But what about the guardian beast? The cloaked figure pressed. Indeed, the sheer magnitude of this palace suggests its master is likely a reclusive, formidable entity, and their guardian beast is not something we could contend with, the old woman pondered. Have you noticed? It appears this guardian beast has only just ascended to the 2nd rank. Upon closer inspection, it seems this magical creature is merely an ordinary one, Feng Shitzi observed. Inside the beast spirit hall, white mist swirled, revealing a youth with skin as fair as snow, partially submerged in the pool. His complexion was as delicate as that of an infant, with well-defined features, a straight nose, and thin lips. His long, inky hair cascaded into the water, and from his forehead sprouted a pair of crystalline horns, enhancing his striking beauty. Above his head spun a massive vortex, and moments later, he opened his eyes, swallowing the swirling energy into his abdomen as the horns vanished. I have now ascended to the 4th rank. It is time to deal with the undead at the bottom of the pool, the young man declared, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Just as he consumed the vortex, Feng Shitzi, the cloaked figure, and the elderly woman arrived at the entrance of the main hall. The footprints of the magical beasts are quite chaotic here. They must have arrived at this point, the black-cloaked man noted, surveying the assorted tracks on the ground. I am well aware. No need for you to reiterate, Feng Shitzi retorted impatiently. Very well, let us proceed inside. the old woman announced, simultaneously donning her battle armor and attire. Propelling herself toward the grand entrance. Upon entry, they were met with an expansive hall, where they spied the handsome youth emerging from the pool. Modesty forbids, the elderly woman exclaimed, hastily retreating behind Feng Shixi and the cloaked figure. The youth regarded the trio with surprise. "May I inquire the reason for your presence, esteemed guests?" Feng Shixi asked warily, although he sensed that the young man was only at the spirit fighter level. The potency of his aura was remarkably formidable, rivaling even that of their own ranks. "That I am Huang Zhong, merely an ordinary child of strength, that I came to seek some fortune upon witnessing the emergence of this legacy," he replied. "However, why are you not clothed?" Huang Zhong hastily enveloped himself in battle aura. "Why do the magical beast track cease here? What has become of those creatures?" Feng Shixi queried suspiciously, eyeing Huang Zhong. The youth hesitated, a flicker of a dangerous glimmer in his eyes as the aura around his palm began to pulse. "Your presence here is somewhat inappropriate," the black-cloaked man suddenly interjected. "What do you mean by that?" Huang Zhong's expression shifted. "I assert that you are not human," the cloaked figure declared, summoning his battle armor and attire as he lunged at Huang Zhong with clawed hands. "Humph! You seek your own demise." Huang Zhong bellowed, crystalline horns sprouting from his forehead as he retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the cloaked figure. Their strikes clashed, and surprisingly, the black-cloaked man found himself at a disadvantage. "Why aren't you helping?" he roared in frustration. The elderly woman and Feng Shixi, sensing the urgency, unleashed their battle wings and charged at Huang Zhong. After they unleashed their wind slaughter technique, Zheng village lay silent. Devoid of life, they naturally assumed the magical beast had ravaged the innocent villagers, for they shared a kinship with humanity and bore an inherent aversion to magical creatures. Yet, the youth exhibited a balance in offense and defense. Despite being on the back foot, he maintained a graceful composure. "Esteemed one, though you are merely a spirit fighter, your strength is not to be underestimated. You must be a shape-shifting magical beast," the black-cloaked man conceded, retracting his claws, his fingers trembling slightly. "And what of it? What difference does it make?" the youth replied, clearly reluctant to divulge further, as he enveloped himself in battle aura and sprinted toward the hall's exit. Although he might not triumph against the combined might of 3 spirit kings, he possessed his own means of self-preservation, having once been among the elite of the 3rd generation of divine lineage. "Do not pursue him," the elderly woman cautioned, stopping the black-cloaked man in his tracks. "That individual is not human. Shall we simply let him go? I suspect you covet the beast spirit crystal within him," Feng Shixi teased. Enough. We bear no deep-seated enmity with Huang Zhong and need not resort to absolute eradication," the old woman interjected, quelling the rising tension between Feng Shixi and the black-cloaked man. She then cautiously approached the pool. Upon emerging from the Beast Spirit Hall, Huang Zhong exited the legacy space and soared toward the forest, a fleeting wisp of dark energy reminiscent of a past encounter with Qianlin momentarily flickering across his face. The pool exuded a white mist that enveloped the trio, leaving them feeling refreshed. This water possesses an extraordinarily pure energy. This hall must have been a cultivation ground for magical beasts by that powerful being. Huang Zhong likely attained some fortune to successfully shapeshift. The old woman mused, surveying the hall's interior. Suddenly, she sensed a faint ripple of battle aura. Peering through the mist, she discerned a shadowy figure lying quietly at the bottom of the pool. There is someone else at the bottom." She gasped. A powerful suction emanated from her palm, drawing the figure upward from the depths. Emerging was a being with skin as white as jade, exquisite features, and an elf-like profile, eyes tightly shut, chest rising and falling steadily. "Ah, no. Modesty forbids," the old woman gasped, retreating several steps. "How could there be another person? Is this one also a magical beast?" The black-cloaked man mused, his thoughts straying as he beheld 2 exceptionally handsome men in the pool. "No, this is human, merely a 1-star fighter. Likely a survivor from Zheng village," Feng Shixi observed, retrieving a large robe from his ring and draping it over Qianlin. "The water in this pool does not appear to be ordinary," the black-cloaked man remarked, his focus shifting to the pool upon sensing Qianlin's feeble aura. This pool bears resemblance to the shape-shifting pools described in ancient texts. Legend has it that within the goddess of elements temple, there exists a side hall known as the Beast Spirit Hall. The black-cloaked man pondered. Could this be a fragment of the goddess of elements relics? The trio collectively inhaled sharply. What should we do now? The old woman fretted, sensing that the benefits they might gain did not align with their current strength, which could pose a risk. Naturally, we shall seek treasure, the black-cloaked man proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Within the secret chamber of the Beast Spirit Hall, the old woman discovered several ancient insect eggs. In the library, the black-cloaked man unearthed a forbidden ancient cultivation manual. In the guest quarters, Feng Shizi found the renowned ancient blade, the 8 treasures dragon blade. In the alchemy room, Feng Shizi procured an ancient elixir for enhancing cultivation. In the weapons chamber. Thereafter, Zheng Village became the epicenter of attention, drawing countless powerful beings. Qianlin gradually opened his eyes to find himself resting on a farmer's earthen bed, an elderly man gazing at him with kindness. "Child, you are awake?" the elder inquired, his face creasing into a smile that accentuated his wrinkles. Qianlin exclaimed, hastily covering his head with the blanket. "What troubles you?" "Child?" the elder asked with concern. "Please, do not come closer. I fear I may frighten you. I am but a skeleton." A delicate, melodious voice echoed in Qianlin's ears. "How do I have a voice now?" Qianlin could hardly believe his own voice when he heard it. Then, with a hint of surprise, he exclaimed, "Oh, I have hands now. I'm no longer a skeleton." Tears streamed down Qianlin's face, his bright and clear eyes sparkling with life, no longer reflecting the cold flame of a lost soul. "Child, what has happened to you?" the old man asked, somewhat bewildered. "It's nothing, uncle. Please tell me. How did I end up here?" Qianlin inquired, wiping away the excited tears from his eyes. He no longer craved flesh and blood, and his body had returned to that of a normal human, which could only fill him with joy. "A man with a square face brought you here, saying he wanted me to take care of you, and he even gave me some silver." The old man, clearly a straightforward person, recounted everything candidly. Upon seeing the wings behind the square-faced man, the old man realized that he was not someone he could provoke, and thus he obediently accepted the exceptionally handsome youth into his care. Qianlin remembered that the soul-binding, soul-eating fire had been entirely absorbed by the ghost shadow, allowing his soul to regain its original form. However, after the ghost shadow fled, his consciousness had been sealed within his sea of consciousness, completely unaware of the events occurring in the outside world. Could it be the transformation pool? Qianlin suddenly pondered, recalling that his body had been resting at the bottom of the pool. Perhaps it was indeed the effect of the transformation pool. But how did I end up here? Qianlin was oblivious to the subsequent events involving Feng Shizi, the man in the black robe, and the old woman. "Child, now that you are awake, why not have a bowl of soup first?" The old man served Qianlin a bowl of ginger soup from the table. Qianlin gulped down the ginger soup, never having found food so delectable before. When one is born, they possess an abundance of gifts. Eyes, ears, mouth, tongue, hands, and feet. That it is only when these are lost that one realizes how precious they truly are. Feeling the warmth rising from his taste buds and stomach, Qianlin closed his eyes in contentment. Having been a skeleton, he had lost so much, and now everything had returned. "Uncle, have any significant events occurred recently?" "Where is this place?" Qianlin asked. "There is indeed a noteworthy event, though it has little to do with us humble country folk. It seems that Tian Academy is recruiting new students, and one of the examination locations is in Fan City. This matter has stirred quite a commotion, with many people discussing it for where this place is. It is the outskirts of Fan City, and it is the home of this old man." Qianlin initially sought information about Zheng Village, but unexpectedly received another piece of crucial information. When he was still a skeleton, he had heard Jingyu mention Tian Academy, which is undoubtedly one of the highest institutions of learning in the elemental continent. Those who gain admission are among the very best. "Tian Academy is recruiting new students?" Qianlin asked. "Yes, it has been many years since the last recruitment," the old man replied, his eyes revealing envy and emotion. Being an ordinary man without fighting spirit or magic, he naturally greatly admired those gifted with magical abilities. "Uncle, could you tell me more about Tian Academy?" Qianlin inquired, from his days as an evolver. He had witnessed much despair, and he had come to understand that only by mastering power could one avoid despair from befalling oneself. That is quite a lengthy tale. Tian Academy is remarkable indeed. The top talents of the elemental continent gather here. However, the requirements for admission are stringent. One must reach the level of a fighter before the age of 16, or a mage must attain a 9-star magical power in the magic phase to qualify for the examination. Truly extraordinary. Iron Pillar spoke with unabashed admiration. In the eyes of these ordinary folks, possessing fighting spirit was already impressive enough, let alone those rare individuals with magical abilities. Must one reach the level of a fighter? Qianlin quietly assessed his own fighting spirit fluctuations, sighing in relief. Fortunately, I am already a fighter. It turned out that due to the borrowing of spiritual techniques, his fighting spirit vortex had nearly shattered. However, the journey to the Beast Spirit Hall not only purged the dark energy from his soul, but also solidified his body, a case of turning misfortune into fortune. What if one needs to achieve this before the age of 16? Qianlin felt a twinge of headache. Although he was merely 16 in his previous life, he was uncertain how old this reanimated body was, which Zhengyu had acquired from who knows where. Perhaps it belonged to a long-deceased elder. Uncle, is it true that only those under 16 can register? Qianlin asked Iron Pillar. Of course, otherwise, do you think anyone can just waltz in? Silly child, Iron Pillar chuckled. Rising to head to the back room. That man named Fang Shizi left something for you. Iron Pillar's voice echoed from the back room, and shortly after, he returned with an object wrapped in a piece of clean silk. What is this? Qianlin inquired, gazing at the silk. I am not too sure either. I have never opened it. It is probably just some trinkets of gold and silver, the old man replied. Qianlin accepted the silk and slowly unwrapped it, revealing a round piece of warm jade that glowed with light as soon as it was exposed, shooting forth and entering Qianlin's forehead. An image appeared in Qianlin's mind, a square-faced man, appearing somewhat rugged, yet his eyes radiated tranquility. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and from those eyes, Qianlin could tell that this square-faced man was no villain. Kid, your village folks are likely all devoured by magical beasts. My condolences, the man spoke. Fang and 2 others happened to fish you out from the pool. Since we crossed paths, it must be fate. Tian Academy will be recruiting new students in a month. Perhaps we will meet again. There is a set of techniques and fighting skills here that you must diligently practice. Consider it a stroke of fortune. The man's image spoke slowly, as his final words faded. 3 golden pages appeared in Qianlin's mind. Qingmu Ju, suitable for the cultivation of wood attribute fighters, a high-level technique of the Xian rank. Qingye Dunshu, a technique that allows the body to move as gracefully as a willow leaf. Light and agile, swift as the wind, a low-level movement technique of the Xian rank. Indomitable Tiger Shattering Palm, when mastered, can shatter 100 boulder, sever towering trees. If it strikes a person, it can cause severe injury or even death. With unmatched power and overwhelming might, a mid-level fighting technique of the Huang rank. The 3 books lay quietly within Qianlin's sea of consciousness. Upon seeing the name Indomitable Tiger, Shattering Palm, Qianlin couldn't help but chuckle. The lower the rank of the technique, the more imposing the name seemed, while the higher-ranked techniques bore simpler, more unassuming titles, accompanied by concise descriptions. Uncle, I will stay here for the time being until Tian Academy's recruitment in a month. Very well. Under the blazing afternoon sun, a youth appearing to be around 15 or 16 moved swiftly, his slender frame resembling a willow leaf, floating gracefully. The boy seemed unconcerned about the journey ahead. Drifting left and right with remarkable agility, that a layer of shallow fighting spirit cloaked his feet, as he had not yet reached the level of a fighter, so the fighting spirit only enveloped his soles. The Qingye Dun technique consists of 3 levels: wind movement, leaf movement, and shadow movement. Qianlin had now just begun to step into the wind movement level. Qianlin found that the techniques and skills left by Fang Shizi were not difficult to learn. It was merely that he had initially struggled to comprehend them, which consumed a considerable amount of time, but afterward his progress was rapid. Among them, the peculiarly named Indomitable Tiger Shattering Palm was nearly mastered. When he shattered a piece of blue stone at the entrance under the astonished gaze of the old man, Qianlin knew he had acquired the strength to protect himself in the elemental continent. Every technique and skill is exceedingly rare. Ordinary fighters wishing to obtain techniques and skills either have to spend a fortune or must join certain sects or academies to study them. Currently, most techniques and skills available on the market are around the mid-level of the Huang rank, and the prices are exorbitant. An ordinary person could not afford even a single scroll of Huang rank techniques, let alone those of a Xian rank. Throughout this past month, Qianlin had heard a bit about these matters from the old man. When he learned that the Qingmuju left for him was a Xian rank technique, Qianlin fell silent, silently cherishing this kindness in his heart, while his anticipation for Tian Academy's recruitment grew even stronger. Perhaps the benefactor who saved him had some connection to Tian Academy. A horse-drawn carriage approached, braying loudly from a distance. "Kid, get out of the way!" In the distance, a young groom shouted loudly. Qianlin had spent much of his previous life battling Ti, and had rarely encountered creatures other than humans and Ti, to the extent that he found himself momentarily dazed by the vibrant life before him, unable to react. "Hey!" The groom, noticing this dazed lad standing motionless in the middle of the road, hastily pulled on the reins. However, the chestnut horse seemed to possess a fiery temperament, and the groom, clearly inexperienced, struggled to control it. Yet, at the moment of impact, Qianlin smiled slightly, swaying his form to evade the collision effortlessly. Where did this wild brat come from? Can't you watch where you're going? You nearly caused a fatal accident. Let me tell you, don't even think about trying to swindle me. I'm also a groom traversing the rivers and lakes. The groom, youthful and impetuous, shouted at Qianlin, but was taken aback when he truly looked at him. This lad is quite handsome. Under the afternoon sun, Qianlin's skin appeared exceptionally fair, almost like that of an infant. Were such skin to belong to a woman, she would surely be a sheltered beauty, fearful of the sun's rays. Yet Qianlin seemed utterly unconcerned by the harsh sunlight. The so-called evolvers were new humans endowed with extraordinary powers. Having adapted to the harsh realities of the apocalypse, they were naturally less finicky, that if they couldn't handle the fierce sun, it would be better to let Ti have a feast, perhaps even granting gratitude for sacrificing oneself to nourish others. "Good sir, I mean no offense. I've simply never seen such a spirited creature before. May I ask, is this the fabled horse?" "No, I mean, is this your horse?" Qianlin initially intended to inquire if this was the legendary horse, but reconsidered, realizing that although he had never encountered a horse, they must be a common sight to others. Of course, this is not my horse. It belongs to my master, the groom replied, his eyes filled with mirth. It was then that Qianlin noticed this groom wore a hat in the midday sun, and lacked the sharp features typical of men. "Xiaoyao, why has the carriage stopped?" A woman lifted the bamboo curtain of the carriage. She was exquisitely beautiful, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old, and her attire suggested she was a young lady from a wealthy family. "Master, you seem to have forgotten." The groom gestured toward the woman. Oh, Xiaoyao, why has the carriage stopped?" The woman hurriedly corrected her address, altering Xiaoyao to Xiaoyao phonetically. Qianlin was somewhat speechless. The driver was clearly a girl disguised as a boy, yet he feigned ignorance, respecting her desire to remain undiscovered. The woman glanced at Qianlin with her peripheral vision. While she too was momentarily captivated by his handsomeness, her gaze quickly returned to normal. "Young sir, this horse has a fiery temperament, and Xiaoyao is young and inexperienced at handling it. So it collided with you. I hope you can forgive her, and no harm done." "No harm done. T was my fault." "I was T paying attention," Qianlin replied with a smile, embodying both grace and simplicity in a single person. "What could possibly be the issue?" "I wasn't even hit," the groom scoffed. "Indeed, I wasn't hit. It was my own inattention that blocked your path." Qianlin apologized with a smile. "Since you are unharmed, we shall take our leave, so as not to delay you further." The woman smiled, and the groom then raised his whip, departing in a cloud of dust. After this brief interlude, Qianlin resumed his focused practice of the Qingyedun method. Fang Shizi had detected the excellence of Qianlin's meridians, yet he had not anticipated that Qianlin would succeed in his cultivation within a month. In truth, Fang Shizi was unaware that the pool they had encountered that day was the legendary transformation pool, whose waters possessed the miraculous ability to aid magical beasts in transforming into human form. Qianlin's skeletal body had been cast to the bottom of the pool by a giant bull, and due to the prolonged immersion, by sheer coincidence, it had developed a fleshly form. This newly born body naturally boasted pristine meridians and exceptional innate talent. Inside the carriage, Xiaoyao remarked to the occupant, "Miss, that silly lad we encountered on the road is truly handsome. I never expected to see a man so delicate-looking in this world." "Xiaoyao, focus on the road, you infatuated fool," came the woman's playful scolding from within the carriage. "Alas, I wonder what he does." Judging by his direction, he too is likely heading to Fancheng, perhaps to participate in the recruitment at Tiana Academy. The groom chimed in with a melodious laugh. Qianlin continued on. Each time his energy was depleted, he would sit cross-legged to absorb more energy, unaware that his rate of absorption was more than 10 times faster than that of an ordinary person. As the sun set, a grand city gate came into view, bustling with activity at its entrance. Merchants hawking their wares, passers-by, young nobles on horseback, ethereal elders, and the attention-grabbing sons of magic donned in robes. All sorts of people seemed to converge here. However, those in mage robes were still rare. Among the many he observed, only one wore such attire. There were, however, several exceptionally burly men whose bodies emanated the flow of energy, clearly seasoned fighters who had condensed their combat energy. But such individuals were also not commonly seen. "What is going on?" a guard shouted. "Might I inquire, good soldier, if the Tianan Academy is conducting recruitment within this Fancheng?" Qianlin bowed respectfully and asked, "Identification token." The guard replied monotonously, having to scrutinize countless passers-by daily, and thus did not wish to engage in unnecessary conversation. "Is that really necessary? All travelers must present an identification token. Are you an illegal inhabitant?" The guard cocked his head, furrowing his brow. It seems so that I saw some people without tokens." "How could they enter?" Qianlin asked, somewhat indignantly. "It appears you truly lack an identification token. Did you not see that they all wear jade pendants at their waists?" The guard replied. It was only then that Qianlin noticed everyone seemed to bear a jade pendant at their waist. "I do possess an identification token. I merely lost it on the road. Where might I go to have it replaced?" Qianlin's mind raced as he spoke. "Replacement is possible. Just go over there, pay, and register your information," the guard instructed. Qianlin approached a corner, paid half a silver coin, registered his details, and received an identification token. He had expected a cumbersome process, but it turned out to be rather straightforward. However, parting with half a silver coin caused him some pain. For an ordinary citizen, a month's income amounted to merely 1 silver coin, but he fastened the jade pendant to his belt. The clothes he wore had also been purchased for him by an elder. The fabric was fine, yet Qianlin found them quite uncomfortable, as they were garments from a bygone era, making his movements somewhat awkward. Thus, Qianlin wandered aimlessly through Fancheng, akin to a child unfamiliar with the world, everything appearing novel to him. Despite possessing memories from 2 lifetimes as Qian and an evolver on Earth, this was undeniably a different realm. He observed various vendors on both sides, selling an array of delectable foods, each dish enticingly fragrant. But he raised his head, entranced by the dynamic calligraphy adorning a building. Unbeknownst to him, he accidentally collided with someone, a delicate fragrance abruptly pulling him back to reality. "I'm sorry." Qianlin quickly apologized. Hey, wild brat, are you following us on purpose?" came a light-hearted voice from beside him. Qianlin then realized he had bumped into the young groom he had met earlier. "Your name is Xiaoyao, right?" Qianlin exclaimed with surprise, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing the groom again. "Oh, you remember my name. Are you perhaps plotting something nefarious against my lady?" the groom replied with a rough voice. Qianlin couldn't help but chuckle at the 2 tufts of hair near the groom's mouth. "Hey, why does a girl have 2 tufts of hair?" Qianlin finally burst into laughter. "How did you see through it?" Xiaoyao asked, astonished. "What is there to see through? The hair is right there on your mouth. Anyone can see it," Qianlin replied with a grin. "What I mean is, how did you figure out I'm a girl?" "Oh, so you're cross-dressing. I thought you were a girl with facial hair," Qianlin teased deliberately. "You, so stupid." Xiaoyao bit her silver teeth in frustration, rendered speechless by her anger. "I am Qianlin, and your name is Xiaoyao. Correct? Where is your master?" "None of your business," she retorted. "She is not my master. She is my elder sister. And I have no beard. This beard is fake. In a fit of rage, Xiaoyao tore the fake beard from her face, revealing a somewhat childish visage before Qianlin. Though lacking the beauty of a legendary beauty, she exuded a charming and delicate allure. Are you also here to enroll in Tiannan Academy? Qianlin inquired of Xiaoyao. None of your business. I wasn't asking to meddle. I was merely inquiring. Qianlin chuckled awkwardly a couple of times before falling silent. Just then, a commotion arose from the crowd ahead. A woman, surrounded by throngs of admirers, possessed a breathtaking beauty that left Qianlin momentarily stunned. He understood, at that moment, why a historical figure like King Yu of Zhou would have set fire to the state for a mere smile from a beauty. If he had such a goddess, who would care for a kingdom? The woman appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, and the few attendants accompanying her were all sons of strength, each possessing some degree of fighting spirit. Although none had reached the level of fighters, their presence was still impressive. Qianlin sensed that one slightly older maid trailing behind the woman even possessed the strength of a fighter. It is known that an ordinary son of strength at the 9th level of qi refinement, without external assistance, would find it exceedingly difficult to condense fighting spirit. Perhaps only half of 100 could succeed. Yet, who among those truly reaching the 9th level of qi refinement wouldn't aspire to become a formidable fighter? Various sects place immense importance on their disciples' foundations, for only with a solid base can they increase their chances of successfully condensing fighting spirit. Isn't that Lang Bai from Fan City? Remarked a passerby. Lang Bai, another inquired. Indeed, she is the daughter of the city lord. It is said the city lord was obsessed with refining qi in his early years, and only in his old age did he have such a daughter. Bystanders exchanged gossip regarding the woman. Yes, I also heard that the old city lord intends to find his son-in-law during this recruitment at Tiannan Academy. That's a little-known secret. But we've known about it for ages. It's hardly a secret, just nonsense. Hush, beware of falsehoods. Tread carefully with your words and ears, interjected a scholarly-looking youth nearby. Qianlin scoffed, finding the idle gossip uninteresting, especially as someone who had lived through the apocalypse. Xiaoyao, I'm uncertain where the registration point is. Would you guide me there? Qianlin addressed the young carriage driver. No, I still need to find my sister. Besides, registration for Tiannan Academy doesn't start until tomorrow, Xiaoyao replied, then affixed her little fake beard and skipped away. As Qianlin observed the quirky girl, he couldn't help but think of his own sister and sighed quietly. Ah, Qian Shaoan, I will avenge you. Qianlin's fists clenched slowly as he recalled his sister's despairing gaze. All of this is my fault. I will make amends. He had resolutely decided to locate the elemental goddess's staff and seal the Eternal Night Emperor once and for all. Qianlin intended to gather information regarding Zheng Village, as the Beast Spirit Hall had emerged there, and he was curious about the situation within. Dismissing these thoughts, he stepped into a shop. The establishment wasn't particularly lavish, but had its own unique charm, with 3 grand characters reading Qi Bao Gu elegantly displayed. Welcome. What can I assist you with? We have everything here. Please transform this into a necklace for me, Qianlin said, handing over a black stone he clutched tightly. A jovial, portly middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. What would you like, esteemed guest? We have swords, spears, staffs, clubs, halberds, bows, crossbows, axes, and more. I wish to have this stone made into a necklace, Qianlin replied. The rotund man took the black stone and examined it closely. To the naked eye, he seemed just an ordinary person without any fighting spirit, but his genial demeanor and calm composure suggested he was the shop's owner. The black stone was about the length of a finger, slightly smaller than an egg, exhibiting an irregular diamond shape. Though I am not a cultivator, I've been in this trade long enough to develop an interest in various materials, if I may be so bold. Where did this stone originate? Upon hearing the man ask query, Qianlin's heart skipped a beat. Please do not misinterpret. I am merely unable to discern the material, perhaps due to my own limitations. After all, I am just a humble weapon seller, not an appraiser. The man chuckled, alleviating Qianlin's discomfort. This black stone was a gem from the elemental goddess's staff, rumored to be a concentration of spiritual essence, and undoubtedly precious. Qianlin had avoided the more ostentatious shops for fear of attracting undue attention. Are you looking to drill a hole for a thread or something else? The man's eyes narrowed, filled with cunning. No, such a precious item should not be drilled. Why not use molten iron or copper to coat it, and then drill into the solidified copper? Although Qianlin possessed Qian's memories, his years of survival in the apocalypse had extinguished any inclination for deceit. Only sincere cooperation could ensure survival, with each person trusting another's back. The Confucian ideal of universal brotherhood and harmony had ironically manifested in a world where civilization had crumbled. Observing Qianlin's protective demeanor towards the stone, the man became even more convinced of its value. "Young sir, would you consider selling this stone? I may be just a mere mortal, but I have a keen interest in peculiar stones. The price is negotiable." The man's smile, reminiscent of a pig's face, filled Qianlin with revulsion that a subtle wave of fighting spirit radiated within the modest Qi Bao Ge, and Qianlin's expression darkened. "Dear guest, I was merely jesting. Why take offense? You, a son of strength who has condensed fighting spirit, needn't hold a grudge against an ordinary man like me." The man continued to smile. "At least you recognize your ordinary status. Greed is not commendable." Qianlin retracted his fighting spirit, for he held a profound disdain for greed. The sight of greedy faces invoked an instinctual loathing within him, reminding him of tea on earth, a hatred that others could scarcely comprehend. "I'll have someone prepare this stone as a necklace for you. Please wait a moment." The man took the black stone into the back, his smile fading as he did so. A scarred man sat quietly in the rear. "What is up, Sanpeng?" The scarred man inquired. "I've discovered something remarkable. It might have originated from there." The portly man replied. "Are you saying—" The scarred man, who had previously appeared lethargic, suddenly straightened. "Indeed, look." The portly man produced the black stone from his hand. "What is the strength of its owner? We mustn't provoke something beyond our capacity that I've already probed. At most, it's a 3-star fighter. When night falls, we'll close the door, cast a fireball spell, and leave no evidence behind. The body will turn to ashes." The portly man cackled sinisterly. "Can we be certain this stone is from there? It would be unfortunate to kill someone only to find it's an ordinary rock. Though I haven't seen items from there, I do possess some discernment that if you don't believe me, we can use spirit appraisal, and if it's truly a treasure, we'll—" The portly man smirked ominously. He slowly retrieved a ring from his person, and with a gentle stroke, a finely crafted staff materialized in his hand, that he then began reciting ancient elvish incantations, causing a wave of magical energy to swirl around the staff. This portly man was, astonishingly, a rare sorcerer. Both he and the scarred man belonged to a sect called Jigu, dispatched on a mission due to rumors of a black light shooting into the sky from the forest near Fan City, likely indicating the opening of a legacy space. They were dispatched here to gather information and, incidentally, to see if any extraordinary treasures had emerged, which is why the portly fellow grew suspicious upon encountering the black stone. As he entered the back hall, Qianlin began perusing a tome he held in his hands. The book, titled Chronicles of Mountains and Rivers, was a mere trinket he had acquired from a street vendor for a few copper coins. It detailed the customs, culture, and geographical features of the elemental continent. The elemental continent is predominantly governed by sects, with several nations initially emerging from these sections. Numerous cities operate independently, not beholden to any particular power. The mightiest force on the elemental continent is neither nations, academies, nor cities, but the sects themselves. Although academies, like sects, serve as venues for learning combat techniques or magic, they possess distinct characteristics that in contrast to sects, which demand lifelong allegiance. Where one is a sect member in life and a ghost of the sect in death, academies allow for a more transient relationship. One is merely affiliated with the academy until graduation or death, after which the connection dissipates. The south of the elemental continent lies a sparsely inhabited primeval forest, while the north is dominated by an endless expanse of snowfields. The east is bordered by the ocean, and to the west, a parched desert reminiscent of the ancient summer kingdom on earth. That a colossal mountain range, known as the Beast Mountain Range, traverses the continent, teeming with magical beasts and renowned as a perilous locale. The presence of the Beast Mountain Range has also spurred the flourishing of a new industry: monster hunters. Numerous guilds have been established, each hunter a formidable force, banding together or partnering up to venture into the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts for substantial rewards. As dusk fell, the portly fellow emerged from the back hall, fatigue etched on his face, clutching a necklace adorned with the black stone. "Esteemed guest, the necklace you requested," he said, his countenance tinged with disappointment. Having employed spirit appraisal, he discerned that the stone contained no energy whatsoever, merely a fragment of unique material. "Very well, thank you," Qianlin replied, initially burdened with worry, but his heart lightened upon receiving the necklace back. "Is there anything else you desire, esteemed guest? We have a plethora of items available at this moment. I do not require weapons. Should the need arise in the future, I will certainly trouble you again. It is late, and I shall take my leave for now." After settling the bill, Qianlin departed. Though he yearned for weapons for self-defense, having survived in the apocalyptic world for over a decade, he felt a distinct lack of security without them. However, he was accustomed to firearms on Earth and was still unaccustomed to these cold weapons. Moreover, he had another pressing concern. His finances were dwindling. Though Feng Shizi had left him with a handful of silver coins, Qianlin was reluctant to squander them, mindful that he might need funds in the future. Unbeknownst to Qianlin, a yellow-grade combat technique is valued at 100 silver coins that he possessed a high-level profound-grade technique. The Qingmu decision, along with the accompanying Qingye escape method, which alone rendered him quite valuable. After Qianlin left, the portly fellow sighed that I had hoped for something remarkable, yet spirit appraisal yielded no response whatsoever. If spirit appraisal shows no reaction, it likely is not a valuable item, remarked the scarred man nonchalantly. That can't be. I've never encountered a material like this. It should not be an ordinary object, the portly fellow mused, growing increasingly uneasy. If it were merely a common stone, the boy's reaction upon hearing of drilling into the black stone would not have been so intense. Never mind, I shall make another trip. Better to mistakenly kill than to let the opportunity slip, the scarred man declared vehemently, seizing a cleaver from the shop and slipping into the night. Qianlin continued on his way, the night fully enveloping him. The streets grew increasingly desolate as vendors began to pack up their stalls. For at this hour, few would come to make purchases. Now wearing the black stone around his neck, he noted that the craftsmanship of the necklace was not particularly extravagant, but was passable. The stone emanated a cool sensation, which he found quite pleasant. "I wonder what this stone truly holds in terms of utility," he mused, running his fingers over its surface. At this moment, he felt akin to a wealthy magnate, possessing a vault brimming with treasures, yet lacking the key to unlock it. Since this stone could be a gem on the elemental goddess's staff, it must possess some extraordinary qualities. Perhaps I am simply not yet at that level, he thought to himself. As Qianlin was engrossed in his contemplation of the black stone, a lithe shadow stealthily followed him along the wall, undetected by the boy. The number of pedestrians dwindled until he found himself in the shadow of an alley. Stopping, he coolly remarked, "You should reveal yourself now. There is no one else around." However, the darkness offered no reply. "You have trailed me here. There is no need for further concealment," Qianlin said, his instinct honed by past encounters, enabling him to sense the presence that had been shadowing him. The silence enveloped him, as if he were speaking to the air itself. "Did you think I was wandering the streets aimlessly? Now that no one is around, will you not show yourself?" A cold voice escaped Qianlin's lips, his intuition telling him that his pursuer was not overwhelmingly powerful. He was capable of putting up a fight. Yet, the response to his provocation was a cleaver imbued with fighting spirit. "Kid, prepare to meet your end." The strike, infused with overwhelming fighting spirit, appeared lethal. The scarred man, possessing the strength of a one-star fighter, believed this blow would cleave Qianlin in two, rendering further dialogue unnecessary. In his eyes, this boy, merely a fighter in strength, was already a dead in that instant. Qianlin's intuition alerted him. He moved swiftly, the cleaver narrowly missing his side as it swung down. Unmatched Tiger's earth-cleaving palm technique. Intermediate yellow-grade combat technique. Shattered stone palm. Low-grade yellow technique. With palms colliding, Qianlin spat a mouthful of blood, staggering backwards several paces, while the scar man also retreated, a dull thud echoing in his chest, indicating he too had been affected by the force of the impact. However, the fighting spirit of a fighter is inherently more robust, and after a brief moment, the scarred man regained his footing. "Why have you been following me?" Qianlin inquired, his gaze sharpening, the taste of blood igniting his fighting spirit. "You need not know so much. Today, you shall lose your life here. With that, the scarred man charged again, his fighting spirit manifesting as a shimmering aura around him, his speed suddenly increasing. In confrontations, the motivations typically revolve around enmity and profit. We are strangers. It seems your intentions are driven by profit. Qianlin replied coldly. The scarred man felt exposed by Qianlin's insight, and the failure of his initial strike only served to heighten his agitation, causing his technique to become increasingly disordered. Observing the scarred man's demeanor, Qianlin's suspicions solidified. Though he loathed underhanded tactics, he was no fool. Years of outsmarting adversaries had sharpened his wits, and he could easily deduce that this scarred man had some connection to the portly fellow from the artifact pavilion. Prepare to die. Another fierce strike came at him, but Qianlin nimbly evaded, retaliating with a palm strike aimed at the scarred man. Unmatched Tiger's earth-cleaving palm technique, a dangerous aura radiated from Qianlin's palm, compelling even the fighter to avoid a direct confrontation. The scarred man hastily raised his cleaver in defense. At this moment, the scarred man was overwhelmed with frustration. This boy, slippery as an eel, had strength far inferior to his own, yet managed to evade capture. For Qianlin, trained in military combat techniques, the scarred man's skills were woefully inadequate. It seems I must conclude this swiftly, the scarred man resolved, his demeanor steadying, unaware that Qianlin had already expended a significant portion of his fighting spirit. Equally eager to bring this conflict to a rapid end. Rapid, cleaving blade. This was the scarred man's most powerful technique, an intermediate yellow-grade skill. The speed of the scarred man's large knife suddenly intensified as he swung it towards Qianlin. In an instant, Qianlin's instincts were triggered. Although his mind managed to react, the scarred man's velocity was astonishingly swift, and this strike seemed to embody a form of combat technique, remarkably rapid. Green leaf escape technique. Qianlin traced a curve beneath his feet, his body swaying slightly, resembling a drifting willow leaf as he moved behind the scarred man, then struck with an open palm. Qianlin felt a sense of gratitude for the practice he had undertaken with the green leaf escape technique. Realizing that diligence indeed bears fruit. Invincible tiger crushing earth palm technique. The scarred man coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground. Qianlin's palm aimed precisely at the heart on his back. Cough. Is it a profound-level body technique? Blood flowed into the scarred man's eyes, obscuring his vision. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly frail youth possessed such extraordinary combat skills, with every move being ruthlessly lethal, as if honed through countless life-and-death struggles. And furthermore, he had mastered a profound-level body technique. Perhaps he should never have come here. I, Qianlin, bear you no grudge, yet you have acted with such malice. Do not blame me. Having said that, Qianlin prepared to leave it on Earth. He feared the night most, for it was when Ti was most active. Now his fighting spirit was entirely depleted, leaving him exceedingly weak, and a lingering sense of insecurity plagued his mind, an ailment left over from the apocalypse. However, just as Qianlin was about to depart, a fiery red light appeared behind him, and a fireball hurtled towards him. His instinct screamed in his mind. Green leaf escape technique. As Qianlin prepared to shift his position, a green magic enveloped his body. Slowness spell. With the descent of the green magic, his body became heavy. Seeing the incoming fireball, Qianlin could only concentrate all his fighting spirit in front of him, forming a thin layer of fighting spirit gauze. The fireball struck him, and the tremendous impact tore through his immature fighting spirit gauze, exploding in a dazzling display akin to the most splendid fireworks. After all, Qianlin was merely an ordinary fighter. Although he practiced the greenwood technique, a high-level profound skill, it was of the wood attribute. This fireball spell inflicted severe injuries upon him. Qianlin collapsed to the ground, his body charred black, a buzzing sound resonating in his head. In his blurred vision, he seemed to see a plump figure materializing before him. It was none other than the rotund man from the treasure pavilion. Curse it, what do you intend to do? Qianlin, now devoid of fighting spirit, felt the internal injuries sustained from his clash with the scarred man throb painfully, his consciousness wavering. Had it not been for his strong will, he would have likely fainted by now. Kid, tell me the origin of that black stone. Perhaps I might spare your life. The plump man's expression turned cold, devoid of the previous friendly smile. Sanpang. Save me, came the weak voice of the scarred man from the ground. The plump man ignored the moans of the scarred man. Continuing, I have never seen the material of this stone. Did it come from the land of inheritance? Speak, and if I say yes, what then? Qianlin coughed, blood frothing in his mouth. The internal injuries inflicted by the scarred man's shattering palm now unrestrained by fighting spirit, rendering him in excruciating pain. Zheng Village, a small village in a forest? He had been observing the battle between Qianlin and the scarred man, initially believing that with the scarred man's one-star fighter strength, he would undoubtedly defeat this boy. However, the situation seemed to deviate from his expectations. Just as he was about to intervene, the youth had mysteriously appeared behind the scarred man, a feat even the plump man had not witnessed. The battle concluded in an instant, almost before the plump man had the chance to act. What body technique did you just employ? What is the origin of that stone? The plump man narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of ferocity evident within. Want to know? Qianlin coughed. That stone is a gem from the wand of the elemental goddess. He laughed heartily, blood spilling from his mouth with his mirth. You dare deceive me. The plump man could scarcely believe that this unassuming stone could possibly have any connection to the legendary elemental goddess. Who is the elemental goddess? Even a 3-year-old child could recount tales of her exploits. She is the mightiest, the supreme, the most powerful, and the kindest being on the elemental continent. Anything that could be linked to her would incite madness, even in those reclusive old monsters, let alone a gem from her wand. The plump man delivered a kick to Qianlin's head. Cough, cough. Qianlin coughed violently, blood pouring from his chest. You better behave. Don't think that just because you possess an enigmatic body technique, you can entertain any thoughts. If you dare move, I'll eliminate you. The plump man roared, conjuring a fireball, tearing the black stone from Qianlin's neck and inspecting it closely in the light. San Peng, save me. The scarred man's bloodied hand clutched the plump man's ankle, his voice tinged with desperation. Yet, the plump man paid him no mind and kicked the scarred man aside. Get lost. You always look down on me in the sect. Now go in peace, perhaps once you're gone. I might receive a promotion. The plump man spoke coldly. Due to the scarred man's efficient and ruthless style, he had garnered much admiration, while the plump man, being a son of the law, remained overlooked. Fueling his jealousy, you parasite of the sect sent us to investigate movements, yet you engage in internal strife. What are you trying to achieve? No. After a piercing scream, the scar man was reduced to ashes in the glow of the fireball spell. I shall keep this stone for now. After reporting to the sect, the leader will decide its fate. The plump man tucked the necklace into his pocket as a flicker of fire energy radiated from his wand. Kid, since the item now belongs to me, you can rest easy that a fireball gradually formed and slowly descended towards Qianlin's body. In an alley, 2 figures walked merrily. Xiao Yao, it's all your fault. If it weren't for your desire to play, would we have returned so late? How can this be blamed on me? We finally persuaded Mother to let us attend the Tian Nan Academy's recruitment. We should take the opportunity to enjoy ourselves. You really never grow up. Sister, look, there's a light ahead. There seem to be people too. That looks like a fireball spell. Qianlin slowly opened his eyes, feeling a burning sensation in his lungs, his fighting spirit instinctively circulating to regulate his breath. Before him was a warm pink hue, followed by a pair of innocent eyes appearing in front of him. Gazing at that flawless cheek, Qianlin felt an impulse to reach out. Where is this? Am I dead? Are you an angel? Qianlin's vision gradually blurred, a faint fragrance enveloping his senses, bringing him a sense of warmth and tranquility. Hey, kid, wake up. That angelic voice sounded oddly familiar, and even the figure seemed reminiscent of someone he had seen before. Just as Qianlin thought he had misheard, another voice rang out. Kid, don't get all handsy with me, just because you've woken up. Have you taken an aphrodisiac? Qianlin's vision cleared, and he realized that the figure before him was not an angel. Xiaoma Fu, what are you doing here? Wasn't I fighting a fat man? Qianlin inquired, looking at the grinning little person before him. That I have a name, you know. You can call me Xiao T was my sister, and I who saved you. If that fat man's fireball spell had struck, you would have truly met the elemental goddess. Qianlin shot up, only to gasp in pain. Hiss, what happened to that fat man? Did you kill him? Did you find anything on him? Before Qianlin could finish a sentence, Xiao Yao pressed him back down. Your injuries aren't healed. Just lie still. It's always about fighting and killing that, of course, when the fat man saw us. he ran away. What else would you expect? A sense of loss surged within Qianlin. The black stone he had just acquired was lost so suddenly. Although Qianlin was uncertain of the stone's purpose, it was an artifact left by the elemental goddess. What if it were to be recognized by someone with insight? Qianlin dared not dwell on the thought any longer. Just as he felt despondent, a necklace suddenly appeared before him. "Are you looking for this necklace?" A soft, playful voice whispered in his ear. The breath that escaped carried an unusual sensation, and just as Qianlin opened his mouth to respond, the girl abruptly stepped back, snatching the necklace away once more. "That's mine," Qianlin declared. "Such an ugly necklace. Did your little lover give it to you? Return it to me." No, I won't. Come and catch me, Lala," she teased, sticking her tongue out and pulling away from Qianlin. He intended to rise, but a sharp pain shot through his body, forcing him to lie back down. Forget it, he sighed. Since he couldn't catch the girl now, there was no need to expend further energy. "You really don't want it?" "No, I don't." All right, I'll give it back to you," she said, placing the necklace on the bedside. "How did I end up here?" "Where is this place?" "This is, of course, my room. She went to fetch medicine for you early this morning, and my sister is currently absent," the girl said, her eyes narrowing with a mischievous glint as she elongated the last phrase. "You!" Qianlin had never encountered such a troublesome little girl before. With a quirky smile, she resumed a serious demeanor. "I suppose you are honest enough. I was just joking to my sister mentioned that you possess wouldn't attribute fighting energy with self-healing capabilities. Since it was too late yesterday and the medical hall was closed, we decided to let you rest here overnight." Qianlin nearly choked on his own blood. Could we not use the phrase "let you rest here overnight"? "Was it you who changed my clothes yesterday?" he asked, eyeing the loose garments draping his body, recalling the rough hand that seemed to caress him. "Do you want my sister to help you wash them?" "If it weren't for your charred body needing cleaning, I wouldn't bother with you. You should be thanking me instead." Qianlin's face flushed crimson. Although women in the post-apocalyptic world were more open and bold, anyone would blush when an unfamiliar opposite sex had seen them unclothed. As Qianlin's face reddened, a wave of fighting energy emanated from within him, and he realized he was on the verge of a breakthrough. It seemed he was about to advance to the rank of a 3-star fighter. As Qianlin sat cross-legged, a surge of fighting energy flowed through his meridians. The body is a gift from one's parents. One must not harm it. The 8 extraordinary meridians exist within every human as ordinary people age. Their meridians become congested and closed. However, Qianlin's meridians and body were nurtured by the transformation pool, making them inherently different from ordinary individuals. A gentle breeze began to circulate in the room, and Qianlin became like a bellows, drawing in the fighting energy around him, creating a soft wind. The energy flowed into Qianlin's body, entering through his pores and meandering through his meridians. Swirling aimlessly in his mind, Qianlin silently recalled the meridian operation route of the Qingmu Ju, and the erratic fighting energy began to flow along specific pathways, repeating itself again and again. Eventually, this chaotic fighting energy transformed into purity, converging within Qianlin's vortex of fighting energy. After an hour passed, Qianlin finally broke through to the ranks of a 3-star fighter. I have finally reached the 3-star fighter level. Qianlin felt his injuries healing significantly with the breakthrough. He exhaled, as it is customary for those who have advanced to expel a wave of turbid energy, a foul-smelling residue from a body. However, Qianlin's breath was unexpectedly fragrant, reminiscent of the waters in the Beast Spirit Hall's pool. "Young master, please drink this medicine first," said Murui as she presented a bowl of prepared herbal soup. "Thank you, Murui's sister." Although Qianlin knew he was certainly older than Murui, he willingly addressed her as sister. For his life had been saved by her, and no need to be so polite. "Young master, Xiaoyao is a playful one. My sister and I returned late, which is why we found you in such peril. Might I inquire what animosity exists between you and that rotund fellow? Why did he attempt to harm you?" "It's nothing that Murui's sister also here to participate in the Tian'an Academy's recruitment." Qianlin preferred not to elaborate on the matter, for the Black Stone had already returned to his possession, and he harbored no fears of retaliation from the rotund man. With the foresight skill he possessed, Qianlin could anticipate any danger beforehand, showing no fear of poison or ambushes for a direct confrontation. Qianlin was confident he could eliminate that rotund man within 3 breaths. Indeed, the official recruitment at Tian'an Academy is in 3 days. Will you be attending as well? Yes, I am going to seek out my benefactor, Qianlin replied with a smile. Benefactor? You seem to be a person of great sentiment, Murue remarked with a smile. That individual provided me with a set of techniques and fighting skills, urging me to join the Tian'an Academy's recruitment, suggesting that fate would reunite us. Perhaps there is some connection to the Tian'an Academy. The recruitment rules at Tian'an Academy change yearly and are exceedingly stringent. My sister and I are uncertain if we will gain entry. Yet here you are, a young man who has already become a 3-star fighter, truly fortunate. Sister Murue must have also condensed her vortex of fighting energy to repel that rotund fellow. Yet why can I sense no trace of fighting energy from you? Qianlin noted that Murue spoke with a dignified grace, exuding warmth without appearing frivolous, prompting him to engage more in conversation. My sister is a child of the law. When you were unconscious, it was she who cast a restoration spell on you. Observing Qianlin and her sister deep in conversation, Xiaoyao pouted dough. So that is how it is. Qianlin felt slightly awkward. Just then, the innkeeper entered. Esteemed guest, did you find last night's stay comfortable? Would you like to book another room? We have hot water ready, and if you are still unable to bathe, I can assist you, the innkeeper said with a cheerful expression. So it wasn't he Xiaoyao who bathed me yesterday. Qianlin suddenly felt his face heat up. Hey, what are you thinking? Look at him, sister, Xiaoyao feigned anger. But yesterday you said it was you. Sister, he asked, being frivolous. Qianlin was at a loss for words. Thus, Qianlin requested another room. Although he still bore injuries, his fighting energy seemed to possess self-healing capabilities. And after drinking the herbal soup, it was not as severe. Slowly, he sat cross-legged, quietly operating the Qingmu Ju, drawing in faint fighting energy into his meridians and circulating it according to the Qingmu Ju. After all, the recruitment at Tian'an Academy was not until tomorrow. Today he would rest well. This battle had imparted much wisdom to Qianlin. Back on Earth, after every battle, Uncle Run would have Qianlin summarize his experiences, which had become a habit he retained. Threads of fighting energy coursed through Qianlin's meridians, refining his body. The child of the law relies on knowledge and comprehension of magic, while the child of strength hones their body to perfection. It is said that there once was a child of strength who obtained a legendary technique, allowing them to refine their body to the level of the 2nd-generation divine clan, capable of obliterating a mountain with a mere gesture. Although this individual has honed his physique to perfection, it appears that his intellect is somewhat lacking, that he foolishly aspired to chase the sun, ultimately perishing of thirst in the valley of Yang. Due to the passage of time, his name has been lost to history, and thus later generations bestowed upon him the moniker Quafu. These tales are what Qianlin has gleaned from his readings, and he has begun to gain a semblance of understanding of this world on the elemental continent. There once occurred a calamity of the undead, during which many lineages were irrevocably severed. Whether it be the already waning elven culture, rare races, or various martial techniques, nearly all were adversely affected by that disaster, rendering present-day martial arts and techniques a rarity, accessible only through entry into certain sects or academies. Consequently, Qianlin has grown increasingly appreciative of the combat techniques and skills he possesses, diligently practicing them with fervor. The Qingmu Ju is a high-level technique suitable for those of the wood attribute. Reflecting upon the succinct description in his mind, Qianlin couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The name of this technique seems rather casual, and its introduction is so brief that it resembles a mere roadside trinket. Yet, Qianlin senses its extraordinary nature. Not only does he perceive his fighting spirit as pure and robust, but he has also discovered a certain regenerative quality within it, suggesting that the Qingmu Ju is far from ordinary, despite its unassuming title. Time passed effortlessly until the first light of dawn began to break, at which point Qianlin slowly opened his eyes. It was time to attend the recruitment at Tian'an Academy. The following day, Qianlin rose early, though the sun had merely begun to cast its glow. The streets of Fancheng were already bustling with activity, as many vendors had sensed an opportunity and arrived at the registration site to secure their positions. The registration took place at the heart of Fancheng, and the news had long since reached the ears of the citizens. So Qianlin, Xiaoyao, and Zimri needed not to inquire further. The sun had only just revealed its golden crown, and the atmosphere was still somewhat crisp. "Sister, why did we come so early?" Xiaoyao asked, rubbing his eyes. "The exam questions at Tianan Academy are quite peculiar each year. It is prudent for us to arrive early to prepare," Zimri replied. The inn where Qianlin stayed was not particularly distant from the registration site, allowing them to reach the recruitment area in a timely manner. Qianlin had initially believed he had arrived quite early, yet he was taken aback upon seeing the lengthy queued so many people. Wazti had said that registration would end in the afternoon. "They likely think the same as we do," Zayamurui chuckled lightly. With a sigh, Qianlin purchased some breakfast and joined the long line. It was only after the sun had fully risen that it was finally their turn. The registration area consisted of a simple wooden table and 2 stools, occupied by an elderly man and a young man. The elder appeared quite spirited, with a robust visage, and his breath was marked by the rhythmic ebb and flow of fighting spirit. The young man, fair-skinned and possessing a certain delicate beauty, looked to be in his 20s. Yet the corners of his eyes bore traces of crow's feet. "Brother, how many people have registered?" Qianlin inquired, seeing the elder in meditation and choosing not to disturb him. The young man spoke slowly, his voice tinged with an effeminate quality. "Currently, there are just over 2,000 registrants. So many. How many students does our academy have?" Qianlin turned a glance at the seemingly endless line behind him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. There were easily over 2,000 people ahead of him, let alone those behind, and it was still only morning. The recruitment would continue into the afternoon. "There are likely over 100 students from 1st to 3rd year," the young man replied, his tone lacking the typical exuberance of youth. "Oh, over 100 is in T2 few," Qianlin began, but was suddenly struck by realization. "Only a little over 100? Are you kidding? 2,000 people registered, yet the entire school has barely 100, combined from 1st and 2nd years, and 3rd year. Please expedite the process. Others are waiting," came the grumbling voices from behind. Qianlin hastily scribbled his name and information, inputting a trace of his fighting spirit, and was about to leave when the young man called after him, stating, "The registration fee is 2 silver coins." Feeling a pang of regret, Qianlin paid the fee and waited for Xiaoyao and Zimri. Those registering were directed to one side to await further instructions. That it was not until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon that registration finally concluded. The elder, who had kept his eyes closed in meditation, now opened them. "The registration is complete. That a total of 12,214 individuals registered. Those who did not register may leave and wait until next year." His voice, imbued with fighting spirit, resonated in every EAR. In truth, the number could have been even greater, but some had withdrawn upon seeing the exorbitant registration fee, as 2 silver coins represented 2 months' wages for an ordinary person. "We shall now commence the first round of assessments." Another voice reached Qianlin's ears. "Assessments?" Some in the crowd began to murmur complaints, having queued since morning and endured the midday sun, now utterly fatigued. Moments later, the elder's voice rang out once more. "I will now announce the list of those who have passed the first round of assessments." "What is happening?" The crowd stirred, as they had not observed any examination process. "Understand that many of you are dissatisfied, and some may even be unaware of what the first round of assessments entails. However, I can assure you, the first round was simply the time you spent queuing. The first 5,000 to queue have passed the assessment." As the elder's words echoed, a series of large characters, inscribed with fighting spirit, materialized in the sky, revealing names one by one. Qianlin's and his companions' names were prominently displayed among them. "Those whose names appear shall gather tomorrow morning in the forest outside Fancheng for the second round of assessments," the elder proclaimed, his commanding voice shaking the air. During the registration process, each individual had left behind a trace of their corresponding fighting spirit, ensuring authenticity and preventing impersonation. Qianlin felt a warm sensation as his name soared into his arm, where a circular mark began to manifest. "You individuals who have passed have been marked by me. Those who do not appear tomorrow will forfeit their eligibility for examination." The elder's voice resounded once more, filled with vigor. Many expressed their dissatisfaction with complaints. "Why 2 silver coins?" cried one, "the avaricious Tianan Academy." Indeed, why not simply announce the registration cutoff when we reached 5,000? So many have already paid. This examination is far too arbitrary. To dismiss us just like that after we've paid 2 silver coins is outrageous. Those who either failed to register or were eliminated in the first round voiced their discontent, yet they were powerless to change the situation. Such are the rules of TNN Academy. If you find the registration period too brief, you need not attend. No one is compelled. If you disapprove of the regulations, you may choose not to apply. There are always more eager applicants. If you find the fees excessive, you may refrain from applying. We are not lacking in funds. Currently, Qianlin, Xiaoyao, and Zimri were undoubtedly elated, having inadvertently passed the first round of assessments by arriving early, and they couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for those who arrived late, among whom were surely some exceptionally talented individuals at the recruitment site. The elder gradually stowed away the wooden table and stools into a spatial ring, while the composed young man beside him gazed at the registration list and remarked, "Shitai, don't you think our first round of assessments was somewhat absurd? Many with commendable talent were eliminated simply for arriving late. Yao, you are simply too soft-hearted if we don't eliminate more in the first round. How shall we fulfill our quota? We are only accepting 3 individuals from Fancheng. After all, we must condense this 5,000 down to 3, Xietai asserted. Though Yao appeared youthful, his true age was comparable to that of the elder. As both were elders of Tianan Academy, of similar standing and age, fostering a close relationship, it has happened as it has, Yao sighed, a hint of resignation on his youthful yet delicate visage. What is there to lament? They should have known to arrive earlier. Opportunities in the elemental continent are reserved for the prepared. When we recruit, we must not solely consider talent. The elder waved his hand dismissively, for he could hardly tolerate the overly sentimental demeanor of Yilu, who, despite being an old man of indeterminate age, behaved like a mere girl of 15 or 16. Qianlin was currently on his way back to the inn, having heard an abundance of complaints about Tianan Academy along the journey. Those grumbling were naturally those who had either not enrolled or had been eliminated in the first round of examinations. Sister, it cost 2 silver coins just to register for Tianan Academy. In Haven Tea, they made nearly 30,000 this time, said Xiao Yao. The exorbitant registration fee must have its rationale. Although steep, it was still within the means of ordinary folk. This 2 silver coins primarily served to filter out those merely seeking to join the fray. Tianan Academy stands as the pinnacle of the elemental continent, home to the most exceptional children of strength and magic, as well as the finest education in nurturing such talents, making it utterly captivating. Countless families aspire to have their descendants gain admission to this esteemed institution. Yet it seems that no amount of flattery could sway this obstinate academy. Sir, could you perhaps grant my child a favor? Our family is... What? What did you say? I didn't catch that, the elder interjected. These gold coins are a token of respect from our family head. If you would just... I shall accept the gold. But I still didn't hear the rest. Thousands of gifted individuals clamored to gain entry, yet the Academy's peculiar examinations drove many of these talents to the brink of madness, as if the institution relished in their torment. Each year, the recruitment period lasted but a single day, and amidst the throngs of applicants, only a handful were accepted. You find the registration period too brief? You need not apply. No one is forcing you. You find the examination rules too unfair? You need not apply. There are far too many who wish to. You find the registration fee exorbitant? You need not apply. We are not short on funds. These phrases were inscribed upon the gates of Tianan Academy, embodying the institution's distinct character. After a night of meditative practice, Qianlin arose early, and just as he was washing up, a rapid knocking echoed from outside his door. Foolish Qianlin, rise and shine. The sun has already warmed your backside. Do you still wish to partake in the second examination? Xiao Yao's voice called from outside. What is the rush? First, go wake your sister, Qianlin shouted, somewhat exasperated by the frantic girl. Sister has long since risen. You lazy pig. After the trio finished their morning routines, they set off towards Fan City. By the way, Murue, Xiao Yao, do either of you know where the second round of examinations is held? Qianlin suddenly remembered that the old man had not specified the examination location. I thought you knew. Didn't he mention it was in a forest? Xiao Yao replied, bewildered. The old man only mentioned a forest, but he seemed to have omitted the specific site, Qianlin lamented. Growing increasingly frantic, the elder indeed did not disclose the precise location. I thought I had misremembered. Could this possibly be where the second round of examinations is held? Mu Rue speculated. Fortunately, there was only one forest near Fan City, albeit a vast one. Qianlin inquired around, and whether by luck or fate, he managed to glean some information. Among the vendors, one recognized a hunter who had camped overnight in the forest at dawn. He had witnessed an old man and a young one descend from the sky, nearly scaring him to death. After spending the morning searching, the trio finally located the site of the second examination. A simple table, 2 square stools, and 2 individuals, a young man and an old man, engaged in a heated argument. Sietai, how could you forget to mention something so crucial? The young man exclaimed, his rare anger evident. Don't be upset. I merely forgot. Why not consider this as the second round of examination? You old fool, the young man retorted, losing all semblance of his previous calm demeanor. All right, I'll notify everyone once more. Sietai replied, and soon the elder's robust voice resonated throughout Fan City. All participants in the second round examination of Tiannan Academy, channel your fighting spirit into the circular pattern on your arm, and follow the markings of your internal energy to the examination site. Subsequently, the arms of those lost in the forest glowed with a circular emblem, illuminating the way as the crowd moved in unison. By afternoon, out of 5,000, only over 4,000 had arrived. Not bad. We shall commence the second round of examinations now, the elder remarked with a smile. The young man slowly rose, a wave of magical energy emanating from him as he unleashed some spell. Amplifying his voice significantly, I shall preside over the second examination. Regardless of your methods, your task is to hunt down a third-tier magical beast. The young man's sonorous voice echoed in every participant's ears. A third-tier magical beast? Are you jesting? That is equivalent to a formidable warrior. If you find the examination rules too harsh, you may opt out, Ilu interjected, silencing the crowd with a single statement. I care not how you achieve this, even if you employ a legendary artifact passed down through your family. Ilu's declaration rang through the assembly once more, and stipulations. Even using artifacts is permissible? Some astute individuals inquired. Does your family possess such artifacts? It seems not, came the retort. Weapons on the elemental continent are categorized from first-tier spiritual weapons to ninth-tier, and beyond that lies the sacred artifacts. With the legendary artifacts being almost entirely consumables, disintegrating after use, and reforming only after millennia. These artifacts are often miraculous creations, many birthed from the very fabric of the earth, each possessing the power to alter the world. I shall not play this game with you. Hunt a third-tier magical beast. You must be joking. Indeed, it is utterly impossible. A wave of hesitation swept through the crowd. They were all talented individuals wielding fighting spirit or magic. And faced with such a perilous endeavor, each had to weigh their options carefully. I estimate my survival rate before a third-tier magical beast to be a mere 2 in 1,000. And my chances of slaying it are 0. Thus, I withdraw, a scholarly-looking youth declared, possessing commendable strength, indicated by his potent fighting spirit, likely at the level of a 5-star fighter. An exceptional talent indeed, as many would never attain the status of a fighter in their lifetimes. However, if one successfully coalesced their fighting spirit and possessed a decent cultivation method, their progress would be significantly accelerated. Once more, if you find the examination rules too burdensome, you may choose not to apply. No one is compelling you. I withdraw. I withdraw. The voices of dissent echoed through the crowd, until only a little over 1,000 remained before the table. Yet, Ilu seemed dissatisfied with the number still present, and another voice rang out. This recruitment has a specific age limit. Those over 18, please exit voluntarily. Those who had come here were aware that, although the examination topics change yearly, there are stringent age requirements. Typically, candidates must not exceed 20 years of age. More individuals departed, and as they left, the circular markings on their arms dissipated. Ilu produced a stone ring from his spatial ring, its black, flattened oval form standing about a person's height. This is an ancient relic passed down through the ages, birth from the earth that I call it Fintion. Inside Fintan exists its own realm. You may enter to hunt magical beasts, Ilu explained. Such a thing exists in this world. It must be a spiritual artifact, the remaining participants murmured. Amidst the commotion, Xiao Murue quietly grasped Qianlin's arm. Qianlin, once we enter, let us find a way to stick together. Though our chances of hunting a third-tier magical beast are slim. We must at least give it a try, Xiao Murue suggested. What? Are we not all entering the same location? Qianlin inquired. I have only heard rumors that Tian Academy possesses an ancient sacred artifact called Fintian, which contains its own world. Perhaps we will be teleported to various locations upon entry. All right, if we happen to cross paths, it will be a stroke of luck. Qianlin spoke up, in order to prevent anyone from concealing their true age. Let us first measure our innate qualities. As he spoke, Yao produced a wand and cast a spell. With the incantation, a myriad of green lights emanated from the bodies of countless individuals, while a select few radiated a crimson glow. Those enveloped in red light lowered their heads in shame, as their ages were evidently older than the others. Qianlin gazed at the light surrounding him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Why is this young man's light white? The crowd regarded Qianlin with equal astonishment. Xiaomurui and Xiaoyao also stared wide-eyed. What is this? Xietai looked at Qianlin as if he were a precious gem. Indeed, Yao remarked with admiration. The crowd remained relatively composed, as the individuals present possessed a commendable temperament. Teacher, may I enter? Qianlin inquired cautiously. Although he was uncertain why his body emitted white light, he sensed from the elders and youth's admiring gazes that it was likely a positive sign. Yes, of course you may enter. Your age does not exceed 3 years, your meridians are clear, and your purity is exceptional. Your innate qualities are remarkable. Yao smiled rarely. Hearing that he could enter, Qianlin exhaled in relief. Fearful of being dismissed, I didn't expect young Master Qianlin to possess such a unique constitution. Xiaomurui chuckled. Little brother, just 3 years old? Not bad at all, Xiaoyao added with a smile, though his expression lacked genuine congratulations. Though Qianlin was unaware of why he was considered under 3 years old, he surmised it might be related to the transformation pool. Typical magical beasts merely transformed from beast forms to human forms, whereas Qianlin's body had been nurtured by the pool's waters, sprouting forth from it. Fortunately, the crowd did not delve deeper into this matter. The remaining 1,000 individuals promptly formed a line, entering the designated area one by one. As Qianlin stepped into the realm, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the scenery around him shifted constantly, ultimately leading him to a dense forest. Your objective is to slay a third-tier magical beast. Regardless of its species or method, I will provide each of you with a spiritual weapon, and you will have 1 month. However, do not worry. Time inside is staggered with that outside, that if you perish within, you will return to the outside world, and true death will not befall you. Yao's voice resonated once more. The silver dagger then appeared in Qianlin's palm, adorned with the same pattern as that on his arm. Inscribed with tiny characters, randomly crafted by the Weaponry Hall of Tianan Academy. Upon reading these words, Qianlin felt a wave of frustration. The term randomly crafted had already given him a preliminary understanding of the Weaponry Hall's capricious nature at Tianan Academy. The Academy's whimsical recruitment methods, erratic examination questions, and its unassailable status in the hearts of the people all piqued Qianlin's curiosity and heightened his anticipation of entering Tianan Academy. What sort of institution is Tianan Academy? He pondered, feeling regret for those who withdrew out of fear for their lives. They would not truly die. So what was there to fear? Perhaps fortune might favor them, and they would pass the examination. However, Qianlin knew he could not concern himself with others' choices, as each individual harbored their own thoughts, and he had no authority to interfere. Regaining his focus, Qianlin began to contemplate his situation. Towering ancient trees surrounded him. Yet curiously, all of them were a vivid red, their leaves mirroring this hue. The trees extended countless roots into the ground, their dense foliage spreading wide, allowing only sparse rays of sunlight to filter through. Qianlin estimated these trees to be centuries old. The older the forest, the more likely it is to spawn formidable magical beasts as he tread upon the thick layer of detritus beneath his feet. He recognized that this crimson soil had been formed from decayed leaves over a century past. Since entering this forest, Qianlin's instincts had been on high alert, clearly indicating that this place was fraught with peril, harboring numerous entities capable of threatening his life. The scarred adversary he had battled possessed the strength of a first-star Dome Master. Without Qianlin's advanced Qingyet Dune technique, victory would have been elusive. However, a third-tier magical beast's power far surpassed that of a great Dome Master. While Qianlin could best the scarred foe, he knew he stood no chance against a third-tier magical beast, even if he employed all his tactics. Even if he unleashed his unique offensive Do technique, the invincible tiger's earth-splitting palm, to its utmost potential, and even if the third-tier beast stood still, he would struggle to make the slightest impact. Nevertheless, Qianlin did not abandon hope. He had witnessed countless eyes filled with despair on Earth, and he had grown numb to hopelessness. His goal was to shatter it relentlessly, with each step upon the soft earth. Qianlin contemplated strategies to fulfill his mission. As long as he formulated a reasonable plan, opportunities would arise. During the apocalypse, he had come to deeply understand the importance of cooperation. No one could survive alone, and only through complete trust and collaboration could one seek a glimmer of hope. With his strength as a 3-star Dome Master, he knew he could not take down a third-tier magical beast alone. Thus, he needed to seek allies to join forces in slaying it. The Blood Eagle Squad had previously collaborated countless times with unfamiliar evolution teams, seamlessly working together as if they had trained for years, and had defeated numerous adversaries far stronger than themselves. Now, this seasoned hunter, Qianlin, returned once more to the hunting grounds. The towering ancient trees enveloped the sky, and the forest tranquility was unsettling. Anyone lacking a resolute spirit might have been driven to tears by the suffocating stillness. However, Qianlin, having weathered countless nights of despair during the apocalypse, remained unfazed. His instincts remained ever alert, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Suddenly, a bird's call resonated through the forest as a colossal eagle-like magical beast soared overhead. Casting a shadow over the sun, the beast ascended towards the heavens, swiftly disappearing from sight. As it passed over the forest, the ground beneath a banyan tree trembled, and thick layers of humus began to stir. Qianlin emerged from the earth, his face smeared with red soil. Phew! He spat out a piece of crimson leaf. Good thing I hid quickly. Being discovered would have spelled doom for me. That eagle-like magical beast possessed strength comparable to a doe spirit. Before it, Qianlin felt like an insignificant insect. Had it not been for his premonition, he would have certainly failed to react in time. The power of one individual is ultimately limited. However, thankfully, he was human. And humans are inherently social beings. We understand the importance of cooperation. Yet, where is everyone? Why have I encountered not a single soul after a whole day of wandering? Qianlin felt a pang of frustration. His stomach growled in hunger, yet he had seen no one. Trees bore some red fruits, glistening as if stained with blood, but Qianlin dared not partake. Strange trees, an odd forest. Each night, Qianlin buried himself beneath the thick layer of leaves, suppressing all his do qi, enduring the night in tension. Although he remained unconcerned, having experienced countless such nights during the apocalypse, many would close their eyes at night, never to awaken come dawn. He wondered how Xiaoyao and the others were faring. Surely they wouldn't have been frightened to tears? A girl's figure appeared in Qianlin's mind. How strange. Why am I worried about that little girl? He chuckled softly. That infuriating little brat. Just as Qianlin was about to drift into slumber, he faintly heard Xiaoyao's voice calling from afar. Startled, Qianlin's muscles tensed. Could it be that I have truly developed feelings for that girl? Why else would I hear her voice even in my sleep? He exclaimed in disbelief, unwilling to accept that he was infatuated with that bothersome girl. Help! Is anyone there? Please, save us! It was not an illusion. Qianlin sprang to his feet, disregarding the dirt still clinging to his body. Racing toward the source of the voice, silver dagger gripped tightly in hand, his nerves taut and ready for battle. If my fire eagle were still here, I would fear nothing. This notion was birthed in Qianlin after witnessing the plight of Xiaoyao and Zaimeru. Xiaoyao cried out in despair, her cherubic face betraying a fleeting expression of fear, only to regain her composure, her lips pressed resolutely together. I must get my sister out. A blue shield conjured from magic enveloped Xiaoyao, a protective ice barrier cast by Zaimuri before her unconsciousness. Surrounding the shield, a throng of feline-like creatures gazed hungrily at the two within, emitting low, guttural growls. They possessed crimson fur, resembling cats, with eerie azure eyes glowing in the darkness. And their sharp claws were laced with venom. Scanning the area, Xiaoyao was astounded to find herself encircled by thousands of these cat demons. Gazing down at Zaimuri, whose lips were tinged with an ominous hue, Xiaoyao retrieved a white pill from her pocket, exuding a faint medicinal aroma. This Baichao detox pill may or may not work. With a sense of urgency, Xiaoyao placed the pill into Zaimuri's mouth. Her eyes fixated nervously on the throng of creatures outside the ice barrier. The raccoon-like creatures possessed merely the strength of a fighter, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Though Zaimui was a 7-star mage and Xiaoyao a 4-star fighter, their combined might was insufficient against the multitude of raccoons. After all, it is said that a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant. The raccoon demons circled the protective barrier, which, despite its moderate defensive capabilities, emanated a potent, icy aura. Each time they approached, the chilling air made them tremble. Discouraging any assault, they waited patiently for the shield's magical energy to wane, intent on tearing the two girls apart. Just as Xiaoyao prepared to charge out of the barrier in a desperate bid, she spotted a young man sprinting towards them. Qianlin, run. Each of these raccoons possesses the strength of a 1-star fighter. Their claws are poisonous, Xiaoyao shouted. Yet the boy remained undeterred, dashing into the midst of the crimson raccoon horde, his dagger plunging into their throats, blood splattering around him. The raccoons, witnessing their companions fall, emitted furious howls and converged upon Qianlin. What are you waiting for? Silly Xiaoyao? Run! With that, the young man turned and fled. Qianlin, possessing only 3-star fighter strength, was aware that even with the formidable Qingshu technique, which rivaled 5-star fighters, he could not recklessly engage against such overwhelming odds. The raccoons, incensed, charged at him. With claws outstretched, they lunged for his throat. However, each raccoon halted mid-leap as a dagger pierced its throat. Qianlin flung the corpse aside and continued to run, well aware that despite his rigorous combat training on Earth, he was not invincible. Skill alone could not withstand sheer numbers. Qianlin intentionally refrained from running too far, opting instead to pivot in place, hoping to draw the ire of more raccoons, thus ensuring Xiaoyao and Zaimuri's safety. Just as there are geniuses among humans, there were raccoons of no small intellect. Upon seeing Xiaoyao emerge from the magical shield, they began to encircle her. Although Xiaoyao was a 4-star fighter, her burden of carrying Zaimuri hindered her ability to fight back, forcing her to flee desperately. Damn it, why are they so clever? As a portion of the raccoons diverted toward Xiaoyao, Qianlin felt compelled to reveal his full strength. Qingyedun method. A flash of light surged as Qianlin, in mere moments, reached Xiaoyao, his dagger striking with lightning speed, leaving a trail of fallen raccoons in his wake. One particularly larger raccoon, radiating a more powerful aura, lunged at Qianlin, likely a leader among its kind. Invincible tiger crushing earth palm, he shouted, delivering a forceful strike to the charging raccoon. The creature let out a mournful wail as its body exploded into fragments, yet a drop of blood trickled from Qianlin's palm. Just as he prepared to wield his dagger once more, a wave of dizziness washed over him, momentarily halting his movements. Another raccoon seized the opportunity and lunged towards him in that critical moment. Qianlin's instinct for combat, honed during the apocalypse, surged forth. The dagger instinctively thrust forward, impaling the approaching cat demon through its heart. These claws are indeed poisonous. He squeezed the blood from the wound, which had turned a faint black. Quick, take this pill. A small hand pressed against Qianlin's mouth, and an icy pill was forcefully shoved between his lips. The remaining cat demons regrouped, their blue eyes glinting with malice as they beheld the bodies of their fallen comrades. Get into the shield, Qianlin bellowed, pulling Xiaoyao towards the protective barrier. As they neared, a wave of frigid air assaulted them, penetrating Qianlin's pores and chilling his blood to near freezing. With all his might, he pushed forward, finally breaching the barrier's resistance. Ice crystals clung to his brows, breath forming clouds of mist, and his arms felt stiff from the cold. Yet the moment they entered the shield, the icy breath dissipated. Xiao Yao's lips were similarly tinged with purple, trembling from the cold. The shield, while lacking formidable defense, exuded an oppressive cold. Any creature that drew near would have their blood temperature plummet below freezing within mere seconds. The raccoons kept their distance, unwilling to approach the barrier, for the cold would freeze their blood solid. "Come here," Qianlin urged, opening his arms wide. "Huh." Xiao Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. "Hurry and warm up. We still need to escape." Qianlin shouted, urgency lacing his voice. This bark shattered Xiao Yao's last shred of shyness. She lowered her head and embraced him. "Pull your sister over too. Do you want her to freeze to death?" Oh, the ice shield technique. While a defensive magic, lacked substantial protective capabilities. As long as one could endure the bitter chill, they could squeeze into the shield and eliminate the caster, provided they did not succumb to frostbite beforehand. Thankfully, the magical energy within the ice shield was nearly depleted. Otherwise, Qianlin might have perished before gaining entry. Zaimuri, having consumed the Baichao detox pill, had her poisoning mitigated, yet Qianlin dared not let his guard down. Although she would not truly perish within the hour, such matters were never certain. A gentle flow of fighting spirit infused Zaimuri, the healing properties inherent in the wood attribute working to restore her. At that moment, Xiao Yao nestled against Qianlin, her ears flushing crimson. Though she had long heard her mother speak of the treachery of humans, deceitful and ruthless, particularly towards their kind, Xiao Yao felt an inexplicable affinity towards Qianlin from the very first moment they met. An instinctual bond seemingly etched in her very blood. Casting a glance at the girl in his arms, Qianlin inquired, "Why are your ears so red?" "Mind your own business," Xiao Yao retorted. Suddenly, a realization struck Qianlin. "Oh, you little minx, here I am warming you up while tending to your sister's injuries, and you're lost in thought." Yet before Qianlin could finish, a mouth lunged forward. The sharp fangs sank into his shoulder. "Ah, damn it. Why did I have to deal with this troublesome girl? It hurts." Xiao Yao wiped the dirt from her lips, laughing at a young man carrying a girl, with another girl closely trailing behind. "Run," the boy shouted, tossing stones and branches behind him. Remarkably patient, the raccoons seemed to await their revenge, having lingered for an entire night until the magic of the ice shield was spent, leading to the current scene. "Damn it, Qianlin, do we do? They're catching up. What can I do? Of course, we run faster." Easy for you to say. The two individuals in frantic flight were, of course, Qianlin and Xiao Yao, with the girl on Qianlin's back being the poisoned and unconscious Zaimuri. As they desperately evaded their pursuers, Qianlin suddenly hurled all the stones he had been carrying behind him and came to a halt. "Damn it, Qianlin, why have you stopped running?" Xiao Yao exclaimed, stamping her foot. "Let me teach you how to run faster." With that, Qianlin hoisted Xiao Yao onto his shoulders amidst her startled cries. For a fighter, lifting another person without the use of combat energy was a trivial task. Green leaf escape technique. Wind motion. The combat energy beneath Qianlin's feet materialized, transforming into a streak of light that vanished before the bewildered eyes of the raccoons. The raccoons stared at each other in confusion, unable to comprehend how the person they had been pursuing all day had seemingly vanished into thin air. Qianlin paid no heed to the howls of the raccoons behind him. He felt the wind surge beneath him, realizing that his mastery of the green leaf escape technique had notably improved. It seems the green leaf escape technique has reached its pinnacle of wind motion. This low-level mystical technique was something Qianlin treasured greatly. Ever since he regained his physical form, he had acquired numerous books about this world and understood the rarity of such techniques. While mystical combat skills or cultivation methods might be rare, they were not entirely unique. However, techniques like this were indeed exceedingly scarce. Although Qianlin's technique was merely low-level, it was not something the average person could possess. Consequently, Qianlin grew increasingly puzzled about the identity of a lion that had saved him. Why would it grant him such an exceptional technique and combat skills? Perhaps it was so powerful that it looked down on low-level mystical methods, casually discarding treasures that would make ordinary people envious. Or perhaps it had ulterior motives. Qianlin shook his head, unwilling to dwell on his suspicions that, in the apocalyptic world, he lived each day in self-reproach, for it was he who had unsealed the eternal Night Emperor's seal. leading to the emergence of Ti on Earth. Now, the undead of the elemental continent seemed to share some connection with the Eternal Night Emperor. Perhaps Ti was a form of undead, albeit one with flesh and blood. Qianlin pondered this, for whether undead or Ti, they both harbored a thirst for the blood and flesh of living beings. Their souls were tainted with dark energy that drove them to madness. With only blood and flesh capable of calming their frenzy, Qianlin had once harbored such dark energy within him, but had been absorbed by a white creature in the beast spirit hall. Alas, I still do not know where the elemental goddess's magic wand is, that I am still far too weak, Qianlin thought. His purpose for coming here was to grow stronger and to find the elemental goddess's magic wand to completely seal the Eternal Night Emperor. He had arrived here filled with hatred, yet now he had no clues whatsoever, and he had almost lost the Black Stone. Just as Qianlin was lost in his thoughts, he inadvertently stepped into empty space and fell to the ground. Causing the two girls he was carrying to tumble into his embrace, the sensation of softness enveloped him, stirring feelings within Qianlin. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts and looked at the object that had tripped him. A black rod? The object beneath his feet was about a meter long, entirely black, with a round blue gem embedded at its top, emitting a faint azure glow if one did not examine it closely. One might mistake it for a branch. However, the smooth and polished surface, along with the gem, suggested it was artificially crafted. Could this be a magic wand? At that moment, Zaimuri, having fallen, unexpectedly regained consciousness, after consuming the detoxification pill. The poison within her had completely dissipated. A magic wand? Qianlin mused, toying with the short rod in his hand. He had seen magic wands before, whether it was Zheng Yu's golden wand, Guang Yan's dark green wand, or the wand held by the plump man from the artifact pavilion, yet he had never encountered one that appeared so peculiar. How could there be a magic wand here? How strange. But this wand is quite ugly, Xiaoyao remarked, snatching the black rod from him. Could it belong to someone else who entered here? Zaimuri asked curiously. Every entrant to the split sky had been gifted a piece of spiritual equipment. Qianlin and Xiaoyao had received daggers, while Zaimuri had been given a magic wand. No, it shouldn't have been a gift, as it lacks the inscription crafted by the artifact hall of Tiannan Academy. Perhaps it was their own wand that was discarded here. Zaimuri speculated. Just as the trio was discussing this, the blue gem of the wand's tip suddenly emitted a brilliant azure light, which shone directly upon Qianlin, rendering his eyes vacant. Haha, I have finally seen the light of day again. A voice boomed within Qianlin's consciousness. As Qianlin hastily merged his awareness into his mind's eye, an elderly man with a beard appeared in his consciousness, his hair disheveled and his beard trailing. Who are you? How did you enter my mind? Qianlin bellowed. Fury surged within him once more. He despised being controlled. Having previously been manipulated by Zheng Yu, leading to the harm of Xiao Bai, he had narrowly escaped being consumed by a pale spirit in the Beast Spirit Hall. Now, another intruder had breached his mind, inciting his wrath. Flames of fury ignited within his soul, the dark green flames radiating terrifying heat that scorched the old man's essence. Soul-devouring fire. Are you an undead? The elder, startled by the dark green flames rising from Qianlin's soul, expressed his astonishment. I am not undead. I am Qianlin, he shouted, simultaneously launching a small flame from his soul towards the elder. Wait, we can discuss this. The elder, seeing the flames, was taken aback. He had just awakened from slumber, his soul having endured a millennium of decay, leaving him feeble. Why have you invaded my body? Speak, Qianlin pressed, sensing the elder's weakness, instead of answering. The elder's eyes widened as he gazed at Qianlin, murmuring, How strange! How can an undead possess such rationality? Truly peculiar. Before Qianlin could explode in anger, the elder transformed into a wisp of blue light and flew out of Qianlin's consciousness, returning to the gem atop the wand. Damn, you could just leave like that without my consent? Where did this old man come from? Qianlin thought. Feeling somewhat speechless, he surveyed his surroundings, noticing the black walls enclosing him. Realizing he was trapped within his own mind, that he understood that this was his mind's eye, a space where powerful warriors could store their soul's energy. Once formed, a mind's eye would grant one's soul awareness, allowing sight even with eyes closed, and myriad advantages in combat. However, Qianlin's mind's eye had evidently not yet awakened, which was why, although he had expelled the pale creature from the beast spirit hall, he could not escape. Ultimately, it was the lion that had guided him out. Otherwise, he might have remained bedridden for eternity. But how do I get out now? Meanwhile, Xiao Yao and Zaimuri watched anxiously as Qianlin lay unconscious. A wisp of azure light flew from his body, returning to the black rod. "Sister, what is happening? Why is he unconscious?" Zaimuri asked, her brow furrowed. "It might be related to that blue light from earlier," she speculated, gazing at the gem atop the black rod. "What should we do? He won't be possessed, will he?" Xiao Yao, having seen the blue light emerge from the gem, recalled hearing that some powerful beings, upon death, could linger in the world, their souls refusing to enter reincarnation, that he shouldn't have been possessed. The blue light returned to the black rod, right? Young Master Qianlin is likely just sealed within his own mind, which should be fine. This rod must also be a treasure. Let's hold on to it for now. Zaimuri pondered for a moment, the tea present. She held no hope for the Tian Nan Academy's assessment. All she wished for was to leave this place in a month. Hunting a third-tier magical beast? How could that be possible? Even a first-tier cat demon had nearly brought them to the brink of death, let alone the formidable third-tier beasts. Meanwhile, Qianlin remained oblivious to Zaimuri's despondency. He was desperately pounding against the thick black walls of his mind, which felt as impenetrable as the strongest steel. "How do I get out of here? Damn it!" Qianlin cursed. "No, I must escape. I can't possibly remain trapped in my mind for eternity." Qianlin delivered a fierce punch against the wall of consciousness. Yet the wall remained utterly unyielding, that a surge of realization coursed through him as the dark green soul, devouring flames, spiraled around his fist, condensing all his spiritual energy into the flame, which seemed to grow ever more formidable. The black wall emitted a hissing sound, revealing signs of melting upon its surface, witnessing the effectiveness of the soul-devouring flame. Qianlin summoned even more of it. However, progress felt agonizingly slow. He pondered whether the infusion of fighting spirit would prove beneficial, but a wave of green fighting spirit extracted from Qianlin's aura swirled into the soul-devouring flame, which erupted in jubilance, causing the melting of the wall to accelerate. Days passed, and after what felt like an eternity, Qianlin slowly opened his eyes to find himself nestled in a makeshift shelter crafted from trees. The shelter, entirely constructed of red wood, was evidently built from local materials. The towering trees of the forest provided ample space between their branches, yet Qianlin could scarcely fathom the possibility of erecting a house within them. Harmoniously intertwined with nature, as he gazed upon the humble abode, a warm sense of comfort enveloped him. "Silly Qianlin, you've finally awakened," came the cheerful voice of Xiao Yao. "How long have I slept?" he inquired. "It has been over 10 days, my sister, and I figured you wouldn't wake up anytime soon. So we constructed this little house." That a jolt of realization struck Qianlin. A significant amount of time had elapsed. Yet they had yet to catch a glimpse of a third-tier magical beast. "Our mission may be unachievable. Time has slipped away from us," Xiao Yao sighed, her eyes dimmed with concern. "Do not fret. I have a plan." Qianlin replied slowly, a hint of confidence gracing his expression. Days later, a colossal magical beast roared in fury, half its body ensnared in a deep pit lined with countless sharp bamboo stakes. "Slow down." A green light enveloped the beast, a spell cast by Zaimuri. The creature, resembling a wild boar and standing approximately 3 meters tall, was crimson in hue, thrashing its legs in a desperate attempt to escape, only to find them impaled by a dagger hidden beneath the trap. The bamboo stakes failed to breach its tough hide, yet concealed within them lay 2 daggers. "Slow down." Another incantation erupted from Zaimuri's lips, ancient elven words weaving the air with magical elements. The red candle boar emitted a furious roar. Having endured countless slow-down spells, its ire fully ignited. Blood poured from its wounded legs, and each time it neared escape, another slowed-down spell hindered its movement, followed by a young man wielding a massive tree, striking it back into the pit. "Roar!" The red candle boar bellowed, a crimson shield manifesting around it as fighting spirit enveloped its form. It was prepared to unleash its full might. "Slow down." 2 more spells erupted from Zaimuri's staff, yet the slow-down spells bore little effect. The red candle boar continued its relentless struggle to ascend. Its rear legs bloodied, but its formidable vitality rendered these wounds mere trifles. Qianlin leapt into action, a tree over 1/2 meter wide clutched in his arms. With tremendous force, he brought the tree crashing down upon the boar's head, causing it to stagger. Had it not been for the fact that half its body was trapped, the young man would have been torn asunder. Roar! The red candle boar roared once more, its front hooves digging in as it pressed forward. Just a little further, and it could leap from the pit, tearing the three of them to shreds. A massive rock fell upon its head, and Xiao Yao, panting slightly, realized it was the heaviest object she could manage. The boar shook its head violently, the sound of cracking stone echoing through the air. Earth manipulation. The ground at the pit's edge morphed into a stone barrier, restraining the red candle boar's neck. The creature thrashed its neck, unleashing a surge of fighting spirit that shattered the stone barrier. But just then, a shadow descended from above as another tree came crashing down. Caught off guard, the half-exposed body of the red candle boar was struck down once more. Though Qianlin and Xiao Yao's assaults barely scratched the beast, the daggers at the pit's bottom proved effective. The red candle boar felt a sharp sting on its rear hoof. A dagger, glinting ominously, had pierced its fighting spirit barrier and left a wound on its leg. This dagger, crafted carelessly by the Qi Cultivation Hall, was a first-tier spirit weapon with a certain degree of penetration effect. As the red candle boar prepared to rise again, a wave of dizziness washed over it. The dagger was poisoned. Hastily, it attempted to expel the toxin with fighting spirit, but the numerous cuts, though shallow, had allowed the poison to seep throughout its body. The red candle boar lay defeated at the bottom of the pit. Its stamina only slightly diminished, and while it had not sustained grave injuries, it was unable to rise again. The toxin had finally taken its toll. Above, the young man trembled as he set the tree down, collapsing onto the ground. They had battled the beast for nearly an entire day, their energy waning, while the creature showed no signs of fatigue. Just when Qianlin feared the toxin from the weasel was ineffective, the powerful third-tier beast finally succumbed. Perhaps its sheer size compared to Qianlin and Xiaomurui had slowed the toxin's onset, leading the red candle boar to grow complacent until the poison spread throughout its form. Slow and steady wins the race. At that moment, Qianlin gasped heavily, his eyes reddened, darting between Xiao Yao and Xiaomurui. "Sister, what is wrong with Qianlin?" Xiaomurui asked, concern evident in her voice. Perhaps he consumed too many bull-strength pills, leading to some side effects. Xiaomurui quietly retreated, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. However, Xiao Yao, worried for Qianlin, stepped forward. Qianlin fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Yao, suddenly realizing the young girl possessed a certain beauty, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He lunged at Xiao Yao, pinning her to the ground, and kissed her amidst her astonished expression, in pursuit of slaying the third-tier beast. Xiaomurui had consumed countless recovery pills, exhausting all harmless elixirs she had on hand. Once she and Xiao Yao produced a selection of short-term enhancement pills, Qianlin eagerly swallowed them all. Among them are over a dozen bull-strength pills. These pills enhanced strength and magical prowess, rendering the consumer immensely powerful, and were considered quite effective second-tier potions. Yet Qianlin seemed to have overindulged. Though he inquired about the pill's effects, he had not anticipated the somewhat embarrassing side effects of the bull-strength pills. Xiaomurui attempted to cast several water-gathering spells, hoping to calm Qianlin down. But when the water soaked through Xiao Yao's clothing, revealing her fair skin beneath, Xiaomurui realized she had made a grave mistake. Just as Qianlin's breaths grew heavier, a serene blue light emanated from the black staff behind Xiaomurui, striking Qianlin's neck, causing his eyes to glaze over as he fell unconscious. This staff, of course, was the very wand that had tripped Qianlin before. At that time, Xiaomurui had hesitated, believing the staff bore no malice, and in a moment of greed, she had kept it close. When Qianlin awoke, he mentioned that the staff indeed contained a soul, albeit a weak one that posed no threat, allowing Xiaomurui to rest easy with it by her side. Unbeknownst to her, it had now unleashed another blue light, knocking Qianlin out cold. Xiaomurui couldn't help but lament her recklessness and impetuosity. "Ha ha! Come forth, come forth!" The 9-colored thunderbolts incessantly struck the old man's body, who stood like the proudest pine atop a snowy peak. "Have I, the elder of the celestial realm, ever feared anything? while you all bow your heads in pursuit of immortality. I alone see through the mysteries of the world. Ha ha ha. I am mad. I am truly mad. The old man bellowed as a tempestuous storm, replete with torrential rain, lashed against him. Yet a faint protective barrier shielded him from the external deluge. Finchen, old man, surrender that tome of techniques. We may yet grant you mercy. A circle of winged figures encircled the elder, each one a harbinger of malevolence, their eyes alight with avarice. I end this world. There ought not to exist any being of eternal life. Do you truly believe that possessing this technique will grant you immortality? Ha! The old man laughed maniacally. The rain intensified, while dark, oppressive clouds swirled ominously overhead. Enough prattle. Unleash the thunderous art. Another elder brandished his staff, summoning yet another bolt of lightning. How pitiful it is that I, Finchen, old man, who traversed the world in pursuit of immortality, now realize that in my final moments, all of it was but a cruel jest, so wretched, so solitary. Ha ha! As a son of magic, what use have I for such a technique? Blood poured from his mouth, his body riddled with wounds that he refrained from casting a healing spell. For he was acutely aware that survival was utterly impossible today. Since the Panga deity carved time, I shall borrow a fragment. Finchen extracted his staff and began to chant in the ancient tongue of the spirits. Instantly, the magical elements in the air began to align, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The crowd remained frozen. Even the raindrops hung suspended in a diagonal descent, blown askew by the wind. No, it is time magic. A bald man within the throng manifested a circular shield of light before him, radiating a white glow that rendered Finchen's magic ineffective. An innocent man suffers for his treasures. Prepare to meet your demise, Finchen, old man. In the blink of an eye, the man appeared before Finchen, a void step. Fire ring art, activate. A ring of flames encircled Finchen, the terrifying heat vaporizing the raindrops into wisps of steam. Yet when the fire ring collided with the white shield, it inflicted not a single scratch. The white shield, an artifact, it can withstand all harm. You shall perish here today, the bald man roared, swinging his mighty blade. The overwhelming force shattering Finchen's magical barrier and caving in his chest. Ha! Throughout my life, I have relentlessly pursued immortality. Yet I find that the truest joy is only found in the innocence of childhood. The Kwafu body refinement technique. Ha! What use have I for you? What value is immortality? 8 treasures pagoda. I die with no regrets, the old man proclaimed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, since the Panga deity carved time. The fragment I borrowed has been shattered, he lamented, as the rain finally fell freely, cascading down in torrents. Finchen, old man, today you are surrounded. You shall surely meet your end. The crowd cried in unison. Countless spells and martial techniques surged towards Finchen, and under the combined assault of the multitude, he had no chance of survival. The surrounding space had frozen, leaving no opportunity for even a spatial shift. The world is obsessed with the pursuit of the mysteries of immortality. Yearning for eternal existence, that I laugh at their folly. They laugh at my foolishness. Let them go, let them drift away with the wind. A millennium hence, all grievances shall fade into oblivion. Finchen closed his eyes, a wisp of his soul merging into his obsidian staff, which he cast into the void. Amidst the explosion of martial arts and magic, Finchen vanished into the horizon. Later, after an indeterminate passage of time, Finchen was fortuitously discovered by Tian Nan Academy's Ilu. Just as Xiao Mu Rue and Xiao Yao began to fret, the sound of Qianlin's snoring resonated softly. Upon hearing Qianlin's snores, Xiao Yao and Xiao Mu Rue breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the blue light emanating from the staff did not intend to harm Qianlin, but merely to prevent some ill-fated events from transpiring. Gratefulness welled within them for the spirit residing within the black staff, yet no matter how they manipulated it, the staff remained unresponsive, akin to a withered branch. Reluctantly, they ceased their attempts. The two cautiously retrieved the makeshift traps from beneath the pit and, wielding 2 daggers, slashed open the major artery of the red candle pig, allowing its blood to drain before Xiao Yao shouldered the pig alongside Qianlin, heading towards their makeshift shelter, though a few sporadic drops of blood fell along the way. The scent was insufficient to attract any bloodthirsty creatures, a lesson imparted by Qianlin. When Xiao Mu Rue and Xiao Yao beheld the traps crafted by Qianlin, admiration painted their faces. They had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate young man could devise such intricate mechanisms. Watching Qianlin skillfully set the traps, they mused that even the most seasoned hunter could scarcely achieve such finesse. As Qianlin shared his insights on self-preservation and survival in the wild, the two girls were filled with even greater admiration, struggling to comprehend how an ordinary person could possess such knowledge. Could it be that Qianlin's father was a demon hunter? They remained blissfully unaware that the tea that once roamed Earth was more vicious and bloodthirsty than any beast or monster. Wars often give birth to great art. Forged through the trials of countless humans battling against teeth, the survival is an essential lesson for every evolved being, and traps designed for hunting tea are equally effective for capturing magical beasts. For Xiao Yao, a 4-star fighter, lifting the hefty red candle pig posed no challenge. However, the journey was long. During the trek, Xiao Yao consumed several recovery pills, while Xiao Mu Rue cast restorative spells to aid them. Balancing the massive red candle pig on her back while carrying the slumbering Qianlin, Xiao Yao noticed that Qianlin's features contorted in discomfort as he slept. His mind was awash with memories from Earth, from the dashing Qian, who once ruled the marketplace, to the evolved being slain by a comrade transformed into tea, from learning the secrets of the black stone from the elemental goddess, to encountering the dark-faced judge in the underworld. Even the moment he became Zheng Yu's specter and killed the innocent was vividly etched in his memory, leading to the later events in Beast Spirit Hall. All these memories unfolded before him, and unbeknownst to him, the black staff emitted a soft blue glow, accompanied by an exclamation from within. This lad, how intriguing! Xiao Yao and Xiao Mu Rue hung the red candle pig from a tree and then led Qianlin back to their treetop shelter. Qianlin lay in a makeshift abode, eyes tightly shut, his face contorted as if haunted by nightmares. Xiao Yao and Xiao Mu Rue observed his shifting expressions with palpable anxiety. "Sister, why are you still keeping that black staff?" It is what knocked Qianlin unconscious. At that moment, Xiao Yao felt no lingering hatred towards Qianlin, only concern. Qianlin merely fainted. He is not gravely harmed. The staff acted with good intentions. Had it not struck him down, then Xiao Mu Rue's voice trailed off as she lowered her head. Xiao Yao instinctively understood the implication, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, after their exhausting hunt for the third-tier magical beast. The red candle pig, both Xiao Yao and Xiao Mu Rue had long since worn themselves out, and as night fell, they unknowingly dozed off by Qianlin's bedside, in the stillness of the night. The black staff glimmered with an ethereal blue light. Moments later, Qianlin suddenly opened his eyes, and in his consciousness, an elderly figure with flowing hair appeared. The old man, with his silvery white hair cascading smoothly over his shoulders, stood quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. Qianlin promptly merged his soul into his consciousness, glaring fiercely at the old man. "Who are you? Why do you repeatedly invade my mind? What do you seek?" The old man's expression remained serene, his calm demeanor momentarily startling Qianlin. Gradually, the elder spoke, a 10th-level evolved being. "I see, and oh wonder you possess such formidable soul power." The old man maintained an air of nonchalance, his gentle smile revealing a sense of tranquility and wisdom. However, Qianlin's pupils constricted. Only his comrades from Earth and the Eternal Night Emperor understood what an evolved being truly was. "Who are you? How do you know this? Have you been sent by the Eternal Night Emperor to kill me?" The old man did not respond directly, instead stating, "I have seen your memories. How much did you see?" "All of it." Qianlin fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with the decision of whether to eliminate the old man. While he was not one to revel in bloodshed, the weight of his burdens was immense, and the elder possessed an unsettling depth of understanding regarding his mission and responsibilities. Any misstep was simply unacceptable. "I know what you're pondering. How to dispose of me," the old man remarked with a calm smile. "Enough with the idle chatter. I grant you 3 seconds to provide me with a reason not to kill you." Qianlin retorted coldly, "I am currently in a state of utter weakness, feeling as though I have slept through an eternity. Completely oblivious to how long I have been unconscious." The elder continued, seemingly unfazed by Qianlin's threat. 2 seconds remained. I never anticipated you to be so remarkably different. Alas, this world has changed. 1 second left. Perhaps I have simply aged. So many years have passed. Then you shall die. Qianlin bellowed, a spear of soul-devouring fire coalescing and hurtling toward the elder. I can assist you in sealing the Evernight Emperor. The old man stated, unfazed. The spear dissipated slowly, halting merely an inch from the elder's face. What did you say? Qianlin exclaimed, eyes widening. I can help you locate the staff of the elemental goddess. Indeed, I could even reverse time, allowing you to return to the past and save your sister, your uncle, all your comrades, and even every human on Earth, the elder replied, maintaining an air of serene detachment, reminiscent of a celestial being or a formidable force capable of reshaping the very fabric of existence. Qianlin inhaled sharply. Reverse time. Having resided in the elemental continent for some time, he understood the implications of the elder's words. The vastness of the elemental continent was rife with strange legends, eccentric and fantastical. Whispers spoke of an ancient and powerful magic capable of reversing time, yet Qianlin had always dismissed such tales as mere folly. If such magic truly existed, why had the Evernight Emperor not invoked it? Why had the elemental goddess not employed it? Why had the followers of the Evernight Emperor not utilized it upon witnessing their leader's sealing? Qianlin speculated that either the magic was prohibitively taxing with a dismally low success rate, or that it simply did not exist. He had scoured numerous texts on the subject, yet the available literature was mundane. With many secrets hidden within the vast sections, this rendered Qianlin's quest for the truth nearly impossible. He had intended to thoroughly search for ancient tomes upon entering the Tian Academy, hoping to glean even a sliver of hope, even if it meant merely indulging in a whimsical jest, for the time lost would be trivial. Did such magic truly exist? Qianlin stammered, the weight of his curiosity rendering him cautious. This magic is not of modern origin, nor is it from my era, but rather a product of the ancient elven culture at its zenith. In the ancient elven tongue, it is referred to as, and Baj, the elder concluded, his final 3 words cryptic and esoteric. Yet, Qianlin heard them with clarity. It was his first encounter with the authentic pronunciation of the ancient elven language. Strangely, he comprehended every syllable, despite the elder's labored articulation. Those 3 elven words distinctly conveyed, since the Pangu god opened time, I borrow a portion. Upon hearing these words, Qianlin felt as if time itself had momentarily frozen. The utterance seemed imbued with the very essence of temporal manipulation. Had there been any magic within his consciousness, those words alone would likely have stirred the surrounding magical energies into resonance. Since the Pangu god opened time, I borrow a portion, Qianlin recited slowly. The phrase, articulated in human language, did not evoke the same effect as before, yet he remained profoundly shaken. Such magic truly existed in this world. The elder remained poised, yet a flicker of pride graced his countenance. If you impart this magic to me, I shall spare your life. I, Qianlin, am a man of my word, he declared, his eyes igniting with fervor. What good would it do to teach you? Are there any left in this world capable of wielding it? Moreover, the conditions required to cast this magic are exceedingly stringent. Will you teach me or not? Refusal will lead to your demise. Qianlin threatened, though an undercurrent of hesitation marred his intent. If you wish for me to teach you, you must first address me as master, and upon calling me master, you are obliged to pay your respects. Immediately, Qianlin knelt, performing 3 resounding bows. Since you have shown respect, it must be 9 in total. Without hesitation, Qianlin executed 6 additional bows, totaling 9. Upon completing the ritual, he noticed the elder stood with a serious demeanor, solemnly accepting Qianlin's act of homage, revealing a rather pedantic side to the old man. Very well, I am now your master. Your previous master was a renowned figure across the elemental continent. Yet I must admit, what was my name again? It's been so long. I've nearly forgotten. A wave of incredulity washed over Qianlin. He had inexplicably acquired a master. However, if this elder could impart the coveted magic to him, he would not hesitate to call him master 100 times. Master, how did you end up in this staff? This is no mere staff. It is my magic wand. By the way, what is its name again? Ah, my memory has faded so much. I think it was called Kunlu. Then, Master, you haven't forgotten the magic that can reverse time. Have you? Qianlin surmised, knowing full well that the three ancient elven characters just spoken were merely the name of the time reversal magic, which must be exceedingly intricate and complex. How could I possibly forget? Let me think. It seems that just a moment ago, I was exuding an air of a transcendent sage, yet now I find myself rather unrefined, scratching my head. Master, you haven't truly forgotten, have you? Nonsense. How could I forget such a powerful magic? It is merely a momentary lapse. Old man, you deceive me. Qianlin glared as if poised to devour him. Hold, it's merely a fleeting memory. If you could procure some divine materials to restore my soul, perhaps I would recall it. Qianlin felt an overwhelming frustration. The value of such divine materials was unfathomable, likely beyond even his life's worth. While others received gifts from their masters, this old man audaciously requested offerings from his disciple. How shameless, Qianlin muttered, aware that this elder had slumbered for countless ages. Given his ability to transcend reincarnation and exist in this state, it was plausible that he possessed some treasures. Indeed, I have yet to offer you a formal apprenticeship. The elder exclaimed, snapping his fingers. What treasures do you possess? Qianlin's heart raced with anticipation. I see your cultivation technique is merely of the profound level. I shall casually grant you a celestial level technique for your amusement. Celestial level technique? Are you jesting? Do such techniques even exist anymore? I misspoke. It is not of the celestial level. That's a relief. You nearly scare me to death. Nowadays, even a profound level technique is a rare find. I truly erred. That technique is not celestial level. That celestial level cannot even compare to it. It is of a level beyond celestial. The elder's words were tinged with excitement, igniting a spark within Qianlin. Does such a technique truly exist? Absolutely. A page of knowledge soared into Qianlin's mind. He watched as the page enveloped him, a surge of information coursing through him. Fu body refinement technique appeared vividly in his consciousness that he quickly focused. Reading the brief description, using chaos elements as the foundation, refine into the body, achieving the supreme divine demon form, that a succinct phrase, yet it radiated an overwhelming majesty. Fu body refinement technique. What connection does it have with Fu? What is its purpose? Are divine demons not descendants of the divine lineage? What on earth is the supreme divine demon form? A myriad of questions surged through Qianlin's mind. The previous master of this cultivation method was none other than Fu. If you were to practice according to this technique, you too could attain the formidable strength akin to that of the second-generation divine beings, and the possibility of rebirth through blood is not beyond reach. The old man once again assumed an air of nonchalance. I could see this moment. Qianlin's mouth gaped in astonishment, as the profound shock within him defied verbal expression. Pangu, who opened the heavens, consequently gave birth to time and space. Becoming the primordial deity of all living beings, it is said that Pangu's body was forged from the essence of chaos, rendering him immortal and indestructible. As the heavens ascended by a fathom daily, so too did Pangu grow. Thus, after an indeterminate passage of time, as the heavens and earth gradually stabilized, Pangu succumbed to fatigue and collapsed. His form transformed into the primordial essence, nourishing all that exists. His left eye became the sun, while his right eye morphed into the moon. In this newly forged world, a race of giants was born, their bodies also composed of primordial essence, immortal and indestructible. They approached a state of immortality, capable of regrowing severed limbs, and even achieving rebirth through blood. Their strength was unparalleled, capable of effortlessly tearing apart mountains and rivers. They were the second-generation divine beings. Thus, after an unfathomable expanse of time, the most powerful among the second generation, the giant Enwa, came into existence. Enwa fashioned small figures from mud rich in primordial essence, creating the ancient elven race. And with a casual flick of willow branches, she produced humanity. Subsequently, the feeble ancient elven civilization supplanted the mighty divine and demonic civilization, and eventually, even the ancient elven civilization fell into decline. Can this technique truly forge a body as formidable as that of the divine and demonic beings? Qianlin questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. Indeed, but this method is generally beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Only by locating the corpses of divine and demonic beings can one hope to practice it. Divine and demonic beings are immortal. Even a single drop of their essence can facilitate rebirth. If they are immortal, where am I to find their corpses? Old man, you are deceiving me. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Qianlin. The old man had painted this technique in such a mystical light, tantalizing him. Yet upon hearing the conditions for cultivation, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Qianlin had once read that each divine and demonic being is favored by the heavens. Their power is a gift from the cosmos. Even if they were reduced to ashes, countless lesser divine and demonic beings could emerge from the remnants. Thus, they cannot be killed, unless they are obliterated to the point of nothingness. Can an immortal being leave behind a corpse? Just as Qianlin was preparing to unleash his fury, the old man's calm words reached his ears. If divine and demonic beings are indeed immortal, then why have they vanished from history? Qianlin paused, for he had not contemplated this question before. If they are immortal, they should multiply endlessly, ultimately dominating the primordial essence continent. Why is that not the case? Therefore, they can indeed perish. The old man guided Qianlin step by step. Can they die? Why would they die? They are so powerful. Even the mightiest beings can succumb to death. Consider the eternal stars. They are not everlasting. Even the heavens and earth have lifespans, and Pangu, who forged this world, has perished, let alone the divine and demonic beings. The cycle of change is inescapable. What does that have to do with me? I merely wish to protect my loved ones, to safeguard my comrades. Though a hint of sorrow flickered in Qianlin's eyes, such matters were beyond his contemplation. They felt too distant. In times past, Quafu had transformed his own body into a form as strong as a divine being. Yet he sought to uncover Pangu's secret of immortality, chasing after the sun birth from Pangu's left eye, ultimately exhausting his power and perishing of thirst after draining the waters of the Yellow River and the Wei River. Do you not desire to exist eternally? The old man's eyes glimmered with a haunting blue light. Fixated upon Qianlin, I do wish for that. But what significance does living in such solitude hold? A person's life is akin to a fleeting shadow. It is only through love and responsibility that life attains meaning. That I have never pondered such matters deeply. I only wish to seal the Evernight Emperor, to prevent myself from committing greater transgressions. Time flows relentlessly. The likes of Renshu, Xiaoying, Fat Brother, One-Eyed, and Xiao Han have all perished. Even if I could reverse time, would they still be themselves? There is no means of restoration in this world. Qianlin burst into tears, clutching his head. The old man, with flowing hair, gazed upon Qianlin with satisfaction, a hint of tenderness in his eyes, and spoke. This is the true disciple of Fenshin Lao. Qianlin lifted his head to regard the old man, suddenly perceiving him as inscrutable. As if he had pierced through all the wisdom of the world, I can unequivocally inform you that even the most potent time magic can merely pause time for a fleeting moment. It cannot reverse the flow of time. The three ancient elven texts I mentioned earlier represent the pinnacle of ancient elven exploration into time magic. Your ability to navigate through this confusion and grasp this truth is commendable, befitting of my disciple. Qianlin had come to terms with the reality that the deceased are irrevocably lost. His current duty lay in safeguarding those around him and preventing the Evernight Emperor from inflicting harm upon more living souls. Although this Quafu body refinement technique may be unattainable for others, it is within your grasp, the old man continued. Why is that? Was it not said that practicing this technique requires the primordial essence found within divine and demonic beings? Qianlin inquired, perplexed. Do you recall the black stone gifted to you by the elemental goddess? It is merely another name for primordial essence that as long as you absorb the chaotic energy from the black stone, you can continuously practice and achieve the supreme divine body. You bestow upon me such a remarkable technique. Is there something you require of me in return? Qianlin could scarcely believe that he had acquired such a powerful technique so effortlessly. If you were to express a desire for eternal life, yearning for everlasting existence, I would not take you as my disciple in earnest. However, your response has pleased me greatly. That it was only later that Qianlin read the name of the old man in a historical account of notable figures from the elemental continent. Finchen Lauren, an unparalleled powerhouse of the elemental goddess era, wielding two sacred artifacts, one known as the Kunchuo and the other as Finchen, possessing unmatched strength and eccentric in nature, often transforming into a child to deceive and adopt. Seeking to experience the meaning of life, it was rumored that his life's aim was to pursue longevity, only to be besieged by formidable beings, such as the Eight Treasures Tall, ultimately perishing in a certain year on the elemental continent. The world is enraptured, pursuing the mysteries of eternal life, yearning for perpetual existence, that I mock their folly, while they mock my foolishness. Let them go, carried by the wind. Zayamuri, Xiaoyao, rise and shine, lazy pig, the sun is already warming your backs. Last night, Qianlin had a discussion with Finchen Lauren regarding the cultivation methods of the Kwafu body refinement technique, during which the old man imparted his insights and experiences to Qianlin, Xiaoyao, and Zayamuri. Upon seeing Qianlin at leisure, were naturally overjoyed. Regarding the matter of the black staff, Qianlin did not shy away from the truth, but when it came to the Kwafu body refinement technique, he was rather vague. He merely mentioned that the black staff was called the Kunchuo magic wand, a bequest from Finchen Lauren, whose spirit temporarily resides within it, and that he had now become his master. The two women were delighted to hear this. Qianlin had aided them greatly, and had it not been for him, they might have perished at the hands of the raccoon cat's minions. Thus they gifted the Kunchuo magic wand to Qianlin. Young Master Qianlin, though the three of us combined our efforts to slay this red candle boar, it was you who contributed the most. Once the examination concludes, we shall present it to you as a testament to your accomplishments. Zayamui expressed. With only 2 or 3 days remaining until the examination's end, hunting the red candle boar was already a stroke of immense luck, let alone attempting to hunt 2 third-tier magical beasts in such a brief period. The trio had only managed to set traps in advance after prolonged tracking, and now, with merely 2 or 3 days left, they did not even know where the third-tier magical beasts were located. Alas, though I feel utterly unwilling, this wretched academy's examination truly is infuriating. Xiaoyao clearly concurred with her sister's sentiments. Although she too aspired to enter Tiannan Academy, there was only one magical beast available. The peculiar examination criteria of Tiannan Academy, the exorbitant registration fees, and the myriad mysterious rumors from outside deeply captivated Zayamuri and Xiaoyao. Despite their reluctance, they were willing to forfeit this opportunity for Qianlin's sake. Silly Qianlin, once you enter this wretched academy, you must tell me whether it truly lives up to the external acclaim. Why be so pessimistic? Have you already given up? Girls, Qianlin chuckled. Is it even possible to hunt 2 third-tier magical beasts in just 2 days? The thoughts of Xiaoyao and Zayamuri sprang forth simultaneously in their minds. Qianlin refrained from indulging in trivial chatter. Instead, he sought to demonstrate his resolve through action. Within the span of 2 days, he intended to hunt 2 third-tier magical beasts as a fighter. Observing Qianlin as he packed his belongings, both Zayamuri and Xiaoyao felt a surge of enthusiasm. Perhaps it is through human endeavor that hope is born amidst despair. All three were individuals of decisive action, so it was but a brief moment before everything was in order. Zayamuri and Xiaoyao donned lightweight attire, their hair fashioned in neat buns, ensuring no hindrance to their combat capabilities. However, the buns atop their heads were styled oppositely, one to the left and the other to the right, adding a unique flair to their appearance. Throughout their journey, Zayamuri consistently employed the basic detection spell from the 5 elemental magics, sending forth a ripple of golden waves in search of the beast's presence. After a lengthy search, when both Xiaoyao and Zayamuri began to feel disheartened, Qianlin's gaze remained fixed ahead, his nerves taut with anticipation. Follow me! With a swift motion, Qianlin darted forth like an arrow. Although Zayamuri's detection spell yielded no results, the duo closely followed him. Before them appeared a hornless white elk, seemingly docile, yet a subtle aura of fighting spirit emanated from its movements. It's a third-tier magical beast, Xiaoyao exclaimed, lowering his body instinctively. Let us proceed with caution. This creature is no ordinary FOE.MY detection spell, even at this proximity, but before Zayamuri could finish, Qianlin charged forward. A gleaming silver dagger shimmering in his grasp. The sudden rush startled the white elk, prompting it to instinctively prepare for flight, as numerous formidable beasts lurked within the crimson forest. Qianlin pressed the dagger against his wrist, forming palms to strike at the elk. Invincible tiger strikes the earth. Qianlin's fierce left palm descended upon the elk, that a crisp sound resonated as his hand met the beast's condensed fighting spirit barrier, which remained unyielding, merely rippling like water. Just as human grand fighters can project their fighting spirit, so too can magical beasts at the third tier. Upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of Qianlin's attack, Xiaomurui and Xiaoyao leaped into action, launching their own assaults against the beast. Slow down spell. Activate. Xiaoyao leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick against the fighting spirit barrier. The immense force of the 8 extremities burst left Qianlin somewhat astonished. Though uncertain of the level of fighting technique Xiaoyao employed, it was evidently formidable. The barrier before the elk rippled more significantly under Xiaoyao's strike, yet it bore no tangible effect. They seemed to forget that. With the overwhelming strength of a third-tier magical beast, they could easily be dispatched in an instant. As the trio emerged, the white elk, having initially considered fleeing, found itself enraged upon sensing their strength. If they were formidable demon hunters, it might have been acceptable, but mere fighters daring to challenge, it was intolerable. With a furious roar, 3 blades of fighting spirit erupted from its mouth, aimed at the trio. Xiaomurui had cast a protective spell prior to her advance, the most advanced magic she currently commanded, a wind shield. Nevertheless, even this shield proved insufficient as the elk's wind blade struck it, producing a shattering sound. Xiaomurui swiftly maneuvered her body to evade the oncoming blades. Had it not been for the wind shield's brief obstruction, her reflexes as a son of magic might not have sufficed to evade, potentially resulting in her being cleaved in two. Xiaoyao, possessing a more agile physique, enveloped his feet in fighting spirit and deftly evaded the attack. Direct confrontation was utterly unfeasible. As a mere 4-star fighter, he had yet to fully form his fighting spirit attire, rendering him incapable of withstanding the earlier wind blade. Xiaoyao had assumed Qianlin would have already evaded, given his renowned speed. Yet the youth before them charged headlong into the fray. The wind blade struck Qianlin, sending him hurtling through the air, a line of blood spraying forth. Qianlin, witnessing the fallen figure, both Xiaoyao and Xiaomurui were consumed by concern. Yet the youth groaned, muttering, "This inept technique is not as formidable as proclaimed. Were we not told it could rival the gods?" A flicker of black light flashed at the wound, rapidly mending the injury. The previous night, Qianlin had begun his training in the Kua Fu body refinement technique. Under the guidance of the ancient sage, he had extracted a wisp of chaotic energy from the black stone and infused it into his body. Even that slight infusion made him feel remarkably powerful. Thus, he had decided to test its efficacy just moments ago. The Kua Fu body refinement technique comprises 4 tiers: Qi fusion, skin forging, blood forging, and bone forging. In the Qi fusion stage, one's body becomes incredibly resilient with astonishing recovery capabilities. At the skin forging tier, even ordinary spiritual artifacts cannot inflict harm, while the blood forging stage allows for blood rebirth, rendering one nearly immortal. Given the extraordinary nature of this technique, Qianlin was eager to experiment. His initial charge was twofold: to test the technique and to gauge the strength of a third-tier magical beast. Should the situation prove dire, he intended to carry Xiaomurui and Xiaoyao to safety. For the speed of the green leaf escape technique was remarkable that if Qianlin were truly resolute in his desire to flee, even a third-tier beast would struggle to pursue him. The wound on Qianlin's abdomen felt as though it were tearing apart, black energy enveloping the injury, visibly regenerating. Had he not concentrated all his fighting spirit in that area at the moment of crisis, alongside desperately channeling the Kua Fu body refinement technique, that single wind blade would have been sufficient to cleave him in twain. Qianlin's original technique was the Qingmu technique, a profound level skill regarded as a rare treasure among the populace. However, having acquired a superior technique, he initially intended to abandon his training. Yet upon considering Qianlin's circumstances, the sage advised him to continue practicing, albeit primarily focusing on the Kua Fu body refinement technique, while the Qingmu technique served merely as a supplementary practice. The Kua Fu body refinement technique endowed Qianlin with strength, while the Qingmu technique laid a solid foundation for him. These two techniques complemented each other, one being domineering, the other gentle, observing that the wind blades had not dispatched the trio instantly. The white elk grew furious, its hooves lightly kicking as ripples of fighting spirit spread outward. Another surge of fighting spirit erupted from its mouth, directed at Qianlin, and no longer daring to withstand the assault. Qianlin's feet shimmered, his form moving with the grace of a willow leaf, evading the incoming wind blade. Green leaf escape technique. A sharp dagger sliced through the white elk's fighting spirit barrier, aiming for its neck. Although the elk lacked a soul consciousness as a magical beast, it possessed inherent keen senses. It sensed a chilling presence at its throat. Its fighting spirit barrier had been breached. For grand fighters, this was a nearly insurmountable challenge, as they could project their fighting spirit to form armor or barriers with astonishing defensive capabilities, even capable of withstanding the fireball spells of Son of Magic. However, the dagger was a spiritual artifact, imbued with a slight piercing effect. The blade, carelessly crafted by the refinement hall, grazed the elk's skin, nearly reaching a blood vessel, yet the elk nimbly evaded. With trepidation, the white elk gazed at Qianlin, unable to fathom how this seemingly insignificant creature could inflict harm upon it. In that fleeting moment, the elk contemplated fleeing. Just as it prepared to bolt, a melodious voice echoed from behind Qianlin. Since the primordial god opened time, I borrow but a fragment. For an instant, the white elk found itself momentarily bewildered, while Zaimri's slowdown spell was also cast upon it. Yet being a third-tier magical beast, it trembled with fighting spirit, preparing to flee. However, its hooves halted mid-air. A sigh emanated from the ancient artifact behind Qianlin, as a primordial elven language resonated forth. Since the primordial god opened time, I borrow but a fragment. The words spoken were akin to those of Qianlin, yet their impact far surpassed that of Qianlin's utterance. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and in that frozen instant, Qianlin's dagger sliced through the neck of the white deer. Simultaneously, the toxin on the blade swiftly coursed through the creature's arteries, spreading throughout its body. Curiously, days after the trio hunted this white deer, another one unexpectedly took its own life before them. And astonishingly, it too was a third-tier magical beast, despite the peculiarity of the events. The three were undoubtedly elated. Finally, 3 days later, a beam of white light ascended as Qianlin, Zaimuri, and Xiaoyao departed with the magic cores of the red candle pig and 2 deer, after a dizzying whirl. Yael and Shitai, an old and young pair, appeared before them, along with a handful of other candidates that seemed the rest had perished in the test or had left early on their own accord. Very well, you are all the surviving candidates, but only 6 of you have passed the examination. Yao's effeminate voice resonated. Some bowed their heads in shame. They were all the pride of their families, highly regarded by their elders, yet ultimately faced failure. After all, the examination at Tianan Academy was exceedingly brutal. It was already challenging for a fighter to hunt a first-tier magical beast, let alone a third-tier one. No hunter would be foolish enough to target a beast of the same rank, much less engage in battle against one a higher tier. If the questions of this examination were to circulate, it would surely spark a wave of discussion. Qianlin observed a resolute-faced youth sobbing in despair. Having failed the test for the 3rd time in T19, he might never have another chance to enter this academy. "Mother, I've let you down." Qianlin couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Who could truly understand the sorrow of the disheartened, having only ever experienced the elation of success? Ah, how could my exceptional talents lead to such a downfall? "Chief, I have failed to live up to your expectations," he lamented, having exerted himself to the utmost. Failure was inconsequential. He felt no remorse. Aside from the 6, most candidates cried out in anguish, pounding their chests and weeping profusely. Yet some rose from their despondency, their gazes growing increasingly determined. Qianlin neither belonged to the mourners nor the resolute. "Qianlin, Zaimuri, Xiaoyao, Lang Bai, Nangong Wentian, Zhengyu, you have passed the examination." Yao's voice rang out. All eyes turned towards the 6 on the stage, revealing glances of envy and jealousy. Some sighed deeply and turned away, unwilling to linger in this sorrowful place. In their old age, they could proudly tell their descendants of their youthful struggles for dreams, even daring to hunt magical beasts 2 tiers above their own, despite failing. Everyone recognized the smiles of the successful, who truly acknowledged the sweat shed by the unsuccessful. The stage belonged solely to the victors. At that moment, Shietai conferred with Yao that I never expected so many would pass the exam, Yao. What shall we do? We can only admit 3 here at most, he remarked, initially believing that none would be accepted this year in Fancheng. Yao's youthful face fell into contemplation. Such situations were not unprecedented at Tian'an Academy. One year, the examination was so brutal that only a single candidate was admitted from the entire elemental continent. Shall we conduct a 3rd round of testing? Shietai suggested. As you wish, but let's not eliminate too many. Just 3 will suffice, and it would be best to retain at least 1 male. That goes without saying, but who remains is not for me to decide. It all depends on their abilities, Shietai chuckled, the wrinkles on his face shifting slightly. Qianlin had returned to the inn, sitting quietly in meditation as he silently activated the Qua Fu body refinement technique. The energy of the world seemed to respond, gradually converging upon him. This technique comprised 4 levels: fusion of energy, skin refinement, blood refinement, and bone refinement, each requiring a bit of chaotic energy to ascend. However, regular practice did not necessitate reliance on the black stones. One could utilize the ordinary energy of the world for body refinement. Yet breakthroughs required the power of the black stones. Just as Qianlin was engrossed in cultivation, a knock echoed through the night. Puzzled, he wondered who would disturb him at such a late hour. Young Master Qianlin, are you resting? Upon recognizing Zaimurui's voice, he ignited a small cluster of soul-devouring fire to light the candle and hastily rose to open the door. There stood Zaimurui in a white nightgown, her pristine form delicately veiled by lace, a hint of sleep still evident on her face. Upon catching Qianlin's furtive gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. Zaimurui, is there something you need? Qianlin stammered after swallowing hard. Nothing much. I just wanted to check on the wound on your abdomen. It's healed already. You know that what attribute energy can self-heal. May I inquire what level of technique you are practicing? Young master, just as Qianlin felt a twinge of gratitude for Zaimurui's concern, he pondered why she suddenly inquired about his technique. It's a mystical tier technique, the Qingmu decisioned, and he felt no need for reticence with Zaimuri. No wonder, she chuckled lightly, gesturing toward the room behind him. The chamber was shrouded in swirling mist, resembling a celestial realm, with dense energy-forming clouds. Qianlin suddenly realized that in his fervor for cultivation, he had inadvertently attracted such a substantial amount of energy. While it was unlikely anyone would meddle, one could never be too cautious. If someone with ulterior motives were to see how potent his technique was, they might develop covetous thoughts. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Murue. I was so absorbed in my training that I failed to notice. There is no need for thanks between us, but young Master Qianlin. It is rare to find someone so diligent at this hour. You should rest soon. Zaimuri smiled. Yes, it is rather late. You should also retire for the night, Sister Murue. After closing the door, Qianlin refrained from resuming the Qua Fu body refinement technique, instead silently practicing the Qingmu decision. The clouds of energy in the room gradually merged into him as dawn broke. Qianlin expelled a breath of turbid air, his gaze more spirited than before. The exhalation of turbid air signified a breakthrough, unexpectedly elevating him to a 4-star fighter, now on par with that little girl Xiao, as he felt the abundant energy within Qianlin, with both the Qingmu decision and Qua Fu body refinement technique, was nearly as formidable as an 8-star fighter in terms of energy intensity. Moreover, with the enhancement from the Qua Fu body refinement technique and the rare Qingye escape technique, he was nearly invincible below the rank of a fighting master. Of course, among his peers, there were some exceptional talents, equally equipped with powerful combat techniques and skills, so Qianlin remained humble. This night of cultivation allowed him to become more familiar with the Qua Fu body refinement technique's operational pathways and deeply appreciate its intricacies and strength. As the elder of the Fentian was a child of law, he could not provide Qianlin with profound guidance, for the children of law did not require body refinement techniques. With the dawn breaking, Qianlin felt no inclination to sleep, that he couldn't help but recall the names of the 6 successful candidates mentioned by Yao. He was familiar with Xiao Yao and Zaimuri, if not for Zaimurui's prowess as a 7-star mage. Coupled with Qianlin's extensive experience and careful planning, the 3 of them would not have been able to hunt down 3 third-tier magical beasts at the last moment. Lang Bai was the daughter of the city lord. A powerful fighter, a rare talent in Fancheng, possibly possessing unknown abilities. As for Nangang Wentian, Qianlin was not acquainted with him, but the final name resonated deeply with him. Zheng Yu. So you have indeed arrived. Qianlin chuckled coldly. He had long heard from Zheng Yu about his intention to attend a recruitment of Tiannan Academy. Initially, due to the overwhelming crowd, Qianlin had paid little attention from the very beginning. Qianlin had a premonition that Zheng Yu would indeed come and would likely pass the preliminary rounds of examination, as he had anticipated. If even this magical prodigy failed the tests, Qianlin would find it utterly unbelievable. Even during his practice phase, Zheng Yu had managed to hunt first-level magical beasts. Now, after such a lengthy period, with his talent, he must have already become a spellcaster. Qianlin was unaware if Zheng Yu had employed necromancy during the division of days. Nor did he know if his undead minions had followed him. All Qianlin knew was that he yearned for a confrontation. On Earth, the Evernight Emperor had inflicted countless wounds upon Qianlin, and now he had transferred some of that hatred towards Zheng Yu. For evildoers and those who threatened his existence, Qianlin was unyielding. However, he felt a twinge of guilt towards the weak and kind-hearted. He had witnessed too many ordinary people perish. And all of it was because of him. It was he who had unraveled the seal of the Evernight Emperor and unleashed the dark miasma. Thus, when Zheng Yu ordered Qianlin to eliminate Xiao Bai, Qianlin was most reluctant, yet compelled to obey his master's command due to the blood pact. This ultimately led to Qianlin viewing Zheng Yu as an adversary. Nevertheless, Qianlin would not take the initiative to provoke Zheng Yu. After all, his purpose in coming here was solely to seal the Evernight Emperor and eradicate the Ti on Earth. Just as Qianlin was lost in thoughts about everything on Earth, the voice of Xie Tai resonated through the aura mark on Qianlin's arm. All who pass the second round of examinations should gather at the center of Fan City at noon today for the final round. The outcome of this examination will determine your eligibility to join Tiannan Academy. Of course, those who fail will receive a consolation prize from the City Lord. Upon hearing Xie Tai's announcement regarding the examination, Qianlin smiled. This round seemed far simpler than he had anticipated, and he would have the opportunity to compete with Zheng Yu. The third round of the examination was no longer like the previous two. Instead, there was a tall arena erected. Although it was hastily constructed, it bore some rudimentary inscriptions. The characters emitted faint magical fluctuations, suggesting they were inscribed by a renowned rune master at that moment. The arena was teeming with spectators, some prominent figures pushing forward without regard for their dignity. Those with power and influence had even hired formidable bodyguards to surround them, securing a place at the forefront of the arena. After all, this arena battle was one of the examinations for Tiannan Academy. Those daring enough to apply were undoubtedly the cream of the crop in their regions. Yet among thousands of elites, only 6 had made it to this arena. These dignitaries and fervent practitioners of martial energy and magic were eager to witness the extraordinary talent that qualified them to stand here. However, not all prominent individuals from Fan City were present. Some wealthy young masters who had failed the examination, in a fit of rage, belittled Tiannan Academy, while their fathers continued to dote on them, considering them geniuses and strictly forbidding them from mingling in the crowd. That moment, in a nearby pavilion, a middle-aged man with a black beard and resplendent attire sat comfortably in an armchair. This pavilion was ideally situated, allowing him to behold everything occurring in the arena, and it belonged to the city lord. This elegantly clad middle-aged man was none other than the city lord of Fan City. Lang Fangao. Beside Lang Fangao sat 3 others, 2 in white robes, exuding an ethereal aura, and the remaining individual donned a gray robe, resembling a fortune-teller. The elder in white was Zai Fuming, the chief rune master of the city lord's estate, while the younger man, though youthful in appearance, bore wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He was none other than Yilu, an elder of Tiannan Academy. The gray-robed elder, who resembled a fortune-teller, indeed was one to Zai Fu. Is there any chance your inscriptions will falter? After all, the arena is merely a makeshift structure, constructed from wood, which lacks resilience. What if those youngsters engage in combat and injure the spectators below? Lang Fangao inquired of the elder in white. When have my inscriptions ever failed? Zai Fu Ming replied confidently. Though the arena is wooden, under my inscriptions, it can withstand a full force strike from a combat spirit. Then that is splendid. Let us observe for now. Later, I still require Mr. Xingbizi's assistance in finding a suitable husband for my daughter, Lang Fangao remarked. The four extraordinary individuals engaged in conversation, not discussing martial insights, but rather the matters of marriage for women. You see, the women of today, the six individuals atop the arena were, of course, oblivious to the conversations in the pavilion. On the stage, Xietai loudly announced the rules, his voice overpowering the clamor of the crowd below. Now, I shall explain the examination rules. 6 individuals will engage in a free-for-all. Falling off the stage or being incapacitated will be deemed a failure, and the last 3 remaining will pass the examination. The spectators below began to murmur once more. This wretched academy changes its examination questions every year. It's truly challenging to adapt. Indeed, but no matter how it changes, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, what is there to fear? Xietai, hearing the crowd's discussions, interjected, at Tianan Academy, we do not prioritize strength for admission. The first round tests the students' attitudes towards tasks, as well as their approach to studies and cultivation. Hunting third-level magical beasts assesses their wisdom. I have never believed that anyone could defeat a magical beast 2 levels above them. So I maintain that any method employed, be it poison or inciting 2 magical beasts to fight each other, is a demonstration of their cleverness. Now, it is time to test their strength. Now, let the examination commence. As Xietai's words resonated, the inscriptions on the arena blazed wildly, enveloping it in a protective barrier. This arena sturdy. What if they? Worry not, the inscriptions here are inscribed by Zai Fu Ming. Oh, then I shall rest easy. Those in the front, upon hearing the name of the runemaster, settled down, their eyes attentively fixed on the battle unfolding in the arena. From the very start of the fight, Qianlin was smiling. Although it was a free-for-all, he had 3 allies on his side. Victory seemed exceedingly attainable. Qianlin also noticed the teasing smirk on Xiaoyao's lips. Who winked at him? Should anyone attack Qianlin, they would have to face a collective assault from Zaiyi, Xiaoyao, and Qianlin. However, Qianlin did not underestimate his opponents. After all, each of those who emerged from the thousands was not to be trifled with. Especially Zheng Weiyu. As the battle commenced, the 6 distanced themselves from one another. Zheng Yu cast several spells upon himself and occupied the northern corner of the arena, while Nangong Wentian dashed toward the eastern corner, and Lang Bai, after a moment's hesitation, sprinted to the southern corner. Only the western corner remained vacant, but a smug smile crept across Zheng Yu's face. Being in the corner allowed him to avoid being attacked from both sides and facilitated his observation of the battlefield. The other 2 had similar intentions, hoping to let others engage in battle first, and then capitalize on the exhaustion of their opponents. Just as Zheng Yu assumed that the 3 remaining in the center would surely fight over the empty western corner. They instead approached it together, exchanging smiles. This scene left Zheng Yu momentarily stunned. Were they forming an alliance? Suddenly, the arena fell into an awkward silence as no one made a move. While the rules did not prohibit forming alliances, this seemed rather premature. Had they coordinated beforehand? Zheng Yu internally scolded himself for his foolishness. Had he known, he would have sought a partner as well, and his gaze turned toward Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian was a youth with sharp features, appearing around 16 or 17, emanating a fierce aura, suggesting he was a capable individual. Lang Bai's countenance was equally striking, an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial fairy, with strength reaching the level of a combat master. Hey, you are Nangong Wentian, right? I am Zheng Yu. That I see you possess considerable strength. Shall we join forces? Zheng Yu forced a smile. Not interested. Nangong Wentian's single remark left Zheng Yu speechless. Lang Bai, however, shifted his gaze towards her. It is only those lacking confidence in their own capabilities who seek alliances. Zheng Yu understood that everyone remaining here possessed the strength to engage in battles beyond their rank, and each was a proud individual. In truth, Zheng Yu was not afraid of combat. His necromancer's ring housed countless minions, and his necromancy was immensely powerful. Yet this was the arena, and should he resort to necromantic magic, the first to strike him down would undoubtedly be the arena itself, sealing his fate. What was he to do? A sense of urgency began to swell within him. When he hunted the third-tier magical beasts, He initially feared being discovered and refrained from using necromancy, but during a moment of peril, he was compelled to unleash the minions hidden within his ring. As a result, the third-tier beast he faced became his servant. On the balcony, Lang Fangao inquired of Ilu, Elder Ilu, how did these six manage to hunt down third-tier magical beasts? I am unaware, as I cannot see the events within Fentian, but relying solely on their individual strength would certainly be insufficient. Although the beasts are all third-tier, there are varying strengths among them. What kind of beast did they hunt? He hunted a third-tier night moon rabbit. Zheng Yu took down a wolf beast. Qianlin captured a red candle pig, while Xiao Mu Rue and Xiao Yao brought down two heavenly hunted deers. Nangong and Tian hunted a dominator tiger. And I have examined the magic cores they submitted. The heavenly hunted deer symbolize loyalty. If one perishes, the other will follow suit. It appears Xiao Yao and Xiao Mu Rue have teamed up. The night moon rabbit, though a third-tier beast, is relatively weak and primarily knows how to flee, but he certainly has an eye for selection. However, Qianlin, Nangong and Tian, and Zheng Yu are formidable. The beasts they hunted are all-powerful entities, Zaifu Ming remarked in admiration. Just as Zaifu Ming had analyzed, the other heavenly white deer hunted by Qianlin's trio met its demise due to loyalty. These three youngsters seem quite impressive. Although Zheng Yu appears pale and frail, the aura emanating from his features suggests he will traverse far on the path of cultivation. Nangong Wen Tian possesses sharp features, exuding decisiveness and competence, and he is also quite robust. Your daughter is indeed fortunate. She may soon bear a healthy child shortly after marriage. As for Qianlin, his handsome visage and commendable strength keep him within consideration. Such remarks are reminiscent of a fortune-teller's unprincipled commentary, interjected the Star Diviner. Let us observe for now. Upon hearing the Star Diviner's words, Fangao felt a tinge of embarrassment. What does it mean that your daughter is fortunate? The four conversed in the balcony while the arena remained eerily silent, with none daring to make a move in the arena. Xiao Mu Rue quietly remarked to Qianlin, among the six of us on stage. Lang Bai is the strongest, already a 4-star fighter, heralded as a once-in-a-century genius in Fan City, that we should avoid provoking her lightly. Nangong Wen Tian is a 9-star fighter, and the youth named Zheng Yu is a 4-star mage. If we are to engage in battle, we should choose between the two of them. Qianlin nodded in agreement. Then let us target Zheng Yu. Tianan Academy only admits 3 students, and Qianlin hoped that the final 3 remaining on stage would be the 3 of them. Thus, they aimed to take down Lang Bai, Zheng Yu, and Nangong Wen Tian. Sensing Qianlin's gaze upon him, Zheng Yu felt an odd familiarity, though he was certain he had never encountered this handsome young man before. Qianlin's striking appearance was one that would linger in memory after the first glance. Let us eliminate Zheng Yu first. Upon finishing his words, Qianlin charged towards Zheng Yu. Slow down. The slowing spell was cast. Xiao Mu Rue's magic was simultaneously unleashed upon Zheng Yu. Startled by Qianlin's sudden assault, Zheng Yu reacted quickly. Purification, lightness, acceleration, possessing exceptional talent in magic. Zheng Yu swiftly responded, casting multiple spells upon himself to create distance from Qianlin. Leaf escape technique. Qianlin's figure glided like a willow leaf, closely shadowing Zheng Yu. Water barrier. Another spell erupted from Zheng Yu's lips, conjuring a water shield to protect him. Invincible tiger cracking earth palm. Qianlin struck with a palm, yet the water shield deformed under the impact, though it remained unbroken. 0.8 extremes collapse. Xiao Yao soon followed suit, delivering a punch to the water barrier, with a splatter. The water barrier shattered after a brief resistance, sending Zheng Yu flying while a mouthful of blood surged forth. This sequence transpired within mere seconds, and Zheng Yu found himself sprawled on the ground. The spectators below erupted in fervent applause. What had begun as an awkward scene transformed into an exhilarating battle in an instant, truly a moment of rapid change. Zheng Yu glared coldly at the two before him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Finally, someone dares to make a move. Are you picking the easy target? He scoffed. Nangong Wen Tian let out a chilling laugh, his form darting toward Xiao Mu Rue. He did not genuinely wish to AV 2 fireballs hurtled towards Qianlin. The one cast by the golden wand was deftly evaded by Qianlin, yet the other struck him directly. Blood gushed from his mouth, and a large hole was scorched into his clothing. Nonetheless, Qianlin smiled. The charred flesh on his chest writhed, dead skin flaking away as fresh tissues gradually emerged. Jingyu, if I'm not mistaken, while you can cast spells with 2 wands for double the magic, your consumption must also be doubled, correct? Upon hearing Qianlin's words, Jingyu's pupils contracted. Although he could unleash double the magic, the cost was indeed twice as much, and the effectiveness of the spells was somewhat diminished. At present, the magic in his reservoir was nearly depleted. If he continued to expend it at this rate, defeat was inevitable for him. The spectators gazed in astonishment at the rapidly healing flesh on Qianlin's chest. Their mouths agape. Clearly, those who stood on the arena were extraordinary. This young man possessed a physique infused with what attribute fighting spirit, which offered some regenerative properties. Among the crowd, some keen-eyed individuals recognized Qianlin's fighting spirit attribute. Qianlin remained composed, unfazed by the murmurs from the audience. His remarkable recovery ability stemmed not only from his wood attribute, but also from his martial arts techniques. Jingyu, concede. You are no match for me. Qianlin initiated a psychological offensive at that moment. Jingyu's expression twisted in frustration. His magical reserves were dwindling, and he bellowed towards the embroiled Nangong Wentian. Hurry up! I can barely hold on. Eliminate those 2 young ladies and come assist me. Truly useless. Nangong Wentian remained as cold as ever, engaged in a fierce struggle with Xiaoyao and Zaimurui, unable to lend a hand. Realizing his psychological tactics bore little fruit, Qianlin moved swiftly, launching another assault on Jingyu. Acceleration spell activated. 2 beams of magical light emanated from Jingyu's wands, enveloping him and significantly enhancing his speed. Just as Jingyu managed to distance himself and exhaled in relief, a figure, akin to a willow leaf, flashed towards him. Jingyu escape technique. This figure was none other than Qianlin. Jingyu was taken aback, hastily attempting to chant a spell, but even with his prodigious talent, he lacked the time. Water barrier. Jingyu barely completed half of the incantation when Qianlin's fierce palm struck him. The partially formed water shield shattered, and Qianlin's hand slammed into Jingyu's body. Jingyu's sternum collapsed, and fragments of his internal organs were expelled along with his blood. The body of a son of magic was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. This blow nearly cost Jingyu his life, yet the frail Jingyu did not fall. Healing spell activated. Trembling, Jingyu cast this spell, gripping his 2 wands tightly, using them to support himself as a surge of magic erupted from the golden wand, mending his caved-in chest somewhat. Qianlin did not intervene, for he knew Jingyu was defeated. Just as Jingyu gritted his teeth to cast another fireball spell, his legs gave way, and he lost consciousness. The arena's runes flickered wildly, and a gentle energy emanated from the barrier, lifting Jingyu outside the arena. Under this energy, the shattered bones of Jingyu's chest were realigned, and his injuries gradually healed. The 3rd round of the Tianan Academy's assessment concluded with Jingyu's elimination. A voice echoed from the arena at this moment. Upon witnessing Jingyu's defeat, Nangong Wentian exhibited a flicker of emotion, but soon regained his composure, maintaining a calm demeanor amidst the Battle Point 8 Extremes collapse. Another petite fist flew towards him, causing Nangong Wentian's expression to twitch. The 2 girls before him, though female, were indeed formidable, their teamwork impeccable. Dodging Xiaoyao's punch, Nangong Wentian delivered a kick aimed at her head, showing no signs of weakness. Slow technique activated. Lightness technique activated. Zayamurui's magic was perfectly timed. The slow technique was directed at Nangong Wentian, while the lightness technique was bestowed upon Xiaoyao. Observing the standoff among the 3, Qianlin smiled faintly and charged towards Nangong Wentian. Upon seeing Qianlin approach, a flicker of emotion crossed Nangong Wentian's otherwise expressionless face. Dealing with Xiaoyao and Zaimuri was already challenging enough, and now a new contender had entered the fray. Hey, that woman to the south. Are you done watching? Come help. Nangong Wentian called out to Lang Bai, but she remained unmoved. Did you not see that they are all in cahoots? If I lose, they will surely turn on you as well. Nangong Wentian strained under the pressure. Drenched in sweat, his fighting spirit dwindling that if you lose, I only need to defeat one more person to win. Why should I help you? Lang Bai replied, her strength making her the strongest among the six. With her own plans in mind, knowing further discussion was futile, Nangong Wentian summoned his remaining fighting spirit, seemingly attempting to exhaust every ounce of his energy. Eventually, his fighting spirit was completely spent, and he gritted out the words of surrender. A beam of white light ascended, lifting Nangong Wentian from the arena. This match appeared deceptively easy, yet Qianlin dared not let his guard down. Should Lang Bai intervene, the rhythm could be thrown into chaos, and they risked total annihilation. Now it's your turn, little beauty. Ah, I will be very gentle. This line was not spoken by Qianlin, but rather the mischievous Xiaoyao, who wore a wicked grin. However, no sooner had Xiaoyao finished speaking than Lang Bai moved, leaving behind a white afterimage as if a celestial maiden had paused mid-flight. Qianlin felt a chill brush pass his ear as a white figure darted by him, hurtling towards Xiaoyao. Qingye escape technique. Qianlin hurriedly activated his own technique to intercept, but his opponent was more than twice as swift. Xiaoyao only felt a gentle force envelop her, and she was sent flying out of the arena. Well, now only 3 remain on the stage. Shall we conclude this? Lang Bai's melodious voice, akin to that of a fairy, resonated in Qianlin's ears. The spectators below could scarcely comprehend how Lang Bai executed her move. A chorus of gulping sound arose. What just happened? No clue. They merely blinked and saw Lang Bai standing in Xiaoyao's position. While Xiaoyao had already been ejected from the arena in the pavilion, Lang Feng laughed heartily. Proud of his daughter, who had proven herself a genius among geniuses, having attained the rank of battle master at just 16 and mastering his prize technique, the shadowless step, to such an extent. Others may have missed the details, but the powerful figures in the pavilion and the arena clearly witnessed the unfolding events. Bai truly lives up to her reputation as the talented daughter of the city, Zai Fu Ming remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. The daughter of the city Lord Feng is indeed worthy of the title of a rare genius in the city. Her technique was extraordinarily intricate, surely ranking among the profound levels. Xing Batzi chuckled. Yilu remained silent, but smiling, knowing that this talented girl would soon belong to their Tiannan Academy. The examination has concluded. Lang Bai, Qianlin, and Zai Merui emerged victorious. At this moment, Xiaoyao resembled a little white rabbit caught in a bear's clutches. Her expression forlorn at it was no wonder. Both Qianlin and Zai Merui had passed the assessment, leaving her as the sole one eliminated. Although she was arguably the weakest among the 6, she still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. So infuriating, Xiaoyao pouted, unable to fathom how she had gone from victory to being cast out in an instant. It's all right, little Yao. This was entirely unexpected. Who would have thought that Lang Bai would be so formidable? We barely had time to react before you were tossed out. I'm not upset about that, Xiaoyao retorted, still fuming at tea that moment. Qianlin, though eager to reflect on the battle, felt somewhat guilty upon seeing Xiaoyao's demeanor. He playfully shook the bun atop her head, saying, "Don't be angry. We couldn't have anticipated that Lang Bai possessed such remarkable agility that I couldn't intervene in time. Besides, you're only 14. You can always try again next year." However, after a brief moment of silence, Xiaoyao remarked, "It's not this that makes me unhappy. I fear that if I am not by your side, my sister might take you away like the tea that moment." Qianlin nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, and he instinctively loosened his grip on Xiaoyao's bun. "Ahem, how old are you?" "Just a little girl." Qianlin coughed a few times, attempting to alleviate the atmosphere at the tea this juncture. Xiaomeri also appeared flustered, momentarily left speechless. "I am not a little girl. I am already over 70, Xiaoyao declared, ruffling her hair, her bun having been flattened by Qianlin's hand. "Over 70? Then your sister must be an old hag in her 80s or 90s. Qianlin laughed. "That my sister is merely 76, Xiaoyao retorted, clearly displeased with Qianlin's characterization of her sister as an old hag. "Ha, you're both old hags." Qianlin playfully tousled Xiaoyao's hair, naturally dismissing her words as mere childish nonsense. If what Xiaoyao claimed were true, then what are the root bone tests conducted by Yao with magic before entering the division day? Over 70 and still able to take the exam. However, recalling that root bone assessment, Qianlin felt somewhat speechless, as his own age had been determined to be below 3, leading to Xiaoyao's hearty mockery. In truth, Qianlin was unaware that the magical test only measured the age of the root bone, not the actual age. While it was generally true that the age of the root bone matched the real age, there were exceptional individuals with remarkably talented root bones. Xiaoyao's bone was once again flattened by Qianlin. Just as the three were engaged in their playful banter, Xietai and Yao, one old and one young, were conversing together. Yao, did our dean really say he wants to recruit more students? Yes, the dean has come to Fancheng and told me this in person. Yao replied, a hint of helplessness crossing his youthful face. Could it be that the 6 individuals on stage performed so admirably that the dean has developed a fondness for talent? No, the talents of these 6 are fairly normal. It is due to the incident in Zheng Village that our Tian Nan Academy needs to replenish its ranks with fresh blood. Upon hearing this, Shitai fell silent, as an elder of Tian Nan Academy. He was well aware of the situation. The appearance of a fragment of the elemental goddess's beast spirit hall in Zheng Village had brought significant benefits to their academy. Now, Zheng Village lay in ruins, devoid of life, and surrounded by a seal that made it inaccessible to ordinary people. Among the 3 combat kings in the beast spirit hall, one, Fang Shizi, was an elder of Tian Nan Academy. The old crone and the figure in the black robe belonged to 2 other factions, effectively obscuring Zheng Village from view. Only powerful factions had caught glimpses of the situation, and numerous strong individuals had stealthily infiltrated. Yet all had returned empty-handed. The treasures within, whether techniques, elixirs, or weapon legacies, were thoroughly divided among the 3 factions. Now, Tian Nan Academy, having just consumed 1/3 of these treasures, urgently required more students to bolster its strength. Hence the recruitment quota was doubled. I wondered why the admission requirements this year have loosened. Previously, it was for those under 16, but now it's changed to 18, with lower standard for strength at 8 this time. Qianlin, Zaimuri, and Xiaoyao returned to the inn. Qianlin sat cross-legged, channeling the Qingmu decision while pondering the gains and losses from this recent battle, a habit cultivated during his time on Earth with Uncle Ren. Behind Qianlin, the black rod emitted a ghostly blue light, and a spectral figure of an elderly man with flowing hair appeared within the blue glow, his master. Master, I came here seeking the elemental goddess's staff to repair it with black stone and then seal the Evernight Emperor. But now I have no leads at all. The elder, Fentian, spoke slowly, maintaining an air of tranquility. First, you should focus on enhancing your own strength. Even if you find the staff, your current power is insufficient to seal the Evernight Emperor. Qianlin understood he could not rush. Even if he located the staff, he could not return to Earth immediately. So he was determined to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. Unfortunately, I am a child of strength and cannot learn magic from my master. Qianlin sighed. Ceasing his cultivation, he knew that Fentian had profound expertise in magic and was extraordinarily powerful during his lifetime. Otherwise, he could not have transcended the cycle of reincarnation and survived in this manner. Although Fentian was formidable, their paths of cultivation were different, limiting his guidance for Qianlin. The elemental goddess was a dual cultivator. You might consider trying that as well, Fentian suggested. Is that possible? Qianlin's eyes brightened. With Fentian, a powerful son of magic, he would surely progress rapidly on the path of magic. However, soon after, Qianlin's eyes dimmed again. The elemental continent is divided into 3 types of people. Those who are children of strength and cultivate fighting energy. Those who are sons of magic and practice magic, and ordinary mortals. When a child is born, if they possess even a trace of fighting energy within them, they can pursue the path of fighting energy. Magic follows the same principle, but those who possess magic are exceptionally rare. In the entire Zheng Village, only Guangyan and Zheng Yu were sons of magic. And among the 6 on stage, only 2 were sons of magic. While claiming that such individuals are 1 in a million might be exaggerated, it certainly illustrates their rarity. Individuals capable of cultivating both fighting energy and magic are even fewer. Although Qianlin doubted that he possessed magic within him, he decided to give it a try. Slowly, Qianlin began to sense within himself, searching for even a trace of magic. Magic cultivation period. 1 starred, Qianlin's eyes sparkled with joy. He indeed possessed magic within him, albeit only a fragment. Yet this was more than satisfactory. Zheng Yu had been born with a 6-stage magic cultivation, while Qianlin now had only 1 stage, highlighting the vast gap in talent. Nevertheless, as a dual cultivator of strength and magic, Qianlin could not be so easily compared. In Qianlin's room, gentle moonlight spilled onto the golden curtains, and a faint wave of magic permeated the space. Last night, Qianlin had spent the night immersed in the practice of magic and fighting energy. Without a hint of fatigue, today he was set to leave for Tiannan Academy. He opened the door and saw a petite figure standing at the entrance, a girl dressed in a red silk gown. Her flowing hair swaying, subtle fragrance wafting into Qianlin's nostrils. Taken aback, Qianlin couldn't help but smile. Silly Xiaoyao, why dress so beautifully? Xiaoyao, her eyes twinkling with laughter, jumped up and exclaimed, Silly Qianlin, I passed the exam too. Haha, Teacher Yao told me in a message yesterday. Her pearly white teeth nearly brushed against Qianlin's face that a rectangular shadow appeared in the sky, and moments later, a long table descended gracefully. Qianlin remained unfazed. Knowing it was Yao and Shitai arriving as they approached, Qianlin noticed that Nangong Wentian, with a dazed expression and a beaming Shitai, occupied the table, while Yao was not present. The long table was the same one used during registration. Qianlin, you will be students of Tiannan Academy from now on. Hurry and pack your things. We must head to the school, Shitai instructed. Xiaoyao dashed off to summon Zaimurui. Watching her bounce around, Qianlin sighed inwardly. How could he not comprehend that this little girl harbored feelings for him? However, Qianlin held no particular thoughts in that regard, viewing Xiaoyao merely as a child who had yet to mature. At this moment, Qianlin intended to exchange insights about the previous battle with Nangong Wentian, but saw him trembling, even tears streaming from his nose. Just as Qianlin pondered this, Zaimuri also emerged, and upon seeing her fully adorned, his eyes brightened. Once Zaimuri took her seat at the long table, Shitai pressed his hands down on the table, infusing it with a tremendous fighting energy that a subtle inscription flickered across the surface. And a vortex emerged beneath, causing the table to lift off the ground. Along the way, an early rising passerby looked up at the sky and immediately knelt, exclaiming, Immortal! Immortal! Take me to ascend in broad daylight. For some ordinary individuals, combat kings or magic kings are figures beyond reach, which is why he mistook Shitai for an immortal. Teacher Shitai, where are we headed? Xiaoyao inquired the city lord's mansion. You better hold on tight. The venerable teacher of the platform, despite his advanced years, exhibited an extraordinary vigor, bellowing loudly as the long table soared away with a whoosh into the distance. Qianlin finally comprehended why Nangong Wentian's legs trembled. This teacher was undeniably a madman. Qianlin felt the wind slice across his face like a blade, while the clouds were frantically tossed behind them. Teacher, slow down, cried Zaimuri in desperation. However, the sheer speed and force of the wind rendered her voice inaudible. Moments later, within an inn, Zheng Yu gazed in bewilderment at the 4 individuals who were trembling uncontrollably, cautiously taking a seat at the table, thus embarking on an irrevocable path. When the table finally landed at the city lord's residence, Qianlin and the others almost leapt off in tears, while Zheng Yu's legs buckled, causing him to kneel on the ground, inwardly cursing the old madman. Shitai stowed the table into his spatial ring and proceeded towards the city lord's mansion. The city lord's residence appeared spacious, yet it exuded a simplicity rather than opulence that a middle-aged man, adorned in luxurious attire, stood at the entrance with his hands clasped behind his back. Shitai clasped his fists in greeting, and the middle-aged man reciprocated the gesture. Elder Xie, you have kept Fan Gao waiting for too long. Please come in, he urged. The group followed Shitai into the mansion. Some maidservants presented fruits, vegetables, and tea, placing them on the table before retreating. The dignified Fan Gao took the seat of honor, while Shitai occupied the guest position, and Qianlin and his companions dispersed to their respective seats. Zheng Yu turned to Nangong Wentian and inquired, I have heard that the city lord is nearing old age, yet he appears to be in his prime. Zheng Yu directed his question solely at Nangong Wentian, disregarding Qianlin and the others. Qianlin had already noted Zheng Yu's ruthless demeanor in the arena, and with his temperament, he had quietly filed it away in his mind. He has likely broken through to the Do Wang level. It is said that reaching the Do Wong rank significantly extends one's lifespan. Nangong Wentian replied in a hushed tone. What about the Fa Wong? Can he also? Zheng Yu's eyes gleamed with curiosity. I do not know, Nangong Wentian answered bluntly. While Zheng Yu and Nangong Wentian engaged in whispered conversation, Fan Gao's gaze flitted back and forth between Qianlin, Zheng Yu, and Nangong Wentian, sending a chill down Qianlin's spine. After a moment, he spoke. The young lady who ascended the stage with you yesterday is named Lang Bai, and she is my daughter. Bai has now reached the age for marriage. Upon hearing this, Qianlin, Nangong Wentian, and Zheng Yu were taken aback. Realizing that a son-in-law was being sought, they had all encountered Lang Bai, the unparalleled genius of Fan City, who possessed both beauty and martial prowess, the dream girl of countless young men in Fan City. Even when Qianlin first laid eyes on her, he was astounded by her beauty. Although they had heard that the city lord intended to select a son-in-law during the recruitment at Tiannan Academy, they had not taken it seriously. Qianlin was indifferent, as he had no intention of becoming anyone's son-in-law. Let my daughter choose for herself. Fan Gao chuckled heartily, instructing a maidservant to summon his daughter. Moments later, Lang Bai appeared in the hall, wielding a soft sword. Father, what is it that you called me for? Bai, you are no longer a child. It is time for you to find husband, Fan Gao said with earnestness. Bai had not yet considered this matter. I'm already 16. In 2 more years, no one will want me. You were already wed to several wives by the age of 14. Fan Gao seemed irritated, his thick brows furrowing deeply. Qianlin stifled a laugh inwardly. The city lord was quite humorous to suggest that at 16 one would be undesirable. I will leave everything to you. Father, Lang Bai replied, her breathtaking beauty seemingly untouched by the mundane world. How about those 3 young men over there? Fan Gao suggested. Lang Bai glided gracefully, as if each step left a lingering shadow. Resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens, she passed by Zheng Yu, Nangong Wentian, and Qianlin in succession, bowing respectfully to each. After she finished, 3 distinct sounds of swallowed breaths echoed from the table. Bai appeared unimpressed. Well then, perhaps it is best to forget it, city lord. Qianlin chuckled, unable to bear the situation any longer. The woman before him was simply too aloof. He had no intention of becoming her suitor. He merely perceived her as a flawless work of art, making all other beauties pale in comparison. As Lang Bai walked past him, Qianlin's heart raced. He was merely appreciating her beauty, nothing more. This is unsatisfactory. That is also unsatisfactory. Our Fan City has countless talented youths. You cannot dismiss them all in this manner. Today we must choose one. Fan Gao stood up, his face a mask of fury. As if delaying Bai's marriage for even a day would turn her into an old hag. Lang Bai slowly approached Qianlin and softly asked, Could you assist me, sir? Qianlin swallowed hard and inquired. Why seek my help? I see that you hold no such intentions. Why not pretend to be the one I favor? This ruse is merely to deceive the eyes of others, that I assure you. I will repay you later, Lang Bai said. Qianlin nearly retorted, Why pretend? Why not just be sincere? However, he nodded seriously. All right, but let it be clear that this is merely pretense. Do not attempt to trick me. It was not that Qianlin harbored no thoughts. Rather, Lang Bai evoked in him merely the admiration a man feels for a beautiful woman, not genuine affection. Lang Bai then addressed Fan Gao. If given the choice, I would prefer to delay my wedding until after I graduate from Tiannan Academy. As your father, I agree. Fan Gao replied solemnly. Bai has already made her choice. Sir Qianlin possesses exceptional talent, a striking demeanor, and surpasses others in skill. He is the one Bai favors. Tiannan Academy, one of the foremost institutions on the elemental continent, attracts countless prodigies each year. IT is not only due to its inclusivity, but also its formidable strength. The academy boasts powerful elders and teachers, as well as the best crafting halls, alchemy rooms, and talisman pavilions on the elemental continent, complemented by a comprehensive educational framework and extensive collection of martial arts and combat techniques. Despite the most favorable environments, some failures inevitably arise, yet it seems that every graduate of Tiannan Academy enjoys a promising future. This allure has led many sects and families to send their elite offspring there. Though under the Academy's peculiar admissions criteria, all are treated equally unless personally nominated by the principal. Limited in the number of admissions each year, the Academy's recruitment sends shockwaves throughout the elemental continent. With countless youths attempting to enroll, often exceeding age limits, situated not at the center of the elemental continent, nor in a capital city, Tiannan Academy lies nestled within the scarcely traversed Beast Mountain Range. Originally a secluded forest, the establishment of Tiannan Academy led to the emergence of several residential communities at its foothills, which later evolved into a sprawling city. Indeed, Tianyuan City was founded due to the presence of Tiannan Academy. In this world dominated by sects, nations are relatively few, and most cities are governed by private individuals or sections. The city lord of Tianyuan is a venerable elder named Feng Shizi from Tiannan Academy. Qianlin began to understand why Feng Shizi exhibited such generosity. The martial arts he casually bestowed upon him were of high-level mystery grade, and he even gifted Qianlin a rare agility technique. Now, Qianlin meandered through Tianyuan City, having noticed that ever since he agreed to assist Lang Bai, Xiamurui had noticeably distanced herself from him. However, Qianlin refrained from explaining, as his intentions were solely to aid Bai in her predicament. Having joined Tiannan Academy for half a month, this was also his first outing on a mission with Nangong Wentian. Senior Shi Zheng, a year his senior, was currently leading both Qianlin and Nangong Wentian. Perhaps due to their proximity to the Beast Mountain Range, the strength of the warriors in Tianyuan City was notably impressive. As Qianlin walked, he encountered no fewer than a dozen fighters. Boss, what about the herbs we ordered? We had previously arranged this. Shi Zheng addressed the proprietor of the herbal store. Of course. Our shop values its reputation highly and has cooperated with Tiannan Academy for many years. The quality of our herbs is beyond question. The boss entrusted a spatial ring to Shi Zheng, who in turn handed over another ring containing an agreed-upon sum of 600 silver coins. Inside, there were also 300 stalks of bone-washing flour, with the shop generously adding a few extra as a courtesy. Thank you, boss. Here are the 600 silver coins. Please count them, Shi Zheng said. Both he and the boss opened the spatial ring, carefully counting the coins and herbs. Once the transaction was settled, they departed with Qianlin and Nangong Wentian. The herbs were reserved for the pharmacy of Tiannan Academy, which required a monthly procurement for the medicinal pills made for the students. This time, Shi Zheng was acquiring materials for the bone-washing pill. Tiannan Academy held a monthly meeting, where each student received a pouch of pills, and newly enrolled students could select a martial technique from the scripture pavilion. Although Qianlin was no longer particularly enamored with martial techniques, he still welcomed the opportunity to broaden his horizons. Generally speaking, those who procured herbs received certain privileges due to the substantial quantities they purchased. Hence, many shopkeepers would add a few extra stalks as a discount, which would end up in the pockets of the buyers. It could be said that herb procurement was a lucrative endeavor, leading many students to vie for the opportunity, resulting in a rise of unscrupulous practices. In response, the pharmacy issued an order that only designated individuals would handle herb procurement. Shi Zheng was selected due to his honesty and integrity. Senior Shi Zheng, what pills will we distribute at the upcoming meeting? Qianlin inquired. I'm not fully aware, but the bone-washing pill is always a staple. The herbs we procured, the bone-washing flour, are essential for crafting this pill. If we were to acquire other herbs, I could make some inferences based on the materials, Shi Zheng replied. Shi Zheng was rather short and possessed an unremarkable appearance, blending into the crowd. However, due to his diligent nature, his name was always associated with herb procurement. What other pills are typically available? Qianlin asked. The bone-washing pill is a certainty. Each person receives one, which can enhance their innate talent. The qi cultivation pill is also fairly common, known for its efficacy in refining combat energy. Additionally, there is the sensitivity pill, designed to heighten one's sensitivity to magic. Other pills tend to vary. Aside from the bone-washing pill, each pouch differs, Shi Zheng explained patiently. Nangong Wentian remained cold and aloof. Yet he occasionally posed questions to which Shi Zheng answered with great patience. Although Tianyuan City flourished due to Tiannan Academy, it was still quite a distance away, requiring a trek through some remote areas, which could take an entire day to reach. Thus, Qianlin, Nangong Wentian and Shi Zheng hastened their journey. Since they were ascending a mountain, they could not hire a carriage and had to walk. Unaware that night had fallen. Senior Shi Zheng, why don't we fly? Wouldn't that be faster than walking back to the academy? Qianlin asked, recalling the speed of the floating tables he had seen. His impatience grew as they walked at a leisurely pace. Well, that's because I cannot fly, Shi Zheng replied, exasperated. Fool. Only the Law King and Combat King can fly. Although Senior Shi Zheng is quite capable. He is merely a 5-star combat master, Nangong Wentian interjected. Indeed, only the Law King and Combat King possess the ability to soar through the skies. Ordinary individuals can only achieve flight with certain magical artifacts. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible, Shi Zheng remarked, unfazed by Qianlin's naive question, smiling as he spoke. Magical artifacts? I've read about them in some books, but those were merely popular publications with unclear descriptions. Qianlin admitted. Magical artifacts are akin to spirit tools. Each spirit tool is graded based on its ability to break through energy and magic, ranging from the 1st to the 9th level. The better its efficacy, the higher the grade. Magical artifacts are special spirit tools. For instance, our teacher's flying table is a magical artifact, Shi Zheng elaborated. Qianlin nodded, pulling out a dagger that gleamed silver in the moonlight. This dagger is a 1st-level spirit tool. Oh, it was crafted by our school's tool refining hall. The artisans there are quite eccentric, Shi Zheng observed as he examined the dagger, just as Qianlin was admiring the dagger. A group of burly men suddenly emerged from the roadside, brandishing curved knives. This tree was planted by me. This mountain was opened by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll, the leader bellowed. Isn't this mountain owned by Tian Nan Academy? How has it become yours? Nangong Wentian retorted. Initially startled, Qianlin relaxed upon sensing the combat energy fluctuations from the 5MENSO week, and they dare to claim they're robbing us? The 5 burly men, clearly practitioners of combat energy, were led by one who was merely a 1-star combatant, while the others barely reached the 8th or 9th Dantian stages. In contrast, Qianlin and Nangong Wentian were combatants of notable strength, and Shi Zheng was a powerful combat master. Each individual admitted to Tian Nan Academy was a genius among geniuses, possessing exceptional martial talent. Outside, a combatant might be deemed strong, but the minimum requirement for admission to Tian Nan Academy was to be a combatant. Had they encountered anyone else, these 5 ruffians might have succeeded, but today they were destined to return empty-handed, perhaps even nursing bruises. Boss, these 3 kids don't seem to have any combat energy fluctuations that we ought to go easy on them. We wouldn't want to accidentally kill them, one of the bandits suggested. Yes, indeed. These 3 youngsters are still naive. We'll simply demand their money and spatial rings, the bandit leader replied. They were well aware that those possessing spatial rings were affluent individuals. Even the lowest grade rings were worth hundreds of gold coins, not silver. Although they suspected that the trio's status was unusual, owning such valuable items, their greed was too potent to resist. Kids, hand over the spatial rings. We seek only wealth, not lives, the bandit leader declared. Despite being in a remote area, the trio's possession of rings worth hundreds of gold coins indicated they were not ordinary. Boss, we have no valuables on us. Could you please let us go? Qianlin said playfully, noticing the audacity of the bandits. Shi Zheng frowned, contemplating intervention, but hesitated considering that he was a combat master while the others were merely practitioners in their early stages. You must surrender those rings. I see no signs of combat energy from you 3. We don't wish to harm you unnecessarily. Hand over your valuables, the leader bellowed. The trio practiced profound-level techniques, maintaining their combat energy without any leakage, appearing as if they possessed no combat energy at all. How terrifying. They've frightened us, Qianlin jested. Nangong, go beat them up, he urged, having seemingly picked up a mischievous streak from his time with the carefree girl. Xiaoyao. Nangong Wentian shot Qianlin a strange look and coolly replied. No, Qianlin felt exasperated by Nangong Wentian's disposition. Boss, why waste words? Just take it from them, a bandit suggested, brandishing his knife as he advanced toward Shi Zheng. Even if the spatial ring were empty, just possessing one could secure a lifetime of comfort for the brothers. They planned to sell the ring and purchase a basic profound-level technique for their leader. Brothers, don't tire yourselves out. This single spatial ring might not even be worth a basic profound level technique. Just buy an advanced yellow level technique instead, and with the rest, we could buy a few chi gathering pills to share among us. The leader boasted. However, before he could finish, the bandit striding toward Shi Zheng collapsed to the ground. What happened? Why is the third one lying down? The bandits finally realized that the individual with the spatial ring possessed combat energy. Brothers, charge! The leader bellowed fiercely, brandishing his great sword as he swung it toward Shi Zheng. However, Shi Zheng did not strike with lethal intent. The bandit who lay prostrate on the ground was not gravely harmed, merely incapacitated with his meridians sealed, rendering him immobile. Qianlin, witnessing the bandits charging at Shi Zheng, declared, "There is no need for you to intervene. Senior brother, I shall handle this." With that, he swiftly propelled himself towards the marauders. The bandit leader, upon noticing this, swung his sword menacingly at Qianlin. The leader's fierce strike aimed directly at Qianlin's head, but he met it with a dagger. The diminutive dagger collided with the broad blade, producing a sharp crack, just as the leader anticipated that his blow would cleave the dagger in two and subsequently sever the boy's head. It was not Qianlin's dagger that shattered. A faint crack appeared on the sword, and with a jolt of his arm, Qianlin shattered the already fractured blade. Channeling his energy through the Qingmu Ju, a powerful surge of fighting spirit radiated outward. "Ah, a 4-star fighter!" The leader roared, retreating hastily, realizing he had encountered a formidable obstacle. Simultaneously, his mind raced. He understood that engaging in a direct confrontation would yield little success, and since he merely sought riches rather than a life-and-death struggle, he resolved to resort to hostage-taking. Having observed Shi Zheng's ability to incapacitate the third bandit, the leader targeted Nangong Wentian. However, upon glancing at Nangong Wentian's robust physique and icy demeanor, he swallowed hard. "Forget it. I shall take the one with the ring instead." With that thought, the leader dashed towards Shi Zheng, deeming him unremarkable and unlikely to pose a challenge, even if he possessed some fighting spirit. Qianlin, noticing the leader's approach towards Shi Zheng, was momentarily taken aback. What does this fellow intend to do to senior brother Shi? Although he believed Shi Zheng to be unharmed, he swiftly moved, appearing before the leader like a willow leaf caught in the wind. "Where do you think you're going, bandit?" Qianlin flashed a bright smile, then struck down with a palm. The leader spat blood, collapsing to the ground. The strength of a 1-star fighter proved utterly inadequate against Qianlin's prowess. Unable to defeat him, the leader steeled himself and retrieved a talisman from his robe. The talisman was predominantly yellow, inscribed with twisted, ancient elven script, concealing a trace of magical energy within. He had obtained this artifact after robbing a wealthy scion. Though the young man possessed commendable strength, he had quivered in fear at their appearance and surrendered all his possessions. This talisman, crafted by their family's inscription master, contained an offensive spell. Although it was merely the fire serpent technique, its power was impressive enough to penetrate a fighter's defensive energy, though reluctant to part with it. The leader resolved that if this youth dared to approach again, he would unleash the talisman and pierce his chest. As Qianlin observed a fiery serpent hurtling towards him, he could sense the magical energy it contained, the immense fire magic compressed into a slender serpent. If this strike connected, Qianlin's chest would be pierced. Qingye Dunfa. He maneuvered his body, yet the fire serpent struck like lightning, making evasion impossible. Humph! Shi Zheng reacted swiftly, tossing a small orb that intercepted the fire serpent. The serpent collided with the orb, dissipating into elemental fire and vanishing entirely. Qianlin, feeling a chill of apprehension, glared at the bandit leader, his expression turning cold. He had always believed that with the Kua Fu body refinement technique and Qingye Dunfa, he was nearly invincible among his peers, yet he had underestimated the situation to AT that moment. The bandit leader was drenched in sweat. He had assumed Qianlin was the strongest among the trio. If he could defeat Qianlin, the others would be easy to handle. His surprise, the true powerhouse was the unassuming young man. The orb he had thrown was evidently a spiritual treasure. Trembling, the leader fumbled into his robe, finding another identical talisman within. Now bereft of hope for survival, he only wished to buy time for his brothers. "When I say run, you all must flee," the leader declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Boss, what do you intend to do?" the bandits exclaimed in alarm. sensing impending doom. They had grown up together, sworn brothers, and when their leader had been forced into banditry, the others had joined without hesitation, pledging their lives to one another. The leader's gaze was fixed firmly on Qianlin as he spoke. Our 5 brothers have encountered misfortune and have hit a wall. With that, the bandit leader swallowed a pill. His fighting spirit surged, escalating to the level of a 9-star fighter in mere breaths. Ah, the boss has consumed a destruction pill, one bandit exclaimed, sorrow etching his features. Carry the 3rd brother and run. The leader bellowed, his face swollen from the inflating energy. Qianlin had read about the destruction pill, a substance capable of obliterating one's own energy vortex, flooding the body with fighting spirit for a brief burst of power. Though this self-destructive pill was inexpensive, few chose to purchase it. The leader understood that Shi Zheng was at least a fighter, and Qianlin was a formidable combatant, while Nangong Wentian had yet to reveal his fighting spirit. If he could successfully abduct Nangong Wentian, his brothers might escape. Even if he failed, the attention of Qianlin and Shi Zheng would be diverted, granting his comrades a chance to flee. Nangong Wentian smiled as he saw the leader charging towards him. Does this fool think I am easy prey? A wave of 9-star fighter energy emanated from him. The other bandits, distraught at their leader's plight, exclaimed, Go! We must leave, or our boss will die in vain. They realized there was no way to escape unscathed. They hoisted the incapacitated bandit and sprinted away. Trying to flee, are we? Qianlin's body surged forward, pursuing the escaping bandits. Among them, the strongest possessed merely a 9-layer fighting spirit, hardly able to withstand a single blow from him. Upon seeing Qianlin chase after his brothers, the bandit leader hurled the talisman from his grasp. The talisman transformed into a fire serpent mid-air, hurtling towards Qianlin. Suddenly, Qianlin felt a surge of heat at his back, an instinctive sense of danger flooding his heart. But it was too late. The fire serpent struck him like a bolt of lightning. Piercing through his shoulder, Qianlin staggered and fell to the ground. Junior brother Qianlin, Shi Zheng, still clutching the orb, had not thrown it in that split second. Run, the bandit leader shouted. Leave no one behind. Shi Zheng gritted his teeth, his fury ignited, and the orb flew from his hand. The orb arced through the air, causing each fleeing bandit to spew blood and collapse. The bandit leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Today, his brothers had all fallen, none to escape. As the orb struck each bandit, it soared towards the leader, slamming in his chest and rendering him unconscious. He didn't think it would end like this. The leader scoffed internally as darkness enveloped him. These bandits had once been ordinary citizens, driven to crime after their leader, Wang Taigun, could not tolerate the misdeeds of a disciple from the Jiga sect. In a moment of anger, they had engaged in battle, inadvertently injuring the disciple, which led to their retaliation and forced them into a life of banditry. Shi Zheng rushed to Qianlin, casting a cold glance at the fallen Wang Taigun. He had merely incapacitated the bandits, not taken their lives. Junior brother Qianlin. Shi Zheng's face was etched with sorrow as he embraced Qianlin, hastily retrieving a pill from his robe, preparing to administer it to him. The urgency of the situation took precedence over all else. Although Qianlin had been pierced by the fire serpent, it had not struck any vital organs. He had merely succumbed to temporary unconsciousness. Yet, as he opened his eyes, he exclaimed, Wow! Brother Shi Zheng, what are you doing? Qianlin hastily stepped back to avoid the approaching wide mouth of Shi Zheng. Brother Shi Zheng, I never anticipated you had such a peculiar habit, taking advantage of your junior while he is in a state of unconsciousness. Shi Zheng gazed at the startled Qianlin and, feeling too weary to explain, ejected a pill from his mouth, stating, Take this elixir. Upon seeing the pill that Shi Zheng had expelled, Qianlin finally comprehended that Shi Zheng's intention was to save him. Hesitantly, he held the saliva-coated pill, wavering in his decision. The Millennium Blood Ginseng pill can revive the dead, but it must be administered orally by another for it to be effective. If not consumed, it may as well be discarded. Shi Zheng added. Qianlin's wounds had already scabbed over. Although Shi Zheng was somewhat astonished by Qianlin's recovery ability, he felt relieved upon seeing that Qianlin was unharmed. Regardless of how costly the elixir was, he felt no pangs of regret, as even the finest medicines are meant for human use. and he found it inappropriate to force Qianlin to consume something that had been in his mouth. Instead, it was Nangong Wentian who reacted with surprise upon hearing about the Millennium Blood Ginseng pill, his eyes betraying a look of astonishment. He did not elaborate further after assessing Qianlin's injuries. This elixir must not go to waste, but since the injury has healed, it is best saved for later, Qianlin decided, placing the pill into a small jade gourd for safekeeping. This was partly because his injury had indeed healed over time, and partly because he was reluctant to consume something tainted by Shi Zheng's saliva. "What shall we do about these bandits?" Qianlin inquired. "Esteemed young heroes, I implore you, if you must kill, then do so. It was I who incited them. Please spare their lives. They were forced into banditry only because their leader offended the Jigu sect," the bandit pleaded at this moment. The other bandits had been rendered unconscious by Shi Zheng's bead, leaving only this one, whose meridians had been sealed by Shi Zheng, thus rendering him unable to move and avoiding the impact of the bead. "Very well. Let's bind them for now and bring them back to the sect to face the law." Shi Zheng declared he had heard of the Jigu sect, known for its notoriety. Initially, the bandits had thought themselves doomed to death, hence they had been relatively compliant along the way. "Brother Ironrod, if they intend to kill us, then why not just do it? Why make us walk?" one bandit questioned. "Perhaps they seek a more suitable location for the execution. I wonder if they will allow us a final meal before we die." "Brother Ironrod, it has been worth it to be your brother in this lifetime," another bandit remarked. "It is I who have brought you trouble, my brothers. Had it not been for that disciple of the Jigu sect attempting to harass my sister, I would not have accidentally injured him, and you would not have followed me into banditry. I wonder how my father is faring," Wang Taigun said, lowering his head. "Brother Ironrod, Uncle Taizhu has always been in good health. He can take care of himself," another bandit reassured him. Upon hearing the mention of Uncle Taizhu, Qianlin asked, "Is the Uncle Taizhu you speak of residing near Fan City?" Wang Taigun, upon hearing this, looked up in astonishment. "I am Wang Taizhu's son." Wang Taigun, "Oh, you know my father. Is he well? Has the Jigu sect troubled him?" Wang Taigun asked excitedly, before heading to Fan City. Qianlin had been living with an old man named Wang Taizhu. "Uncle Taizhu is quite well. Although I am acquainted with your father, Qianlin's words were cut off. "I know, young brother. Do not say more. Whether to kill or to spare, Wang shall comply with your wishes. However, I hope you can let my brothers go, as they are merely first-time offenders," Wang Taigun implored. "When did I say I would kill you?" Shi Zheng had initially intended to bring the 5 bandits back to the academy for the law enforcement hall to handle, at most sentencing them to 3 months of labor. Qianlin, having made some explanations along the way, alleviated the bandits' concerns. The 3 of them continued their journey through the night, returning to the academy at dawn. Shi Zheng took the contribution cards of the 3 to claim their rewards, while Qianlin and Nangong Wentian returned to their respective rooms. The law enforcement hall had originally intended to impose a 3-month labor sentence on Wang Taigun and his companions, but due to Qianlin's intercession, they were only sentenced to 1 month, much to Wang Taizhu's immense gratitude. Due to the scarcity of students at Tiannan Academy, each student is afforded their own private quarters. The rooms are spacious yet minimalist, furnished with only a bed and some basic furniture, ensuring that students remain focused on their studies rather than material pursuits. At this moment, Qianlin tossed the black rod onto his bed. He did not carry the Kunlun magic wand with him at all times, for as a wielder of strength, there was little use in bearing such a wand. Thus it typically lay in his room. At this moment, the wand emitted a blue glow, and the elder Fentian appeared before him. Qianlin understood that it was time for his lessons today. During the day, he focused on studying the fundamentals of being a wielder of strength. And upon returning to his room, he was guided by Elder Fentian in the study of magic. However, Qianlin's talent for magic was indeed lamentable. He had only just reached the 2nd stage of the practice phase and was unable to cast even the simplest fireball technique. Elder Fentian, feeling somewhat helpless, wished to impart his knowledge generously, but the vast disparity in their realms and Qianlin's lack of talent meant progress would be slow. At this moment, Qianlin held a crystal card. His contribution card, which displayed the number 110, that every newly enrolled student receives such a crystal card, which contains 100 contribution points. Completing tasks assigned by the academy earns additional points. Qianlin's first task was to accompany Senior Shizheng to procure medicinal herbs, earning him 10 contribution points in the process. This moment, a faint spark of magic began to coalesce. Fireball technique, activate! Qianlin shouted, but how can you be so foolish, my apprentice? Elder Fentian exclaimed. Smacking his forehead, he could hardly believe that, after half a month of meticulous guidance, Qianlin was still unable to produce a single fireball technique. Perhaps it is that your black rod is simply unwieldy for you. Qianlin retorted, Oh, you even know what kind of wand you are using. That is a sacred artifact. You are driving me to the brink of madness. Elder Fentian felt an urge to spit blood. Although Qianlin was only at the second stage of magic practice, he should have found it effortless to cast the fireball technique with the aid of a sacred wand. Yet this lad could not produce even a whisper of magic. The two were locked in a dispute in the adjacent room. A youth shouted in exasperation, Is this never-ending? Can you not let anyone sleep? This youth, named Feng Jitsai, was a child of the law, deeply passionate about runes, and had dreamed of becoming a rune master since childhood. He often became so engrossed in his studies that he neglected sleep, leading to an erratic schedule. Having just prepared to sleep at dawn, he was awakened once more by Qianlin's commotion. This was not the first nor the second time such an incident had occurred. Although he could hear two voices conversing, he often only saw Qianlin speaking to his wand in a soliloquy. Consequently, Feng Jitsai had come to suspect that Qianlin was mentally unstable and had instinctively distanced himself from him. I must change rooms, Feng Jitsai thought to himself after yet another encounter with Qianlin's monologue. He ultimately decided against sleeping, opting instead to delve into an ancient elven script reference book. What does it mean to arrange magical elements with words imbued with magical power? Feng Jitsai pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Why can words be arranged to reveal the laws of magic? He contemplated deeply, resembling a philosopher lost in thought, his brow furrowed. In Qianlin's room, Elder Fentian bellowed. I have told you, the arrangement of magic follows a pattern. A pattern. The ancient elven language you chant is merely a vessel. The magic you cast is also structured through the fluctuations of syllables that reveal the laws of magical elements. Upon hearing this, Feng Jitsai experienced a moment of enlightenment, as the problem that had plagued him for so long suddenly unraveled. I understand. I comprehend. Feng Jitsai laughed heartily, hastily retrieving paper and pen to record the insights he had just gleaned. That voice seems to be coming from next door, Feng Jitsai mused. His curiosity piqued. He felt compelled to discover who had uttered such insightful and perceptive words. Knock, knock. A knock resounded from outside the door. Qianlin quickly rose to answer it. Feng Jitsai, you are up so early? Qianlin smiled as he spoke, casting a glance over his shoulder. To his surprise, there was no one there. The old man Fentian, who had just been cursing vehemently, had vanished without a trace. Feng Jitsai turned to look behind Qianlin and, finding the space empty, scratched his head and remarked, Who is it that said, the magical essence is governed by the fluctuations of sound and the arrangement of syllables? That would, of course, be me. Otherwise, who else could be in my room? Qianlin, naturally, could not reveal the identity of Fentian. It was indeed a curious matter. After scratching his head, Feng Jitsai departed. Not long after, the irate voice of Fentian echoed again from the neighboring room. Feng Jitsai listened intently, and with each passing moment, he felt increasingly astonished and awed. That voice not only unraveled the knots in his heart accumulated over many years, but also imparted unique insights that greatly benefited him. However, every time he knocked on the door, he found only Qianlin inside. For a long time, he believed he was merely experiencing auditory hallucinations or that Qianlin was conversing with himself. Yet, this was also fine. Each day he awaited the emergence of that voice like a devout disciple, eagerly listening and taking notes. Years later, this youth named Feng Jitsai became a renowned inscription master on the elemental continent. When he recounted his educational journey, he mentioned a period of auditory hallucinations, which ultimately laid the foundation for his future brilliance. The notes he compiled during those episodes became a closely guarded secret tome, containing his insights and reflections on magic. After Feng Jitsai's passing, It incited a frenzy among countless individuals on the elemental continent, for it was said that whoever could obtain this book would ascend to the pinnacle of magic. Half a month had passed, and although Qianlin's aptitude for magic was rather mediocre, his talent for fighting spirit was commendable, having reached the peak of a 4-star fighter, with a faint indication of a potential breakthrough. "Young Master Qianlin, will the elixirs be distributed today?" came the voice of Xiao Murue from outside the door. Qianlin ceased his breathing exercises, rose, and made his way to open the door. He had initially expected to see the carefree girl. But instead, she was nowhere to be found, leaving him to wonder where she had gone. At the monthly gathering, nearly all the students who had ventured out had returned, each carrying their contribution cards to collect a pouch of elixirs from the alchemy room. This pouch represented a month's worth of resources for each student. Although the quantity was modest, each elixir was of considerable value, not easily affordable by ordinary folk. Qianlin joined the queue, which was brief due to the small number of students at Tiannan Academy. "Senior, please give me a pouch of elixirs," said a boy with red hair. "Are you a child of strength or a child of magic? Report your fighting spirit attributes and rank." "Child of strength." "Fire attribute, 8-star fighter," the red-haired boy replied. Handing over his contribution card, he received a small red pouch in return, which he opened to reveal a delighted smile. "That I can't believe I got a fire essence pill," he exclaimed. During this time, Qianlin had also perused many books in the scripture pavilion and recognized that the fire essence pill was indeed a commendable elixir. The alchemy room distributed one free pouch of elixirs to each student during the monthly meeting. However, aside from the fixed washing marrow pill, the contents of the other pouches varied greatly. Some rejoiced while others despaired. One child of magic, upon receiving his elixirs, wore a look of dismay. "How could there be a chi cultivation pill? I'm a child of magic. It's utterly useless." "Who told you not to specify whether you were a child of magic or a child of strength? It seems there was a mix-up," someone nearby remarked. Qianlin had a sudden inspiration and decided to present his contribution card. "Qianlin, child of magic." "Yes," he responded to Xiao Murue's reprimand. He prepared to make his exit. "I shall take my leave now," he said, hastily slipping away. Qianlin wished to avoid prolonged conversation with Xiao Murue, knowing he would only face further scolding for being a child of strength and claiming a child of magic's elixirs. Upon returning to his room, Qianlin finally opened the pouch, discovering 5 fragrant elixirs resting quietly within. The old man Fentian emerged languidly from the enchanted staff, saying, "Foolish disciple, it seems you wish to use elixirs as assistants." Qianlin held up a golden elixir to his nose, inhaling its subtle fragrance. The pouch contained 4 elixirs: the washing marrow pill, sensitivity pill, enhancement pill, and clarity pill. Fentian explained the purpose of each elixir. Each of these elixirs was of considerable worth, and transactions were permitted within Tiannan Academy, albeit not in currency, but through contribution points. "Master, with so many elixirs, how should I consume them?" "The enhancement pill appears to require one to be a magic practitioner to use," Qianlin inquired. "Consume the washing marrow pill and the sensitivity pill first. One cleanses the marrow, while the other enhances your sensitivity to magical energy. As for the remaining 2, sell them," Fentian advised. The enhancement pill was beyond Qianlin's current capabilities, and the clarity pill held little value, making it more prudent to exchange them for contribution points. Qianlin took out the 2 elixirs and swallowed them whole. Instantly, the 2 elixirs transformed into streams of energy, slowly reshaping his body. Qianlin felt his understanding of magic becoming more acute, even perceiving the magical particles dancing in the air. This was largely due to it being his first experience consuming such elixirs. Hence, the effects were particularly pronounced. After several uses, his body would develop a tolerance, explaining why the Academy did not oppose elixir transactions. Once an individual develops a tolerance, they could sell the elixirs after consuming the elixirs. Qianlin resolved to visit the scripture pavilion, where every new student was permitted to select a profound technique. Previously, Shitai had recommended a technique called the Qingmu Ju, a high-level profound technique well-suited for children of strength with a wood attribute. However, Qianlin would not select it since he was already practicing the Qingmu Ju. The scripture pavilion was somewhat secluded, and after a considerable walk, Qianlin finally arrived at its entrance, where a slender senior wearing the Tiannan Academy uniform stood waiting. "Junior, "Are you here to select a technique from the Scripture Pavilion?" The slender senior approached and inquired, given that Tiannan Academy had only 200 or 300 students, even if names were unknown. It was easy to recognize unfamiliar faces. "Yes, I heard from the instructor that every new student can choose a technique for free," Qianlin replied. "Please follow me." The slender senior guided Qianlin inside. The Scripture Pavilion appeared to be aged, exuding the scent of decaying wood, and compared to other areas of Tiannan Academy, it was undoubtedly much more dilapidated. Sensing Qianlin's curiosity, the slender senior remarked, "Don't let the exterior fool you. This is the oldest place in the academy, existing for over 1,000 years. That it is said the first dean established it in memory of a woman, which is why, despite its age, only the interior has been renovated over the years. The exterior remains unchanged." While Qianlin held some interest in the history of the pavilion, his primary focus was on the available techniques. "What type of technique are you looking for, Junior?" the slender senior asked. "I'll browse on my own. You may attend to your other matters," Qianlin replied. "All right, just keep going straight ahead. The second floor contains combat techniques, and the innermost part of the third floor holds the techniques. To select one, simply place your contribution card on the stone slab beneath the seal. I've heard there are even heavenly ranked combat techniques." "Heavenly ranked techniques and combat skills?" Qianlin asked in astonishment that he owed his knowledge. The techniques circulating in the market were predominantly yellow ranked, while some profound techniques could only be possessed by sects or noble families, and earth-ranked techniques were regarded as treasures of a sect. "Yes, they do exist, but that combat technique has never been practiced, as the script inscribed appears to belong to another realm, and no one can decipher it," the senior replied. The slender figure spoke as Qianlin ascended the wooden staircase. Although the stairs bore the marks of time, they were a far cry from the dilapidation outside, likely having been refurbished by later generations. Otherwise, after a millennium, the wood would have succumbed to decay. Initially, Qianlin intended to inspect the martial arts techniques, yet upon hearing of the celestial stage combat skills, his interest was piqued that he reached the second floor, where countless light screens aligned in a row, each housing a scroll detailing various combat techniques. Despite the ancient appearance of the Scripture Pavilion, it was surprisingly spacious, housing no fewer than tens of thousands of techniques. Approaching the first light screen, Qianlin inserted his contribution card. Instantly, a faceless wooden puppet appeared, demonstrating a set of palm techniques. As he observed the performance, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Once the puppet concluded, characters materialized on the screen. Invincible earth-splitting tiger palm technique. Yellow tier low-level technique, exchangeable for 3 contribution points. Qianlin continued his exploration, noting the techniques range from yellow tier to Xian tier. Blood moon palm, Xian tier intermediate palm technique, available for those at the 8th stage of Qi refinement. Capable of harnessing lunar energy on a full moon night, rivaling the power of a low-level earth tier technique, exchangeable for 190 contribution points. Thunder half moon slash, Xian tier advanced blade technique, learnable by those of the 3-star fighter level, requiring 210 contribution points. Green leaf escape technique, Xian tier low-level movement technique, agile as a willow leaf, swift and elusive, requiring 210 contribution points. During this time, Qianlin also spotted his own learned green leaf escape technique. Although categorized as a low-level Xian tier technique, its rarity placed it alongside higher-tier combat skills. "Master, do you think there are celestial stage combat skills here?" Qianlin inquired of the black rod in his arms. Yet the Kunluo magic wand offered no response. With a sigh of resignation, he hastened forward, eager to discover the techniques at the end of the hall, curious about the contribution points required for any potential celestial stage techniques. Given the multitude of light screens, he could not examine them all, skipping several until he reached the end of the second floor. Placing his contribution card upon the stone slab, he was met not with the appearance of a puppet, but with bold characters, borrowing celestial stage combat techniques, contribution points, 100,000. Indeed, there were celestial stage techniques. However, the inscription atop this technique felt oddly familiar to him. Qianlin left the Scripture Pavilion with a composed demeanor, his mind now solely occupied with that celestial stage technique. That it was common knowledge that Tiannan Academy possessed a celestial stage technique, obtained fortuitously by the first dean. Such a powerful technique would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm across elemental continent. However, Every individual who had acquired it met a grim fate, either slain by formidable foes or driven to madness. Thus, this technique seemed to be inherently cursed. Despite this, countless sought to possess it, and it had passed through the hands of over 100 powerful individuals, with none able to comprehend it, for the text was indecipherable. Gradually, it faded from public awareness. Yet, Qianlin recognized it instantly, for it was written in the very characters of Earth. He could scarcely believe that a technique which had driven countless mad was inscribed in Hanzi. No wonder so many powerful figures were unable to grasp even a fragment of its meaning. Qianlin was certain that he alone at Tiannan Academy had the qualification to study this technique. And even the likes of Doling and Dowang would not dare to pry into its secrets. A gentle breeze tousled Qianlin's hair, bringing clarity to his thoughts that he understood that such matters could not be rushed. For merely acquiring the contribution points to exchange for that technique required a staggering 100,000. He estimated that unless he remained at this academy for another century or two, amassing such a sum would be improbable. Thus, his short-term goal crystallized to continuously earn contribution points and ultimately exchange them for that technique. Once he mastered the celestial stage technique, combined with his own celestial stage power, he would undoubtedly return to Earth and consign all that had escaped from hell back to their infernal realm. The emergence of Ti had shattered the tranquility of Earth, unleashing countless cries of despair into the heavens, and the architect of this calamity was none other than Qianlin himself. Hence, he carried a profound sense of guilt. The agony of losing loved ones etched indelibly in his memory that I must grow stronger. I must become powerful. Only then could he ultimately seal or eliminate the Emperor of Eternal Night upon returning to Earth. After regaining his composure, Qianlin returned to the scripture pavilion, opting not for a free selection of a martial art, but rather choosing a combat technique. After all, once this opportunity was missed, future exchanges for martial arts or combat techniques would necessitate contribution points. And the cost of martial arts generally exceeded that of combat techniques. Thus, most would choose martial arts over combat techniques, although not everyone followed this trend. Some found their current martial arts sufficiently adept and thus saw no need for a change. Qianlin exchanged 2 combat techniques and an introductory volume of basic elemental magic at the old man's counter. The old man regarded him with a peculiar expression, unable to fathom why a child of strength would squander contribution points on a basic elemental magic volume, an elementary study for the children of magic. Was this out of mere curiosity? At that moment, Qianlin strode eagerly toward his dormitory, having selected 2 combat techniques, one an advanced Xian-tier technique, sealing chi force, and the other a low-level Xian-tier technique. Explosive leg, for which he had expended 105 contribution points. Both had been meticulously chosen by him. With the opportunity to select a free Xian-tier combat technique, he naturally opted for the higher-level one, while the other was selected for its notorious ferocity. The basic elemental magic volume cost him a mere 5 contribution points. Returning to his room, Qianlin commenced his training. The sealing chi force was a technique for controlling fighting energy. As long as one's fighting energy surpassed that of others in purity, it could infiltrate the enemy's body, sealing their meridians and disrupting their fighting energy circulation, thereby preventing them from realizing their true strength and even stripping them of their ability to resist. This technique bore resemblance to one utilized by Shi Zheng against the Bandit King. The potency of this technique hinged upon the purity of fighting energy, with the Kuafu body refinement method in his possession. Qianlin's fighting energy was far beyond that of an ordinary individual, which was precisely why he had chosen this technique. The selection of explosive leg was simply due to its affordability. He infused his fighting energy into the scrolls, and they transformed into streams of light, soaring into Qianlin's mind. Thus, an entire day passed as Qianlin immersed himself in comprehending the combat techniques, even neglecting meals, merely nibbling on some dry rations and sipping cold tea. Meanwhile, next door, Feng Jizai appeared to be in a frenzy, a smile gracing his lips. The insights he gleaned from his auditory hallucinations surpassed any lessons from his teachers, those masters renowned for their wisdom. Seemed akin to naive children compared to the perspectives he encountered in his hallucinations. Feng Jizai sensed his understanding of inscriptions and magic entering a new phase, feeling the accumulation of knowledge, which greatly delighted this young enthusiast of inscriptions. He fervently prayed for the arrival of the next auditory vision, It was not until nightfall that the voice of the hallucination resonated once more. However, this time it spoke of the foundational concepts of elemental magic, leaving Feng Jizai somewhat disappointed. Yet, moments later, that disappointment transformed into astonishment, as he never anticipated that the most fundamental magic could harbor such profound principles. After achieving greatness as an inscription master, Feng Jizai authored a book titled A New Interpretation of Basic Elemental Magic in his later years, which heralded a new era in the theory of basic magic. At this moment, Qianlin scratched his head, visibly exasperated, as he gazed at the old man of the heavens. "Master, could you not simplify your explanations? I cannot comprehend a word." At that moment, the old man of the heavens felt an urge to tear his hair out in frustration. He had spoken in the most straightforward and accessible language, covering the very basics of magic. Yet this foolish boy remained utterly bewildered. The old man was close to bursting with frustration, for Qianlin's lack of talent in magic was truly unprecedented. Yet the old man was unaware that while Qianlin struggled to grasp much of the content, next door, a young boy eagerly recorded every word. Feeling frustrated by the lecture, Qianlin declared, "Enough, master. Let's continue next time. I haven't seen that carefree girl in ages. I shall go visit her." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped out. Feng Jizai, diligently taking notes, abruptly halted, puzzled. Why is it suddenly silent? Due to the sparse population at Tian-Nan Academy. Each student enjoys the privilege of a private room. Qianlin strode purposefully towards Xiao Yao's chamber. Ever since the events that transpired at the city lord's mansion, Xiao Yao had developed a subtle distaste for this unfaithful scoundrel. Unbeknownst to Qianlin, she remained blissfully ignorant, as naive as ever. "Dong dong, Xiao Yao. Silly girl, are you there? Who are you? Why do you keep calling others silly girl? Are we that familiar?" Qianlin felt a sting from her words, leaving him somewhat puzzled and distressed. "Open the door. What's the matter? You've been ignoring me for so long. Is it because of my marriage proposal that day at the city lord's mansion?" "That was merely a jest," he exclaimed. His words were indeed eloquent. Yet he now severed their connection entirely. It was only after a calamity struck that he realized the gravity of his actions. He felt as if he had misjudged her. Once a woman clings to a matter, it becomes unyielding. They may not easily invest their emotions, but once they do, it is genuine that if anyone dares to harm them, the consequences are irreparable. That moment. Qianlin sensed the seriousness of the situation, and a pang of regret stirred within him. Did he truly not care for Xiao Yao's feelings? If he didn't, then why did he worry about her during the separation? It had become a habit for him to pat her head daily. Was it truly only because he regarded her as a sister? Qianlin was at a loss, unable to express the discomfort brewing within him. In his previous life as Qianzong, he had only loved Gao Qingling. Although he later married, he had no substantial insights into love. As an evolver, aside from his sister Qian Shaoan, he had never engaged with other women. Thus, his romantic history remained in a rather juvenile phase. Perhaps the words he had carelessly uttered had deeply wounded this young girl's heart. The door swung open, revealing Xiao Yao, her long hair cascading over her shoulders as her hair swayed. Her pointed ears peeked out, and her smooth face glowed beautifully under the moonlight. Qianlin had never perceived Xiao Yao as so enchanting. Even her skin appeared markedly fairer, as if the little girl he once knew had matured overnight. "You always call me silly girl. Let me ask you, do you truly regard me merely as a sister?" Xiao Yao articulated each word with clarity, her pale face turning even more ashen, her delicate lips paling. Qianlin's heart momentarily felt chaotic. He was at a loss for this sensation. He had always maintained a thick wall of defenses. For one day, he would return to Earth to confront the eternal night. "Kid, stop dwelling on earthly matters. One cannot always focus on the negatives or reminisce about the past. Your responsibilities and mission persist. Yet this world holds infinite beauty. Isn't life about pursuing these splendid things?" The voice of the elder of the dividing day echoed from the black staff, as if transcending the vicissitudes of time. Stirring the chords of the heart, the elder of the dividing day's experiences had taught him to cherish what lay before him. He had spent his life obsessed with immortality, severing ties with familial love, romantic affection, and friendship, only to understand the essence of life at the moment of death. Hence, he offered his counsel. Had Qianlin not expressed his disdain for eternal life, the elder would not have taken him as a disciple. Although this disciple showed little interest in immortality, he seemed ensnared in a quandary. After all, one does not live solely for others. Upon hearing the elder's words, it was as if a revelation had struck Qianlin. All along, he had been ensnared in a nightmare of earth, perpetually seeking to atone for his transgressions and plotting revenge against the Emperor of Eternal Night, unwittingly losing himself in the process. Suddenly, Qianlin embraced Xiao Yao, exclaiming, Qianlin, since I've lived a lifetime, I must live it boldly. What is there to fear? His roar resounded, and the elder seemed to witness the stormy night of his own demise. Amidst thunder's wrath, that was when he truly felt alive. He had once been cold and indifferent for the sake of a technique, watched loved ones drift away for the allure of a sacred artifact, and betrayed friendships for the sake of spell. But a deep sigh emanated from the black staff. The blue glow extinguished, ultimately succumbing to darkness. Xiao Yao, taken aback by Qianlin's sudden embrace, resembled a startled little rabbit. Qianlin, what are you doing? She trembled, yet her small hands instinctively wrapped around him. Qianlin felt his throat tighten, his blood surging. The moonlight was just right tonight, with distant lantern grasses emitting a soft glow. Xiao Yao seemed to sense something, her long eyelashes fluttering before she finally closed her eyes. Just as Qianlin leaned down to kiss this petite figure, a tremor coursed through him, not an impulse toward Xiao Yao, but an instinctual warning of danger. A sense of peril surged from the depths of Qianlin's being. He had never doubted his evolver skills. What awaited Xiao Yao was not Qianlin's lips, but he swiftly lifted her and dashed towards the room. With her eyes shut, Xiao Yao assumed Qianlin intended something else, her face flushed and utterly captivating. Qianlin covered her mouth. Shoo, there's danger. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a formidable threat. Though it was not close, its power was undeniable. As he turned to locate the source of danger, a colossal red beast circled in the night sky. The ground quaked thrice. A teapot toppled from the table, shattering and spilling tea everywhere. Soon after, Qianlin heard the anguished cries of fellow students and the roar of a gargantuan creature, its mere bellows shattering tables and sending an invisible shockwave rippling through the air. On this dark, windy night, was someone out to kill him? The academy was thrown into chaos. Waves of magic and fighting energy erupted, dozens of lights darting through the sky, peering through the door's crack. Qianlin beheld a massive red beast standing at the academy's center, flames devouring patches of lantern grass and illuminating the night. Numerous elders soared through the air, unleashing their techniques and spells upon the beast, which was ensnared by a magical formation. All students at the king level assemble immediately. Activate your contribution cards for protection. The voice from the platform resonated through the skies, due to Tian Academy's proximity to the Monster Mountain range. It was not uncommon for greedy beasts to feast upon the lively students within. Occasionally, monstrous creatures or waves of beasts would attack, leaving only the lower-year students astonished. Qianlin had inquired about this with Senior Shizhang, so he had some understanding of the situation. Following each attack, a feast would be held the next day, where students could enjoy roasted meat by the bonfire, courtesy of the monster's sacrificial contributions. Knowing this was merely a typical monster ambush, Qianlin felt relieved. Come, Xiao Yao, let us take a stroll, Qianlin said, grasping her small hand. With the monsters attacking, the students had retreated into their rooms, leaving the academy eerily deserted. Qianlin, I assent this rather unwise. Xiao Yao glanced at the elders fiercely battling the red beast, her concern evident. It's fine. We'll keep our distance, that we have our shields. Don Tiwi. Qianlin was well aware of the monster's strength. While formidable, it could not breach their protective barriers. After all, could a mere spirit-level beast combat the combined forces of dozens of king-level and magic-level elders? It would surely be left in shambles, unrecognizable even to its mother. I could see that moment. The fiery beast was trapped in a magical formation, its enormous body riddled with wounds, wings broken, emitting anguished cries that shook the earth. An elder combating the creature unleashed several ice and water spells, controlling the flames while cursing, This damned creature. It costs money, money. It pains me to see. Raindrops and flames were kept at bay by the protective barrier emitted by the contribution card as Qianlin and Xiaoyao strolled hand in hand through the realms of ice and fire. A scene so romantic it was intoxicating. This protective shield possessed the strength to withstand a blow from a Do Wang, qualifying it as a spiritual treasure, usable only once a month, crafted to ensure the safety of the students. "Where shall we go, silly Qianlin?" Xiaoyao inquired. "Let us visit the scripture pavilion. I spotted a celestial-level fighting technique within," Qianlin replied casually. "What nonsense! Is there truly a celestial-level fighting technique in this world? How come I was unaware?" Qianlin recalled the celestial-level technique he had glimpsed in the pavilion, eager to revisit it. Furthermore, the scripture pavilion was quite ancient, and he could share the stories he had heard about it with Xiaoyao. A crimson beast loomed in the center of the academy like a mountain, while before it, dozens of and Do Wang appeared as insignificant as ants. Yet, it was these very ants that had left the beast scarred and battered. The red beast unleashed another torrent of flames, directing it towards the encircled humans. "That little monster is spewing fire again. Hurry! Can you afford to replace the flowers and plants it scorches in the academy?" bellowed the elder who had been concerned about the expenses. One elder, upon hearing this, hastily chanted an incantation, forcing a massive iceberg into the mouth of the crimson beast, stifling the flames it had just begun to exhale. The beast writhed in agony as if it had swallowed something vile. This moment, Qianlin was engaged in light-hearted banter with Xiaoyao, while the scripture pavilion stood empty. The elder tasked with guarding it was likely absorbed in dealing with the beast. The two did not contemplate stealing any fighting techniques, as every tome in the pavilion was sealed. Without contribution points, they could not be taken. Just as they entered the second floor, they spotted a shadow perusing the tomes. Cloaked in black and clutching a contribution card. "This individual seems suspicious," Qianlin remarked. "Hey, there's a beast outside, and your protective barrier is not even activated," Xiaoyao pointed out. The voice from behind startled the cloaked figure, who then scanned Qianlin and Xiaoyao with a soul sense before exhaling in relief. Qianlin felt a chill sweep over him, realizing with alarm that the person was a Do Wang. Two mere children of the doja level. This boy looks somewhat familiar, the cloaked figure mused. Just as he spoke, a middle-aged man appeared strangely behind Qianlin and Xiaoyao, a menacing blood claw materializing in the air, striking towards them the bone-breaking blood hand. Green leaf evasion technique. Qianlin employed his agility not to flee but to shield Xiaoyao. The blood hand collided with Qianlin's barrier, creating a crack, yet it held firm. It's a Do Wang. "Run!" Qianlin shouted, tugging Xiaoyao towards the exit. However, the cloaked figure swiftly reappeared behind them, hands reaching out to grasp them. The shields of both Qianlin and Xiaoyao glowed brightly, repelling the hands. This momentary obstruction caught the cloaked figure off guard as Qianlin and Xiaoyao prepared to escape. Yet, the middle-aged man suddenly materialized on the staircase, blocking Qianlin's path. His skin was unnaturally pale, and his face bore a faintly sickly appearance, as if recovering from a serious illness. Yet Qianlin knew that this man's previous strike had directly cracked his shield. Explosive leg. Qianlin aimed a kick at the middle-aged man's head. However, before his leg could connect, it was seized, and no amount of Do Qi he summoned could free it. Determined, Qianlin activated his sealing technique, attempting to infiltrate a trace of Do Qi into the man's body to obstruct his meridians, but the moment it entered, it lost all connection, as if submerged in a vortex of bone-breaking blood hand. The middle-aged man's palm struck Qianlin's chest, a surge of potent Do Qi crashing into his internal organs. The shield could not withstand this blow, shattering completely as the impact struck. Qianlin's body rapidly withered, leaving him emaciated, and a foul, bloody liquid oozed from his orifices, as if the flesh beneath his skin had been liquefied. Xiaoyao wailed in desperation, frantically striking at the middle-aged man. The cloaked figure and the middle-aged man had infiltrated the pavilion to pilfer fighting techniques, concealing their Do Qi fluctuations. However, the techniques they had just unleashed had betrayed them. For Do Wang, and the emergence of soul sense meant nothing could elude their notice. That moment, an elder, sensing a surge of Do Qi, departed from the group battling the beast and soared towards the scripture pavilion. He had felt a wave of Do Wang's energy and was unsure if it was a mere illusion. The pavilion housed techniques and tomes that captivated the outside world, each one immensely precious. The middle-aged man, having noticed someone approaching, showed no intention of holding back, launching a palm strike at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao's contribution card emitted a brilliant light, finally shattering, and her protective barrier crumbled as well. Most of the force of the strike was absorbed by the barrier, leaving only a fraction of Do Qi to seep into Xiaoyao's body. However, her once flawless skin began to wrinkle, and pus-like blood trickled from her eyes. Before he could unleash a second strike, a furious voice rang out, "Who dares trespass upon my Tian Nan Academy?" The middle-aged man cast Xiaoyao aside, and although he refrained from delivering a second blow, the girl had already been grievously harmed by the energy of his bone-breaking blood hand, her flesh and blood threatening to liquefy into a puddle of pus within moments. "Let us depart." The cloaked figure advanced to the deepest part of the second floor, affixing a talisman to the seal, causing its glow to diminish. The middle-aged man glanced at the name of the fighting technique. A smirk creeping onto his sickly visage. Celestial-level fighting technique. It now belongs to my Jiga sect. Without further delay, he stored the technique in his spatial ring, donning his Do Qi armor and crashing through the ceiling, soaring into the distance. Naturally, the elders engaged in combat with the beast sensed the sudden shift in energy, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they gazed towards the direction of the scripture pavilion. Someone has stolen the tomes from the pavilion. Some began to react, propelling themselves toward the cloaked figure and the middle-aged man. The two, clutching their pilfer techniques, sped towards the Jiga sect, pursued by a dozen furious Do Wang. "Return what you've stolen, you dog of a thief!" The air was filled with a cacophony of curses. The brilliance of fireball spells illuminated the night sky. Several cast acceleration spells, significantly enhancing their speed, while some Do Wang consumed pills to further boost their velocity, closing in on the two figures. Yet the cloaked figure leisurely retrieved a leaf from his spatial ring, which expanded under the infusion of Do Qi, ultimately allowing both him and the middle-aged man to sit upon it. A flying spiritual treasure. "Quick, pursue them!" However, the leaf's speed was astonishing, and soon it left the pursuing group far behind, vanishing into the horizon. As for the scripture pavilion, the elder who had hurried there first observed Qianlin's condition and shook his head, knowing salvation was beyond reach. At that moment, Qianlin resembled a mere skeleton, lying silently on the ground, a pool of thick blood accumulating beneath him. "Elder, please save him," Xiaoyao pleaded weakly, her body also growing alarmingly thin as blood continued to flow from her eyes. "He is already deceased. There is nothing I can do." "What transpired here?" the elder inquired, aware that both students were unlikely to survive. Though it was a cruel realization, he wished to extract as much information as possible while Xiaoyao still drew breath. The elder offered Xiaoyao a medicinal pill. Xiaoyao recounted the events to the elder, who sighed heavily. "Child, you have fallen victim to the Jiga sect's bone-breaking blood hand. Unless you possess a revival pill or blood ginseng pill, I fear you shall not survive." "Do you have any final wishes?" he lamented. "When I pass, I wish to be buried alongside Qianlin," Xiaoyao replied, closing her eyes as fresh trails of blood coursed down her face. The elder also shut his eyes, unable to bear witnessing the departure of his student. Blood ginseng pill? Could that truly restore life? A voice unexpectedly chimed in. "Of course. It is a pill crafted from blood ginseng, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh and bone." The elder, having spoken, suddenly sensed something amiss and turned his gaze to the surroundings. However, aside from the lifeless body of Qianlin sprawled on the ground, there was no one else to be seen. Could it be that the place was haunted? "Qianlin! It is indeed Qianlin!" exclaimed Xiaoyao in delight. In the elder's astonished gaze, the utterly lifeless corpse extended its withered hand, which astonishingly clutched a small jade gourd. "Feed her," it uttered before the hand fell limp, and the body fell silent once more. The elder hurried over, pouring a red elixir from the jade gourd, and merely inhaling its scent made him feel a significant flow of energy within him. It truly was the 1,000-year blood ginseng pill, a rare treasure. He had heard that the last one in the academy was bestowed upon a student named Shizheng. Why this lad? Never mind, the elder concluded, intent on administering the pill to Xiaoyao. This thousand-year blood ginseng pill possessed a peculiar attribute. It required a touch of human saliva before consumption, a so-called spirit touch. Only in this manner could the final breath of the deceased be revived. Initially, Shi Zheng had been unaware that merely a dab of saliva would suffice, and mouth-to-mouth was unnecessary. At this moment, the elder applied a hint of saliva onto the pill. First, let's save Qianlin. Xiaoyao shook her head. That lad is already dead. After the elder spoke, he forcefully pressed the pill into Xiaoyao's mouth, using a surge of fighting spirit to thrust the elixir deep into her abdomen. Upon swallowing the pill, Xiaoyao's skin regained its smoothness, and her face bloomed with vitality once more. Before long, the enforcers of the law enforcement hall arrived. Let us carry this lad out and incinerate him in the burning Qi Tower, said the elder before rising to depart. This moment, Xiaoyao was free of any affliction, as she had many matters to report. Among the two attendants lifting Qianlin's corpse was Wang Taigun. That moment, Wang Taigun could hardly fathom that the once lively youth had, in an instant, departed from this world. Qianlin now resembled naught but a skeleton, his flesh having turned to pus and blood. He was in a state of false death, his heart no longer beating, yet his soul lingered. The black staff behind him emitted a faint blue glow, safeguarding a fragment of Qianlin's spirit. Qianlin's body was cast into a large furnace, above which was a training ground for the sons of strength, where a unique flame, born from the heavens and earth, burned. The heat emanated from it would refine the fighting spirit of those training above. Though Qianlin's flesh was reduced to ashes in an instant, his bones remained unscathed, impurities being purged from them, while the black stone adorning his neck slipped down to his chest and gradually fused with him. The soul-devouring flame on Qianlin's spirit began to merge with the furnace's flames, transitioning from a dark green to a translucent light green. When the principal returned, he burst into laughter upon learning that a tome of celestial tier fighting techniques had been stolen from the academy. Was it only the celestial tier techniques that were taken? Nothing else is missing, I hope? No. Only the most valuable celestial tier techniques were lost. That's acceptable. That tome is merely a useless artifact. Countless powerful individuals have perused it. Yet none could decipher the characters within, for that script has long since vanished. Possessing it is of no benefit. Point 2 of our disciples have encountered misfortune. 1. A freshman named Qianlin has perished, while the other remains unharmed. Alas, this is somewhat disheartening. We know his origins. Let us send some money to his family. After some elders utilized magic to probe, they discovered that the theft of the fighting techniques had been committed by 2 elders from the Jige sect. And the unfortunate beast was not wild, but rather tamed by the Jige sect. The principal, upon hearing this, grew furious. The theft of fighting techniques was a minor issue compared to the audacity to act under the very nose of Tiannan Academy. However, the principal returned with a student whom he had personally nominated, exempting him from examinations, a privilege that undoubtedly incited envy among many. Numerous individuals sought to inquire, yet the student was reticent, known only to wear a golden lock around his neck, and called Wang Yu. In the forest, the scorching sun pierced through the dense canopy, illuminating a bare-chested middle-aged man. With a resounding thud, he hurled a massive blue stone to the ground, startling a flock of birds into flight. While the man's muscles, resembling those of a dragon, relaxed, yet their definition still conveyed an unparalleled sense of strength, the middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. Wow. Uncle, you're amazing. You can lift such a heavy object for so long. At this moment, a seemingly 6 or 7-year-old boy gazed wide-eyed, mouth agape, transfixed by the towering blue stone. The man set the towel aside and approached. Do you wish to be as strong as your uncle one day? You were. The man deliberately averted his gaze, unable to meet the boy's crystalline eyes. After a moment's hesitation, the little boy replied, No. Upon hearing the boy's words, the man's face instantly radiated sheer delight, eagerly gripping the boy's shoulders and asking why. Why? He yearned for his nephew to utter such words. The boy squirmed slightly, but his feeble efforts were in vain against the man's grip. The little boy pouted in dissatisfaction. Ewer doesn't he want to be as strong as uncle? Ewer wants to be even stronger. Ewer wants to become the strongest person in the world. The boy waved his tiny fists. his tone brimming with defiance, before adorably blinking his large eyes. If anyone else had overheard such declarations from their child, they would likely have remarked, "This child is teachable." However, for this man, it felt akin to hearing dreadful news. And he sank despondently to the ground, as though he lacked the strength to rise, the flicker of hope in his eyes extinguished. Why? The man's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand to strike the boy. The fierce wind from his palm stirring the boy's hair. Bang! Ultimately, the man's hand veered off course, striking a nearby ancient tree, causing its leaves to cascade down. "Uncle, did you do something wrong?" Wang Yu said. Frightened and bewildered. No, it was a mosquito, yes, a mosquito. For the first time in his life, the man lied to a child. Ambition is indeed a commendable trait. However, for the little boy, this was akin to a death sentence. The man furrowed his brow tightly, revealing no concealment of his inner turmoil, as he looked at the innocent, joyful child before him. "Uncle, when will you no longer have to take that bitter medicine?" The little boy inquired cheerfully, oblivious to the man's current dejection. "After today, you won't have to. Indeed, after tonight, he would be a corpse, and corpses certainly do not require medicine." "Really? You won't have to take that bitter medicine anymore." Upon hearing this, the little boy leaped with joy, twirling around the man, his laughter ringing out like silver bells, akin to a spirited little sprite that, "You won't have to take that medicine anymore." At this moment, the man knelt down, a vision of tenderness unimaginable for one of his build. Poor Wang Yu remained blissfully unaware that this would be the final display of affection. The man held Wang Yu's hand in the sunlight, where it glowed a healthy pink through the delicate skin. Yet within that rosy hue flowed a dark liquid, reminiscent of blood. Gazing at the cherubic child beside him, he felt a flicker of hesitation. The man placed his hand atop Wang Yu's head, a gentle red fighting spirit seeping in, his brow furrowing tighter. The medication could no longer suppress the ailment. It wouldn't be long before it eroded his sanity. Do not blame your uncle for being harsh. The violent energy within you is simply too formidable. The man's hand trembled slightly as the gentle energy began to take on a menacing edge. Do not blame your uncle. It is indeed my fault. The man's eyes were bloodshot as his palm slowly descended towards the crown of the boy's head. He did not consider himself a heartless individual. Yet when it came time to act, he would not hesitate. Countless lives had rested in his hands. Yet now he felt an extraordinary heaviness within them. Despite his formidable prowess, it seemed he could not lift his hand. He kept thinking to himself, just a moment longer, for the gathered energy was still insufficient. Yet the power at his fingertips was more than capable of obliterating dozens of adults, and could effortlessly crush the skull of an elephant that he bore no fault. But who could blame him for the overwhelming malice that surged within him? Once, the leader of a sect known as the Divine Sword Sect had a son in his twilight years. However, the child was born with an innate aura of malevolence. The father could not bear to see his beloved son perish, and, disregarding the elders' counsel, chose not to eliminate the child. Years later, that decision led to the annihilation of the entire sect. The boy, filled with malice, wreaked havoc in the region, ultimately vanishing under circumstances unknown, but the cost had been the blood of countless innocents. A single sect had been eradicated. He could not fathom that the modest Fan City, devoid of even a Do Huang, could rival such a powerful sect. Now, before him stood a child, his own nephew, imbued with a similarly intense malice, yet with a temperament far inferior to the sect's ill-fated progeny. The Divine Sword Sect had once posed this question, yet the boy had replied, "I have no desire to be that powerful. With my father's protection, who would dare to bully me? Besides, I fear blood." And as for you, his aspirations were already clear. He yearned to grow stronger, to surpass himself, driven by an insatiable competitive spirit. His brother had even consented to the act of killing his only son. He was innocent. The malice within him was the true culprit. The man had reluctantly allowed Wang Yu to practice in his training grounds solely with the intent to end his nephew's life. The resolve to kill one's own child is an incomprehensibly heavy burden. Who would willingly slay their offspring? Yet, regardless of the pain in his heart, reason must prevail. A swift end is preferable to prolonged suffering. Should Wang Yu not be eliminated, it was only a matter of time before his mind succumbed to the malevolence, a force so potent it would surely flood the region with blood. Initially, he had held onto a glimmer of hope. If Wang Yu lacked a competitive spirit, the encroachment of malice could be significantly slowed, perhaps even giving rise to a possibility for salvation. Yet the truth had been revealed. Yu longed for strength, aspiring to become the mightiest of all. This singular ambition was sufficient to warrant his demise. Had he expressed a desire for a tranquil and unremarkable life, it would have been a different matter. But the most perilous trait was ambition, a disposition that would undoubtedly be overtaken by malice. The son of the sect leader had possessed a lack of ambition, living a life of mediocrity. Yet ultimately he had led the divine sword sect to ruin. As the man lost himself in thought, he inexplicably acted, and before he realized it, a searing red energy surged forth from his palm, hurtling towards the unsuspecting boy. Panic seized him. No. As he watched the energy close in on the child, he knew that, though this strike was not his intention, its power was formidable, with his strength as a 9-star Great Dome Master. Even a Dome Master would struggle to withstand such an assault, let alone a mere child. Suddenly, a gentle black light erupted from within Wang Yu, morphing into a small beast that devoured the energy before swiftly retreating into Wang Yu's body. The entire occurrence transpired in mere seconds, yet the man witnessed it with clarity. The malice within Wang Yu had been ignited. The man stared in astonishment at his nephew, his previously furrowed brow tightening even further. Uncle, Yu turned, seemingly sensing something amiss. What's wrong? The man responded awkwardly. What just happened? Wang Yu looked at him bewildered. Nothing. A mosquito didn't die and came back for revenge. The man hastily changed the subject, not being a particularly eloquent speaker. Although his excuse was clumsy, Wang Yu harbored no doubts. He trusted his uncle implicitly. In that fleeting moment of aggression towards Yu, the man realized that, regardless of the circumstances, Yu was innocent. He was but a child, and he could never bring himself to harm his nephew, even at the cost of his own life at this moment, irrespective of Yu's response. The man felt no murderous intent. Why do you truly wish to grow stronger? Yu wants to become very strong. The boy's voice, though tender, resonated with unparalleled determination. Having received his answer, the man sighed once more. His gaze filled with uncertainty. Was his course of action right or wrong? Two shallow dimples appeared on Wang Yu's face as he softly declared, Uncle, you are the strongest person I've ever met. So you must become the strongest to protect you. His voice was barely above a whisper. In the innocence of Yu's young heart, he naively believed that surpassing his uncle meant becoming the mightiest being on earth, unaware that many stronger than his uncle existed. Yet the boyish words were so soft that the man could hardly decipher them, and his typically oblivious uncle would not think to inquire further. For his mind was in turmoil. The flickering oil lamp swayed in the dilapidated room as a youth polished a black dagger beneath its light, occasionally glancing at a gaunt man beside him. The man was inebriated, a crystal liquid spilling from the flask he clutched as he swayed. His murky eyes clouded and disheveled hair reminiscent of a bird's nest. He was Wang Yu's father. Wang Shi, having been unable to cultivate since childhood due to issues with his meridians, he had spiraled into despair. While he played with grasshoppers, his brother Wang Zhan ventured into the Beast Mountain range for training. Returning as a Dome Master and acquiring a low-level Earth-tier technique, while Wang Zhan tirelessly cultivated day and night, he indulged in debauchery, wallowing in his own despondence, justifying his actions by the futility of his meridians, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Alcohol? Where's the alcohol? Boy, bring me some. The man mumbled, his eyes half closed. Perhaps accustomed to his father's demands, the youth's exquisite face betrayed no emotion. I assent to your drink right in your hand. A cold voice retorted, devoid of expression, as the malevolence began to subtly influence his psyche, spiraling him further from control. I am utterly useless. I can't even drink. The man continued to slur. Wang Yu ceased to respond, lifting his gaze to the mottled wall. Has it been a year since his uncle departed? He vaguely recalled his uncle's parting words. I must go to a faraway place. For myself and for you. This dagger has accompanied me for many years. I cannot protect you now, so you must learn to protect yourself. I do not know when I shall return, perhaps never. You must wait for my return. I will find a way to resolve the malice within you." With that, Wang Zhan cast aside the dagger and walked into the wind. Wang Yu wept as he watched his uncle's retreating figure. Wang Shi continued to mumble incoherently, demanding alcohol, oblivious to the flask already in his grasp. "Woman, where are you?" When no response came after a prolonged silence, Wang Shi erupted in a drunken rage, stomping his feet. "Wang Shi, what madness are you up to now?" A woman's voice called from within, followed by the emergence of a woman with lingering grace. Wang Yu's stepmother, a woman hailing from the brothels. Wang Shi gazed at her, drunkenly stumbling forward to embrace her, pressing her down onto the couch, exploring her soft curves. "Wang Yu, go fill the large water jar outside." The woman, lost in her own revelry, commanded. "You had me fill it yesterday," Wang Yu replied indifferently. "Drink, you little brat, when I say go. You go. Move those stones by the entrance." Wang Yu stepped outside, raindrops lightly pattering against his face, cold and biting. He clutched his chest, a fierce energy surging within him, as though it sought to tear him apart. His vision warping, he recognized that the malice within him was once again stirring. From within the house came the sounds of the woman's moans. The silhouettes of entwined bodies projected onto the window, and the creaking of the bed against the wall. Wang Shi. A sharp and peculiar sound pierced the air from outside, swiftly followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps invading the dilapidated little hut. Wang Yu did not attempt to intervene. Under the influence of his mounting rage, the only person he truly cared about was his uncle, while the concerns for others, even his own father, felt utterly inconsequential. The wind howled with fury, and the rain continued to pour down in a relentless torrent. Wang Yu stood at the threshold, where he beheld a middle-aged man with a grotesque scar across his face, accompanied by a band of ruffians. The man appeared to be in his 30s, yet his skin was wrinkled, and a sinister grin stretched across his face. "Big brother," I, Wang Shi, trembled as I knelt on the ground, shielding my wife behind me, devoid of any dissatisfaction at having my gambling interrupted. "When will the debts be repaid?" The man continued to sneer menacingly. "Could you possibly grant us a few more days?" Wang Shi's voice quivered with weakness, a cowardice that was utterly detestable. "Boss, this fellow clearly has no intention of repaying. Why don't we finish this?" One of the henchmen leered at Wang Yu's mother, his gaze lewd and predatory. Their sudden intrusion drew the attention of everyone present. Wang Yu stood at the doorway, clutching his chest, his pallor ghostly, as a flash of lightning illuminated the darkened sky. "Kid, who are you?" The scar-faced man raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "Leave now." Wang Yu was acutely aware of how his growing fury was clouding his judgment, and he understood that it wouldn't be long before he lost control. He continued to grip his chest tightly, his expressions of pain and struggle alternating rapidly. "You must be this scoundrel's offspring. You're quite a sight. How about becoming my godson? Just look at this pitiful excuse of a father," the gaunt old man mockingly suggested, all the while casting furtive glances at Wang Shi, who remained unresponsive, shaking his head in apparent defeat, frustrated by his own inability to provoke the man. "Worm, either pay up, or, this woman and child are mine." The scar-faced man's eyes darted towards Wang Yu before leering at his mother with insatiable lust. "Brother Dao, please have a heart and grant us a few more days. I truly cannot muster the funds that you expect me to brave the rain for nothing. Your wife is quite the ample behind," he taunted, as the ruffians joined in with lewd laughter. Wang Shi's eyes flickered with hesitation before darting to his wife's face. Wang Yu's mother shook her head resolutely. Wang Yu's father struggled internally, his eyes reflecting a deep conflict, but ultimately he clenched his jaw, his gaze turning fierce and menacing as he glared at the scar-faced man. In that moment, Wang Yu's mother fixed her intense stare upon him, and Wang Yu could feel the suffocating silence, the rhythm of his own heartbeat, and the surging waves of violent emotion gnawing at his sanity. Time seemed to stand still, as the woman's heart echoed a singular thought. Utter the word no, repeating it incessantly. "Speak, speak," she urged, her gaze fixed on his lips, as time appeared to slow to a crawl. Suddenly, Wang Shi emitted a garbled sound, barely audible, yet it was clear he uttered, "All right," a single, brief word that shattered Wang Yu's composure, his mental state crumbling entirely. Though he had little affection for his parents, and viewed women in this world as mere clothing, expendable, this father, this husband, shattered what remained of his already fragile psyche. A dark aura began to seep from his being, unnoticed by those around him. The sound of tearing fabric, the men's lascivious laughter, and a woman's hands clawing at the air in desperation, hoping to grasp something tangible, yet only grasping at the frigid atmosphere and the mocking chuckles of Wang Shi. "Leave now. I do not wish to kill you," Wang Yu shouted through gritted teeth, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Night passed, dawn broke, revealing only Wang Shi and one man remaining. The woman lay with cracked lips, utterly exhausted, unresponsive to the man's advances. She was lifeless. The others had finished and departed, leaving this man insatiable. Wang Yu slowly rose. The struggle etched on his face now vanished, his expression icy, yet there was an unmistakable aura of cold fury radiating from him. He drew a dagger and approached the man, who ignored him, a smile still lingering on his lips. But in the next moment, a dark blade plunged into his heart. The smile remained, yet his eyes would forever close. Wang Shi squatted at the doorway, still drinking heavily, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol. Wang Yu approached the threshold, his voice cold and detached. "My uncle stated that anyone who harms me shall find this dagger plunged into their heart." Wang Shi's gaze remained fixated on his drink, never wavering. The next instant, the dagger pierced Wang Shi's heart. In the streets, some pointed at the dark aura emanating from Wang Yu, but each person feigned disinterest, as if it were none of their concern. Each time thoughts of murder surged within him, they were swiftly replaced by the imposing figure of his uncle, Wang Zhan, the only support for his fractured psyche. "Kid, halt! What is with the black mist surrounding you?" A group of men barred the path of the seemingly soulless Wang Yu. The leader, mounted on a horse and clad in glinting armor that dazzled in the sunlight, demanded, "Do you know who I am?" "I am one of the city's commanding generals, Wu Ma, a Star Dome master." Wang Yu continued forward, showing no intention of stopping. "Kid, do you know who I am? You'd best speak up about this black mist, and I might let you off easy." Wang Yu could sense that should he extend a hand, he could silence this pest forever, yet he knew that doing so would sever the last remnants of his sanity. He felt the power within him stirring restlessly. Should his remaining kindness be extinguished, his strength would surely multiply 100-fold. "Speak, kid." Knowing that I am Wu Ma before he could finish, he was sent flying, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing to the ground. An old man in coarse, homespun garments had appeared by Wang Yu's side. The elder's face was lined with wrinkles, a headband woven from unknown vines adorning his brow, resembling a humble farmer from the countryside. The old man spoke slowly. "A Star Dome master? You broke through yesterday, didn't you? I don't care who you are, Wu Ma or not. If you wish to avoid rivers of blood, do not provoke this child. I won't be offering any assistance." The soldiers erupted into disarray, their formations faltering. "Who is that? What just happened?" "Who knows? The Captain Wu Ma is a Star Dome master. How could he be sent flying?" The soldiers brandished their weapons at the old man. As Wu Ma landed, he was incensed, having never been treated in such a manner before. Adjusting his crooked helmet, he bellowed, "Who dares to send me flying?" Seeing that Wu Ma sustained no injuries, the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain, it was that old man," a sycophantic soldier chimed in. "Oh, old man, if you hadn't ambushed me, I wouldn't have been knocked away. I am Wu Ma, a Star Dome master." Wang Yu stepped forward, unable to endure the incessant noise, that he craved blood. In this moment, his rage transformed him into a figure of cold indifference and violent fury. The old man grasped Wang Yu's hand, a gentle energy enveloping him, causing Wang Yu to lose consciousness. The elder then released a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness it didn't erupt. Otherwise, I would have had to flee." Wu Ma praised the old man, puzzled by the lack of any discernible aura, wondering how he had been so easily dispatched by someone seemingly devoid of martial prowess. "Hey, old man, I'm taking this child, and not even a Doe Emperor can take him from me. Did you hear me? I'm a Star Dome master. Yet in the next moment, the words caught in his throat. For a protective barrier of blue energy had manifested around the elder. You're also a Dome Master. As a Star Dome Master, Wumar recognized the protective aura as a hallmark of a Dome Master. They were figures to be revered. No, the elder replied, his tone indifferent. Phew, you scared me, I thought, but his words faltered again, for a pair of blue wings materialized behind the old man. Do-Chi wings. The mark of a Do King. Wuma trembled uncontrollably, his pants dampening as he realized the vast chasm between a Do King and a Do Master. While Do Masters were rare, they were still numerous compared to the exceedingly rare Do Kings. How many Do Kings reside within this city? It seems there are no more than 5, which sufficiently illustrates the rarity of a Do Wong. All the great Do Masters in the world combined cannot rival a single Do Wong. While billions of ants might potentially kill a person, facing a Do Wong, considering a great Do Master as merely an ant is somewhat overestimating their worth. The elder, noticing that Wu Ma displayed no reaction, was perplexed. Could it be that Do Wongs are now commonplace? Have people ceased to respect the Do Wong? Surely not. I have only been in seclusion for a few months. Has the world changed so drastically? Little did he know that the person had been utterly petrified with fear. The elder stroked his chin, shaking his head, as a more formidable wave of Do-Chi emanated forth. Everyone was thoroughly dumbfounded this time. Plop, they all knelt down in unison. After all, that was a Do Wong. A Do Wong, who appeared as a deity in the eyes of ordinary people. Did we just aim our weapons at the esteemed Do Wong? The old man, no, the esteemed Do Wong. Wu Ma's face glistened with fine beads of sweat as he recalled his disrespectful behavior, realizing he was undoubtedly doomed. Yet he found solace. Having already offended, might as well go all in. My lord, may I behold your esteemed Do-Chi wings? Wu Ma gulped as he spoke. The elder's expression flickered with dissatisfaction before he impatiently waved his hand, indicating that it was permissible to look. Wu Ma chuckled awkwardly, cautiously approaching the elder, his legs trembling uncontrollably, inching closer to the elder's Do-Chi wings. After gazing upon them, he was so startled that he fell to the ground. Do Wong. Indeed, it is a Do Wong. To have your esteemed presence grace our humble city is truly a blessing beyond measure. In truth, Wu Ma had hardly taken a clear look. How could he dare scrutinize closely? This fellow, can I take him with me? The elder stroked his beard and inquired. You may take him with you. Who here would dare utter a word of dissent? You need not lift a finger. I shall handle him myself. Did you not say that even if a Do Huang were to come, they would not be able to take anyone from your grasp? At this moment, Wu Ma was genuinely terrified that a mere tremor from this esteemed individual would lead to the disappearance of their entire party. Very well, I shall take this child with me. After saying this, the elder soared into the sky with Wang Yu and T.O.W. As Wu Ma witnessed the elder's departure, he collapsed onto the ground. Exhaling a torrent of heated breath, he had truly not dared to breathe in the elder's presence. What if an inadvertent exhalation were to graze the elder's esteemed Do-Chi wings? Perhaps a single puff could obliterate him. Just as Wu Ma was about to rise, the elder's voice echoed once more from the sky, sending him sprawling back to the ground. Young man, your name is Wu Ma, is it not? Do not let anyone outside of here know of my visit to Fan City. Otherwise, with that, the elder vanished without a trace into the sky. Captain, was that truly a Do Wong? Of course, should we inform others? What use would that serve? With a mere flick of his finger, the entire Fan City could be reduced to rubble. What good would it do to tell? If you insist on speaking, I cannot stop you. I cannot possibly monitor you daily. You are aware of the consequences. Consider your actions wisely. Our city lord seems to be a Do Wong as well. I wonder how he compares to this elder. I can boast my children when I return. A great Do Master Wu Ma, have had my name remembered by a Do Wong. From now on, I shall be remembered throughout the ages. Wu Ma laughed heartily at the sky, while every soldier wondered if this man was indeed a fool. However, everyone harbored thoughts akin to Wu Ma's. They simply did not express them. Have conversed with a Do Wong was an exhilarating experience. After all, he shared the same terrifying caliber as the only Do Wong in Fan City. In the eyes of the people, a Do Wong was akin to a deity. If the populace were to learn that they had conversed with a god and received orders from one, It would undoubtedly grant them immense pride within Fan City. Alas, that Do Wong wished for none to know of his visit. Eye in the sky, the wind gently tousled Wang Yu's long hair, and the one bearing him was none other than a Do Wong. Or perhaps an entity even beyond that. The elder gazed at Wang Yu upon his back and said, "Alas, poor child, go to my Tian Academy. Although the recruitment has concluded for nearly half a month. As the dean, I possess certain privileges. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Qianlin's name has gradually faded from everyone's sight. Whenever the children of strength meditated in the burning Qi Tower, they would often hear a faint, indistinct sound of breathing. Upon inquiring from various sources, they discovered that a year prior, a student's body had been cremated here. The demise of that student was truly tragic. Reduced to nothing but bones, almost unrecognizable. Such rumors deterred some timid individuals from practicing here, while those who scoffed at superstition were drawn to experience it for themselves. Yet, when they sat cross-legged, they too heard the indistinct sounds, leading them to believe the place was haunted, causing their legs to tremble in fear of falling into a trance. Someone reported this matter to the academy, prompting a few disciples to investigate. Those disciples reported no abnormalities, suggesting it was merely the sound of flames burning. The academy chose to disregard it, unaware that those disciples, upon reaching the underground furnace, heard breathing amidst the raging flames, prompting them to flee in terror without taking a closer look at tea that moment. Qianlin felt somewhat despondent that, "Is there anyone? Help! I'm going to be burned alive. Which kind-hearted lady or gentleman could rescue me?" Qianlin despondently called out several times, but upon receiving no response, he could only continue to sit cross-legged, commencing his day of meditation. Initially, he felt as though his consciousness was engulfed in chaos. A blue light enveloped his spirit, preventing it from dissipating. Gradually, a green light emerged from the depths of his soul, and he regained his awareness. When he awakened, he found himself devoid of Do Qi, and even the magic power of his second stage of cultivation had diminished to a mere fragment. He had originally believed he would perish in the flames, yet he inexplicably survived. Though Qianlin was now completely naked, had he the chance to escape, he would undoubtedly leap forth without hesitation. However, the furnace was inscribed with magical runes, and without someone to open it from the outside, his chances of escape were utterly non-existent. The black staff he held was also silent. He wondered what had become of the old man. Was he asleep? Or had he perished forever? Qianlin began to practice the Kua Fu body refinement technique. Although he had awakened without any Do Qi, his body had become significantly more resilient. The black stone necklace around his neck had vanished without a trace, and despite searching, he could not find it. Qianlin speculated that it had likely been melted away by the flames, which saddened him for quite some time. Grasping a dagger casually crafted by the Tian Academy's weaponry hall, Qianlin plunged it into his arm with force, only for the tip of the dagger to shatter instantly. Sigh, although I'm devoid of Do Qi, my cultivation has reached the level of skin tempering. Ordinary spiritual weapons are now incapable of harming me, which might explain why I was not burned to death, Qianlin mused, his gaze drifting to the surrounding flames. The flames burned with a faint green hue, lacking any fuel, yet they continued to blaze unextinguished. Tea that moment. Qianlin, bald and devoid of hair, appeared remarkably pale. Under the firelight, his skin possessed a translucent quality. Everything about Qianlin had turned to ash, save for the black magic wand that housed the spirit of the old man and the recently shattered dagger. All else had vanished. Even the Qingming Dan and Zhengfa Dan he had intended to sell were nowhere to be found, either melted away or taken by someone at the time of his demise. Unbeknownst to Qianlin, those two pills had merged with his body, providing him with natural benefits. The Zhengfa Dan, which was originally meant for practitioners, had dissolved into a vast energy that entered Qianlin's form, although the destination of that energy remained a mystery. The black magic wand emitted a soft blue glow, and a faint voice reached Qianlin's ears. "Good disciple, you have awakened. Master, where am I? I haven't been sealed, have I?" Qianlin said, somewhat embarrassed, as the myriad of runes surrounding him made it appear as though he were sealing a malevolent demon. "This is the place where your body was cremated," the old man scoffed. "That go to hell. Your body was initially devoid of life, yet for some unknown reason, your do chi continuously transformed into green light. Mending your body, even the fragment of magic within you transformed into green light. Originally, the energy was insufficient, but after the Zheng Fa Dan melted, it became adequate. The old man sighed. Green light? Is that my do chi? My do chi possesses what attributes and has a certain restorative effect. It is not do chi. It is a very peculiar energy, and it is not the Qua Fu body refinement technique either. The elder of the division of heaven spoke that moment. Qian Lin felt a stirring in his heart, and a gentle green light manifested in the palm of his hand, radiating with vitality. Upon witnessing this luminous green aura, Qian Lin's mouth fell agape, for he vividly recalled that this was unmistakably the talent of an evolver possessed by his sister, Qian Shaoan. Every evolver on Earth possesses a unique skill, and his sister, Qian Shaoan, had sacrificed herself to save him before she transformed into his astonishment. Qian Lin had acquired a second evolver talent. However, in the blink of an eye, the fighting spear he had just absorbed was completely depleted, and the green light extinguished. Qian Lin understood that each evolver's talent is singular and irreplaceable by any martial arts or magic. When the heart of the shadow was crushed, it was Qian Shaohan who had used her talent to reconstruct it. Yet tragically, the shadow later succumbed to infection and betrayed the Blood Eagle team. Master, how do we escape? Qian Lin thought it best not to linger on such matters, focusing instead on finding a way out. Although his fighting spirit was nearly exhausted and his magic was limited to the initial stages of practice, he retained the insights he had gained and believed that with some time spent in cultivation, he could regain his strength. He was not overly anxious about that. The priority was to find a means of egress that be why the way. Master, has that black stone been taken away, or has it melted? Qian Lin inquired, for that black stone was an invaluable gem from the elemental goddess's staff, crucial for sealing the eternal Night Emperor in the future. Feel your chest. That black stone is currently residing there. The elder replied, where? It has merged into your body. In the future, when you cultivate the Qua Fu body refinement technique, you will no longer need to search for the corpses of deities or demons. The chaotic energy within the black stone alone will suffice, although you cannot fully refine it at present. Once you continue your practice of the Qua Fu body refinement technique, you will encounter no further bottlenecks. How can that be? I still needed to seal the eternal Night Emperor, Qian Lin exclaimed. Fool! All you need to do is cultivate the Qua Fu body refinement technique to its highest level, and you can directly annihilate the eternal Night Emperor. Why bother with sealing him? The elder retorted. Qian Lin fell silent, increasingly curious about the elder's origins. Could this old man be a formidable figure from the same era as the elemental goddess and the eternal Night Emperor? Yet, such contemplations were beyond him. His sole desire was to escape. Stop pondering, foolish disciple. Just focus on your cultivation here. The inscriptions above can suppress thee in this place, and they are no trivial matter. Your soul-devouring flame has already merged with the, so find a way to refine them. The elder instructed, in the blink of an eye. A year passed. Each elder was busy preparing for the new round of recruitment, racking their brains to devise challenging problems to test the new students, and naturally, no one remembered Qian L.I.N.A.T. that moment. In the bamboo grove at the back mountain of Tianan Academy, a young girl gazed quietly into the distance, tears streaming down her face. Child, you have fallen victim to the bone-blood manipulation of the Jiga sect. Unless you possess a revival pill or blood ginseng pill, it seems you may not survive. Do you have any final wishes? After I die, I wish to be buried alongside Qian Lin. Xiao Yao closed her eyes once more, recalling the disfigured skeleton that had reached out with its emaciated arm, holding a small jade gourd. Feed her, she murmured. Foolish Qian Lin, why are you so foolish? Xiao Yao exclaimed, wiping the tears from her face. There is only one pill. Why do you want me to eat it? The bamboo grove rustled, and a handsome young man appeared behind Xiao Yao. Who? Xiao Yao spun around abruptly. Xiao Yao, it's me, the young man said. Duan Yushu, what are you doing here? Xiao Yao asked, wiping the tears from her eyes. I noticed that you often come to the back mountain to weep, and I was curious if you had any sorrowful matters to share with me. While I may not be able to alleviate your burdens, Seeing you in pain troubles me as well, Duan Yushu replied. His breath slightly hurried. He was indeed a handsome young man, and with his unparalleled talent, he had garnered the admiration of countless talented women. Yet he found it impossible to maintain composure in front of this woman. Though Duan Yushu expressed himself gently, Xiao Yao was well aware of his intentions. Senior Yushu, I'm fine. Please refrain from following me in the future. With your talents, you would be better suited to someone like Lang Bai, a true gem among women, Xiao Yao remarked, her gaze drifting towards the direction of the burning Qi Tower. You doubt my sincerity? I am genuinely devoted to you, Duan Yushu protested. Though I may not hail from a prominent family, I understand the value of loyalty. While Lang Bai is extraordinarily gifted, compatibility and affection are two different matters. Compatible partners are easy to find, but the one you love is irreplaceable, Duan Yushu declared, his excitement causing the veins in his neck to bulge. Indeed, the one you love is singular, Xiao Yao thought again. Recalling a year ago when a young man held her hand while strolling through a sea of flames, unperturbed by the roars of monstrous beasts in the distance. It was the most romantic moment she had ever experienced. Duan Yushu had heard that Xiao Yao had not practiced in the burning Qi Tower for a year. He wondered why. Why? It's simply too stifling there. While it can refine fighting spirit, I find it unappealing, Xiao Yao replied, fully aware that she could not let go of Qian It because of that boy named Qian Lin. Duan Yushu finally erupted in anger as a genius among geniuses at Tiannan Academy. He was proud and could not comprehend why this woman remained as unyielding as stone, showing no interest in him whatsoever. In this year's senior class, he was the only one accepted, and he was the sole one to pass the previous bizarre examination. He had even broken through to become a fighting king at the age of 20, attracting countless admirers, yet he felt no inclination towards them. Instead, there were rumors that he had issues in that regard. It is not solely due to your presence. Even without you, it wouldn't be possible, Xiao Yao stated. What do you mean? Xiao Yao, don't listen to those women's rumors. I have no problems, Duan Yushu replied, his face turning crimson. Xiao Yao ignored him, stepping onto a flying sword and soaring down the mountain. Upon reaching the level of fighting master, one could summon spiritual treasures, although the difference between spiritual treasures and spiritual artifacts was merely a character. Spiritual treasures possessed additional functions. Spiritual artifacts were solely for combat, while spiritual treasures offered diverse utilities at that moment. Xiao Yao was wielding a spiritual treasure designed for flight. Tiannan Academy was notably rigorous in training its students. Once a student reached the level of fighting master or mage, they could spend 100 contribution points to select or forge a first-tier spiritual treasure. This was one of the Academy's most formidable aspects. It is worth noting that each spiritual treasure is of considerable value. While a sect might manage, an academy serves as an open platform, offering students freedom. Even if a student were to withdraw immediately after receiving a spiritual treasure, no one would demand anything of them. It could be said that since students paid a mere 2 silver coins for registration, Tiannan Academy has been operating at a loss, and a significant reason supporting this extravagance is the alumni who have become prominent figures across the elemental continent, often feeling a sense of gratitude towards their alma mater and generously donating. Such individuals are far from rare, and another crucial reason is the tax revenue from Tianyuan City. Duan Yushu gritted his teeth, suddenly drawing his sword and slicing at the bamboo grove behind him. The sound of snapping bamboo echoed, all of it breaking under his strike. Xiao Yao, you are mine. No one could take you away. Not the living nor the dead. Duan Yushu sheathed his sword and slowly made his way toward the burning Qi Tower, uncertain of why he was going there, but feeling an overwhelming sense of resentment. Jealousy had clouded his judgment. Within the burning Qi Tower of Tiannan Academy, 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall arrived at the bottom level. Point 1 was named Fei Yu, while the other was Wang Taigun, who had been punished to serve as a laborer for 6 months. During his time as a laborer, he had the opportunity to attend classes alongside the students of Tiannan Academy. So he had decided to stay after 3 months, despite lacking access to elixirs and techniques. The other bandits, eager to break through, had departed under Wang Taigun's persuasion to seek their own fortunes and soon condensed their fighting spirit to become fighters. The law enforcement hall was moved by Wang Taigun's dedication to learning and thus incorporated him into their ranks, albeit in the most menial position. Wang Taigun bore no discontent and continued to work diligently. "I heard a corpse was cremated here a year ago," one of the disciples remarked. Fei pointed at the enormous furnace beside him and remarked, "Indeed, there's such a thing, and I am acquainted with that person." Wang Taigun casually responded, wielding a broom as he quietly swept the floor. Their task today was merely to tidy up the area, which had accumulated considerable dust due to the absence of visitors. It was said that the individual met with a particularly tragic fate. After being cast into the furnace, his lingering resentment manifested in eerie sounds, scaring many away from the practice halls of the furnace tower. Fei patted his chest while nervously scanning the surroundings. "You don't think there are really ghosts here, do you?" he inquired, rapping on the side of the large furnace. Rather than merely a furnace, it resembled a colossal cauldron. So immense it was akin to a small room, constantly emitting steam that permeated the ground, enveloping the entire furnace tower. The disciples trained above, experiencing a training speed enhancement of at least tenfold. "Continue sweeping. It's stifling and hot here, and we still have to practice afterwards," Wang Taigun said. "This is the lowest level of the furnace tower, and many wish to linger a while longer. Perhaps if you train here, your combat energy vortex might mend a bit," Fei retorted with a pout. Stung by the remark, Wang Taigun fell silent, continuing to sweep as the image of a young boy resurfaced in his mind. The very boy whose corpse he had once discarded into the furnace. "I'm done. This is exhausting," Fei exclaimed. Having been a favored child since youth, he had never engaged in such laborious tasks, and he slammed the broom against the furnace, producing a sharp sound as it rolled aside. At that moment, Qianlin, who was refining a pale green flame, suddenly heard the loud noise that, "Is anyone there? Is there a beautiful lady or handsome gentleman who can save me? I'm about to be burned alive." Wang Taigun froze mid-sweep. "Wang Taigun, did you hear that?" Fei trembled. "It's a ghost." They both screamed, dropping their brooms and fleeing in panic. "Don't run. Brother, help me!" Qianlin shouted from within the furnace, but the two had already vanished from sight. Left with no choice, Qianlin resumed refining the pale green flame. Moments later, the flame gradually contracted, eventually vanishing completely into his body. Just as Qianlin contemplated how to escape, Duan Yushu approached the furnace, his eyes fixed on it with a bloodshot intensity. A year prior, it was this very corpse thrown into the furnace that had ensnared his carefree spirit. At that moment, Duan Yushu's eyes were ablaze, clearly a sign of being possessed by inner demons. Although he had just broken through to the rank of Do Wang, his reckless training had left him with a shaky foundation, and jealousy clouded his judgment. He glared furiously at the massive furnace, his aura surging violently as he struck it with a palm, causing the enormous lid to soar into the air. He was utterly devoid of rational thought, unaware of his actions. Meanwhile, Qianlin lay beneath the furnace, hands behind his head, staring blankly at the lid above. What is that light? Initially thinking his prolonged gaze was causing him to hallucinate, he soon heard the voice of the elder Fenchen. "Foolish disciple, hurry and get out." Without hesitation, Qianlin sprang to his feet and propelled himself towards the lid. Though devoid of combat energy, his physique remained exceptionally powerful, allowing him to leap several meters high. "Freedom, here I come." Qianlin stretched his arms, aiming to grasp the edge of the furnace to escape. However, Duan Yushu, feeling slightly weakened, and the heavy lid hindered his ascent, causing him to fall back down to my hand. The enormous lid crashed down upon Qianlin's hand. Hearing the cry of anguish, Duan Yushu quickly scanned the surroundings and released his spiritual awareness, slamming his palms against the furnace, causing a bare figure to fly out. "Are you human or a ghost?" Duan Yushu shouted furiously. "I am Qianlin. Thank you, senior brother, for your life-saving grace." But before Qianlin could finish, a massive hand, formed from combat energy, shot towards him. Wow, why is this senior brother so wrathful? The ground cracked like a spider's web beneath the force of the strike, the blue stone floor sinking under the impact. "You are Qianlin?" "Yes, senior brother." Cold sweat dripped from Qianlin's bald head as he braced himself, fearing he might be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. "Then you shall perish." Duan Yushu grinned malevolently. the veins on his temples bulging. "Foolish disciple! Run!" came the urgent voice of Elder Finchen. "Run! Save me! The Do Wang is killing!" Qianlin sprinted towards the exit. "You brat, die!" Duan Yushu growled with murderous intent. His face twisted with madness. Just as he prepared to take Qianlin's life, the fleeing young man suddenly turned, glaring fiercely at him. "What did you say?" In that instant, Duan Yushu felt as if he were being targeted by a tiger. "I said, Xiang Yao is mine." Duan Yushu unleashed another vicious strike, thinking, even if he were a tiger, what of it? He was a Do Wang. A tiger would barely suffice as a side dish. "Foolish disciple, run. Do you wish for me to die alongside you?" Elder Finchen's voice rang out anxiously. His disciple was not even a Do Shi, let alone capable of battling a Do Wang. Qianlin's gaze hardened, his muscles tensing. Now utterly naked, if any maiden were to behold him, she would undoubtedly be captivated by his well-proportioned physique. "What have you done to Xiang Yao?" Qianlin asked with a venomous tone. "Haha, that little girl has been at my mercy for countless rounds. Throughout the year, we have indulged in every fanciful position." Duan Yushu raved, the veins at his temples swelling further. "Foolish disciple, he is possessed by inner demons and speaks nonsense. Run, or you might lose your life here." Qianlin's Kunchuo magic staff emitted a faint blue glow. "Master," Qianlin bellowed, his own veins bulging, experiencing for the first time the flames of jealousy. Jealousy, like a venomous serpent, could drive one to madness and render them exceedingly malicious. Throughout countless evolutions, many males had lost their reason for females, and humanity was no exception. Even the most rational sage could not escape the laws of nature. "That I will fight you," Qianlin shouted, swinging the black staff as he charged forward. His combat energy was too thin to unleash even the simplest techniques. It was pure, primal physical combat. Duan Yushu threw a punch, utilizing nearly all his strength. Qianlin barely managed to cross the black staff before his chest. Yet he was still sent flying, spitting blood. His body collided with the rocky wall, creating a deep dent, causing the entire furnace tower to tremble like a tea that moment. Qianlin felt as though his internal organs had shifted from their original positions. Had it not been for the Kunchuo magic staff absorbing the brunt of the impact, he would have been killed outright. The Kwafu body refinement technique surged within him, though his body could not be harmed by even a low-tier spiritual artifact. His recovery speed had noticeably slowed, a consequence of the thin combat energy within him. For healing required energy to a mere little brat. Yet you dare vie for a woman with me. Duan Yushu laughed heartily, the veins on his forehead seemingly receding, as if defeating Qianlin had fulfilled the desires of his inner demons, causing them to retreat. "Cough. I'm not dead yet." Qianlin spat blood, unsteadily rising to his feet. "What is happening? My punch should have turned you into a puddle of blood," Duan Yushu exclaimed, astonished as he observed Qianlin, the veins at his temples once more swelling. His previous punch had nearly exhausted all his strength, capable of killing even a Douling with ease. Yet this young man had endured. Duan Yushu scrutinized Qianlin, feeling minimal fluctuations in combat energy, and began to probe with his spiritual awareness, his astonishment growing. "Stage 3 of the Qi refinement period? How is that possible? How did you withstand my punch? It must be that black staff. There is something peculiar about it." Duan Yushu attributed all the factors to the Kunchuo magic staff, his gaze growing fervent. That staff must be a defensive spiritual treasure or even a divine artifact. The probability of it being a spiritual treasure was low, as only Do Shi could wield such items. Thus it was likely a divine artifact. The remnants of Duan Yushu's rationality engaged in analysis, his gaze growing increasingly perilous. "Qianlin, by killing you, I can finally possess Xiang Yao and your divine artifact." Upon concluding his words, Duan Yushu charged towards Qianlin. The Kunlun magic staff in Qianlin's grasp was by no means a divine artifact. It was merely a misjudgment on Duan Yushu's part. Furthermore, the Kunlun magic staff lacked any defensive capabilities. Its sturdy nature was simply a result of its classification as a sacred instrument. Had it not been for the staff absorbing a significant portion of the impact earlier, Qianlin would now be far more than merely injured. Just as Duan Yushu's fist was about to strike Qianlin once more, a furious shout resonated. "Halt! An elderly man clad in coarse linen suddenly appeared behind him, with a makeshift headband fashioned from tangled grass. He resembled a humble farmer. Yet, this seemingly ordinary elder possessed a voice that penetrated the very souls of those who heard it. Upon hearing the command, Duan Yushu's mind wavered, yet he showed no signs of restraint, as his fist continued to descend towards Qianlin's head. Conversely, it was Qianlin who momentarily lost focus due to the elder's outburst, missing the prime opportunity to evade. "Old man, you've betrayed me." Just when Qianlin believed his demise was inevitable, a wall of fighting spirit materialized before him. Duan Yushu's fist collided forcefully with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound that sent dust swirling into the air. Yet, the wall remained utterly unyielding. Savage fist. Duan Yushu's fist glowed a fierce red, as Qianlin felt the ambient fighting spirit converge towards the attack. "Dissipate." The elder, resembling a farmer, uttered a single word, causing the fighting spirit in the air to gradually disperse as if it had suddenly turned a deaf ear to Duan Yushu's commands. This was the might of a Do Wang. Prior to reaching the ranks of Do Wang or Fa Wang, practitioners drew energy solely from within themselves. However, upon attaining the status of Do Wang or Fa Wang, they could harness the energies of the world, exponentially amplifying their power. It is said that beneath the Do Wang level, all are akin to ants, a sentiment that holds a degree of truth. In that fleeting moment, akin to a flash of lightning, Qianlin was drenched in cold sweat. "Duan Yushu, you have succumbed to madness," the old farmer bellowed once more, his voice reverberating, shaking Qianlin's soul and awakening Duan Yushu from his trance. The veins on Duan Yushu's forehead and around his eyes receded significantly, his gaze clearing, losing the prior ferocity. Yet when he cast a glance at Qianlin, a trace of coldness lingered. He was in no rush, for he possessed a myriad of ways to eliminate this youth. It was my disciple's reckless ambition that led to my instability and vulnerability to the demons within. I am grateful for your timely intervention. Dean, Duan Yushu bowed deeply. You may withdraw for now. Report to the disciplinary hall later. The dean waved his hand dismissively. The regulations of Tianan Academy include a strict prohibition against infighting among students. Whether enrolled or graduated, they are expected to support one another in times of need. While the penalties for such transgressions are severe, Duan Yushu was a senior set to graduate in 2 months and had been the most talented student in the past 2 years. So the consequences should not be excessively harsh. Nevertheless, he cast a throat-cutting gesture towards Qianlin. Hurry. The dean's soul awareness was astutely sharp, immediately discerning Duan Yushu's actions. Qianlin couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration for the dean. You are Qianlin, correct? How did you survive the furnace? Where did the flames within it go? The dean retrieved a piece of clothing from his spatial ring and tossed it to Qianlin. Qianlin had previously used a pink spatial ring when procuring herbs with Shizheng, while the elder's ring was purple, indicating a distinct difference. However, Qianlin did not delve into the matter, recognizing the exorbitant value of spatial rings. Even some Do Wangs hesitated to purchase a single one, as they cost hundreds of gold coins. An ordinary person could earn only 2 to 3 gold coins a year. Thus, acquiring even the most inferior spatial ring would necessitate over 80 years of relentless saving. Assuming they lived that long. Dean, I am unsure. I merely found myself in the furnace upon waking, and the flames could not harm me. Qianlin replied as he donned the clothing. He could not allow the dean to uncover his secret. If it were revealed that he possessed soul-devouring fire and was connected to necromancy, it would spell disaster, for this continent harbors a profound aversion to necromancy. The flames could not harm you. Yet what happened to the fire within? The dean clearly doubted Qianlin's words, frowning. Perhaps it ran away, Qianlin suggested. Never mind. I will investigate myself, the dean stated, simultaneously enveloping Qianlin in a powerful aura of soul awareness. Under this overwhelming presence, Qianlin felt as though all his secrets were laid bare, prompting him to silently curse his misfortune. The dean exclaimed softly as a pale green flame was drawn from Qianlin's pores. This flame was indeed the result of the fusion between Qianlin's soul, devouring fire, and the flames from the furnace. Qianlin hoped the dean would be oblivious, failing to recognize the essence of the soul-devouring fire. as the original hue had been a dark green, while the current flame possessed a refreshing brightness. This flame carries a hint of necromancy. The dean condensed the flame into a small ember, holding it in his palm. The pale green flame, now compressed, reverted to a dark shade, yet lost its previous venomous quality, radiating a lively green instead. Dean, do not be misled, though it shares a color with soul-devouring fire. My fighting spirit is of the wood element. Before Qianlin could finish, a smirk appeared at the corner of the dean's mouth as he remarked, "How do you know that soul-devouring fire is green? You seem well-versed, having even encountered the long-extinct necromancy of the elemental continent." Alarm bells rang in Qianlin's mind. He had inadvertently let slip too much. I merely spent some time in the scripture pavilion, perusing a few tomes. The scripture pavilion was constructed by me. I do not recall any such texts. The dean chuckled. Qianlin was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this old man jesting? He had heard from Senior that the scripture pavilion had a history of over 1,000 years. If it truly was built by this elder, then he must have lived for at least a millennium, contemporaneous with the elemental goddess. Could that possibly be true? Sensing Qianlin's disbelief, the dean continued, "I am the current dean of Tian Nan Academy, and also its first dean. The academy has never changed leadership." "Dean, may I take my leave? I still wish to attend class." Qianlin inquired cautiously. "Attend class? After nearly a year of being presumed dead, you wish to return to your studies? Do you intend to frighten your instructors to death?" The dean remarked, "I care not how your flames came to be. Even if they are linked to necromancy, I advise you against using them for nefarious purposes. Our Tian Nan Academy has few students as it is. If you engage in wrongdoing, you tarnish our reputation. Should you choose to misbehave in the future, do so with your face concealed, understood?" "Dean, I truly have not studied necromancy." Qianlin asserted, "I am well aware of that. You are a child of strength. How could you possibly delve into magic? Otherwise, I would not have let you off so easily. Later, you must visit the disciplinary hall. There are many matters that require clarification," the dean instructed. Within the disciplinary hall, Wang Taigun was passionately defending himself to an elder. "Elder, I swear I did not deceive you. There was indeed a voice coming from the furnace. It was that student who died a year ago, and I know him." "Wang Taigun, cease your nonsensical rambling. It seems you are simply weary of your duties and are becoming lazy," the elder retorted. "It is true, elder. I heard it with my own ears." Fei Yu chimed in that I do not believe it, unless that deceased student personally stands before me. The elder, sporting a fiery red beard, clearly had a hot temper and was unwilling to accept that a corpse could still speak. Qianlin's body had been cast into the furnace over a year ago and should have long since turned to ashes. Just then, a bald youth knocked on the ajar door. "Hello, is this the disciplinary hall? I am student Qianlin. Is Elder Yi Bai present?" The previously furious elder's jaw dropped in disbelief. That Why you Ri still alive? "You are the Qianlin who enrolled a year ago," the elder, named Yi Bai, exclaimed. "Elder Yi Bai. Unless another individual with the same name enrolled in Tian Nan Academy last year, then I am indeed Qianlin." Qianlin replied, "A ghost? Are you a person or a ghost?" Fei Yu inquired, inching closer to Wang Taigun. "Of course I am a person." Qianlin gently touched his bald head and remarked, "Qianlin, did you not fall victim to the Jige sex bone blood manipulation? At that time, you were clearly on the brink of death, devoid of any breath. How is it that you have returned to life now?" Yi Bai inquired. "I do not know. I merely slept, and when I awoke, I found myself in the company of senior brother Duan Yushu and the dean." Qianlin could only feign ignorance, for he harbored too many secrets. Sometimes, it was prudent to conceal certain truths, lest they invite unnecessary troubles. At the tea that moment, the dean entered, accompanied by Duan Yushu, along with a young boy who appeared rather delicate, even younger than Qianlin. The boy wore a finely crafted golden lock around his neck, intricately patterned, with a subtle magical aura imprisoned within its design. That golden lock is quite extraordinary. Xiao Chuzi seems to have invested considerable effort in this youth. "One might say Xiao Chuzi is half your senior," Qianlin mused as he gazed at the lock. Suddenly, the voice of the elder Fenshin echoed, but was soon lost in silence. Qianlin was unaware of whom the elder referred to as Xiao Chuzi, yet he refrained from asking further. "Dean Shu, what is the meaning of this? We all know that Qianlin was slain by the marauders of the Jige sect. Why is he now standing here in good health? Yi Bai pressed. Let us set this matter aside for now. Duan Yushu, disregarding the academy's rules, assaulted a fellow student, nearly resulting in a fatality. As an elder of the law enforcement hall, it is your duty to address this. The dean stated that, yes, that's so? Yi Bai exclaimed in anger, grappling with how to punish Duan Yushu. Typically, such incidents warranted expulsion or probation, but with Duan Yushu's impending graduation in 2 months, expulsion seemed unreasonable. Perhaps a deduction of contribution points? That may not be fitting either, for once he leaves the academy, those points hold no value. Even confiscating Duan Yushu's contribution card cannot be deemed a punishment, he pondered. Then perhaps some menial tasks would suffice, such as cleaning latrines, and without the use of battle energy. With this thought, Yi Bai reached a decision. Duan Yushu, with just over a month until your graduation, you will be assigned menial tasks until then. Report to the law enforcement hall tomorrow to receive your duties. Yes, teacher, Duan Yushu replied, his gaze toward Qianlin growing increasingly malicious. He had always been regarded as a prodigy, a paragon of academia, and had never engaged in such disgraceful behavior. You may leave now. The dean waved his hand dismissively as Duan Yushu exited the law enforcement hall. His heart felt as though he had castrated himself in pursuit of the sunflower manual. A tumult of emotions swirling within. Perhaps I truly should kill Qianlin. The thought startled Duan Yushu. Had not the heart demon been dispelled by the dean? Did his heart demon still linger? How can this be? He is but my junior. The academy has rules that dictate we should support one another. He chastised the voice within him. Eliminate him, and freedom will be yours. Eliminate him, and all shame will vanish. The voice echoed once more, as the veins at the corners of Duan Yushu's eyes and temples throbbed ominously. Moments later, the tension receded, concealed beneath his skin, and he appeared transformed, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Qianlin, I shall take your life. Ha ha ha. Duan Yushu, whose talent was unparalleled, had broken through to the rank of Battle King before the age of 20, extending his lifespan to 150 years. If fortune favored him again, further breakthroughs were not out of the question. Yet, such advantages came with drawbacks, resulting in an unstable foundation and a formidable heart demon. Qianlin was merely the catalyst that triggered this turmoil. Unbeknownst to Qianlin, who now faced a barrage of questions from Yi Bai and the dean, he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Lying was not his nature. His attempts at deception fell woefully short. Better left unspoken. You are as silent as a stone. Speak. What transpired in the furnace? Did you consume some miraculous elixir? Or do you possess a treasure capable of bringing one back from the dead? Yi Bai's temper flared, his red beard bristling, and his fiery energy surged with his agitation, revealing him to be a child of fire. Enough. I already know. Everything within the furnace was incinerated, save for this black rod you hold. Your survival within the furnace was due to that very rod. The dean's voice suddenly interjected. Startled, Qianlin felt his palms grow clammy. May I see your black rod? The dean inquired. Qianlin swallowed hard and presented the Kunlun magic wand. This rod seems rather familiar, the dean remarked, scratching his head. After a moment's reflection, his eyes widened in astonishment, as though he had stumbled upon a pig lying in his bed. This is a magic wand. The Kunlun magic wand, overcome with excitement, tears welled in the dean's eyes. Dean, what on earth is happening? Yi Bai asked, equally bewildered by the dean's fervor. You know what this black rod is? The dean exclaimed with fervor. What is it? Just a broken black rod, is it not? This is no ordinary rod. It is a magic wand. The Kunlun magic wand, a sacred artifact, the Kunlun magic wand. The dean's hands trembled. A sacred artifact? Yi Bai exclaimed incredulously. Our Tian Academy possesses but a single sacred artifact, obtained through great toil and serendipity by Yilu. How can this mere black rod be considered sacred? The elder Finshin and the owner of this Kunlu were legendary figures 1,000 years ago. This individual, consumed by the pursuit of immortality, lived for an unfathomable span of time and was revered as the Old Man. His name became synonymous with the might of the Finshin sacred artifact. Yi Bai gasped in realization. Indeed, both of these sacred artifacts belong to the elder Finian. As for the flame, I shall not pursue it. It is a rare fire born of the heavens, and it is merely fate that has granted it to you. I will handle the matter of the burning Chi Tower. However, you must clarify the origins of this magic wand." Dean Chu said, tenderly caressing the Kunlun magic wand, tears streaming down his weathered face. "Very well, but Dean, I must speak with you in private, without any eavesdroppers," Qianlin insisted. "You may leave," the dean directed. Fei Yu, Wang Tai-gun, and Elder Yi Bai complied, escorting the Golden Lock youth out. Once the four had departed, Qianlin closed the door, and Dean Chu conjured a barrier of battle energy, enveloping them both. This barrier was not merely composed of energy. It was intertwined with Dean Chu's soul consciousness, rendering them impervious to sound and detection. Qianlin was taken aback by the dean's prowess, reflecting, to wield battle energy with such finesse is a testament to the dean's remarkable talent. Unbeknownst to Qianlin, such abilities were commonplace. He simply had not encountered them often. "Now you may reveal the truth. This barrier, formed from my soul consciousness, blocks sound and soul probing. What secrets do you wish to disclose?" Dean Chu inquired, grasping the Kunlun magic wand. Before Qianlin could respond, the Kunlun magic wand emitted a ghostly azure glow, and a spectral elder materialized within its luminescence. Upon seeing this apparition, Dean Chu dropped the Kunlun magic wand, his slackened lips trembling. After a moment, he managed to utter two words: "Master. Little Chu Tian pays his respects." The elder Finchen looked upon the aged dean with a smile, affectionately ruffling his hair, reminiscent of days gone by. "Master, the headband you bestowed upon me has adorned my brow for a millennium. A constant reminder of your sage teachings," Dean Chu said, removing the headband woven from ancient vines. Little Chu Tian, this headband is crafted from the leaves of an ancient divine vine, a gift I obtained alongside the elemental goddess during my earlier journeys. It holds little significance for me now. By the way, Master, what led to your ambush by the 8 treasures and others? The world believes you have perished. Why is it that I see your ethereal form?" Dean Chu inquired, glancing curiously at the elder Finchen's ghostly visage. That is a long tale. Come, let us turn our attention to your junior brother." The elder Finchen beckoned, positioning Qianlin before Dean Chu. "Junior brother? Did Master not declare a steadfast pursuit of immortality, eschewing the taking of disciples?" Dean Chu Tian inquired, reminiscing about the time when he shamelessly posed as a disciple of the elder Fin Tian, who had never actually agreed to such a relationship. The fact that the elder now referred to him as a disciple and allowed him to meet his junior evidently indicated a newfound recognition of him. A millennium ago, he was merely a frail child who fortuitously encountered the elder, yearning to become his apprentice. However, the elder, consumed by an obsession with immortality, declined the request, despite harboring affection for the boy due to his lineage. Thus, while their relationship lacked the formalities of a master-disciple bond, its essence remained intact. One could assert that Chu Tian's achievements today were partly attributable to the elder's guidance. Immortality? Such notions are but ephemeral fantasies. A tale too lengthy to recount, remarked the elder. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chu Tian gazed at him with a hint of confusion. The elder's lifelong pursuit had been immortality, had he not heard it with his own ears. Chu Tian would never have believed the elder capable of uttering such sentiments. "I currently exist in this state to meet you for a singular purpose. If you still regard me as your mentor, I hope you will not press your junior for answers. He does not wish to speak, so do not inquire." The elder stated that on that day, the news of Qianlin's miraculous revival spread throughout Tiannan Academy. Not through the lips of Wang Tai-gun or Yi Bai, who had not stooped to such gossip, but rather through the whispers of Fei Yu. "Hey, did you know? The student who fell victim to the Jigu sect's bone transformation technique a year ago has not perished. He has returned to life," one student remarked. "Is that true?" "Really? Indeed. The dean is currently conversing with him in the law enforcement hall." "What was that student's name again?" "I believe it was Qianlin." "Let us go see." At that moment, Xiao Yao abruptly halted. "Is it him?" A throng of curious students gathered at the entrance of the law enforcement hall, awaiting news. Yet, as a day passed without anyone emerging, some impatient students departed, leaving only a handful of the more patient ones still waiting to this juncture. Xiao Yao observed the dwindling crowd and sighed. "Alas, I clearly witnessed his lifeless aura before. Why cling to the notion of a deceased person? With that, Xiao Yao departed alone, as darkness enveloped the sky. All those who had gathered left, grumbling about dealing with those who spread rumors, having wasted a day waiting in vain. It was not until the stars blanketed the heavens that two figures finally emerged from the law enforcement hall. Junior brother, we must keep our teacher's affairs strictly confidential. Aside from the two of us, do not disclose this to anyone else. Understood? Dean, I will fabricate a plausible explanation for your situation. You need not worry about that. Where do you plan to rest tonight? Your room has been unoccupied for nearly a year. Shall I find someone to arrange accommodations for you? No need. Dean, I entrust my matters to you. Until tomorrow. With that, Qianlin exited the law enforcement hall, making his way towards his dwelling. At present, his combat energy was merely at the third stage of qi cultivation. Naturally, he sought a place to diligently train, for his strength had significantly lagged behind that of his peers at Tiannan Academy. However, before that, he needed to meet someone. A smile graced Qianlin's lips as his steps grew lighter. Silly Xiao Yao, it's been nearly a year since we last met. I wonder how you have fared. Have you gained or lost weight? Have you developed any curves? Qianlin mused mischievously. The lights of Xiao Yao's residence still flickered. Just as Qianlin intended to approach, he spotted a figure standing by the window. None other than Duan Yushu. Duan Yushu was animatedly speaking to the window, but a small hand suddenly reached out, slamming it shut. With a dejected glance at the window, Duan Yushu hesitated, contemplating whether to pry it open and leap inside. Senior Yushu, what brings you to a girl's doorstep at such a late hour? If the elders find out, you might truly fail to graduate. A chilling voice resonated from behind. I S at you. What are you doing here? Startled, Duan Yushu turned. What do you think? Qianlin approached and knocked on the door. A crack appeared, and moments later, it swung wide open. A jubilant figure swiftly embraced Qianlin, pulling him into the room, and the door creaked shut behind them. Qianlin, I, Duan Yushu, shall not rest until I slay you. Upon witnessing Qianlin welcomed into the room by Xiao Yao, Duan Yushu exclaimed in a frenzy, "At this moment." Xiao Yao's flushed face nestled against Qianlin's chest. Is this a dream? Qianlin, why are you transformed into a bald head in this dream? Xiao Yao squinted her eyes, lost in the warmth of Qianlin's embrace, marveling at the vividness of this dream. Qianlin held Xiao Yao tightly, feeling her body akin to a piece of warm jade, irresistible to the touch. What do you do with me in your dreams? Qianlin teased, gently nibbling at the tip of Xiao Yao's ear. Feeling Qianlin's warmth, Xiao Yao's gaze grew more intoxicated, unaware of why this dream felt so real, so tangible that she could sense his temperature. Qianlin, how much I yearn for you. In my 72 years, I have never felt such anguish. Xiao Yao clung to Qianlin tighter, as if wishing to merge their bodies. Qianlin found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his breaths growing hurried. What nonsense are you spouting, silly Xiao Yao? I have returned. Why still suffer? But when dawn breaks, the dream ends. I truly wish to sleep like this forever, never to awaken. I promise you, even when the sun rises. I will remain here with you, all right? Qianlin smiled, unable to resist placing a swift kiss on Xiao Yao's cheek. Let us sleep together. Xiao Yao gazed down at Qianlin with wide eyes, a mischievous smile dancing in her gaze. How do we sleep together? Before Qianlin could respond, his garments were hastily stripped away. Why have I never seen you wear this outfit before? Xiao Yao remarked, scratching her head in confusion. Qianlin's throat bobbed, and he felt a stirring within. With one hand resting on Qianlin's shoulder, Xiao Yao pressed him down, their gazes locked, both brimming with laughter. Qianlin buried his head into Xiao Yao's neck, inhaling her alluring fragrance, feeling his heart race as his hand ventured in her clothing, exploring with a certain clumsiness due to his inexperience. Be gentle. You're hurting me, she protested as Qianlin, parched and eager, prepared to escalate their intimacy. Just then, a sharp slap echoed, and Qianlin felt a stinging pain on his cheek. What was that for? He exclaimed, covering his face. Does it hurt? Xiao Yao inquired softly. Of course it does. This is no dream. Ha! Silly Qianlin. Xiao Yao joyfully embraced the still-dazed Qianlin. It's a dream. Come, let us continue to not attempt to deceive me. Xiao Yao grinned mischievously, placing her hand on Qianlin's other cheek and giving it a hard pinch. Ouch! Don't pinch me, he protested, shielding his face. Let's see if you dare deceive me again or take advantage of me. Xiao Yao playfully pinned Qianlin down. How did you figure out? He asked, still covering his face. Because in previous dreams, we always slept embracing each other. But today, Xiao Yao's voice trailed off, her face turning crimson. Qianlin felt her body heat radiate, flipping her over to pin her beneath him. So, do you wish for something to happen today? No, get away. Xiao Yao pushed Qianlin away, readjusting her attire, her expression growing serious once more. Qianlin, how are you still alive? What nonsense. What do you mean still alive? I have never died, all right. Qianlin's palm glowed with a small orb of green light, resembling a miniature star, yet containing a flicker of vitality, a force opposing death itself. Under the influence of this green light, Xiao Yao felt her body relax, involuntarily emitting a soft, tingling sound. After realizing this, she quickly lowered her head, her face flushing anew. What is this? It doesn't seem like combat energy or magic. This is my innate gift. You may perceive it as a unique combat skill. Regardless of the injuries I sustain, I possess the ability to recover, and it is precisely due to this that I have survived. Qianlin retracted the green glow. Isn't this akin to the healing technique of the Son of Law? No, it surpasses any form of healing magic by leaps and bounds. Indeed, the more powerful the magic, the longer the incantation required. However, healing does not necessitate such duration, and its restorative effects are beyond anyone's imagination. Qianlin remarked at T1 point. Even when the heart of the shadow was shattered, Qin Shaohan was able to mend it, a feat unattainable by even the mightiest of spells. That night, although Qianlin yearned for something indescribable to occur, Xiao Yao lay nestled in his embrace, sweetly recounting the longing she had felt over the past year, rendering Qianlin somewhat bashful to take action. It was not until the late hours that the two finally fell asleep in each other's arms, without anything untoward transpiring. The following day, an announcement was issued within Tiannan Academy, revealing that a student who had been injured by the Jiga sect a year prior was, in fact, not dead, but had been rescued by the principal at the last moment and taken to a secret location for recuperation, only just returning now. Although this announcement stirred quite a commotion, it lacked the astonishment associated with the resurrection, thus making Qianlin's return appear far more reasonable. Even Wang Taigun, who had personally cast Qianlin into the furnace, remained silent upon learning the truth, and a few days later, he was granted special privileges by the principal to become a student of Tiannan Academy. This matter was best left unmentioned. Qianlin was also rewarded with numerous elixirs under the pretext of his injuries, preventing him from attending the monthly meetings. And the contribution card he filled out reflected an increase of over 1,000 contributions. It could be said that Qianlin had amassed considerable worth. Even just those several elixirs were of significant value. Moreover, with diligent practice supported by the elixirs, his strength surged remarkably, and unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the 5th stage of the qi refining period. This, without a doubt, could be deemed as extraordinary talent. However, Qianlin felt quite dissatisfied, as he was still not yet a fighter. Qianlin owed his success in condensing the fighting energy vortex to Zhengyu. Had it not been for the copious amounts of animal essence he absorbed during his time as a revenant, his strength would not have escalated so dramatically, enabling him to become a fighter. For the first time, Qianlin realized the honor of being a fighter. In the past, he had not appreciated the might of fighters. But now, having regressed to the qi refining period, he recognized how difficult it was for a child of strength to transcend into a fighter. He even found himself reminiscing about his days as a revenant. Master, what should I do? It has almost been a month, and I am still merely at the 5th stage of the qi refining period. What will happen with the final exams in half a month? Qianlin lamented, raking his fingers through the fine stubble that had begun to grow on his head, exclaiming in frustration, "It seems you are in need of something potent," said the elder of the split sky. "I have this entire collection," Qianlin replied, producing a myriad of vials from his sleeve. "Even the finest medicine requires proper application. These elixirs are intended for those above the fighter rank. Currently, you are merely at the qi refining period, and consuming these would be of no benefit. Wait until you reach the 8th stage of the Qi refining period before you can take them. But time is simply insufficient. I cannot possibly reach the 8th stage in half a month. However, this period of retraining had indeed fortified Qianlin's foundation, rendering his fighting energy more refined. Though he currently occupied the lowest tier at Tiannan Academy, once he ascended in rank, his fighting energy would undoubtedly surpass that of his peers. Not solely due to the techniques he practiced, but also because of the depth he gained through this retraining. Qianlin's most pressing concern was the impending final exams, like all modern educational institutions. Tiannan Academy had its own final assessments. Qianlin, come with me to Fan City. The MY father has written to say he misses you. Wang Taigun called from outside. Upon hearing Wang Taigun's voice, Qianlin ceased his meditation and opened the door. Brother Taigun, congratulations on becoming part of Tiannan Academy. We shall now be classmates, Qianlin said, clasping his hands in greeting. Qianlin had also heard that the principal had exercised his authority to allow this one-star fighter to enroll at Tiannan Academy, a matter that had elicited astonished reactions from some. Nevertheless, with finals approaching, such discussions quickly faded as many students intensified their training, hoping to achieve commendable results in the assessments, which would influence their cultivation resources for the coming year. This is not solely due to you. The principal instructed me to keep it confidential, and I agreed. However, my strength is likely the weakest. When the final rankings come, I will undoubtedly be at the bottom. Wang Taigun chuckled awkwardly. How has Uncle Taiju been lately? Qianlin inquired. I plan to return home for a visit. I heard you also entered through Fan City. Why don't we go back together? Wang Taigun suggested. Qianlin's mind immediately wandered to the simple old man. During his coma at the B-Spirit Hall, he had been taken to Uncle Tieju's home, where he had stayed for a month. Feeling somewhat troubled lately, he thought it might be nice to accompany Wang Taigun. After arriving in Tianyuan City, the two hired swift horses and set off towards Fan City. That I am the charming boundary line. Old man, you best be sensible. Your son dared to injure a member of the Jigu sect. As his father, don't you bear some responsibility? At that moment, several individuals clad in Jigu sect disciple attire surrounded an old man, their expressions menacingly mocking. The leading youth was dressed in significantly more ornate garments, suggesting he held some standing. Young Master Huahai, how can you be so unreasonable? It was you who first harassed a respectable woman, and my son only acted to intervene, accidentally injuring you. Here, the old man offers my apologies on his behalf, but I genuinely do not know where Taigun has gone. Uncle Taiju responded. Old fool. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? We do not care whether you are an elderly man. Huahai snapped, kicking Uncle Taiju to the ground. You are going too far. Is there no sense of justice left? Uncle Taiju exclaimed as he lay on the ground. Your son has injured a member of the Jiga sect. Do you understand that Brother Huahai is the nephew of our Grand Elder? One man charged forward, kicking Uncle Taiju back down as he attempted to rise. Speak. Where is your son, Wang Taigun? Huahai demanded, his face contorted with rage as he began to gather fighting energy in his palm. Old man, you would do well to be sensible. We haven't even used our fighting energy while kicking you. The threat was unmistakable. I do not know. Uncle Tieju's stubbornness flared. If you persist in your ignorance, then you shall perish, Huahai declared, as a hand of blood gradually materialized in the air, coalescing from fighting energy, yet exuding a foul, bloody odor. Stop. I am Wang Taigun. Do not bully my father. If you have the ability, come at me. Two figures galloped towards him on horseback against the backdrop of the setting sun. You, a multitude, harassing an elderly man without fighting energy or magic. How amusing, Qianlin remarked with a smile, his teeth gleaming white in the sunlight. Upon seeing the two charging towards them, Huahai's lips curled into a mocking smile. And without hesitation, he struck Uncle Taiju with his palm. The blood hand seemed to sink into the old man's body like it was submerged in a swamp, while it appeared to possess little force. Uncle Tieju's body rapidly withered, blood and pus oozing from his orifices as he contorted in agony. This was unmistakably the Jiga sect's bone-melting blood hand. You are seeking death. Wang Taigun's eyes widened with rage as he leaped from his horse, charging a Huahai. Huahai similarly extended a palm in response, resulting in a stalemate. Ha! Taigun, you were once a one-star fighter. Yet now, after such a long time, your strength has actually regressed somewhat, Huahai said, stepping back and dissipating the force in his arm. Previously, he had only been at the 9th stage of the Qi refining period, while Wang Taigun had already ascended to a fighter. However, now, after all this time, Hua Hai had become a 2-star fighter, while Wang Taigun remained stagnant, even experiencing a slight decline, which filled Hua Hai with delight. "Father! Father!" Wang Taigun rushed to Uncle Tieju's side, staring at his rapidly fading father, overwhelmed with anguish. "I want you dead." Wang Taigun, as if possessed by madness, charged headlong into the sea of flowers. Qianlin, witnessing the old man, the iron pillar, curled up in despair, felt a deep pang of sorrow. However, he possessed only a single 1,000-year blood ginseng pill, which he had already administered to Xiaoyao. There were no more to be had. Currently, he was merely at the 5th stage of Qi refinement, and even if he joined a fray, he would be of little assistance, forced to watch as Wang Taigun plunged into the throng. From the crowd emerged an individual, standing before the floral expanse, who struck out a palm towards Wang Taigun. They had never contemplated a one-on-one confrontation. Hanyan Palm, a mid-level yellow-grade combat technique. Wang Taigun bellowed in fury. Meeting the attack with a palm of his own, a splatter of blood erupted from Wang Taigun's mouth as his body was sent flying. Not a fighter. The one who had emerged was actually a fighter. Realizing the opponent intended to gang up on him, Qianlin urged his steed forward, galloping towards the crowd. Although he was only at the 5th stage of Qi refinement, his physical strength was such that even a first-tier spirit artifact could not harm him, making him more than capable of dealing with some Qi refinement practitioners. The audacity of this youth to intervene called for mutual demise, that a young man at the 9th stage of Qi refinement charged towards Qianlin. "My strength may have fallen below that of a fighter, but it is an opportune moment to gauge my true combat prowess." The 9th stage Qi refinement youth unleashed a palm attack, infused with a trace of blood energy. Evidently a technique of the Jige sect, Xiaohua Bone Blood Hand, an advanced yellow-grade combat technique, Explosive Leg, a low-level Xian-grade combat technique. Qianlin transformed his palm into a leg, delivering a fierce kick toward the youth. His combat skills, honed through rigorous training and countless life-and-death battles with Ti, far surpassed those of the youth before him, despite his limited close-quarter combat experience on Earth. Seeing the ferocity of Qianlin's kick, the youth faltered, hastily raising his arms to shield his head. Qianlin's leg struck true, sending the youth hurtling away, rendered unconscious. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Was this youth truly at the 5th stage of Qi refinement? He had defeated Brother Zhang, who was at the 9th stage, in a single exchange. This fellow is peculiar. Let us all engage him together. I refuse to believe that we, with our ranks at the 7th and 8th stages of Qi refinement, cannot overcome a mere 5th stage boy. With that, the disciples of the Jige sect lunged at Qianlin. "You are all courting death." Qianlin's body flowed through the crowd like a willow leaf, delivering a punch to each foe he approached, precisely targeting their weakest points beneath the ribs. Once he passed through the throng, all behind him, disciples of the Jige sect lay incapacitated on the ground. Hua Hai gaped in disbelief, regarding Qianlin as a monster. The finesse of his combat skills and his mastery over human vulnerabilities sent chills down his spine. That moment, Wang Taigun, having just regained his footing, was equally astonished to see all the disciples of the Jige sect sprawled on the ground. "Qianlin, thank you," he managed to utter through gritted teeth, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "That I cannot assist you further. My only aid can be in eliminating these minions," Qianlin declared, crossing his arms, his expression turning cold. Though the Iron Pillar had only taken him in for a month, the bonds of human emotion ran deep. Li, you handle Wang Taigun. I shall deal with this 5th stage Qi refinement boy, Hua Hai proclaimed. He had learned of the Iron Pillar's whereabouts and sought to stir trouble, bringing Li along as a precaution. Hua Hai couldn't help but feel pleased with his cunning. Had he come alone, he would likely have been no match for Qianlin and Wang Taigun. "Haha, boy, you both shall perish here. Our Li is a fighter." Hua Hai laughed. "A fighter? I've slain my share of those," Qianlin retorted, recalling Scar, who, although not explicitly a member of the Jige sect, had certainly left a mark on Qianlin's past. "Humph, boy, who cannot boast. You shall soon find yourself weeping." Hua Hai sneered, transforming his palm into a claw. Lunging at Qianlin, Qianlin met the attack head-on. Though his combat energy was merely at the chi refinement stage, the strength of a power user is determined by multiple factors that t the very least. Qianlin possessed absolute confidence in the purity of his combat energy. Should a power user's combat energy be remarkably pure, the potency of their techniques would elevate substantially while consuming less energy, proving immensely effective in combat. Today, for the murder of Iron Pillar, you shall pay with your life, Qianlin roared. Charging towards Hua High. Point 1 was a power user refining their essence, with combat energy of unparalleled purity, while the other was a disciple of the Jige sect, wielding an array of secret techniques. They were indeed evenly matched, a clash of talents. Originally, Hua Hai had been a lackluster disciple, his uncle being a grand elder of the Jige sect. Despite possessing commendable aptitude, he had been lethargic in his training. However, after suffering a grave injury at the hands of Wang Taigun due to his bullying ways, he was spurred into action, ultimately breaking through to become a fighter within a mere year or two. The Jige sect had not initially wished to involve themselves in the affairs of the younger generation. Observing Hua Hai's transformation into a more composed individual, they refrained from seeking vengeance on his behalf. Thus, Hua Hai found himself alone in this endeavor, without the accompaniment of any elders. Prepare to die, Qianlin. Hua Hai struck once more with a palm aimed at Qianlin. Qianlin deftly evaded the blow, retaliating with a fierce punch towards Hua Hai. His combat skills eclipsed those of Hua Hai, who, despite wielding significantly stronger combat energy, often felt frustrated at his inability to land a blow, as Qianlin skillfully dodged and counterattacked at critical points. As Hua Hai recklessly unleashed his techniques, he realized that his combat energy was dwindling to less than half. He began to strategize. Qianlin seized the opportunity, pressing his palm against Hua Hai's joint, and struck again. Unbeknownst to him, this was a deliberate feint by Hua Hai, designed to lure Qianlin into a trap, allowing him to deliver a lethal blow that a smirk of derision graced Hua Hai's lips. Xiaohua Bone Blood Hand, an advanced Xian-grade technique, surged forth once more towards Qianlin. Realizing he could not evade, Qianlin countered with a palm strike of his own. Invincible Earth-Shattering Tiger Palm, a low-level yellow-grade technique. The palms collided, and Qianlin was sent hurtling backward. The hint of satisfaction crept on Hua Hai's face. He understood the power of his strike. Perhaps a fighter could withstand it, but anyone below that rank stood no chance of surviving. Boy, you may be cunning, but before true strength, all tricks are rendered futile, Hua Hai declared, clapping his hands, making his way towards the ongoing battle involving Li. The protector at that moment, Wang Taigun, was battered and bruised, his arm hanging limply, clearly broken. The disparity in strength was too vast. Wang Taigun was merely a fighter, while he was a fighter of considerable might, with no grounds for comparison. When a power user engages in battle, one must consider their rank and the strength of their techniques. If the techniques are formidable, even overcoming ranks is not out of the question. However, Wang Taigun's techniques were only of a low yellow grade, and the strongest combat skill he had mastered was merely mid-level yellow grade. Although he had exchanged for an advanced yellow grade technique in the Scripture Pavilion, he had yet to practice it. Every new student could select a free Xian grade technique from the Scripture Pavilion, but that opportunity would only come during the monthly assembly. Thus, Wang Taigun's techniques remained subpar. Boy, you shall all die here. Surrender and bow before young Master Hua, and perhaps you may be granted a complete corpse. Li sneered, his eyes gleaming with the delight of a cat playing with a mouse. Li, having witnessed Hua Hai's triumph over Qianlin, was in no hurry to claim Wang Taigun's life, content to toy with him instead. Half an hour later, Wang Taigun had been utterly ravaged, his body resembling a mangled form, countless bones broken, with no strength left to rise. Yet he grit his teeth, glaring fiercely at Li. Enough, I've had my fun. Your time is up, Li remarked, shaking his shoulders, the sound of cracking bones echoing. After so long in this game of torment, both his body and spirit felt invigorated. Yet at that moment of relaxation, a Hua Hai abruptly turned around, his eyes wide with fury as he fixed his gaze on Qianlin. The one who unleashed the fireball spell was, of course, Qianlin, who at that moment wielded a black wand that appeared as inconspicuous as a broken twig. Upon seeing Qianlin produce the wand, Hua Hai was rendered speechless in astonishment. He had initially believed Qianlin was using a talisman, only to discover that the magic was indeed conjured by him. How can you possibly wield magic? At that moment, a terrifying thought took root in Hua Hai's mind. The one he had been engaged in close combat with was, in fact, a sorcerer. Soon, however, Hua Hai dismissed this notion, as he had sensed Qianlin's fighting spirit during their battle, which was remarkably pure and of the wood attribute. "You are a dual cultivator," Hua Hai exclaimed in terror, hastily reaching into his bosom. Naturally, Qianlin would not remain idle. Green leaf escape technique. His body darted towards Hua Hai like a willow leaf, arriving instantaneously before him. Invincible earth-shattering viper palm, with a swift strike. Hua Hai instinctively attempted to block the blow. Sealing energy strike, Qianlin bellowed, simultaneously unleashing the fighting spirit that had infiltrated Hua Hai's body. Hua Hai's movements faltered, and Qianlin's palm struck his chest. The sudden cessation of his heartbeat halted his next action. Yet as he continued to rummage through his robe, Qianlin's fists and feet descended upon him like a tempest. Thus, the unfortunate Hua Hai met his demise. Qianlin did not wait until Wang Taigun was severely injured before acting. Rather, he had been searching for an opportunity. After all, Li Hufa was a formidable fighter, immensely powerful, but his magical energy was scarce, sufficient only to cast a single fireball spell. Thus, Qianlin had remained concealed, awaiting the optimal moment. He had initially thought it would take considerable time to eliminate Hua Hai, but due to Hua Hai's shock and the sealing energy that Qianlin had laid in ambush, he fell victim to a momentary lapse in vigilance. Approaching Wang Taigun, Qianlin retrieved several vials from his sleeve, pouring out a few pills to administer to Wang Taigun, barely coaxing forth some magic to cast a rudimentary healing spell. "Qianlin, don't waste your efforts. I fear I won't survive," Wang Taigun said, his top body relaxing. Qianlin could sense the vitality rapidly draining from Wang Taigun. "You shall not perish, Wang Taigun," Qianlin assured him. "I will die. Humans consume grains, and how can one escape death? After my demise, take my contribution card to exchange for something. I still have some contributions left, and there are a few silver coins hidden in my shoes, originally intended for marrying a wife. After I am gone, feel free to take them. I've never been with a woman in my life. Such a pity." Wang Taigun lamented. "Taigun, your feet are so foul. Better save that money for your future wife. However, if you find the contributions excessive, do share some with me." Qianlin replied with a smile that a green light emanated from Qianlin's palm, a vibrant energy brimming with life, capable of resisting death. Beneath the green glow, Qianlin's complexion turned pale, yet his lips bore a smile that "I told you, you will not die." I did not say it lightly. This moment, Wang Taigun caressed his own body, akin to a man touching a woman. "How am I alive again?" Wang Taigun questioned, unable to believe his eyes. His bones had been restored to their rightful places, and the injuries to his organs had nearly healed. No mere pill could achieve such a miracle. Qianlin paid no mind to the bewildered Wang Taigun. Instead, he hastened toward Hua Hai's corpse that it seemed Hua Hai had attempted to retrieve something from his bosom in his dying moments, which piqued Qianlin's curiosity. With his kunta wand, Qianlin carefully lifted Hua Hai's garments, revealing a talisman before his eyes. A talisman. Qianlin recalled witnessing the power of talismans before when Wang Taigun had thrown a fire snake talisman to him. The memory was vivid. Had it not been for Qianlin's lethal prowess, he might have been the one lying here. Although he did not know the purpose of this talisman, it was undoubtedly a treasure if Hua Hai had kept it until the end for self-preservation. Without hesitation, Qianlin tucked the talisman into his robes and continued his search. A storage ring! "Ha ha!" Qianlin exclaimed, discovering a storage ring coiled around Hua Hai's waist. This ring resembled a modern wedding band, with a silver-white band and a pink gemstone in place of diamond. This pink gem served as the storage compartment and constituted the ring's most valuable aspect. "I'm rich, haha." Qianlin thoroughly looted Hua Hai's belongings without further inspection, then turned to Wang Taigun, saying, "The possessions of that fighter are yours. Also, eliminate those minions lying on the ground to prevent them from awakening and reporting back." It was not that Qianlin wished to overlook Li Jishi's belongings. Rather, he had already acquired too much. The storage ring alone was of considerable value, not to mention its contents. Although Li Jishur was a fighter, he likely did not possess as many valuable items as Hua Hai. Wang Taigun snapped back to reality, picking up a long sword to stab at the fallen disciples of the Jiga sect. He was no coward. Otherwise, he would not have dared to become a bandit. One of the fallen disciples appeared unremarkable, his eyes still tightly shut, yet he clutched a white jade slip, his hands trembling slightly. As Wang Taigun approached each fallen disciple, he delivered a strike, but when he reached the last disciple, that individual suddenly opened his eyes wide and bolted away. Moving faster than a rabbit, a long sword shot forth like an arrow, striking the fleeing disciple, who let out a wail before collapsing lifelessly. However, a faint smile graced his lips as a streak of light vanished from his grasp, soaring into the heavens. The assailant was naturally Wang Taigun. But he was a moment too late. "Quick! Loot the items! We must flee!" Qian Lin urged, immediately searching the body of one disciple. Wang Taigun hurried to the charred remains of Li Jishur, rummaging through his possessions. After a hasty search, Qian Lin swiftly led 2 steeds to them. He knew that the jade slip the Jigu sect disciple had shattered was a life-saving talisman. Those with the strength of a Do Wang or Fa Wang possessed the ability to fly. Their speed astonishing, and they would soon arrive. Thus, their best course of action was to return to the academy for refuge. However, after looting, Wang Taigun halted. "Let us go. The dead deserve respect. I must give my father a proper burial." Wang Taigun insisted. Moments later, "Father, I shall return to visit you. I promise to give you a proper burial," he cried, gazing at a small mound of earth, his voice breaking with sorrow. "We must leave. If we linger, it will be too late. Those Do Wang or Fa Wang can fly," Qian Lin urged, mounting his horse, and the 2 sped towards the direction of Tian Nan Academy. Yet, although the steeds were swift, they could not withstand the demands of night ride, and their speed diminished considerably. Meanwhile, within the Jigu sect, a figure rushed frantically into the Grand Elder's chamber. "Grand Elder! Grand Elder! It's terrible! We in trouble." The man's face was a picture of despair, nearly in tears. "What is it?" The middle-aged man replied coldly, a hint of fighting spirit radiating from his fingertips, his sickly countenance betraying a flicker of anger. If the man failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, his fate was all but sealed. The Grand Elder of the Jiga sect possessed the strength of Do Wang and had mastered the bone transformation technique to an extraordinary degree. It was he who had previously injured Xiao Yao and Qian Lin with this technique. For the past year, he had been in seclusion, seeking enlightenment. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not comprehend the characters above. Moreover, no one in the entire sect could decipher them. Not even the inscription masters well-versed in ancient elven script or the reclusive elders had ever encountered such writing. He had gone to great lengths to steal a fighting technique, even risking conflict with Tian Nan Academy, only to find it was a worthless tome. Hua Hai's eternal lamp has extinguished. What? Who did this? What happened? The middle-aged man was taken aback, for the extinguishing of the eternal lamp signified Hua Hai's demise. "Grand Elder, please do not rage. This is a life-saving message left by a disciple." As he spoke, the despairing man presented a thread of light towards the ailing middle-aged man. The light entered the middle-aged man's mind, and he soon erupted in fury. "Qian Lin, Wang Taigun, return my nephew's life." Upon concluding his words, a resounding tear echoed from behind the formidable combat king, as dual wings, forged from condensed battle energy, materialized at his back. With a swift motion, the wings transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the air. "Qian Lin, let us pause for a moment to rest. The humans are fine, but the horses are struggling," Wang Taigun remarked. "We cannot afford to stop. If the horse collapses, we shall merely procure another," Qian Lin exclaimed, furiously whipping the steed. Although the horse was a swift stallion, it began to foam at the mouth, and, after running a short distance, it collapsed, succumbing to exhaustion. Qian Lin, disheveled and covered in dirt, rose from the ground. Though thorns and stones had pricked his face, it bore no visible wounds. "Are you all right?" "You may ride my horse," Wang Taigun offered, also halting his mount. "Dismount. Run while you can, or it will be too late," Qian Lin shouted. Wang Taigun was perplexed, unaware of the reason behind Qian Lin's urgency. which stemmed from an overwhelming sense of impending danger that gripped Qianlin's heart, an instinct honed by his evolutionary prowess. Too late, return my nephew's life. A furious voice thundered from the heavens. Split up and run. Qianlin bellowed, darting in a specific direction. Qianlin employed his Qingye escape technique to its utmost limit. This technique comprises 3 layers: wind motion, leaf motion, and shadow motion. At this moment, Qianlin had evidently ascended to the leaf motion level. His decision to separate had its rationale. Running together would only hinder each other, whereas fleeing apart would enhance their chances of survival. The irate middle-aged man in the sky glared at the 2 fleeing figures and, after a brief hesitation, soared toward Qianlin. He possessed means to trace them, as the Flower Sea storage ring contained a perpetual lamp. Each intersect disciple of the Jige sect carried one, safeguarded within the sect. If a disciple perished, the corresponding lamp would extinguish. Elders, however, possessed 2 lamps, one maternal lamp within the sect and one subsidiary lamp within their storage ring. Due to Huahai's esteemed status within the Jige sect, his storage ring also contained a subsidiary perpetual lamp. Individuals who sought to profit from murder would often hastily depart after acquiring a storage ring, neglecting to account for its contents. Thus, possessing the maternal lamp allowed one to track the subsidiary lamp within the storage ring. Presently, Huahai's storage ring rested in Qianlin's grasp, a fact he was oblivious to. He believed that the powerful figure from the Jige sect had employed some arcane technique to trace him. Prepare to die. A blood-red palm, composed of condensed battle energy, descended upon Qianlin. His expression turned to one of alarm. Yet he continued to sprint forward. Just as the blood palm was about to strike, a protective barrier enveloped Qianlin. Each student of Tian Academy possessed a contribution card, akin to a spiritual treasure. This barrier was activated by Qianlin's contribution card's defensive function. The blood palm collided with the barrier, creating a fissure, but astonishingly, it withstood the blow. Though Qianlin had pushed his speed to the limit, the threat loomed ever closer. Had it not been for the dense forest hindering flight, he might have already met his demise. What to do? Qianlin pondered as he raced. Should I withstand his attack and feign death? He shook his head. He knew that even if he played dead, the combat king in the sky would tear him to shreds. Engaging in battle was futile, and escape seemed equally impossible. In a moment of despair, he realized that one often faces 2 choices, to fight or to flee. Yet now, regardless of the choice made, death awaited. Meanwhile, in the other direction, due to Wang Taigun's frantic gallop, his horse finally succumbed to the burden and collapsed. Wang Taigun gazed at the distant enemy in the sky, a myriad of emotions flooding his heart. The combat king did not pursue him. Qianlin, this life of mine is indebted to you. I shall ensure your legacy endures, he declared, bolting away without a backward glance. However, this time, he did not head toward Tian Academy, but rather ventured into the seldom-trodden Beast Mountain Range. Those brave enough to enter the Beast Mountain Range were often renowned hunters in the area, either forming teams to seek fortune within, hunting magical beasts for precious materials, or gathering rare herbs from the mountains. Their income was substantial, and their strength escalated rapidly, yet their mortality rate was alarmingly high. Perhaps, should Wang Taigun return to Tian Academy, he too could glean knowledge and experience.